Rocket.com.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC, Equal Housing Lender, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS Consumer Access.org, number 3030.
At Lowe's, pros save big on the supplies you need to get the job done. With the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards program, get member-only deals every week and access to free standard shipping. Plus, members earn points toward exclusive rewards. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. Program subject to terms and conditions. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
If you've been thinking about replacing your water heater, Any Hour Services is here to help. And right now, you can save $400 on a tanked water heater or $1,200 on a tankless. Call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know. News update. This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Winning at this level, I've said this before, is boring. You have to be willing to do monotonous things over and over and over again as a team to get the outcome that we want as a group.
There's Will Hardy talking about the Utah Jazz as they prepare to play the Portland Trail Blazers tonight. You'd have to do monotonous things like play your best players every night, right, PK?
Well, winning is boring, and I'm grateful that the Jazz, because boring can be just that, very boring. So I've only been bored 16 times with the Jazz this year.
Whew, thank goodness. Will it be 17 tonight? Or will the lineup be so weak that even the Blazers will cruise to 140 points and victory? KJ Martin, out. Illness. Walker Kessler, out. Nose concussion. Isaiah Collier. Kessler. Oh, I see what you did there. Very nice. Isaiah Collier, day-to-day due to right hamstring soreness. Collins, Markkanen, that's all old news. Clarkson, they're all out. Jazz counting them down, almost to the end of the season now. 3 games to go, couple of home games. Blazers tonight, 6 o'clock for the pregame. Tip-off at 7 here on The Zone. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
You know, outside of the decision, there was thinking around 2 separate things, you know, involving with the timing of it all. I think that, you know, the awkwardness of the timing with only 3 games left and then the playoffs looming. But, you know, it came down to 2 factors. One, I have a complete belief and trust in our group of players that are in there. And I have complete trust and belief in our assistant coaches and their ability to step up into different roles. And maybe if their voices are a little louder in certain areas, maybe they can squeeze some of that juice that I've been talking about.
Doncic starts, stop, shoot, gonna score. Well, he got the switch. He won it again. Hartenstein. Luka's thrown out of the game. Oh, no. Luka just got thrown out. There you go. Second technical. Doncic is gone. Luka is saying he was talking to a fan, and the official is saying he was talking to me. So that's his second technical. He's out of the game.
The Oklahoma City Thunder beat the LA Lakers 136-120. Luka Doncic ejected in the 4th quarter. He insisted in postgame he was talking to a fan. The official thought it was him. So there you go.
You talking to me?
You talking to me? What about me do you find funny? Am I amusing? Like a clown? One of Luka's weak spots there, man, that guy tries to ref the game while he plays it and lets referees have it all the time. So maybe the fan is a cover story for getting kicked out. Maybe it really was a fan, but because of his rep, the official wasn't having any of it. Either way, he's gone.
The fan himself said that he was interacting with him.
Also, the Denver Nuggets. Ha! Grizzlies, you fired a coach. So what? The Denver Nuggets call your coach and raise you a general manager. Michael Malone is gone. Calvin Booth He's history. Denver hits reset. Okay, that was pretty unusual timing, but you're Josh Kroenke there. How do you get that job, PK?
I think his father owns the team, and they promoted Rick Adelman's son.
Hey-o. Josh Kroenke, winner of the DNA lottery, explaining why the Nuggets dumped the coach and the GM right before the playoffs start.
Well, Josh has had to work his way up, man. It's been a long, long road for him to get where he's at. And so he knows what he's talking about. And old Mikey lived in West Orange, New Jersey. Mikey, he's gone. Seems silly, but what the heck. It's pro sports has got a little bit of Hollywood involved in it. And actually college does now too. So try to explain things that are unexplainable. Why bother?
Have a little drama, have a little soap opera. And, of course, everyone wonders, what does Jokic think of this? Because he has 2 years left on his contract, plus a player option for a third. And there's been all kinds of speculation about him going to L.A. to join Doncic, whether it's real or whether it's just people having fun with the whole soap opera part of sports. Time will tell. Did he okay this? Did he give it the green light? Did he give it a nod and a wink? That's the only coach he's known in the NBA right there. So, but welcome to the NBA. There's the change for you. Cavaliers keep rolling towards the 1 seed in the East. They beat the Bulls 135-113. The Wizards will not allow the Jazz any more breathing room, but the Wizards may have already messed up and won their 17th game. They didn't win number 18, though. They got beat by the Pacers, Indiana 104, Washington 98. So the Jazz still 1 game worse than Washington. And the Suns eliminated from play-in contention. They will not make the top 10 in the West. The Warriors beat the Suns 133-95. With that level of talent on that roster, it seems impossible they couldn't crack the top 10, PK, but they can't crack the top 10, and now massive change awaits in the offseason. Who will they trade Durant, and who will they trade him for, and what will they get back? Where will he go? Clippers playing better here, getting close to the postseason. Zubac went for 24 points and 20 rebounds. That's a huge stat line. So they beat the Spurs 122-117. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
What are you at the next level?
Both, just like you saw me play.
You want to do both. How many snaps in a football game can you play?
All of them, if they give me the chance and the opportunity to do it.
And so we were talking about the challenges that come with it. You got to be in offensive meetings. You got to be in defensive meetings. You got to be in wide receiver meetings. You got to be in defensive back meetings. How is there enough time to do all that? How did you prepare for that when you played college?
Well, we kind of got 24 hours in a day. We probably sleep for about 8 of those, so we probably got 16 more. So the 16
and all
that
of
I'm
them dedicated to those.
Yeah, all of them dedicated to football.
There's Travis Hunter. Cleveland Browns are the betting favorites to land him, and as you just hear, he wants to play offense and defense full time.
I thought the NCAA had a rule that you can only do 20 hours a week.
Yeah, good one, Grandpa. Tell me about the good old days.
Those were the rules, man. Didn't Majerus?
They were.
He extended. No. Majerus bought somebody a cupcake. Is that what it was?
I believe it was a sandwich, which he did do, and I believe also the 20-hour rule got broken, and that was why the NCAA got to hold a press conference at the University of Utah, where I was told before it was announced Majerus was actually freaking out and ready to reform, and as nervous as any of his coworkers had ever seen him. And about 15 minutes after it was over, the old Rick was back.
His coworkers? He had no coworkers. It was him.
Well, someone who was paid by the same university. How about that? Not a coworker, but someone who's paid by the same university. Travis Hunter, we'll see if he can pull it off. He obviously is all in on it. Also, the Pittsburgh Steelers, who picked 21st in the draft, are bringing in Shadur Sanders, the Buff Star. So, obviously, they're thinking about trading up. Will they do it? How far up do they have to trade? There's all kinds of speculation. Shadur goes 3rd. Shadur slides to 6th or 7th. Shadur slides out of the top 10. Everybody's got a theory right now. So the Steelers I mean, they could draft Shedeur, I guess, and get Rodgers. Rodgers is the bridge quarterback to Shedeur or something like that, maybe like the Chiefs did with Alex Smith years ago, with Patrick Mahomes. Or maybe they just never do the Rodgers thing and they just put Shedeur in there day one if they trade up. All that drama to be sorted out in the next couple weeks. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Ohio State quarterback battle. Who replaces Will Howard as the Buckeyes starting quarterback? Julian Sayin and Lincoln Kienholz are battling for the right to lead the defending national champs, and the word is that it's neck and neck. Think they both stay, or do you think some college out there is going to get to pick up one of those guys right after spring ball when they announce the starter, unless they wait and split time in the first two games?
Oh, how much money would they leave behind? Speaking of Grandpa, you're looking at strictly competition. That's old school thinking. How much money is they going to get to be on the team this year? And is it too late to get that kind of money someplace else? I think Julian is going to win it. I'm just saying.
Wow, what an evil laugh that was. Former Alabama coach Nick Saban's move to television has been successful. He may have hardware to back it up. He's nominated for a Sports Emmy for Outstanding Personality / Emerging On-Air Talent. That's a weird category. That seems something like out of an MTV award show.
Well, I hope he's just not like Susan Lucci and just been nominated all those years but never gets it.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Fly ball, right center. Long run, Barossa to the alley, and it's gone! The answer to the trivia question is a grand slam from J.D. Davis. The first home run in the history of the ballpark at America First Square.
Little looper, shallow center field. It's dropping. That's a base hit. Newman will score easily. Luis Rengifo with 2 outs in the ninth puts the Angels back in front.
Here is James Wood. Swings and belts one. Deep right center field. How far will it go? Going. Gone. Goodbye. Bang. Zoom goes James Wood again with his second 2-run home run in the first 4 innings of this game.
James Woods, 2 homers lifting Washington past L.A. Nationals beat the Dodgers 8-2. The Giants also get beat. The Padres also get beat. All the big dogs in the NL West getting beat. Athletics 10-4. The A's get their first win in Sacramento. So, a W for Sacramento. And that sounds odd, but there it is. Pete Alonso, the polar bear, leading New York. The Mets beat the Marlins 10-5. Is Pete Alonso shaped like a polar bear? That barrel chest kind of thing going on there?
I don't know how he got that nickname.
Former MLB players Octavio Dotel and Tony Blanco were among the more than 110 people who died after the roof of an iconic nightclub collapsed in the Dominican Republic. Nelsie Cruz, provincial governor and sister of 7-time MLB All-Star Nelson Cruz, was also killed in the tragedy.
Yeah, that was unreal.
Yeah, a roof collapse.
Saw the video of that.
Also in there, you heard Tony on the call, as the Salt Lake Bees opened the ballpark at America First Square with a 13-10 win over the Reno Aces. Game 2 tonight, 6:35. Tony's on the air at 6:20 with the pregame.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they didn't have me throw out the first pitch.
Yeah, what happened there? You're busy?
I don't know. But I'm not going to do it. No, if they asked me to do it like tonight, forget it. It was either first game or nothing.
Baseball will be on the AM tonight with the Jazz on the 97.5 FM.
First pitch, I threw at the Bees multiple times, and Klauke used to chide me. I said, "What are you talking about? I painted the black every time."
Bringing the heat. Oh, the game will be on 102.7 HD2, I am told.
We've got USU Coaches Show taking over 12/8 tonight, their final edition of the year.
Oh, okay, there it is. Thank you for the update. All right, DJ and PK.
#NHL.
Looked like Stenlin had a good look, but couldn't find a way to shoot. Now Sergachev has no problem, and he scores, putting Utah ahead early in the first. Mikhail Sergachev gets his 15th of the year, and it's 1-0. Lawson Krause on the attack, shoots, and scores! The non-negotiable line for Utah cashes in early, and it's 4-0. Tosses one back to Kesselring. That was a beautiful pass. Sharp angle shot, and they score! Touchdown, Utah! Michael Carcone picks the top corner. It's 7-0.
Utah Hockey Club up 7-0 after 2 periods. Seattle gets 1 goal in the third. 7-1 the final score. The Utah Hockey Club clinches a winning record in year 1. And Sergachev is the star with a goal and 2 assists. Shout out to Dylan Gunther, who also had 3 assists in the game. They pummel Seattle. After losing to them a couple times, they finally break through against the Kraken. Utah will play their last home game of the year tomorrow night. Nashville will be at the Delta Center. Nashville struggling a little bit themselves. Certainly a winnable game for Utah as they are playing pretty good hockey here down the stretch.
Yeah, I'm going to throw out the first puck.
Got a kid. Walk out there on the red carpet, drop that baby, smile for the photos.
No, I'm going to do it from up the upper bowl.
Just throw it down. Ping somebody in the forehead.
Really
nice.
show off that arm strength.
Right. I got it. I'll throw a sweeper.
A sweeper. Nice. From up there, you could probably just go, who's old school? How about Kent Tekulve, go submarine? There you go. No wear and tear on the shoulder there.
I'm more of a Dan Quisenberry guy.
Oh, that a kid. What is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. That is what is trending. Coming up later this morning, Bob Casper is going to join us. Co-host of Real Golf Radio, live from Augusta, Georgia, and the Masters. Our draft is on the way. And Tim Lacombe, jazz analyst for SCG Media, is stopping by his weekly Wednesday visit. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday, so we'll be giving away tickets to see the Counting Crows in the Complete Suites Tour with the Gaslight Anthem, August 21st, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. And also, we got tickets to see the Bees, a 5-pack, to watch the Bees and the Reno Aces tomorrow night and go see the new ballpark at America First Square. All that coming up this morning, including the question of the day next, right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash on Redwood Road near 2000 North, and North Salt Lake has all northbound lanes blocked. Use an alternate route if you're trying to get around in that area. The worst delays remain coming out of Tooele County on both eastbound I-80 and the 201 freeway eastbound. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They are on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Speaking of hockey, that win over the Winnipeg Jets, I was just floored. And we're getting these tweets from Sly during the game. Because he got his...
Who had a great time.
Because then he's sending us the Jets suck, like text during the middle of the it was the end of the second period and they're up 3-0. I was like, no, they don't. They're the best team in hockey. And that's the part that makes you feel good about this team. It was such an exceptional game by this team. And it was so fun to watch. Coach Tourney actually told us this at one point during the last couple weeks. He goes, we're a way different team than this team faced a month ago.
Yeah.
Right? And he said it about a couple of times when they would get these wins that people are like, oh, wow, that was unexpected. It's like, no, they're a better team now. They've become a better team over the season. And so it's awesome to see these young guys getting the recognition that they deserve.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Spring has sprung, and so have the big savings at Burt Brothers. This month, roll into big tire deals from Firestone and Goodyear to Laufin and Hankook. Plus, we've got Valvoline specials to keep your engine running smoothly. And we'll check your alignment, brakes, battery, and even that pesky check engine light for free. So don't wait. Drive into Burt Brothers today. Burt Brothers, where auto care is done better.
Burt Brothers does it better.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz facing the Portland Trailblazers tonight at the Delta Center. Will Hardy on Kyle Filipowski's improvement this season.
I'm actually really encouraged with Kyle's growth this year. You know, I try to look at all of our young players and our team in certain aspects on where were we when the season started and where are we going to be at the end. If the season ended right now, Kyle's shooting has improved in a massive way this season, and so I'd call it a success.
Jazz with 30 Updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join JJ and Alex Friday at Doug Smith Mitsubishi, just off the freeway at 495 West Main Street in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug. It is time now for the question of the morning. And PK, Igor Demon is headed to the NBA. How do you think he will do? Bum, bum, bum.
He'll do well.
David believes he will not do anything in the NBA. G League, unfortunately, he's not ready. I hope I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, but we're not going to judge his career by the 25-26 NBA season.
Right.
Listening to Kevin Young yesterday, there's more spacing in the NBA. There's better shooters, and in turn, that can give you an opportunity to shoot better shots yourself. And the shot didn't go in to the level that it needs to. There's no question about it. But I think that you look at him, and he has decent form. It's not like the elbow is flying all out of whack or what have you. So now he has an opportunity to hone in on it and really develop that skill. It's the same thing when we were talking to Jeff Judkins last week about Isaiah Collier. And can he get better? And Jeff Judkins, who knows a lot about shooting the basketball, obviously felt like, well, if you work at it, yes. And he talked about, what did he say? He put up 1,500 shots a day, something like that. Jeff did himself. And, I don't remember him playing in the college or in the NBA, but I know that he was a great shooter. And if you work at it, you will get better. And the quality of shot that you can get. So, I think the arrow is pointing totally up for this kid. I think he made the right decision. It was something that it was obvious it was going to happen. I found out about it on Monday night. Didn't want to tweet it out because they wanted to see if they can have the announcement, and I guess somebody else got to it, which I figured was going to happen. Let him have his little day in the sun on that. But he makes the right call. His people believe that he'll go anywhere from 5 to 15, and you got to have a good situation. He talked about that. And I think Kevin Young, you have to listen to what he talks about when he relates to stuff that's in the NBA, because he was there for many years and he studied the game at that level. So I believe he knows what he's talking about. And, I'm expecting him to be very good.
He's got a lot of things you need, obviously, and obviously he's got to figure out the shooting the ball piece of the puzzle. If he gets that, then the sky's the limit. And to what degree? I mean, it isn't just simply it goes in or it doesn't, but, to what degree? Is he a 33% three-point shooter, 35, 38? Does he get it to 40? Man, if he gets to 38 or 40, then he's going to have an awesome career because he's got the size and he does so many of the other things. But, time will tell on the shooting. Steve says if his collegiate career is any kind of an indicator, he'll flame out and be in Europe in 2 to 3 years. Steve, not much hope right there.
Actually, I thought he got better as the season progressed. And
I see exactly why you say that. Yes, that there was some improvement there, and there could be more. And the other thing about him being there 2 to 3 years, where he will probably get drafted, he'll have 3 years guaranteed. And a lot of those guys end up with a 4th or 5th. I mean, worst case scenario, he's Dante Exum. And look how long Exum lasted in the league. And Exum did go to Europe, and he did come back and return to the NBA, where he had another injury. I mean, injuries have been the story of that guy's career for sure.
Yeah, I see Demon's ceiling much bigger than that.
Yeah, that's, the floor. And I guess you can argue even the floor isn't that low. So I wouldn't think
I don't think it is.
Like that. Yeah, I wouldn't think you have injuries like that.
I'm not going to go Doncic, but, because the hype wasn't near as big, but the path, without the exception of the college, is similar from an early age and doing his thing over there in Europe and Spain. And he didn't get as much hype, so I'm not going to say he's going to be as good, but I think the path that he's taken gives him an opportunity to be successful because of the fact that he is just going to be focusing exclusively on basketball. And he already has so many things going for him with the height and the length and all that stuff. I think that his improvement this year as it went down the stretch, I think it was under the radar a little bit because you had Saunders really taking off. You had 2K blocking shots and throwing down dunks and doing exciting things there. And so Denham is such an understated guy to begin with, right? He looks 14. He's just so humble, all that stuff. He will go down. I believe this. He will go down as the most popular non-LDS guy ever to play BYU basketball. It's already there. He's already assumed that title.
Who did he take it away from?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Chosich, I guess. The problem is people remember Chosich. It was so long ago.
But Chosich joined the church, so
yeah.
Okay.
Right. So until he becomes a Latter-day Saint, if he does, then no. I think Chapman was a guy back in the day. But, he's there speaking in 3 languages and just praising BYU up and down, inside out. And everybody wants to be accepted. And if you can be accepted by somebody who's not one of your own, so to speak, oh, my gosh, they're going to love you. We see that professional athletes. If you just embrace the town in which you're playing in, they are just going to love you like it's you're a long-lost relative who literally came back from the dead, a war person that they thought was gone but then shows up on their doorstep. That's the way. The feeling of the BYU fans with Yegor is just off the charts as far as that goes. And he's so wildly popular. Anytime he comes back to the Marriott Center and they put his face on the screen, he's going to get a standing ovation. Absolutely. He is so beloved. And he's that kind of kid. He's endearing. He seemed like he has a smile on his face all the time. And watching the thing yesterday on the BYU TV, when his portion of it was done, he's going around hugging all the players and coaches, and he's that kind of kid. Talking about how he went to church at the conference on Sunday. Oh, it was awesome. He took notes. He freaking took notes. Who does that when you're not even of the faith? Oh my gosh, he's so beloved. It's amazing. I don't know that anybody can compare to this. It's unlike anything that we've seen from a kid, and he's from the other side of the world too. And it's just crazy. And now he gets an opportunity to go chase his dream, and I think he's going to be just fine. To what level of fine, that remains to be seen. Can he be an all-star? Well, I'm not going to say he can't. I'm not going to say he will either. Can he be a mainstay on a particular team? Don't know. Can the Jazz draft him? Yeah, I think it's a possibility. We talked about that on Monday. That could happen. I don't think they'll draft him with the top pick, but after that, with that Minnesota pick and what they want, what they can do, Ainge has seen him play 1,000 times, has know him and all that stuff. Maybe it's a possibility. That would be so sweet for him to stay local, and I think it'd be great for the team.
Vernon says he's got a lot of learning to do. Honestly, he's not ready for the NBA, but that's just me. He wasn't even the best player at BYU. He was getting taken out at crunch time because he couldn't take care of the ball. Too many turnovers. He played better in the tournament, but he still would have been much better off with NIL to come back for one more year. AJ needed someone to dish the ball to him for heck's sake.
No, that's you just wanted him to come back. That's fan talking. No. I disagree completely.
Would have been cool if that's what he wanted, but it's not what he wanted.
I talked to Travis Hansen, and he said, what would you do if this was your lifelong dream and you were going to get $20 million guaranteed? I said, I'm pretty sure I would go. I said, well, let me check that. I guarantee you I would go. Of course you would.
That's the thing, that BYU could match the money for 1 year, but the NBA offer is a multi-year, 3 years locked in, and you're probably going to get the fourth. You have to really mess up not to get the fourth year. That's a lot of money. They're not guaranteeing you all that money.
I wouldn't put it past them. You commit for 3 years here at BYU. When they said you will not outbid us, I think you're just thinking college.
Even so, that puts you behind on getting the next NBA contract. So there's money on top of money on top of money if you go.
Okay, but
like you said, if it's your lifelong dream.
I think you got to look at blessings on top of blessings, buddy. Can you put a price on blessings?
Aha! Yeah, see?
Because I know I can.
Right there. Tyler says in a few years,
I did ask him.
Be great.
He could. He could. Yeah, he could. I think that's a possibility. We'll have to see. I wouldn't necessarily bet on it, but I don't know that I'd bet against it.
Yeah. A little bit of the Cody story there. He needs some time to add some weight and catch up to NBA speed. I hope whichever team drafts him doesn't expect to be a starting point guard this year, but understands he needs some experience to improve over the next 2 to 3 years before he becomes a cornerstone piece. The John Stockton timeline. Although Stockton had 4 years of college and then a couple of years off the bench.
Well, I can't speak to that because I don't know the team. Which team is going to draft him? That remains to be seen. What level of rotation player is he? Is he in the rotation? Certainly it wouldn't surprise me if he's doing some G League stuff too. That's what it's there for. And you're drafting a role player, a 15, a 19-year-old. So there's all sorts of possibilities of how. But we're only talking about the rookie season. Do I really want to make judgments on rookie seasons? Do I really want to judge Kobe on his rookie season in the NBA?
You really do not.
No.
Only
that's
person
an
to judge on the
example.
rookie season would be Magic. Judge Bird and Duncan on year 2.
Well, Bird was a freaking 5-year player.
Yeah, right.
And Duncan was a 4-year player. That's just that's apples and kumquats right there. That's just not. That's not anything that's worthy to compare. Of course, you're going to Bird was like if he was there for 5 years, that would have put him like 23 years old, right? Because he sat out the first year, went to Indiana, didn't like it, and left. And then the following year, then he goes to Indiana State, and then plays there all 4 years. That's just so unheard of. That's so long ago too. But even Duncan, Duncan's coming up on almost 30 years now himself. So the money is too great to not go. And it's so frustrating to me how anybody could tell another person, don't do this when money's involved. You can't take money out of somebody's pocket. You can't say, don't go for the money. You can advise them in terms of their options, but if he's going to choose something like that, and the way the game is today, there's built-in slack time. meaning it's going to be understood that this kid is a young pup. But at the same time, though, leaving home to go to another country and play ball, and he knows the language, he speaks fluent Spanish, that means he was there for a good while, right? You're not going to be able to just pick it up if you're just there a few weeks or a few months. And he's got all that stuff down. So he's used to these massive, literally massive cultural adjustments. So you don't really have to worry about that, because if you just look at what he did going from Russia to Spain and then over there from Spain to the U.S., Provo, Utah, which, that's Provo, Utah. It's not Birmingham in the 50s like that ding-dong said. But at the same time, it's a big-time adjustment, and it seems like he's flourished in that. So whichever city is going to get him, the team in that city, he's probably going to make that adjustment pretty smooth. So to me, I think the arrow is pointing way up. I'm super excited to see where he'll be in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting because depending on which team gets him, they have different needs, different timelines. Houston's traded up and could be drafting in that 9, 10, 11 range somewhere because they have the Suns pick. So, Houston's one storyline. Sacramento could have a couple of the top 15 picks. That's another storyline. And they have Castle, so, how are they going to handle things? Miami's rebuilding. They're in there. There's a lot of different stuff that could happen. Dallas, after their trade with Doncic.
I would think any team that drafts him would be excited to get him. Excited at the potential. Because that's what he's being drafted on. He's not being drafted on exclusively production in the 24-25 season. He's being drafted on potential. And you got to be careful on that because we see that. You can look, an interesting thing, and I've done this a few times, go look at a mock draft in, say, October, and then follow the progression of the mock drafts, and then look at the actual draft, right? So where I'm going with, we've seen players that are high before the college season starts in a mock draft. And then you follow those guys, right? I did that with you, with Cody Williams. We looked at where he was in the mock draft going into his freshman year. I'm sure you remember when we were doing that. And I told you, keep an eye on it because you were asking me about it. And you were sitting at the computer, and I was over your shoulder. And I said, yeah, call up this kid. And he was, if I remember at that time, wasn't he top 3?
He was. He was way up there.
Right.
And Demon was, I certainly remember, there's so many mock drafts, you can probably,
right.
But I remember seeing him at 5 when we were talking about him at kind of the same point, before the season starts.
Right.
And now you see him 11, you see him 15, you see him 14, you see him 17.
Right. So
and I
he
would
slipped
think if he
a little
starts
bit.
to slip, yeah.
But that's okay. And then that happened. Because did he slip because other players emerged? Now, you've got to look at it not just in our country because it's now worldwide, basically, and you have to see some other players that we don't necessarily get to see because they're somewhere else on the planet playing hoop, right? And there's numerous places now where they can play and come out of, and we just look at the American dudes or the kids who play college basketball. They don't necessarily have to be Americans, obviously, and just see where they are. And then where they end up getting drafted. And then at that point, then you follow them for the next 2-3 years, and then we all, at least I do, I think it's sort of fun when you got nothing else to do. Then you'll look at it 2-3 years later, and you see, okay, this guy should have been moved up, this one should have been moved down, all that stuff. So it's certainly far from an exact science by any stretch. But right now, today, I believe he did the right thing, and we'll follow it. We'll follow it extremely close for the next 3 to 4 years to see what type of NBA player he is.
Right now, the top foreign player is the top foreign player who did not come to the U.S. to play in the NCAA is Noah Essengoy, a Frenchman, who's projected. I'm looking at NBA.com's mock draft. He's projected at 13. Now there are foreign players higher than, but Yakashonis came and played at Illinois. So
right.
There's a guy who's been as high as 4, and right now they have him at 11. He's been all over the place. So, all right, DJ PK.
Kasparis you're talking about?
Yeah. Yes.
The draft you're looking at now has him at 11.
At NBA.com, yeah, has him 11.
Okay.
And he's been as high as 4. And Miami would pick him at 11. It's a pro comparison. Okay. Chauncey Billups. Wow, you got Chauncey Billups at 11. You take that right now.
Oh, no question about that, yeah.
Chauncey was 3. All right, DJ PK, it's 97.5, The Zone. When we come back, same bat team, different bat location. That's next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Most of the crashes have cleared that we were talking about earlier, but we still have delays in typical areas that at the height of rush hour delays currently allow at least 15 extra minutes getting out of Tooele County on either the 201 or I-80 freeways coming eastbound. This update is brought to you by Murdoch Hyundai, the home of 3.99% for 6 years on the Santa Fe, Tucson, or Elantra. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's a couple of rinks here and there, but that's the point. It's hard to find. And so if you build 5 more rinks within 20 miles of Salt Lake, kids are going to play.
What I like about that is the culture part. If you feel that this market is ripe to be a really passionate hockey market, it requires playing the long game a little bit.
It does.
That's what I like about it.
Absolutely, it does.
And we do have potential. We're a winter sports market. And I believe this as a hockey market. It seems like it would fit right in like a glove. Kind of like the NBA in a different way. I think the NBA fit here really well because, in part, every church has a gym. For those reasons, I think hockey has a ton of potential.
I imagine you played junior jazz, right?
Yep.
I did too. Every boy did, and most girls did. Do that with hockey.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking. Dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. it works.
For those struggling with dyslexia, the world is a challenging place. The simple act of reading a menu or a computer screen can be frustrating and difficult. Now you can do more than just feel empathy for them. You can make things happen. Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament. There's an 8 a.m. shotgun start, breakfast provided by Chick-fil-A, lunch provided by Texas Roadhouse. The event will help bring together so many of you who care about those whose lives are touched by dyslexia. And the cost? Just $500 for a foursome. And thanks to Metastock and K&L Drywall, 100% of the cost will go straight to the center to provide scholarships for children who can't afford to attend the Dyslexia Center of Utah. Details can be found online at dyslexiacenterofutah.org. Please, make time. Whether it's just for you or your team from work, please join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Get more details at dyslexiacenterofutah.org.
To be invested with Betterment is to believe in better, whether it's saving for today or building wealth for tomorrow. We help people and small businesses put their money to work. We automate to make saving simpler. We optimize to make investing smarter. We build innovative technology backed by financial experts for anyone who's ever said, I think I can do better. So be invested in better with Betterment. Get started at Betterment.com. Investing involves risk, performance not guaranteed.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Hockey Club smashing Seattle 7-1, the final score. Mikhail Sergachev, a goal and 2 assists in the win. Sergachev on his takeaways from the victory.
Yeah, it was nice. I like more shots, though. Passes are all cool and it looks good for the TV and for fans, you know. But I'm a shooter, so I like shots. I like goals. The guys were feeling it, so maybe next game we'll start scoring.
Utah plays their home finale tomorrow night against Nashville at the Delta Center. Hockey updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, these guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day today is My Chemical Romance. Lead singer Gerard Way celebrates his birthday. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com. How old is Gerard? Do we know? Or has that been, that little detail been kept private?
I believe mid-40s.
Okay. I got to say, I thought I was going to be counting crows because we're giving away tickets later this morning. Figured you wanted PK to sing.
PK?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did ride the elevator with the lead singer at the Las Vegas Bowl. Two singers just kind of jamming, paying respect to each other.
The bond was was obvious, right?
Yeah. Me and PK and AD. Adam Dirts, yeah.
Question up on our Facebook page, DJ and PK. Join us there. You're going to go out to the new ballpark to see a Bees game. They broke in the ballpark with the opener last night. Scott, I'm concerned that we went from 15,000 seats to 8,000. How does that make sense? You have to double the prices, right?
I don't
Nick.
know. I don't know what the prices are.
Nick, we were season ticket holders last year and paid $12 a game behind home plate, and they want $90 a game now for the same seats. Ridiculous.
Ooh.
Maybe when the MLB team comes.
You're telling me they raised the price from $12 to $90 for the same
That's
seat?
what he's saying. That's what Nick is saying.
Whoa.
Kevin says, let's be honest, they price normal families out. Only those who can afford to live in the swanky houses of Daybreak can afford to go.
Are there swanky houses in Daybreak?
I do not know.
Yes, there are.
There are?
Define swanky, Yak. What have they got?
They got multi-million McMansions out there, yeah.
Oh, they do?
Yes.
Wow.
They've got a vast dichotomy over there.
Ooh, fast.
I've heard about the area, but I don't think I've ever been inside the area. I don't get to that side of the town very often. I don't have a reason to be over there.
And that's the thing. There's a whole lot of people that have never been out that way. I get it.
I have been out that way, but I haven't toured the homes. That's nice. But
I have a friend who lives up in Daybreak, so I've been through the area, and yes, there are some rather sizable homes. Yeah.
Nice. I just figured it was like a subdivision. Is it bigger than that?
No, there's multiple subdivisions. It's a massive master plan community that LHM, Larry Miller Company, now owns.
Yeah, I knew that. Well, and so the ballpark is in Daybreak.
Correct. Yes, it's part of this community that they're building out.
Yeah, subdivision massively understates it, PK. They have a commercial area there that would be like, in Sandy where they had that they had the vote on whether they're going to put in a park or whatever, and they ended up putting in a ton of stores. It's like a little mini, I don't even know what to call it, bigger than a mall, but it's a huge shopping area, right? Tons of places to eat and everything.
The Corey Bend you're talking about?
Yes, Corey Bend. Yes.
Well, I certainly know that place.
They got stuff like that out there because they got that many people to fill a place like that out there. It's massive. It's huge. I don't think there would be a Harriman High and a Mountain Ridge High without all the building they've done out there. Multiple high schools have popped up out there. So,
what was the second high school you named?
Mountain Ridge.
Ridge.
It's not in South Jordan by the ballpark. It's farther south.
The Sentinels.
But that's the whole point. Yeah, it's on the parkway out there. It's been open I don't know. I was going to say it's been open
5 years, yeah.
But it might be
5 years, yeah, because I don't even know.
It might be more than that because I think it opened before the pandemic.
I have not been at that campus. I've been to Harriman's High School, but not that other one that you just mentioned. But, I have no idea on the prices of what they're asking. I'll have to take him at his word on that. That is a substantial increase. I thought when they were doing, though, the 8,000 that they said they had the ability to go to 15 when they were courting the Athletics possibly playing here until their stadium is ready in Vegas. And I thought I had heard that it would be much more than 8,000. Did I hear wrong?
No, I think it would be if they'd done what they were going to do for the Athletics. And I think that he mixed and matched the numbers there, going from 15,000 to 8,000. For instance, the old ballpark had 12,000 seats, but with the berm, you could put 15,000 people in by putting people out on the grass.
Well, I watched the game last night, some of it, and the berm doesn't go all the way around. It looked like it was just in right field, right?
Correct, yes. They have actual seats out in left field.
I saw that, yeah. And it looked great on television.
Yeah, they would have tweaked it for the Athletics if they.
I'm excited to get out there and check it out. It's a new facility, so I assume it was state of the art. When I can tell you when the other ballpark was built, and I was still working for the Watchdog, and occasionally we would get assigned to cover the teams. Now, I had been in Dodger Stadium's locker room several times, and I had been down there in Anaheim, and the facility that they had over there, and it's gone through a couple names, but the old ballpark. It was great. It was awesome. I mean, when it was built and all that stuff, when I was over there covering an occasional game or two in the 90s. So I imagine that this one is going to rival some new ballparks in terms of locker room and all the stuff that they've got kicking that is a part of Major League Baseball stadiums today. I would think maybe a little bit smaller, but I still think that it would be up to date in that regard. So I'm excited to get out there.
David says, maybe I'll go. It is a ways out there. And Dan says, eventually it's kind of out there.
Eventually he'll get there.
Kevin,
Because I was going to say, eventually,
it's
not going to be assumed. Eventually, it's not going to be assumed way out there because the area is going to grow, and you're going to say, well, that used to be so far out. Like, for instance, when I was a kid, the East Valley, Gilbert, and some of those areas over there, Chandler, that was considered way out there. Well, it's not now.
Times do change, and you got a new normal. You get used to driving. Darren says, at those prices? ? Let's let the price thing settle out a little bit. A lot of you will go on secondhand tickets, and I am seeing tickets on SeatGeek here, $14, $15, $16 tickets. And if you go out like a month, there's some $8 tickets. So is it pricey at the start? Yes, but the secondary market will settle in, and there'll be an opportunity to go. You're not going to have to pay $90 to get in. And, of course, what happens when Major League Baseball comes? I mean, part of the equation of moving it where they moved it was to move it away from where Major League Baseball will be. We see that, to your whole out there argument. Look at the L.A. area. Lake Elsinore used to be, the middle of nowhere. I remember when it was definitely the middle of nowhere. And now it's all built up, and they have minor league baseball there and Rancho Cucamonga and wherever else. And, it's, I don't know, depending on traffic, at least 30, but probably 60 to maybe even more than that away from Dodger Stadium and Anaheim Stadium. You can be in the same metro area, but a little separation is good. All right, DJ and PK, we got to take a break. When we come back, Bob Casper, it's Masters time, people. The draft is right around the corner. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, The Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. The LPGA returns to Utah with the Black Desert Championship. From April 28th to May 4th, experience the thrill of world-class golf on Black Desert Resort's iconic course, presented by Greater Zion. This isn't just another tournament. It's a celebration of golf's finest on one of the country's most breathtaking stages. Witness legends playing and greatness made. Watch the LPGA live. Get your tickets at blackdesertevents.com. That's blackdesertevents.com.
Grab your kids and a bag of popcorn and come see the greatest show on the road at Doug Smith Kia in Linden. The Kia Carnival and the Kia Carnival Hybrid, a 3-row, 7-passenger minivan built to comfortably fit your 3-ring family. And with an optional 8th seat and fuel economy of 33 miles per gallon, no one in the pickup line will be mistaking you for your mother. So come see our amazing offers for the funnest family car on wheels at Doug Smith Kia in Linden. No one knows Kia like Doug.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 5/3/25.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back for some golf or hitting the trails?
Stop into Dairy King in Heber Valley
to get one of their famous strawberry shakes and strawberry chicken salad. Celebrating 78 years in business.
Dairy King on Main Street, home of the train and best of state shakes.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This 2025 Masters Update live from Augusta is brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, Hoops Vision, and Zions Bank on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, the birds are chirping. That must mean that Bob Casper is on the gravy train in Augusta, Georgia. How's it going, Bob?
You know, can't complain, that's for sure. It's amazing being here, and it's good to have you back in studio.
Well, I'm not quite in studio, but, you know, studio is it's a very mobile term these days, Bob.
That is the truth. Yes, it is.
Well, before we get to the draft, which I know is the premier attraction today, I'm curious if they've done anything to the course this year. Any changes, any differences, or is it same old, run it back again?
Well, in listening to Rory McIlroy, there's 4 greens that have been redone. One of them, well, a couple of them probably because of the hurricane that came through. The 16th green had to be redone. Three trees fell on that green. So that one had to be redone. But according to everything that we've heard, it's back to what the original specs are, and you can't even tell. The first green was some stuff was done there to maybe possibly smooth it out a little bit. We're going to go out and look a little bit more today at those. I think maybe 15 a little bit. I can't remember which one was the other 8 maybe. But then the other thing is that because of the hurricane, trees fell and they lost a bunch of trees on the property. It's not something that if you were coming here the first time that you would notice, but it has opened up some viewing of the property, like up by the clubhouse looking down number 10 towards and number 18 towards the lower part of the property, and you can see way down there and see part of Augusta Country Club, which borders Augusta National. So some trees came down between the first hole and the 9th hole coming back to the clubhouse. But everything is beautiful, and the golf course is going to be great.
We try to pick who we think is going to win, right? That's the whole point of it. And, you can bet on it. There's odds and all this stuff. I was talking with Brian the other day about trying to figure out what I think of the guys who are on LIV, because, they talk about how competition breeds competition and makes everybody better. Yeah. And you see that on the PGA Tour from week to week, right? And we have a familiarity with the PGA Tour once they get to Hawaii in January and Kapalua and then over at Honolulu and then back. We know the lineup and we can see it. But the LIV, it's basically like exhibition golf. So I'm wondering, do you think that takes a little bit of the luster off those guys? Because it doesn't seem like, and maybe I'm totally off base on this, that they're competing at the level that the PGA Tour guys are competing and trying to win. You see where I'm going with that?
Yes. Yeah. The interesting thing is, PK, that a lot of the events that they play, we don't even know the golf courses that they play. Yeah, we know last week's event was at Doral in Miami. And that used to be a PGA Tour event venue for a long time. But other than that, a lot of the golf courses that they're playing, we don't even know about. We don't even know how they're what the shape of the course is like, or how they set the golf course up, or anything. Until this year, we didn't even have any type of television programming. But now, you've got Fox and FS1 and FS2. And, PGA Tour last week had 1.7 or 1.8 million followers on Sunday. They had 400,000. It's not, you just don't see them, and they're playing against the same guys all the time. And BT and I were talking about this earlier in the year. How many guys are there on LIV that you would actually want to come back and play the PGA Tour, the top guys? And there might be a handful, maybe 10 if you're lucky, and the same 50 guys are playing every week. And the product's not the players anyway. The product is golf. And unfortunately, it takes away from that, whereas the PGA Tour, you constantly have this turnover of new guys coming in and moving up and honing their craft and honing their skills to be able to make it to that top echelon of players. I mean, Ludwig Oberg, who finished second here last year, a year and a half ago, when he finished second last year, he'd never played a major before. And a year prior, he was still in college at Texas Tech, and yet now he is one of the top players in the world, one of the elite players in the world, because he was able to hone his craft and win on the European Tour, win on the PGA Tour, contend in majors, and win a signature event this year. It's amazing to see what he's done. But the same thing happened with Scotty Scheffler. He goes on the Korn Ferry Tour, wins out there, gets his PGA Tour card, takes a year and a half before he wins, gets the right caddy on the bag, Ted Scott, and immediately he went berserk, and he's number one in the world now. So that ability to hone your craft and become better because you're forced to with all of it, with all of the players that you have on the PGA Tour, whereas on Live Golf, like you said, PK, there's only, 48 guys, 50 guys or something like that. And you're playing against the same guys all the time, and you've been given a boatload of money, and you really don't have to hone your craft.
Okay, last thing here before we get to the draft. How many of those guys, because contracts are about to come up, how many of those top 5 or 10 guys do you think are really going to jump back to the PGA Tour?
Well, you're hearing a lot of grumblings. You're hearing a lot, Brooks Koepka, John Rahm. I don't know about Bryson, but you're hearing a lot of grumblings from those guys saying that, I made the wrong choice. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens with each one of them. And if they do come back, those contracts will be coming up the end of 2026. So they're kind of tied in. But if the tour and the PIF, the Public Investment Fund from Saudi Arabia, can get something worked out, then we'll see how they're integrated back in. But as of right now, the tour has the leverage at the moment because of what's happening with the players and them possibly having their contracts coming up and wanting to come back. And also with the PIF saying that they're reducing their amount of cash flow out. If the guys do redo contracts on Live and with PIF, those contracts are going to be for a lot less money than they were before.
All right, let's get to the draft, and it is the start of the year, so any changes we want to make here, do we still want to do the regional picks? Do we want to do people outside the top 25? We got something new. What are we thinking? We started with the basic 3-round draft.
Yeah. I'm good with whatever.
All right, PK, you want to tweak anything?
No, whatever you guys think. It's
You're
all,
just gonna pick.
It's all
You're
fair.
going to pick the win. You're going to pick the winner and strut.
Well, I don't know that I am, but odds are I know more than you two guys combined, so it's probably going to slant in my favor either way.
So you still got Rahm, huh, PK?
Whatever you want, Bob.
Bob, this is why you got Xander Schauffele. I got Tony Finau. Xander's from San Diego, like Bob. Tony Finau went to the same high school as one of our kids. John Rahm is from Arizona, like PK. That's how we divvied it up. Now, we can get rid of that if you want. What are we doing? Keeping it or losing it?
I like that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Schauffele won 2 majors last year.
You go with the passive aggressive. Do you still have Rahm, and then you want to keep it? Come on, Bob. Come on, man.
No, I was throwing a barb there. That's
okay. That was just for fun.
Yeah,
that's what you do, Bob. Yeah, I know you do. You come on and you try to insult me. I got it.
I do.
I'm quite familiar with you. Yeah. That's why, I would just prefer that Brian Taylor be on every day, but, I don't get my way.
Oh, listen to you.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice. Okay.
Just kidding.
All right. Come on, Tony. Let's go. Let's go, Tony Finau.
Okay.
I need a W. All right, Bob, your draft. You got the first pick, unless we're changing that.
No.
Whatever.
No.
Okay, go, Bob. Who you got?
I am, just because I want him to win this week, I'm going to go Rory McIlroy.
It would mean a lot.
I want him to get the career Grand Slam.
That would be way cool. I would like to see that myself.
Yeah, that'd be really, really fun.
Well, I picked him twice, and I upset PK both times I did it because he wanted to pick him. But he's going to be my like PK picked Dustin Johnson this every time he got the chance until he finally won. I'm going to go Ludwig Oberg.
Oh, so that is this like Michael Jordan falling to the Bulls, and I take Scheffler?
Yeah, Scheffler if you want him.
Scheffler if you want him. Oh, jeez. That was
pick.
like telling the Bulls, well, yeah, Jordan if you want him.
All right. Well, you don't like to pick the big names. You don't like to pick the big names, PK. I thought you might pull a rabbit out of a hat here, and then pick a winner and say, yeah, I passed on Scheffler and I got the winner. We know how this works.
Yeah, but I like to do that with the last pick. You may remember a guy named Matthew Fitzpatrick.
Yeah. How's he done lately?
He got me a W, Bob. That's all that matters.
He did. He did. And Xander got me 2 last year.
He did.
Yeah.
Played very well.
Come on, Tony. Let's go, Tony. Come on, Tony.
Let's go,
all right.
Tony.
Second round, Bob. Who you got?
I'm gonna go with Colin Morikawa.
Oh, Bob, dang it.
That's BT's pick for this week.
Yeah,
but Collins,
did say that to me.
Collins played some great golf here, and he was in the mix last year, so I'm going to go with Colin.
Man, fine. All right, I'll take Justin Thomas.
JT, yeah.
Okay.
Interesting with those guys. I always put Spieth and Justin Thomas. They're like the same dude to me. Same guy.
Really? They're best friends, man.
Right, and they had success early, and they're obviously elite level. But when you have success a little early, you expect that to continue. I think Tiger Woods has spoiled it in a lot of ways for us to be able to expect it. It hasn't come. They're still elite. They're still good picks. But you wonder, can they be last man standing on Sunday? I don't know. What's going on.
He's got 4 top 10s this year, but he hasn't broken through in one. To your point, he's played really good golf, but he hasn't won.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing. All right, I'll step outside and go live and go DeChambeau.
Ooh,
Bryson.
See, now that's a good pick, PK. Props to you. That's a good pick.
Okay.
Why is it a good pick? You don't like live guys. I thought you'd want him passed over.
It's not that I don't like live guys. It's that I didn't appreciate them saying, well, I can play less, spend more time with my family, and we can promote the game better and stuff like that. And that's all hogwash. They took the bag. They took the bag full of money, and they're playing and becoming irrelevant because of where they're at. Now, Bryson, Brooksy, Brooksy won the PGA Championship. Bryson won the U.S. Open. Awesome for them, and I appreciate their talent. I don't appreciate where they're playing golf on live, but I appreciate the guys and the players they are. So,
I think what he's saying, DJ, is hate the sin, love the sinner.
There you go. I like that, DJ.
All right, Bob. Third round. Who you got?
Okay, so are we going 4 rounds? Are we doing outside of top 25 in our 4th pick, or what are we doing?
We'll do whatever you want, Bob. It's your show.
It's not my show.
Well, it is when you come on.
There you go.
You're the guest.
We don't talk about anything else when you're on.
Okay. Let me look here real quick. I'm going to go. Got the top 5 down. You did Justin Thomas, JT. Holy moly, JT. I am going to do, this is an interesting one. And he's working himself up the world rankings, and I just like the way he plays golf. I'm going to go Sepp Straka.
Oh, okay.
14 right now.
Yep. Sepp Straka.
All right, DJ, you're up. Dead air doesn't work.
Patrick Cantlay.
Really?
PK's guy.
Kind of cooled on him a little bit. I understand he's not the easiest dude to get along with, but nevertheless, I think I'm going to go Russell Henley.
That's the pot calling the kettle black. Not the easiest guy to get along
Understood.
with. Russell Henley.
I know. Yeah. That's why I was on to Cantlay, because he's me. I get it. We're ornery.
He's your
What are you going to do about it? Change me.
Okay. So we outside top 25 now?
Sure.
Yes.
Who you got?
I'm going to do Jordan Spieth.
Spieth from the top row. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Let's see. Is Justin Rose outside the top 25?
I would think he is. Let me look.
Yes. I'm looking at CBSSports.com right now. He's 39.
Perfect.
Okay.
Is that who you
sure,
taking?
Justin Rose. Who did you take, Bob? Who'd you
I took
take?
Spieth.
Spieth. Okay. PK?
I'll go with Thigala.
Oh, I like that pick.
Thigala.
I should have done that. Good work, PK. Good call.
You give me 2 picks for the PGA, and I'll trade you Thigala.
Now we're going to run trades?
Nice. Okay. I've got to protect. I've got to have it top 10 protected. They get to the top of the money list.
And that's in 2031.
Sorry, Bob. We just went NBA on you there.
That's
yeah,
okay.
right, for 2031. Oh, man. If Thigala wins, I'm really going to regret this. All right. All right, there it is, Bob. There's the draft. I will email it to you, and you can obsess about it every single day.
Oh, I will.
And as the leaderboard changes in the distance, you'll be able to hear PK cackling.
Oh, boy.
Thank you, Bob. You're the man.
All right, guys. Have a great time. We'll talk to you again this week later.
And
right.
Brian will come on and second guess all our picks tomorrow. It'll be great.
Yes, he will, and that's fine.
Okay. Thanks, Bob. Bob Casper, Real Golf Radio. Join us from the Masters. There is our Masters draft. DJ and PK. It's 97.5 The Zone. The kids, they grow up so fast. Sometimes it only takes 1 year. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Slow stretch of traffic remains getting out of Tooele County on both eastbound I-80 and the eastbound 201 freeway. Lots of accidents also in Utah County, but they're not causing delays currently. I-15 northbound has pockets of slowdowns between Lehigh and SLC if you're coming north into Salt Lake Valley. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists. Whipple that away with the Whipple Service Champions. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hanselson and Scotty G. It's what you want.
So I'm trying to get my phone to not call me Hans.
All right, try it again.
Don't call me Hans.
Okay, what should I call you?
Hans.
You'd like me to call you Hats. Is that right?
No. Hans.
You'd like me to call you Pants.
It's the dumbest thing. What is my name, Google?
Your name is Hans.
God! Stupid. Dumb thing. Could you call me Hans, Ned?
You'd like me to call you Handsome. Is that right?
Well, it's better than Hans. Yeah.
Catch Hanson Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
You know I love my friends at Mountain Land Supply, but did you know they outfit trucks? Hi, I'm Hans. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters is fully equipped to accessorize your truck, van, or commercial fleet with custom fabrication. Lift gates, wheels, tires, hitches, storage, lighting, and so much more. And right now, get $50 off a 5-window tent package or $50 off standard door graphics when you mention this ad. See my friends at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters or visit mtnlndtruck.com. That's mtnlndtruck.com.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Cherie Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at KSLPodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files. Season 2, Justice for Joyce. And Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at KSLPodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking Benjamin. And 3 Days Grace. Live. Saturday, September 27th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater with special guest Return to Dust. Reserved seats on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Don't miss Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Nashville Predators Thursday at 7 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone, sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz host the Portland Trailblazers tonight. Tip-off at 7. Keontae George asked what's different with the Jazz small ball lineups.
We work on our game so much, so we talk about quick decisions, so no matter what it is, catching and drive it, catching and shooting, but even tonight.
Jazz 30 Updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. You can submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and then listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, and it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. The question of the morning after the press conference yesterday, Egor Demon announcing he's leaving BYU after 1 year to go to the NBA. How do you think he will do in the NBA? Your expectations. Kelly says he's very raw. It's going to take a few years for him to be relevant. Well, as long as when he's relevant, he's awesome, that's great. I mean, nobody really expects anybody to win at 20 or 21, but if you're out there destroying people at 24 and 25, it's a great pick.
Yeah. I would submit the question, can he do what Isaiah Collier has done this season?
Well, for starters, we'll have to see if he goes to the team where he's afforded that opportunity.
Right, but I don't necessarily think when I say that correlation with comparison with Isaiah Collier, now since January, Collier's been getting starter minutes, 28 to 32. So we see what he's been able to do. Even if Demon doesn't get 28 to 32 minutes, can he still look like what Collier has done if it's 15 to 18 minutes? So the numbers may not be the double-doubles and the 10 assists or whatever, but can he equate this type of play that Collier has done, because then you can judge it a little fairer rather than, well, he didn't receive those types of minutes, because clearly if he doesn't get those kinds of minutes, amounts of minutes, he's not going to be able to put up those types of numbers because it's harder. You need more minutes to put up better numbers. That's obvious, right? If he'll play, he'll get on the court, and you don't really look at, with Collier, we don't necessarily look at when he was getting the 15 to 17 minutes. We think of him now as getting the 28 to 32 type minutes, right? So with Yegor, maybe he doesn't get as many minutes early, but gets, even if it's not 28 to 32, maybe it's in the 20 range by the time we get to January. So does he have the same type of eyeball test and look like, okay, as he grows and progresses, you could see something down the line? That's where I'm going with Collier. Collier, pretty good his rookie season, right? I think we would all agree with that. Does he have to get better? Of course, but he's 20 years old, man. He doesn't turn 21, I think, until the fall. And Yegor just turned 19, so it's the same type of age. And with that age comes certain levels of restrictions, unless you're the ultimate LeBron-type superstar. But those guys don't happen very often. Can he have some, even if it's a minimal impact?
I believe he can have a minimal impact. The thing that's going to make the adaptation to the NBA harder for him than Collier, I think, is that Collier just has a thicker, more developed body. So he couldn't be pushed around as easily. He's listed at 6'3", 210. And when you close your eyes and you watch him play, you can just see, like, he's just muscular, right? And it's just harder. And Demon is a little more, he's more Cody. And so is he going to get bullied a little physically that'll make it hard for him to have a really good impact his first year? Get to your second or third year, put on some weight, maybe it looks a little different. I do think as far as the way Collier passes the ball, sees the floor, finds guys, Demon can do that. I think a lot of people jump right to Demon's turnovers, which obviously were a problem at BYU. He did seem to get better with that as the year went along. It was still it was a problem late in the season, but not as routinely. Collier does turn the ball over a fair amount, but man, the Jazz have played so many guys. They've played so many guys. Who knows the offense and how many of those turnovers are really on him. So that would be one thing to watch. I don't think Collier shot it especially well. I think what Kevin Young said yesterday about the floor spacing in the NBA, there's better shooters, and so you can't help as easily, so it tends to open up more driving lanes. Man, how many times did you say, and you were right, PK, how many times did you say, why doesn't Demon just go left, put his head down, and get to the rim? It doesn't really look like when he's determined to do it, there just aren't that many guys in college who can stop him. And I think in the pros, obviously there'll be bigger, stronger defenders, and it won't be as easy. I still think he could do it, and he'll have more space to do it. There won't be as much help. So he can give you a little bit of offensive production there. We'll see what you should.
In the transition game in the NBA.
Oh, he'll be great at that. Yeah, in the open floor.
Yeah,
where it's more agility and speed, and his ball handling. I mean, the ball it looks so natural when some players turn the ball over when they're dribbling. Some players turn the ball over when they're passing. I think he turns the ball over when he's passing. Once in a while he dribbles into trouble, but not very often.
I wonder if they will have an emphasis on him to gain more weight. I'm wondering if they think, okay, this is your body type, and because you're as long as you are, maybe you don't need to do that. I'll be interested to see which team takes him and what they say about that and how much they're going to emphasize that and how much do they think that that's something that he needs to do. Now, everyone at 19 years of age can get stronger. That's a fact. And you look at Cody Williams, and he looks so razor thin. I mean, it just looks like he's such a young kid physically. Just take away his from the neck up. I'm just talking about the body. If I put guys and blurt out their faces, and you would say, well, this kid, he must be about 16 years old. Speaking of Cody Williams, I wonder with Yegor what that team wants him to do as far as adding some weight and what is his level of strength. Because some guys, obviously Kevin Durant's a classic example, but he's not near the shooter, and so he'll never be a Kevin Durant kind of player. He'll be more of a playmaker. But you wonder if they want him to get stronger, but it's not like the biggest emphasis, whereas with Cody Williams, it clearly is a big emphasis because of the position that Demon will be playing will be different than the slasher-type player that the Jazz hope that Williams can become.
It'll be interesting to see if Demon goes somewhere where he can play the backup point guard minutes and be matched against backups. So guys who aren't as good, maybe guys who are younger, maybe guys who aren't as physically developed, and then really have some success early on. Or does he go to a bad team and he does get the Collier treatment where he gets minutes, he gets force-fed, and sink or swim, and even if you're struggling, hopefully you're learning along the way.
My prediction, and talking to his people, they're saying, talking to him on Monday, they were before when they told me, yeah, he's coming out, is that they think 5 to 15. I think it's going to be closer to 5 than it is 15.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Interesting.
There's going to be GMs and the front office folks who think we can't pass on this kid's potential, knowing that there'll be growing pains.
His ceiling looks high, right? His ceiling looks high. His size,
yes,
can't coach his
exactly.
size. Can't coach. And the thing is, there's tall guys, but he seems like, even for his size, he seems long.
Yes.
The way he plays.
Yes, absolutely, man. Yes. And they're going to say, hey, we're going to get him here, and he's going to be with us night and day. And the kid seems serious about ball, right? So it looks like you don't have to worry about him working and all that stuff. And Kevin Young, who has relationships with many folks in the NBA, is going to give him a glowing recommendation. And the NBA people are going to feel like, hey, I'm speaking to one of my own here. He knows exactly what we need in the NBA in terms of players in each position, because this is what Kevin has been doing. And that's where I think this idea of Kevin Young, and I know he went off a little bit and he talked about a rant about hypothetical yesterday. I don't know if he was referring to when I had said earlier when they were struggling, I don't want to hear about the NBA stuff. It's winning games at the collegiate level. Okay, well, it is winning games at the collegiate level, but not right now. When you're developing guys for the NBA and the NBA people are talking to you, Kevin is going to tell them, and I believe the NBA people are going to trust Kevin because they're going to believe Kevin is one of their own. So I believe he'll be a top 10 pick. I believe he'll go higher than we anticipate.
The mocks I've told you about, 11, 14, 15, 17, that's all before the interview process. He's going to interview well. We know that here because we've seen him at the microphone. We've seen him talk. We've seen him do the media stuff. So we know how he's going to handle himself. He's going to come off as impressive in those meetings. And we always see in the NBA and in the NFL, when you get to that phase, we see guys start to move up because everybody's drafting on potential, and they will walk away with, okay, this is a mature, serious guy.
No question.
And that will move them up. And someone else will hurt themselves. And it'll be like, I don't know. This guy's a little on the immature side. I don't know if I can count on that. Who's the foreign guy who came out in the Kevin O'Connor era? He was like the poster child. He was super hyped, like Doncic, but he totally whiffed. He was Detroit's pick. Remember who I'm talking about? It's like a second pick in the draft. Yes,
Milicic?
Darko Milicic. And I was told specifically his single biggest problem, he was immature. And it takes maturity to succeed in the NBA, and he didn't have it. And if we're going to give you all this money and multi-years and all that, you got to be mature and serious. And he'll come off as that. So no matter what the mocks say now, he probably gets bumped up a few spots after the interviews because people are going to be impressed. Right. All right, DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Stay with us. Coming up, top of the hour, we got more for you. DJ and PK, it is 97.5 The Zone. Tim Lacombe will join us. We'll run all this by him. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash I-15 southbound at 2600 South and Woods Cross. It's blocking the right lane and shoulder, plus there's debris in the middle in the center lane as you're going through that area. The 201 freeway eastbound still has delays from Magna all the way to Bangerter Highway. This update is brought to you by UTA. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Speaking of hockey, that win over the Winnipeg Jets, I was just floored. And we're getting these tweets from Sly during the game. Because he got his...
Who had a great time.
Because then he's sending us the Jets suck, text during the middle of the when it was the end of the second period and they're up 3-0. I was like, no, they don't. They're the best team in hockey. And that's the part that makes you feel good about this team. It was such an exceptional game by this team. And it was so fun to watch. Coach Tourney actually told us this at one point during the last couple weeks. He goes, we're a way different team than this team faced a month ago.
Yeah.
Right? And he said it about a couple of times when they would get these wins that people are like, oh, wow, that was unexpected. It's like, no, they're a better team now. They've become a better team over the season. And so it's awesome to see these young guys getting the recognition that they deserve.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, folks, I talked about it already this week. I'm going to talk about it again. I have a feeling I'm going to be talking about it for a good while. If there was ever a need to get a financial advisor, it certainly is right now. With everything that's going on, you get on social media, you turn on the television or the radio, open up a website, and you're getting all sorts of information, and who knows what's right, what's wrong. Well, Let me tell you about getting with the folks at Trajan Wealth. Have your own personal fiduciary advisor who is commissioned to do what is in your best interest. So here's what you do. You contact them, and get this, the initial consultation, it'll be for free, so it's not going to cost you anything. And then you'll meet with them. He or she sit down and explain where you're at, what you've got, what your goals are, right? They will take all of that information and because they are professional, literally do this 24/7, they will be able to help you craft a plan together that can help you withstand this market turbulence and all the stuff that's going on. If there ever was a time, I'll say it again, it's now. Trajan Wealth, get with them. Give them a telephone call to set something up. It clearly is in your best interest. That phone number is 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600. The opportunity to meet with them, 2 great locations. If you're up north, office is in Farmington. You're down south, the office is in Draper, and you can get started immediately with a website which has comprehensive information on there. I've checked it out myself. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry-aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
The Salt Lake Bees have a new hive. Hey guys, Jake Scott here and want to invite you to join us for opening week, April 8th through the 13th, as we kick off our inaugural season at the ballpark at America First Square in South Jordan. Every game will feature exciting giveaways. Don't miss out. The new amenities at the ballpark at America First Square are on par with many major league facilities. Single tickets are on sale now. Visit slbs.com for more information.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
At Pacific Power, your safety is our top priority. When wildfire risk is elevated, we use enhanced safety settings to de-energize our lines within fractions of a second if a line is contacted by debris, wildlife, or strong winds. This can increase the number of outages and the time it takes for power to come back on, while field crews inspect the lines before safely restoring power. Learn more at pacificpower.net/wildfire.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back for some golf or hitting the trails?
Stop into Dairy King in Heber Valley
to get one of their famous strawberry shakes and strawberry chicken salad. Celebrating 78 years in business.
Dairy King on Main Street, home of the train and best of state shakes.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Hockey Club rolling to a 7-1 victory over Seattle. Mikhail Sergachev had a goal and 2 assists. Dylan Gunther had 3 assists. Andre Tourney is a fan of Kyler Yamamoto.
He's a really good player. His hockey sense, his IQ, his give-and-go game, and his experience as well. NHL is not new for him. It's not like he's a guy who tried to break into NHL. He's already been there.
Utah play their home finale tomorrow night against the Nashville Predators at the Delta Center. Hockey Club updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK. It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663. Wins a pair of tickets to see the County Crows in the Complete Suites Tour with the Gaslight Anthem, August 21st, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. There you go. Go get them, people.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, those days in the Vegas Bowl. Will you ever match them?
The Vegas Bowl. Yeah, I think that I rode the elevator with the County Crows singer, who is a big Cal fan. And then later on, when I don't know, it was the same day, but it was one of the trips for the Vegas Bowl, I rode an elevator with Sinbad.
And didn't you see David Hasselhoff at the Las Vegas Bowl?
Oh, well, I think he did the national anthem. So, yeah he came through the press box with his entourage, whoever was with him. But everybody saw him. It wasn't with Duritz, the singer of Counting Crows, it was just the two of us. And then with Sinbad, it was just the two of us. And then, Hasselhoff came through where they have this is the old Sam Boyd Stadium so that level was like the suite level basically, and he walked through the press box, but everybody saw him there.
We got a lot of people weighing in on the new ballpark. The Bees opened their new stadium, and Scott's concerned. We went from 15,000 seats to 8,000. Well, I think you had 15,000 capacity at Old Place, but I think you only had 12,000 seats. PK, this is all we got to let this settle out here. You know, they've got a new location, and they've got a new size, but that's all built with Major League Baseball in mind. The confidence level that we're going to get Major League Baseball here among the people who are trying to make it happen is very high. So they built this stadium with that in mind, living in an ecosystem where there's Major League Baseball a short drive away.
That's going to be weird unto itself to have a minor league and major league in the same city, separated by 20 miles or so. You don't see that.
No, usually you're separated by like an hour. Tacoma to Seattle and Colorado Springs to Denver. You see that, but the 20 minutes, to be inside a half an hour, that is unusual.
Or they get out of it. I don't think Colorado, their AAA's in Colorado Springs. I think it's in Albuquerque.
Yeah, I think Albuquerque's their AAA.
Yeah. And like Phoenix was, the Diamondbacks were in Tucson, but now they're in Reno. That's the team that went up against the Bees last night, and obviously their first series. And I know for me, the Phoenix Giants when I was a kid. That's one of the reasons I was somewhat of a Giants fan, because I knew all those guys that came through were in Phoenix, but now they don't have minor league ball anymore. They've just got the Diamondbacks, obviously. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out when it does, because I think it is a when, not an if.
And the secondary ticket market is there. For those of you who had a little sticker shock when you saw that, check out the secondary market. And, of course, it's a little more expensive than it appears because there's fees to be added onto that. But nonetheless, sounds like it'd be a little better deal. So that'll probably shake out over time as well. DJ PK, when we come back, we are talking NBA playoffs and NBA draft and Igor Demon next. And we'll do that with Tim Lacombe. He'll join us in a moment right here on The Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Coming to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Please see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 5/3/25.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. You can have similar results.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. slcfatloss.com. Get $200 off. I've dropped 65 pounds in the past year and I've kept it off with SLC Fat Loss.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
The LPGA returns to Utah with the Black Desert Championship. From April 28th to May 4th, experience the thrill of world-class golf on Black Desert Resort's iconic course, presented by Greater Zion. This isn't just another tournament. It's a celebration of golf's finest on one of the country's most breathtaking stages. Witness legends plan and greatness made. Watch the LPGA live. Get your tickets at blackdesertevents.com. That's blackdesertevents.com.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking. Dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. AllProUtah.com.
Create your floral sanctuary with Olson's Greenhouse. Locally grown premium quality flowers to complement porches, patios, and containers. Don't miss Olson's Container Fest Saturday, April 26th at all Home Depots. Details at OGG.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We have Bees tickets to give away. The County Crows tickets are already gone. But we have 5 tickets to watch the Salt Lake Bees take on the Reno Aces tomorrow night. The brand new ballpark at America First Square. If you want to go out, check out the new ballpark. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Win a 5-pack of tickets. 801-575-ZONE. Caller 12 right now. Good luck. DJ and PK, we're joined now by Tim Lacombe. Tim, good morning. How are you?
Good day. I'm well. It's Wednesday, and I get to talk to you guys.
Would love the weekly visit. And we begin with Egor Demon. He is going to the NBA, and PK asked me, can his season resemble Collier's season? Where could they be alike? Where could they be different? Where might he – and obviously he might get less opportunity. We have to see what team he goes to. But if he gets half the time, could he get half of the production, that kind of thing? Compare one rookie point guard to the guy who will be a rookie next year and how that might play out, you think?
Well, both elite passers, like really high-level elite passers, and that's kind of the elite skill that they possess. Obviously, Yegor's big. You know, he's a little bigger in terms of size, 6'9", and he does, a little bit of everything. And the one thing it'll come down to is whether he can really consistently shoot the perimeter shot. A lot of guys come into the league like that and figure it out, and then a lot of guys don't. And we saw Collier this year impact the game early with his passing, more than just passing the ball, but felt like the tempo, gave guys a reason to run the floor in transition because he finds them. We saw in the tournament, Yegor really stepped up his game when the lights were on as bright as they were, made some big shots. And so, as a young guy, that's going to be his battle. And you hit it on the head, DJ. It depends on where he goes and what the situation is. A lot of these guys here in Utah were in a situation where Coach Hardy was going to give them, as they earned, opportunities, give them more and more. And by the end of the year, obviously, Isaiah's starting. So it really does for Yegor depend on where he ends up. But I like his – I like what he brings to the game. He's going to have to get bigger and stronger because that's just the NBA. And that shooting's, going to be really, really important. But, he's obviously got good intel. He's got great people around him and felt like this was the time.
Get your response to this. Jeff Judson was talking about once you get out of college and you can get in the gym and practice all day, whatever, you can improve your shooting. He pointed to a peer of his, Maurice Cheeks, I'm sure you're familiar with the name, with the Sixers, turned himself into a very good, not necessarily a Hall of Fame point guard, but a very good point guard. And then Kevin Young was talking about with the spacing that you have in the NBA, that will create better shot opportunities for Yegor in which he can get his feet set and all that stuff. And just respond to those two assessments.
Yeah, definitely can improve. And, I even think this year, while the season's been going on, Collier's gotten better shooting the ball. I don't know. I mean, you compare college life now to the NBA life, and I don't even know if these guys have to go to school anymore. Do they? Like after 6 years that I've been out, I just keep seeing the numbers getting bigger and the requirements getting smaller. So I think both situations are great. I think it just depends on, like in this instance, the intel's good for Yegor. He could develop here too. I don't know what else guys in college basketball have to do now, spend their money. So it's an interesting one, and I think the people around him helped him make that decision. But I would think either level you can improve.
How much does Ainge like him, and what are the odds that if he slips a little bit, the Jazz trade up for him? I mean, the Minnesota pick is probably about 20, 21, 22, somewhere. We'll have to see how that shakes out. And you probably can't get up to 5 or 6, which he's been projected that high, but he's also been projected 11, 14, 15, 17. What do you think?
Two things. There's always kind of beauty in the eye of the beholder as part of the draft. And there's teams that have their favorite guys for their situation. And so that's hard to read sometimes. I would assume that Danny got to see a ton of practice and some at most games. So I haven't chatted with him about his thoughts on Yegor. I would imagine he thinks he's, like I said, got some real solid things. And Danny likes freakish things. So, I mean, his size for a point guard and his vision as a point guard really are elite. And so possible, but I would see him more before workouts and everything kind of in that late lottery teams area. But, like I say, there could be people out there that have a higher read on him going forward. And, that's the beauty of the draft.
How much do the pros hit you guys as college coaches up as far as some intangible stuff on prospects?
A ton. I used to spend several hours a week on the phone with, we've had guys that were working out or guys that were, kind of approaching the draft area. We would get a lot of calls, and those calls would be long, 20 to 40 minutes, and they go through a bunch of questions about all sorts of things, work ethic, attitude, habits, diet, friends, girlfriends, parents. I mean, they go through the whole litany of things and ask you questions, and it's an interesting place to be because you obviously want to help your guys, but you also want to be forthright. So you do your best to walk that line, but it's pretty, depending on the organization, it's pretty extensive.
Most of those questions don't have to do with basketball. Most of those questions have to do with commitment and maturity. If they're going to give you multiple years and multiple millions, 3 years, $15 or $20 million, depending on where you go in the draft, they got to know, because their job depends on it. Isn't that where most of this is going? And isn't Agor going to help himself when he gets to the interview process?
Zero doubt about that. What a sharp kid. And, you talk about, Kevin Young talked about bringing guys in here and getting them ready to play in the NBA. And, to have that opportunity right out of the chute and do so well with it, you got to be pleased. So I think he will. I think his character and the way he handles himself will definitely rise. To your point, yeah, they've got all the film, right? They see all the things that happen in games. I used to tell people they like to know what happens in between clips. They want to know more about, like, they can see that they can dribble and they can split a double team, and they can see that perhaps they need to, work on their upper body strength just because they're pros watching it. But it's in between clips, how's their body language? You ever had an issue where they've, yelled back at you? How much do you think they want to win on a scale of 1 to 10? All those things, right? So they're really dialing into stuff they can't see. That's what they want to see to try to make the decision make more sense.
Because he's so long and has some measurables that really stand out, as you said, freakish things, that's why I believe that there's going to be some, if not multiple GMs saying, I just can't pass on this kid's potential. Maybe he doesn't hit, but, man, if he hits, he's going to be way better than the valued selection at 7, 8, 9, whatever. So my prediction is he goes higher than we anticipate right now.
That's totally possible. I mean, the guy who he reminds me of a great deal out of last year's draft was Buzelis that went to Chicago. And he was a guy that at one point everybody's talking about in the top 5, even perhaps number 1. And he slid a little bit, but he's having a whale of a season. And it's kind of been late that he's established himself, but playing 18 minutes a game. And he's starting to look like that prospect that everybody thought he would be. I think he's shooting 35% from 3 and 45% from the field. So only averaging 9 points a game. But you see some of those things, and that's exactly right, PK. I think the Bulls really liked him and felt like that would be a fit. And there's I'm sure a handful of teams that see that size and ability to pass and can see that guy with a better shooting stroke and more weight on them, certainly impacting the game. And so that's the beauty of draft day. We get to wait and see, who really values that.
Tim Lacombe joining us, former BYU assistant coach, here on Jazz pre-half and post-game. With Agor Demon going to the NBA, would you like to see him go somewhere where he starts, somewhere where he's coming off the bench and playing 15 minutes a night behind somebody who's a little more established, or in the G League? Would you like to see him on a team that's rebuilding from the ground up, or a team that's maybe in the middle of the league? What's the best situation for him?
I hear Coach Hardy say this all the time. I mean, progression is not linear in basketball, particularly when you step into the NBA. And you can't – that's the one thing you can't control. You have zero control over it unless you're, John Elway and you decide to hold out and go play a different sport. But, the team that drafts you is in that position and they draft you. And so we talked about it this year. There's advantages to all those things. I think, I just talked about Buzelis. I mean, he's going to get a chance, albeit probably a short stint, to play in the playoffs this year in the play-in scenario. You got a guy like Isaiah Collier, Filipowski, those guys who probably got markedly more minutes this year because of the situation that the Jazz are in, and that's actually accelerated, in my mind, their development. But that can be done, and we've seen it. We've seen it done in the G League. Guys, and I wouldn't be surprised, depending on the situation, that Yegor will spend some time there, much like Isaiah and Flip and Cody. All the guys. It's there for a reason. And when you take a guy who is, I'm not going to call him a project at all. I mean, he's a bona fide NBA guy, but we'll be better with polish. And I think that, you can get your polish a lot of different ways, but the key is you got to get live reps. You can't do a lot of the development you can't do in an open gym, with nobody else. You've got to feel what it feels like to have a guy closing out to you hard and be able to take a hit, an NBA hit and finish. And so all those things, the one thing you can't control it, so I'm not going to pick what's best for him, but I do know you can get there a myriad of different ways, and I think Yegor's got the tool belt to be able to navigate whatever way is his.
How about when you were a coach and you lost the 3-point guards on your roster with Yegor and Hall and Crawford, and then you watch and listen to Kevin Young? It's like, no big deal, we'll get somebody. I would think back in your day you would have been in a total panic.
Oh yeah, I mean it was everything all year long, and recruiting to a certain extent. I mean, the money has always been in the equation, but the money was not above board, so there were a lot of ways to funnel money, and that was just not something BYU got into. Now this is all above board, so they can. But I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around some of the numbers. I understand like the number that got published yesterday about a potential acquisition at BYU. The number was, north of $3 million for a college season, which is, you play the maximum number of games you're going to play. It's close to $90,000 a game. And I kid you not, we used to hand out after the game. I had to go around when I was the ops guy and have everybody sign the sheet. But we were allowed to give the guys after a game $15 for food. And this was in goes back 5 or 6 years. But now we're paying $80,000 for their services a game. Yeah, makes me think a little.
Well, they got bigger
Clark
appetites
Gilbert,
now.
I can't help it. You know what I mean? Clark Gilbert comes to top of mind, but I think it's beautiful, right? It's what the situation is now. It's just hard for old people to understand. And I do get a kick out of. I think there is pride. I heard Kevin talk about pride in BYU, and that people are taking. I totally agree with that, but players certainly are circling because there's pride and a lot of progress as well in their personal future. So I think we got to keep everything, just be real about it.
We got a handful of games left here in the NBA season. They are ticking down pretty quickly now. 3 games to go. It all ends Sunday. Is there anything you want to see in the last 3 games, or you've seen everything you see and people just have to get through these 3 games?
I think more of the latter. But I will say, and Coach Hardy's been really he's talked about this a lot, that there are there are a finite amount of opportunities for people in the NBA. At some point for every single guy, that career ends. And just like a career is not linear, the end of a career is not necessarily linear. You can't always see the iceberg before you slam into it. And so I think what Coach Hardy has done a great job of is making sure these guys understand that when there's 48 minutes on the clock and there's referees out there, that is an opportunity for you to get better, to try to establish more of a presence, in the organization. And it seems silly, but it's true. You don't, for some of these guys especially, the numbers on these games in the NBA for them are going to be probably small for some of them. And so to be able to go out there, give everything you have and fight because you're in it. And these are your minutes now, and go make a case for yourself. And I think that's what coaches is asked for. They're also damned a little bit right now by depth. And, the defense the last 3 or 4 games has been really difficult. It's been good in little stretches, and then the dam will break. And I do believe a lot of that goes to youth and depth right now. So in some ways, you got to play out 3 games. But for some of these guys, to understand the opportunity that sits in front of them and the fact that they're going to get minutes regardless in a game, to go out there and make the most of them.
Are you a Counting Crows guy?
No, I mean, kind of, but not really, no. I kind of phased out in that era of life, and I just kept listening to all my stuff, So I do like some of the hits. But I will say, PK, you were there that night because you're at every Buffett show. But Old Dominion they stole my heart that night. I've definitely followed them, or, I listen to them now.
Good choice, man. I knew you were smarter than I gave you credit for. Way to go. I'll be seeing them in June at the Sphere in Vegas.
You follow them around a little now, don't you?
I like to think that they follow me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, PK's at the Sphere. I wish your head, but I just wish they just publish your face on that thing for a good hour, looking confused.
I've seen Old Dominion in 5 or 6 different states.
Yeah, they're worth it. County Crows, they're coming to town, yeah?
Yeah.
We gave away tickets earlier today. They'll be here this summer.
And DJ's got his front row secured. He's going to dance it up. Big music guy.
I think he's gonna let his hair grow out too, like the singer there, Duritz, and just go nuts and be on the front row, if not in the pit, in the mosh pit, man, just slamming people left and right.
Mosh pit, you know me. I will about the mosh pit.
I will say this: the night of the Release the Hounds tour back in the end of COVID, when our band played here in Provo. You two guys were there, and it was so great to see you, but I was really impressed because the group was kind of in the back of the hall. And as we started to play, I watched slowly PK make his way up the side stage.
Yeah.
And then DJ came up, made it so you guys got it right up there close to the action, and I was able to, out of my periphery, watch you enjoy the show. That was fun.
Yeah, I want to taste the sweat of the rockers when I go.
You were so disgusting.
I'm throwing up. Oh, my gosh.
You had to go there?
I was waiting for DJ to say, "What's that?"
Oh, taste the
Well, I'm trying to describe. See, I came from the Walter Cronkite School where you're descriptive, and I'm an old writer at heart, although the people at Tribune never thought I could write well. That, I want to be descriptive so you understand.
Sweat like I do.
Nice.
I always thought you should have sang do a song that would be in Majerus's voice.
Oh man, I hurt myself today. That was the Johnny Cash. I fell down the stairs of a rental bus.
He busted you once doing his voice, didn't he? Didn't he call you on the carpet for that?
That was awesome. We were in Austin, Texas, and went to meet him for dinner the night before the game. So dropped him off at the hotel, and then he walked in the hotel, and I walked in to see some of the guys, and he got on the elevator, and he's like, hey, thanks again. And so I was standing there, and the elevator started to close, and he stuck his hand out, and he said, because I used to do his voice on the radio. I don't know if you know that.
I do.
Yeah, he said to me, "If you get on the radio again and do my voice, I'll break your blanket neck." And then the door shut on the elevator, and he was gone. So he was with me for like 2 hours. We went to dinner, didn't say anything, and he waited right till the elevator to threaten me.
Oh. So that led to a little hiatus.
I heard a lot of threats. PK was threatened a bunch when he wasn't in the room. I'll tell you that guy from New Jersey.
We all loved him, and we're loved by him.
In some ways, yes.
Tim, a treat as always. We will talk to you again next week.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Tim Lacombe joining us here on The Zone. When we come back, everything you missed in this show next, stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got very slow traffic southbound I-15 from Bountiful into Woods Cross due to crash. Now on the right shoulder there. Traffic is easing as we come into the end of the rush hour commute, but delays remain on eastbound I-80 between 7200 and 5600 west due to lane restrictions in that area. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. They are your gold standard for parking lot paving and repairs. Contact GoPave Utah today at gopaveutah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Jordan Clarkson, a couple years ago, when Will Hardy's first year, I thought that was his best season. I think Keontae George needs to be more of that. I think he's got to make the off the bounce, and I think he has to figure out a way to be a point guard in the league. I think the Jazz initial vision for him was the correct one.
I don't know if he's a number one.
I don't know. I don't know. If he plays hard, he's really good.
He does. He's got to play defense. He doesn't play defense.
That's why I'm saying that Walker-Kessler switch has to flip, or he's in trouble, because I don't think there's a whole lot of ancillary role for his game.
So this is since he moved to the bench full-time. 17 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds. 17, 5, and 4
pretty good.
Is a hell of a stat line. Give everyone in the NBA the green light. They're not going to go 17, 5, and 4. I promise you. Like, there is something there.
I think Keontae, if he has a good offseason, I absolutely think there's value there.
I do too. I would not bail on Keontae.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
The Salt Lake Bees have a new hive. Hey guys, Jake Scott here and want to invite you to join us for opening week, April 8th through the 13th, as we kick off our inaugural season at the ballpark at America First Square in South Jordan. Every game will feature exciting giveaways. Don't miss out. The new amenities at the ballpark at America First Square are on par with many major league facilities. Single tickets are on sale now. Visit slbs.com for more information.
Whether you want to buy a home or sell a home, check your home's current value, or you need a home services professional in the Salt Lake City area, you can find all that and more on the new Omada Real Estate app. Go to the App Store and download the free Omada Real Estate app today. The real estate experts at the Stern team, powered by Omada Real Estate, are ready to help you reach your real estate goals with the new Omada Real Estate app. Download it for free today. Go to the App Store and search for Omada Real Estate.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you've been thinking about replacing your old water heater, Any Hour Services is here to help and save you some money. Whether you're looking for a new tanked water heater or you want to see what upgrading to a tankless would cost, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can show you what options are available. And right now, you can save $400 on a tanked water heater or $1,200 on a tankless. Call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn with My Hearing Centers.
Troy, I don't know if you know this, but we're a big deal.
Are we?
Oh, yeah.
Can you be a big deal and still live with your mom?
Who do you think told me? But honestly, who else but Fishes brings back show pricing on all RVs this far into spring just so everyone gets the best price possible?
That actually is a really big deal. No one does that.
See? We are a big deal. deal?
The sale is a big deal.
The big deal is talking.
Get into Bish's RV for second chance show pricing for a limited time.
We're talking travel trailers starting under $129 per month on approved credit.
Clearance pricing on all remaining new in stock 2024s.
And enjoy 0 payments until July. OAC.
And here's the really big deal. Every RV purchase gets free propane refills for life as long as you own the RV.
Start shopping the best deals now at Bishes.com.
Don't miss your very last chance at the best show pricing deals around. Only for a limited time at Bish's RV of Salt Lake and American Fork, where memories begin.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock numbers 89912-81734. Subject to prior sale. See delivery details.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz face the Portland Trailblazers tonight at the Delta Center. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. Will Hardy likes that his team is capable of dictating the pace of games.
It's encouraging that we can dictate the pace of a game. I also think it's something that our team and our players will have to examine in the off-season in terms of the level of conditioning that it takes to play like that for a whole game.
Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Gravity don't mean too much to me.
9 a.m. Slacker Radio headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Well, there's been a lot going on today's show. A lot about Agor Demon. How will it work when he goes to the NBA? And PK, of course, will be snap judgments, and then there will be revised judgments, and then there will be a long-term judgment. And then we'll get bored with it because everyone will see who he is, and we'll move on to the next guy. But first, the snap judgments. How will he do?
I think he'll do fine. I think he'll need time, but everybody needs time. 99.9% of the kids need time. Why would he be any different?
I do not believe he will be. I believe he will need time. I think he'll need to add his strength, not necessarily a lot of weight. I don't think he's going to be one of the guys running around at 6'9", 250. I don't think he's built like that, but he will get stronger. And how does that shot come along?
I think he'll be the next Magic Johnson.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you set the bar, at a reasonable spot. You didn't really push it up there.
Well, why wouldn't you strive for that? Same size? Same question about his shot?
Yeah.
Other than that, that's the end of it.
Yak says we have more BYU basketball news coming out. Yak, what have you learned?
CBS Sports' John Rothstein, obviously a big name in the sport, is saying that BYU is expected to be one of the 4 teams that participates in the 2025 Jimmy V Classic at Madison Square Garden this December. Matchups and the other teams are currently TBD.
Well, you could say that. You can say that very same thing about the Final Four, too.
Mm-hmm.
They're expected to be in the Final Four, one of the 4 teams. We do not know the matchups. Kevin Young is the Kevin Young's the greatest thing to happen to BYU since Brigham.
Poor Steve just got pushed out, didn't he?
I think that when you've made as much money as Steve Young, I don't know that I would ever use the word poor in front of his name. Loaded Steve Young.
Pushed to the side, but fabulously wealthy.
Kevin Young, man, you got to give it to him. So far, he came in with a lot of hype, and he's delivered. Now, the hype will increase, but that's what you want. You want high expectations. You have to embrace them. And I know he's had a little tussle with the word expectation, and he can figure that out in his own mind, and he can set what he thinks, but the media and the public and the fans are going to set other expectations, and expectation is a loaded word. I understand that. I think that's his point that he was trying to make. But, boy, he really has come in and just created a program that nobody foresaw just a couple years ago. Literally, nobody foresaw. And here we are, going to have 2 draft picks. They haven't had a draft pick since Jimmer, and now they're going to have back-to-back draft picks. And he created this machine and this locomotive, and now he's got to keep it going at the right speed down the tracks. And I believe he can do it, man. I got a lot of faith in the guy because I believe that he came in with just massive amounts of expectation, and he doesn't do it in a braggadocio way. He does it in an understated way, and so far so good.
Yeah, I think that works in his favor, too. He needs to hold on to that over time.
I agree.
It wears on people when you walk around and start strutting around like you know everything. It just wears on people, and you don't need that. You don't need that extra. You just don't need to deal with that. But he did have tons of expectations, and whether your expectations in year one were NCAA tournament win, Sweet 16, he delivered all of those things. And the best part about it is that it wasn't easy. Late December, early January, it didn't look like a team that could do any of those things, and it did all of them. And so that, yes, they have a lot of money, and yes, they have a lot of talent. There's no point debating either one of those things. But it wasn't adding up to wins in late December and late January the way everybody hoped and the way everyone wanted. And then he got there. And so that is coaching. That is figuring stuff out.
And plus, in an extent, he's making the BYU fans proud of their program. His highest profile kid is a non-LDS kid who's talking about how his faith increased here. And BYU, they're putting that quote out on social media, or somebody is, I don't know if it's BYU, where Yegor talked about his belief in God and how it's grown being at BYU. And nobody really cares that he got baptized into the LDS faith. That's secondary. He's talking the stuff that he says as if he's almost reading out of a BYU manual. And that's going to endear Kevin Young in, because I don't think at BYU, you just can't have a bunch of troubled kids doing their thing and getting in trouble and disrespecting the university and whatnot. That doesn't go over well. And Yegor is like a poster child for an LDS athlete who comes to BYU. Now, he's only there for essentially less than a year. But the stuff that he says, everybody wants to hug the kid. They're in love with him. As I said earlier this morning, I don't know that there's ever been a more popular non-LDS athlete. I said in basketball, I think I might be able to go in any sport from that perspective, and what he has done and the way he has assimilated and attached himself to BYU. He said something to the effect, I'm paraphrasing, I'm not leaving BYU. BYU is coming with me. Oh, my goodness gracious. Every BYU fan just loved that. Are you kidding me? That's like a dream come true for them.
Did he come up with that line himself? Did someone write that for him? Did someone say that to him and he liked it and he remembered it?
Well, watching the press conference yesterday, it looked like I couldn't see everything there, but it didn't look like he was reading from notes. It looked like he had maybe some bullet points, and that he'd fill in the blanks from there and what he wanted to say, and that's one of the things that he said. And he wants to come back and get a degree, recognizing a lot of the classes are online and all, but he wants to be associated with BYU, the big rep the Y thing that they talk about. This kid wants to be able to do that. He wants to tell people, I went to BYU. What a marketing tool. There has never been an athlete I'm trying to think, has anybody approached the level that he's been able to do with this connection to BYU here in such a short time? He is so beloved and so connected with every single BYU fan out there. It's just amazing. They couldn't have picked a better kid to come in and carry the banner than Yegor Denham.
Sounds like somebody who'll be coming back when he's in the NBA to play in the summers, play with kids, tell them stuff about the NBA, the kind of thing you want when you're trying to build not just good teams, but a good program and be good year after year. You want that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, I think he's clearly going to be Kevin Young's successor.
Yeah. In addition to that, we've talked about a few other things this morning. The Bees open their new ballpark. It's pricey, it's nice, it's shiny. It's also built to be the AAA stadium when there's Major League Baseball on North Temple in another 4 to 7 years. Well, not 4. In another 5 to 7 years, hopefully. Theoretically, possibly, probably. Fill in your favorite word there. What would your word be for baseball on North Temple in 6 years?
Hallelujah.
MLB.
Oh, yeah, I think it's going in that direction. I think the movers and shakers of the city are going to see that be accomplished and all this stuff. I don't even know how they're going to go about it and what it's actually. I look at these artist renderings, and I just can't comprehend. And they start talking about, oh, they're going to move this on this street and all this. It seems like in 10, 15 years, what we know of this area is not going to look anything like it does right now.
That was then, and this will be now. Going to turn it all around.
Yeah.
I couldn't make sense of any of that stuff until they said that it was going to point directly east. And, some of the buildings that are there are going to be gone, and there's going to be a new promenade. So your point, it's not going to look anything like it did.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, if you build it, people will come. Danny Ray, they will come.
Oh, Danny Ray, I see what you did there. Very good. Very nice. The NBA news, the Denver Nuggets cleaning house, firing their coach, firing their GM right before the playoffs. How much turmoil was there behind the scenes? You watch that stuff and you look at Jokic and the number he's putting up and you think, I immediately thought back to the whole thing with the Bulls about do you win because of a player and you win because of an organization. You have to have both. And right now it doesn't feel like Jokic has the organization.
Okay, yeah. But, they still got their title, and I don't think they were necessarily a great, great team able to sustain because the teams that are able to sustain it, it's got to come together at the right age, meaning you can't have somebody 25 and another guy 35, right? But you've got to have multiple great players. And I don't know that the Nuggets have ever really had multiple great players. They've had one great player and then 2 or 3 really good players. But have they had multiple great players? I'm not sure. I don't think so. So I don't think they were necessarily built to have a long-standing run in terms of competing for the NBA championship every single year.
Reminds you of Olajuwon's Rockets or of the Mavericks with Nowitzki, right?
Well, just any of the teams who got their title and then went away. Yeah.
But not what the Warriors had with Steph and with Clay and with Kevin Durant.
Most recently, no, not at all. No, and then we had the Spurs, we had the Celtics, we had the Lakers. Yeah, Detroit was in there for a bit. Yeah.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Your feedback's coming up next.
We're almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. It's what you want.
You know, I was babysat until 8th grade. Dolores Arnold used to babysit me every day after school. And
Dolores?
Her husband, yeah.
Look, you got like 220-pound 8th grade hands.
Can we not focus on that?
You walk in like, hey, Dolores. Hi, Hans. I think it's funny the thought of a 8th grade Hans Olsen probably pushing 2 bills, sitting in and being babysat.
You guys let me know when you're done so I can finish my story.
Tell us more about Dolores.
Anyways, her husband, Don, liked MASH.
Sitting next to Don on the couch watching MASH.
Hey, Don, can I borrow your shaver?
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Please see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 5/3/25.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors to tell you about our 10-year everything guarantee. Most contractors spout off having great warranties that last forever. But those warranties are always, and I do mean always, riddled with loopholes, exception, fine print, and nonsense. At RGS Exteriors, we cover everything. Parts, labor, material, everything and anything for 10 full years. There's no cost to you whatsoever. No hoops to jump through, no exceptions. Yes, the products we sell, like James Hardy siding, our windows, gutter covers, come with a 25 to 50-year manufacturer's warranty, just like everybody else. But the truth is, the products almost never fail. It's always the labor and material which is never covered, so you're stuck paying for service calls. For peace of mind, call RGS Exteriors. You'll sleep easy for 10 full years. 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online rgsutah.com. Gutters, siding, windows, and all exteriors with the 10-year everything guarantee.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Breaking Benjamin. And 3 Days Grace. Live. Saturday, September 27th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater with special guest Return to Dust. Reserved seats on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Don't miss Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Nashville Predators Thursday at 7 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber Internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Hockey Club rolling over Seattle. 3 goals in the first, 4 in the second, a 7-1 win. Mikhail Sergachev had a goal and 2 assists. Dylan Gunther with 3 assists. Kyler Yamamoto's feelings about scoring against his old team.
That's awesome. Yeah, obviously I owed him one. They didn't want me, so came in with a little bit of a vengeance, but no, it's a good one for us for sure.
Utah play their home finale tomorrow night against the Nashville Predators at the Delta Center. Utah Hockey Club updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't believe today was a good day.
Time for your feedback. What are you saying about today's show? How do you think Egor Demin will do in the NBA? Mr. Bogeyman, I'm worried he didn't handle pressure well. Plus, his shooting is not great yet. Craig, if he doesn't drastically improve his shooting, not much. Guards who can't shoot in the NBA end up in Europe. And Ryan, he'll start to blossom his third year, likely a long career, but I'm not sure he'll ever be an all-star.
That's reasonable.
A long career, no all-star. Man, 10 years in the NBA is awesome, whether you're an all-star or not.
Depending on where you're drafted, I get your point, though.
Yeah, got to be a good player to pull that off.
Yes.
Kelly, he's very raw. It'll take him a few years to be relevant. Ben, the next Raul Lopez. Raul Lopez was 6 feet tall.
Plus he had a
knee injury.
Devastating injury.
Yeah, and actually 2, because later on he did it again. And Damon is much taller than him, so he has an advantage there that Raul could only hope to have and was never going to have.
Right.
Being a 6-footer.
Yeah.
The other question that's attracted a lot of attention this morning is about the Salt Lake Bees. Their new stadium is open, the ballpark at America First Square. So, you're going to be going out there, and Brady says, until we get an east-west highway, we have to do our part and stay home and not add to the traffic congestion.
Do our part.
Do our part.
This is a state emergency here.
I do think they have tracks out there in the neighborhood. Plus, you go down the old Mountain View corridor, and you're right there. So,
well, I mean, we have Pioneer stock, DJ. We can always walk.
There is that. There is that. Derek says prices are going to have to drop. A family of 6, it just costs too much to go to a game. Well, prices will drop. Everything at the, when it's shiny and new, everybody wants to check it out, and then everyone calms down over time, and water finds its level and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
And not everyone has to travel. Warrior, I love it. It's just down the street. So, yeah, it moves away from somebody, but it moves closer to somebody else.
Well, it clearly is where the area is growing and the population is increasing.
That part is booming.
I saw a thing, was reading on the which is now the waste management, and it used to be at the Phoenix Country Club downtown and all. And I think around '85, the Thunderbirds, the organization, moved it out to where it is, sort of North Scottsdale, Phoenix area there. And they said, "Are you kidding?" Some people said, "Are you kidding me? There's nothing out there. No one is going to go there."
And then?
Yes. And now they have to shut off they have to limit the people to attend, because it just gets too big. But I had a booklet on just the history of the Phoenix Open, and I was reading it, and I chuckled to myself in '85 when they said that's where they were going to move. That this seemed so crazy at the time. Out there? Oh, my gosh. You're just going to have crickets and rattlesnakes and cactus, and that's it. So you got to look down the road here and see where the growth is going. And obviously in that direction, it's just booming.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We are out of time. Jake and Ben are coming up next right here on The Zone.
All right, show's over. I'm tired.
Goodbye.
Well, until we meet again.
And be sure to join us at the same time tomorrow.
Take The Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
To be invested with Betterment is to believe in better, whether it's saving for today or building wealth for tomorrow. We help people and small businesses put their money to work. We automate to make saving simpler. We optimize to make investing smarter. We build innovative technology backed by financial experts for anyone who's ever said, I think I can do better. So be invested in better with Betterment. Get started at Betterment.com. Investing involves risk, performance not guaranteed.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news! The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to VaxAssist.com and schedule today. That's VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, this is Jason Smith. Tires matter. They're the only part of your vehicle that touches the road. Tread confidently with new tires from Tire Rack. Whether you're looking for expert recommendations or know exactly what you want, Tire Rack makes it easy. Fast, free shipping, free road hazard protection, convenient installation options, and the best selection of Firestone tires. Go to TireRack.com/sports to see their Firestone test results, tire ratings, and reviews. And be sure to check out all the special offers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
At Lowe's, pros save big on the supplies you need to get the job done. With the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards program, get member-only deals every week and access to free standard shipping. Plus, members earn points toward exclusive rewards. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. Program subject to terms and conditions. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a gold-tiered checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Hey guys, it's Jason Smith from The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon nights on Fox Sports Radio. Harm, how much did we weigh 2 months ago, and how much do we weigh now?
You were at 255. I was at around 230.
And now?
Drum roll. I'm down 35.5 pounds since January. You're down 36.5.
We've hired PhD weight loss and nutrition, founded by former professional athlete herself, Dr. Ashley Lucas. And Mike, how many people are asking if you're on Ozempic?
Every everyone.
If you're overweight, do PhD weight loss.
80% of your food at no extra cost, weekly weigh-ins with your nutritionist, and it's all done over the phone.
Here's a limited offer. Make sure to mention Jason or the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon and get 2 free weeks added to your weight loss program. When you fully commit, you'll receive 15% off your weight loss program and 15% off your energy supplement bundle, and your program will be backed by PhD's Get Results Guarantee. Give them a call, 864-502-1777. That's 864-502-1777, or go to myphdweightloss.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. By the way, streaming on the KSL Sports app. You can find us on the YouTube. You can find us at kslsports.com. We're all over the place, Ben. We're global.
Heck yeah.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, we are. You can get the internet. Well, most places.
Yeah, but is anyone in Burma watching the show?
Is anyone in North Korea watching?
Probably not.
Hopefully.
Have you ever seen those satellite images of the Korean peninsula at night?
Mm-hmm.
And where you can see exactly where the line is? Because below it, it looks like, a normal city, civilization, whatever lights. And then everything above it is just pitch black.
Yeah.
Imagine such a thing.
Turn the lights off.
So, yeah, I don't think well, if we had Dennis Rodman on the show.
Yeah. He's a basketball fan. Maybe he just catches up on whatever insight of basketball he can get.
I got to find out what Ben's talking about with the Jazz.
I got to know. Cooper, maybe he's a Cooper Flag guy.
Maybe.
Hey, they've got hackers. They're probably trying to get state secrets from you guys.
Yeah, why not?
Dennis is a interesting person, obviously. But can you imagine saying yes to that invitation?
I don't think Dennis has said no in his life to anything.
He's just that type of personality.
He's just like, yeah, I'm going to say yeah.
He's a yes guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to tell you, if Kim Jong-un sent me
an invite,
a nice invite, like nice stationery and everything, and said, come to the palace, or whatever it is, I think I'm declining.
How do you authenticate it?
Oh, I don't know.
Like, how many different...
There's probably an RSVP number.
It would have to be like, and now with AI video, I wouldn't believe it.
You call the State Department and say, hey, Kim Jong-un's inviting me to North Korea.
They're not letting you go, It's not sanctioned by the U.S.
Did they let Dennis go?
No, that's the thing. Like that, he had to go privately.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can't go through the State Department because they're not going to let you go. So.
Old Lil Marco is going to say,
Yeah. So you got to Zoom call him? And you're actually getting Kim Jong-un on the Zoom?
Hey, guy.
Hey.
Did you mean to send this to me?
Sorry, you're muted, Kim. Emperor or whatever. You're still muted. You're on mute. I know, that's embarrassing.
But eventually your answer is going to be, no, I don't think I can make it that night. I got trivia.
Yeah, I've got things to do. I've got to mow. Baseball starts
tonight.
Sorry,
I can't make
Kids' baseball starts.
Sounds like a lovely affair, though.
But I'd love, next time?
Next time?
Rain check?
No, I'd refer him to Lloyd.
Okay.
I'd be like, I can't, but I got a friend who'd love to go.
He's always been wanting to.
So, yeah, that's a random way to start. You doing all right there, Ben?
Doing well.
We're not in North Korea. That's always a positive to think about. Not only am I blessed to be in this particular country, but I'm not in that one.
Sure. Right. Yeah. Not only are we in the best one, we're not in the worst one.
This is true. Ben, where do you want to start today? BYU basketball continues its mow. The NBA, the Western Conference is falling apart.
Yep.
I mean, Locke's question that he's been asking on the broadcast forever, and we followed it up on this show. Who's the second best team in the West?
Yeah.
For a while, I was saying Denver. I don't think that messes it. We asked him yesterday. He's saying the Rockets. Yeah, I know. That's my reaction, too. Even though I like a lot of what the Rockets are doing, I just don't know if they have the top end to make a run, right? And top end is weird. I just don't think Jalen. I don't know. I've never bought Jalen Green. I love Şengün, but I don't know. They've got a good coach.
The Rockets are not as good this year as the Thunder were last year, and the Thunder ran into the problem of being too inexperienced. You know, they ran into the issue of they weren't good enough to beat the Luka Doncic's of the world in the second round.
I don't think it's that simple, though. I don't think they were a good roster last year. They were soft and didn't
the Thunder?
have. Yeah. They were vulnerable. It wasn't just experience. To chalk it up and just say, oh, they didn't have the experience, that's why they lost to Dallas, I disagree with that.
No, I agree with you. I think the Rockets are equally flawed, though, because I also don't think they have that guy.
It's in a different way, but yeah, equally flawed. I agree with that.
They don't have that star to figure it. They haven't learned that they don't have that star, which was what the Thunder had to go through last year. They had to learn that they were not big enough to win a playoff series of that caliber. Yeah. So you got to.
But they had a star to do it. I mean, that's our problem with Houston, right?
Yes.
Oklahoma City, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was perfectly suited to beat Luka Doncic in a playoff series. Yeah. That's not why they lost. And Shai had to play against two players because she didn't have to guard Josh Giddey. Remember what a mess that was? Is that they just, like Houston did to Andre Karolinko in the playoffs, they just stopped guarding him.
Yeah.
And then as soon as Oklahoma City took him off the floor, they didn't have any other like point guard who could actually initiate the offense.
You hear about companies hiring hackers to come in and attack their system to figure out where the weaknesses are. Because you don't know it. You built the system. You don't understand what the weaknesses are. That's what opposing teams are in the playoffs, right? You think Şengün is great. You think Jalen Green is good. Well, let another team scout them, perfect a game plan against them for 4, 5, 6, 7 games, and you're going to find your weaknesses. They're going to find your weaknesses. And then in the offseason, you're going to address those weaknesses. And I think that's what Houston's going to do, which is why I've kind of circled Houston as a potential Lauri Markkanen destination. Yeah. I think you're going to expose their weaknesses. I think it probably comes on the offensive side of the ball. And they couldn't shoot at all last year. They've added a little bit of shooting, but I think shooting's going to be a big key for them. So I'll be curious if they have enough of that in the playoffs. But teams will find it. If they don't have it, it will be exposed, and they will have to go to the drawing board this offseason and say, do we want to wait for a potential Giannis ask-out in Milwaukee? Do you want to go after Kevin Durant or Devin Booker? Or can you pay a potentially lower price to get Lauri Markkanen and address your issues also?
So if it's not Houston, then who is it?
Golden State.
So old.
They're a little old.
So old. Veteran squad.
Yeah. Or it could be the Lakers.
No.
I think it's Golden State or the Lakers are the second and third best teams.
I mean, the Lakers are super flawed. And I'm going to enjoy watching the fist fight over who gets to dribble in the fourth quarter. It's going to be extremely entertaining.
The nice thing is both options are great.
And if experience is such a big deal, then why are we buying the Smollier? He hadn't been there before.
He hasn't been there, but the Lakers or LeBron has been there and Luke has been there, and J.J. Redick can get out of the way and say, you guys are the coaches on the floor, and in a fourth quarter close game, I need you to execute. And Lucas says, fine, switch me onto a big. Set a screen so the big is guarding me, and I'll do to him what I did to Rudy Gobert in the conference finals last year.
I saw that experiment with the Nets and Steve Nash, and it definitely fails.
None of the players the Nets have are as smart as LeBron or Luka. Kevin Durant's not.
Okay.
Kyrie's not. No, the Lakers are fine. I mean, the Lakers are good. This 3-person offensive backcourt that the Lakers can throw out, and I mean backcourt, they can handle the ball and create decisions of LeBron, Luka, and Austin Reeves is stunningly good. Austin Reeves is so good. We don't talk about how good Austin Reeves is, but he's averaging over 20 points a game right now on a team that has Luka and LeBron on it also. So double team him. Fine. Double team LeBron. Double team Luka. you're leaving another true offensive dynamo wide open who isn't just like a shooter. He isn't Klay Thompson. He's a guy who can actually create for himself. So that's why they're dangerous. I think I'm taking the Warriors because we know how good Jimmy Butler is in the playoffs. We know how good Steph can be and has been this year. Steph's been unreal again this year, despite the fact that he's 37 years old. And there's a case that, and he's probably the favorite now, Draymond Green's going to win Defensive Player of the Year. Like, they have a lot of different things working. They've got a lot of different elements.
Okay. And if, arthritis flares in the locker room, then they're going to be in real trouble. Jimmy's been good in the playoffs. Jimmy's good. And he's been a facilitator with Golden State and all that. But I don't think at his advanced age you can count on Jimmy Butler taking over a playoff series. Now, Steph being older is interesting because his skill set doesn't really age.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It does a little bit because he's running off ball and he's slowing down a little bit. So, it's not quite as dynamic as he once was. But to your point, get him a shot, he's going to make it.
Yeah, and that takes over games, and that could be. I might lean Golden State. I might listen to that argument. But, I don't – physically, if they don't – I mean, we've seen Golden State not make it to the finish line physically before, and that was years ago. So that would be my concern there. How about your Timberwolves completely blowing what kind of lead did they have last night against the Bucks? 24-point lead.
They're too flawed.
And a hugely consequential loss.
Yeah.
Too flawed in what way?
The Julius Randle thing's terrible. I think that is going to be an issue. Now, against the right team, and I don't even know who the right team would be in this playoff series or in this postseason, Julius Randle can be usable. Having a guy who can dump the ball down to, and ideally he can create his own shot is a positive. However, he's never done that in the playoffs in his career. When I'm advocating for the Lakers and the Warriors here, it's because look at the other options. It's like James Harden and the Clippers.
That's the one team we haven't talked about.
And I love Kawhi, and I love that they've got a bunch of defensive players around him. And you and I have talked about a lot how good Zubats is. And, Chris Dunn's a great defensive player.
How about Magic trading Zubats?
Yeah.
Who
for
was
nothing.
That? Who was it? It was some name you'd recognize that
but
didn't even last
important.
on the team. Yeah.
So, the Clippers are dangerous, but again, are also like you could absolutely see Kawhi banging knees in the first quarter of a playoff game and not playing for the rest of the series because we've seen that happen too many times. James Harden disappears in the playoffs. The Timberwolves are just weirdly flawed this year, more so certainly than they were last year when they had Karl Anthony Towns. The Grizzlies, I don't buy at all.
Yeah. I'm thinking here's the difference with James Harden, and maybe why we should be considering the Clippers more. Is James Harden was bad in the play. To flat out say he's bad in the playoffs, I don't think is actually fair, and I can't believe I'm defending James Harden because I can't stand watching James Harden play. But he came up short when he was a one-man show, When he was the guy dribbling the ball, he was the guy shooting, he was the guy doing everything. Mm-hmm. And I still don't think anybody is good enough to play that way and win a title. We didn't see James Harden do it. I don't think we'll see Luka Doncic do it, although he came dangerously close, unless he changes how he plays. LaMelo Ball, all these guys that dribble the ball the whole game and put up these silly stats. I mean, even Rusty in his heyday. I don't think you can win a title playing that way. James Harden can't play that way with this Clippers team.
I don't think so.
Because he's not the best player on the team. And when Kawhi plays, he demands the ball. I mean, you've watched the Clippers play. When Kawhi's on the floor, it's not like he's taken a side seat to anyone. That was true with Paul George, and it's true with James Harden. So he can't play that way. So if he's a role player, that ain't bad. Although
that might make him worse. In all honesty, that might make him worse.
Well, he still can't guard a chair, which is rough.
But here's an aside.
Okay.
Keontae George, 32 games coming off the bench this year. He's shooting .402 from the floor, so 40% from the floor. From the three-point line, he's shooting .348. So 402, 348. James Harden this season, shooting .404 from the floor and .347. Like, this is not James Harden 50, 40, 90.
Well, the good news is, Ben, he's still taking 8.5 a game.
He's still taking 8.5 threes. And yeah, he's averaging 22, 8, and 6. Don't get me wrong. He's still extraordinarily productive. But we remember James Harden in his prime shooting 45% from the floor.
Yeah.
Shooting 38% from three. earning 12 trips to the free throw line, and milking all of that. He's just not quite, doesn't have that scoring profile anymore. He's not that efficient anymore. Age has caught up to him.
Yeah, sure. Like everybody.
To where he is a less efficient player on par with what you get from Keontae George most nights.
I'm surprised his usage is still so high, 29.6.
And, good for him. Look at how many games he's played. That's awesome.
Yeah.
76 games. Like, he's carried a huge load this year. He's been really good.
See, this is why, you're talking me out of the Clippers.
Right.
But you could talk me out of any of these teams.
Absolutely.
That's my point.
Oh, that's why the Thunder are leaps and bounds ahead of everybody.
Everybody.
They're, 12 games up on first place. Have the best point differential in NBA history. By far the best in the West this year. We should be looking at a Boston Celtics-like run to the finals from the Thunder this year. They should really not get challenged by anyone in the West if the regular season is any indicator.
Oh, man. James Harden's usage is up 9.5 points from last year. Or just 9, actually. No, 9.5.
That was from his time in Philly, where Joel was eating up a lot of possessions, right?
And then finished the season. That was his time with the Clippers last year. His time in Philly last year, his usage was 25.
I guess he wasn't there very long, was he?
His time in the year before in Philly was 24.9. Wow. So, yeah, I'm out on the Clippers. I'm out on that. Do you know what his career high usage was, Ben, just as long as I've got this up? It was with the Rockets, of course, in 18-19 when his usage was 40.5.
Oof. That's amazing. That's crazy.
That is so wild. That doesn't win. But you know what? Him 29.6 doesn't win either. So, yeah, I'm out on the Clippers.
So, right now, here's what the playoff series would be. Assuming everything holds steady. I don't expect it to. But you're right. Last night's loss by Minnesota was huge because it potentially puts them in a spot where they may be the 8th seed. I would love to see a Thunder-Timberwolves first-round matchup. I think that would be amazingly fun to watch. But that's what it's currently set as. You'd have the Rockets and the Grizzlies, which would be, I think, an easy win for the Rockets. You'd have the the Lakers taking on the Warriors, which I think the NBA would, love. I guess you just take whatever you can get if you can get those two matched up with each other, LeBron versus Steph. But I don't know if they want to lose one of those teams in the first round, but it's somewhat realistic. And then the Clippers and the Nuggets, and that's the best case scenario for Adelman, the new interim coach for the...
Which isn't going to happen. Denver's not going to close the season strong.
Doesn't seem like it.
No.
They've lost 4 in a row.
Right.
So, anyways, no one's getting out easy. There's not a lot of easy matchups. Even the Thunder, I don't think are going to have an easy matchup, minus the Grizzlies falling to 8, and they play that series.
I think Denver falls into the play-in, honestly.
That'd be wild.
Not really. I mean, they're tied for it right now.
Right, they are. They're all these tiebreakers.
So it wouldn't be that wild, honestly.
They play to close the season. Let's see, they've got the Kings next. So I can pull it up and just try to figure out what they have in front of them. Kings, Grizzlies, Rockets. Again, all these teams have to play each other. It's pretty amazing.
Loss. That's at Sacramento.
They should beat the Kings, though Kings are coming off of 2 really good wins. They won at Cleveland and they won at Detroit. Like, Sacramento's suddenly playing hot basketball and Zach LaVine's playing out of his mind. They should beat Memphis. This is 2 teams that the coach got fired in the last week of the season. They should beat Memphis.
The way they're playing right now?
Does
Jamal Murray play?
Well, that's the thing. That Michael Malone was asked if Jamal Murray was going to be healthy for the playoffs, and he said, "We'll see." So I don't think he's playing the regular season. So no, maybe you're right. Maybe they lose out and they fall to the play-in, which you might end up with the Thunder and the Nuggets in the first round of the playoffs.
That'd be good news for the Thunder at this point.
Yeah, play them early, I guess. And the Nuggets aren't playing well, but I don't think you ever want to play Jokic.
No, probably not.
But the playoffs are going to be fun.
But the West is bananas at the moment.
It's really good.
It's not really good. It's a bunch of flawed, kind of good teams. It's better than the East, sure, but that's not saying anything.
With the modern day CBA, I think every team's going to be flawed. I think all teams are going to be flawed going forward. And I think the Thunder are flawed too. The Thunders have serious flaws on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and they're exciting. They're great. And their whole defense is based on turnovers, which I think slow up a lot in the playoffs.
But to my point about the Smollier, I think the Thunder have a great coach. I think Dagnall is a great coach. I think that gives him an advantage in most series.
But, JJ's done a great job this year. Lakers are in a position, they're top 3 in the West right now. Yeah, he's done a very good job.
They're not top 3 in the West right now. They're all tied, Ben. Stop with that.
They're a game up on the rest of these teams.
Ben, by the same logic, they are a game up. They're a game out of 9th.
Sure. 2 games.
2 games out of 9th.
Yeah.
So don't give
2
me this.
games out of 8th.
Don't give me this 3rd in the West garbage.
They are. You are what your record says you are. And they've been better than the Clippers, the Nuggets, the Warriors, the Grizzlies, and the Timberwolves.
Now,
just barely, but they have been.
Now, the Celtics can say they're in 2nd place in the East, and that's a fair compliment.
Yeah. And the Rockets are firmly in 2nd place in the West. They're 4 games up on everybody else.
But the Lakers are basically in 8th. And Ben's out here going, we're 3rd. What your record says.
Probably what they're going to lock up. They're playing, by the way, Luka back in Dallas tonight.
Oh, yeah, the Mavs are going to take it to him.
They're going to try.
Go Mavericks.
Didn't Luka get tossed last night? I think he did.
Yeah, for interacting with a fan.
But the official thought he was interacting with him.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to just shut your pie hole and run up the floor? You know what I like about Walker Kessler, Ben? He shuts his pie hole and runs up the floor.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't miss that about Rudy at all.
Nope, I'm with you.
Where he just complained, was in the ref's ear, dogging it up the floor every play. All right.
Lakers were up in that game. When Luka got tossed, they ended up getting blown out. But tough look from the NBA officials.
Tough look from Luka. What do you mean NBA officials?
You get to play with the fans. You get to interact with the fans. You get to argue with them. It's part of what makes Luka fun. The officials getting whiny and thinking it was about them. Putting themselves into the game is silly. It's the worst thing an official can do. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. An official was not involved in this interaction and said, must be about me. I'm this important. It must be about me. Why don't I take the best player in the world out of the game? I can do that. I have that power. Yeah, that's the worst thing an official could do.
Well, Jokic wasn't playing.
Okay. Well, Luka's top 4.
He's a one-way guy who loves to dribble.
Just took his
I
team
don't
to
care.
the finals. He just took his team to the finals.
People would have told me that about James Harden in the middle of his big run, and I don't think he was a top 4 player.
He was a top 4
then
player in his prime
Ridiculous.
As well. 2 MVPs say otherwise.
Ridiculous. Oh, and I don't care about that. Rusty has an MVP. Give me a break. They just look at box scores and go, oh, how about that? All right. Join JJ and Alex at Doug Smith Mitsubishi just off the freeway. 495 West Main Street in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug. All right, stay tuned. We'll have top 3 stories coming up next. Brian Taylor at 10:50. Nick Olczyk at the top of the 11 o'clock hour. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what are you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ooh, ma. What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, get in.
What? Who are you?
I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Always see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 5/3/25.
You know how they always used to ask you in grade school, what do you want to be when you grow up? I bet I'm the only kid who ever stood proud and said, I want to be a rain gutter or siding installer. Jim Jr. here with RGS Exteriors, and man, I can still remember all those wannabe astronauts and quarterbacks looking at me like I was an idiot. Who would want to install rain gutters or siding? Somebody who was a fourth generation in business. That's who. My great-grandfather, T.R. Brown, started the company in the 50s. Then my grandfather took over from him, then my dad, Tim Sr., and now I've been at the helm since 2005. Every day I wake up and think, man, I'm living the dream. And now my own kids are starting to work in the business too. 5 generations. If you want gutters, siding, windows, or any exteriors on your home, and a company that really cares deep down to our souls, give RGS a call. 801-280-3110 or find us online, rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com. 801-280-3110, rgsutah.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountainland Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountainland Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday. Let's do it right now. Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. We're going to hook you up with a pair of tickets to go see Counting Crows in the Complete Suites Tour with the Gaslight Anthem August 21st at Utah First Credit Union Ampa Theater. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Hatch, who's in for Christian today, who apparently encountered, what, Hatch, what did he say, food poisoning or something?
Montezuma's revenge? I don't know, something like that.
So he's curled up on bathroom floor somewhere.
Well, anyways.
We hope he's having a good time. All right, Hatch, where do you want to start?
Number 1, Utah Jazz taking on the Portland Trailblazers at the Delta Center.
I guess I would conceivably, in theory, this should be the Jazz's most winnable game. Then again, the Thunder that you're playing on Friday haven't been playing for anything for the better parts of 2 weeks now. And then the Timberwolves, the last game of the season, you just never know. We've seen a lot of teams throw those games on purpose. So this is the worst opponent the Jazz are facing. And the Trailblazers have already been eliminated, so they're really not playing for much.
Yeah, but they haven't been playing for much all year, and they've still been playing.
Yeah, they have.
You know what's interesting about Portland is they're not doing the tank necessarily. Yeah. They're not great, but they're still playing their guys.
And they had a couple of spots in the year where they could have really unplugged and said, we're going for a top 6 pick, and they did not.
And actually, they were in the running for a play-in there for a little while. So, Portland's an interesting case. Like, are their fans up there, Ben, crying about them winning games? I wonder.
I think Chauncey's trying to keep his job. I think that's a part of it. Joe Cronin, their GM or whatever, and their head executive just got an extension.
Nick's uncle?
I don't think so. But, I mean, maybe there's a relationship there. I guess they're both bald. But, yeah, he just got a contract extension, so good for him. So they've actually had an okay year, and they do feel like a team that's most likely to have a Houston Rockets type breakout next year. Now, I'm not expecting them to finish second in the West, but maybe they are a team that goes out and adds, a Dylan Brooks and a Fred VanVleet type of role player, and they make a big jump next year in the West to be somewhat competitive if one or two of their young players takes a major step forward.
I don't think they are related.
I would bet they're not. But you're right. They've won 3 out of 4. Now, they have played the Hawks, the Raptors, and the Spurs. So it's not like they're beating the cream of the crop.
Yeah, but the Jazz have lost all those teams. I mean, if they were trying to lose, they could have easily lost.
If they're beating the Raptors
and
they're beating the Spurs and they're beating the Hawks, you would assume they should beat the Jazz.
But Portland's in this weird spot where they, the Jazz, it took them a while to break their roster all the way down to dust because you can't just do it overnight, despite what people think. The Blazers haven't even, tried really to break it down to dust.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Anthony Simons is still on the team. Jeremy Grant is still on the team.
They traded for Deni Avdija.
Now, they're not playing right now. They're out, but they're still on the roster. DeAndre Ayton is still on the roster.
Them having the same record as the Phoenix Suns is truly pathetic.
Is crazy.
Truly pathetic from Phoenix.
But I don't know what Portland is doing. They're like the Hawks. I don't know what they're doing from a roster construction standpoint.
But to that point, let me pull up the Tankathon standings really quick. What are they, the 14th pick in the draft? If you're drafting 14 or you're drafting 13, right now I guess they're at 10. They're not climbing some of these other teams. Maybe they could get up to 9, but I don't know if they're tanking necessarily.
No, that's why they should have started losing in January, but they didn't do.
They didn't do it.
They didn't do it,
and they're not going to catch the Spurs or anything in the standings. So they're pretty well set where they are, minus whatever happens with Phoenix these last couple of the games of the season. And Phoenix is trying to win because Phoenix doesn't own their draft pick. Phoenix draft pick goes to Houston this year, so Phoenix might as well try to win, even though they've lost 7 in a row.
Ben, from January 19th to February 6th. So right in that sweet tank spot. They won 10 of 11.
Yeah. Right when you unplug as you get ready to go into the All-Star break.
The Blazers won 10 of 11.
Yep.
So I don't know what they're doing.
Well, they're 7-5 in their last 12.
So, I mean, a bunch of their guys aren't necessarily going to play tonight. We mentioned a few of those, but Shaedon Sharpe is good, and he is going to play tonight. You love Donovan Clingan.
I liked the idea of Donovan Clingan. His speed has not translated in the slightest. He's making Zach Edey look speedy, going up and down the floor. Let's see, tonight.
That's not possible.
Trailblazers, Deni Avdija, questionable. DeAndre Ayton, out. Jeremy Grant, out. Scoot, out. Bryce McGowan's not a player, out. Anthony Simons.
Hey, Bryce's mom could be listening, dude.
So we could have a unique listening group. Kim Jong-un, we said in the first segment, and Bryce McGowan's mother.
Right.
Shout out to both of you.
they have the opportunity to listen to /
maybe they'll
watch
listen
the show.
for Win Ticket Wednesday.
Hey,
if they're trying to win tickets.
What you got Wednesday?
So yeah, I mean they're going to be thin, but the Jazz, no Jordan Clarkson, no John Collins, no Taylor Hendricks, no Walker Kessler, no Lowry Markkanen, no KJ Martin, and Isaiah Collier is questionable. Keep him out.
All right,
You're
3
trying
to go.
lose this game. The other big game tonight you're watching if you're a Jazz fan, Wizards hosting the 76ers. 76ers have been the worst team in basketball for a while now. If the Wizards win, regardless of what the Jazz do tonight, they will stay at least a game and maybe 2 games ahead of the Jazz with 2 games left to play, which would all but ensure the Jazz finish with the worst record in the NBA.
Who is the best example, we don't have to dwell on this, of talking something into existence? Like, Daryl Morey has thrown the genius thing around forever and still somehow
Ben Simmons, Rookie of the Year.
Employed. Ben Simmons, Rookie of the Year. Absolutely.
Draymond's doing it for Defensive Player of the Year right now.
LeBron with the GOAT.
Yeah.
He's trying to talk that into existence.
Yeah.
What else out there?
Kobe talked Mamba mentality into a thing.
Yes, he did. He gave himself that nickname.
They all work hard.
Yeah, they
Shout out Kobe.
Not all.
But
yeah.
The best players work really hard. You know, Carl notoriously was a psychopath in the offseason where people would try and go work out with him and leave after 2 days because this guy's an idiot. This guy's working too hard.
But Michael Vick notoriously couldn't be bothered to watch film. So I'm not going to say they all work hard.
Yes, but the Mamba mentality is not unique to
no.
Kobe Bryant.
The nickname, the Black Mamba, he created.
Correct. Which is also very silly.
Wasn't it at the same time as Kill Bill was like a big thing? And so he's like, all right, I'm going to throw that out there.
Anyways, number 2.
All right, number 2, BYU on the cusp of landing a major Baylor transfer.
Robert Wright III, former top 25 overall recruit from last year's class, overshadowed at Baylor by VJ Edgecombe, but still a part of a very good recruiting class, has announced he's transferring from Baylor. He plays a position that BYU badly needs now at point guard and specifically lit up BYU this season. But for the year as a freshman, 11 points, 4 assists, 41% from the floor, 35% from 3. The rumored number is what, Hatch?
Somewhere in the 3 to 4 million range. There's reports from people down there at Baylor saying it's 3.5.
If they're willing to pay that for this kid, maybe Yegor shouldn't have declared for the draft.
I know. That's what I've been trying to tell you for weeks now.
Well, that's a good point.
$3 million for 30 games? You're going to pay this kid $100,000 a game.
PK harps on this quote all the time, but BYU had a booster that said, "We will not be outbid." I believe it.
Money is where their mouth is.
And I've been saying it for a long time. BYU ran a clean program forever because that was the mandate from everybody involved. And you get it. It's a PR thing, whatever. They're like the one school in the country, I would believe, is not cheating on a major level back when the rules were different. But BYU's problem was always keeping the over-enthusiastic boosters away. And now that you remove that barrier, all these very wealthy, enthusiastic fans can actually make a difference.
Yeah.
And they're swimming in dough. So, yeah, go out and get the starred point guard transfer. I'm sure having AJ Kristen's got me DeBonsa. Now Kristen's got me double thinking because she was like, make sure you get it right.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's like go be his point guard for a year. You're going to get lots of attention.
He's a lot different than Yegor, small and shifty and more of a scorer than Yegor, who was much bigger and, a distributor. He's still good passing numbers here, but would be a change. Would be a change in style.
But if you want a trip to Legoland, you can get a trip to Legoland. This is BYU.
It's Harry Potter World.
Oh, was it Harry Potter World? I can't remember.
Well,
Jedah's and Harry Potter World.
I know, Hatch, you were just in Orlando, but you got to go to the new one, the Epic Universe that's coming out.
We didn't get over to.
I don't even think it's open yet, is it?
We didn't get over to Universal this time.
$7 billion.
But it looks pretty cool.
For a theme park?
For a theme park.
What's the theme?
It's called Epic Universe. It's like they have like 3 or 4 different entire movie themes. Like there's a whole Hogwarts. There's a whole. I don't know what all.
Isn't there already Harry Potter World?
Yeah, this is that on steroids.
DC Universe, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. So anywho, but hey, you know what? I'm going to be critical of spending this type of money on anyone who's not a senior. because that's who's winning in college basketball right now. And again, it changes. The goalposts always move. Young teams can win. Duke was an inbound ball away from that theory being totally wrong. So I get that. But I look at the Walter Claytons of the world, and I think you're spending $3 million on a sophomore guard.
Yeah, but what do you care? It's not your money.
Yeah, it's not my money at all.
To Ben's point, JT Toppin, who's the Big 12 Player of the Year, just announced he's running it back with Texas Tech. He was probably going to be tail end of the first round.
Yep.
That's $2-ish million.
Yep.
He's going to make more than that easily
he
at Tech.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why that conversation about the line is a really interesting one. Yeah. How high do you have to go to make it a no-brainer?
Yep. You're going to have to get a promise from an NBA team. You're going to have to be guaranteed. And some guys do get them. You're going to have to be promised, though, is the only reason you're going to keep your name in the draft.
Because I can get 3-5 down at Provo, baby.
Yeah.
Living the dream. All right, what's number 3?
Number 3, Utah Hockey Club absolutely torches the Seattle Kraken.
7-1. 7 different goal scorers. Pretty cool.
What, the Kraken lay down or something?
Well, they're not very good.
Yeah, sorry, Jinx.
Yeah, they're not a very good team. Though Utah did lose a critical game at Seattle on their last road trip. That was kind of the beginning of the end. Utah's magic number to be eliminated is 1, and the Minnesota Wild are hosting the San Jose Sharks tonight. If the Sharks lose, and the Sharks are the worst team in hockey, Utah Hockey Club gets eliminated.
It's not even just 1, it's 1 point.
Yeah, it's 1 point. So an overtime win by the Sharks eliminates.
Still does it.
But if we could get whatever Christian ate down to the locker room for Minnesota.
Sure.
Pretty quick.
Get to Minneapolis stat.
Pretty quick.
Or they played in San Jose. I don't remember which one.
I think they're at home in Minneapolis.
Okay, so get it to Minneapolis.
We got a direct flight from here to there.
Yeah.
We got to find out what Christian ate.
Okay. Christian, do you have leftovers? Do you have the Tupperware still?
We'll take it right there.
4 games left for the Utah Hockey Club, hosting the Predators, at the Stars, at the Predators, at the Blues. So 1 more home game tomorrow night, Fan Appreciation Night.
All right, stay tuned. We'll get to Brian Taylor live from Augusta coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Andy Bailey, NBA analyst and writer for Bleacher Report. It would be awesome if the Jazz hit that top spot, but the odds are it'll go to somebody else. If it goes to somebody else, is there another player you're really excited about?
I think Con Knippel's been really interesting. He's not an eye-popping athlete, but I like guys who play with a feel for the game, and he has that. Guys who can dribble, pass, and shoot right away are just at such an advantage. VJ Edgecombe, he's kind of the opposite. Not that he's not skilled, but he's a freak athlete. There are concerns with a lot of these guys. I think they all have great upside. There's just a lot of eggs in the flag basket. If Utah lands him, I think they're on a completely different trajectory. Suddenly, everything they've done for the last couple years makes a lot more sense. And if they don't, it's still a little bit of a mystery.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty here with our friends with Advanced Window Products. We're huge fans of what they're doing. And with summer just around the corner, that AC is going to be running nonstop, Hans. You want to save money? You've got to have the best windows in place. And Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
And as always, Advanced Window Products wants to take care of our listeners. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. And remember, the products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made right here in the United States of America.
They have options available for any budget and also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting these new windows. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. All you have to do is call 801-850-9100 or go to advancedwindows.com.
A lifetime warranty is transferable for a next owner. Just call 801-850-9100.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry-aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store
store in Nephi. Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Troy, I don't know if you know this, but we're a big deal.
Are we?
Oh, yeah.
Can you be a big deal and still live with your mom?
Who do you think told me? But honestly, who else but Bitches brings back show pricing on all RVs this far into spring just so everyone gets the best price possible?
That actually is a really big deal. No one does that.
See? We are a big deal.
The sale is a big deal.
The big deal is talking.
Get into Bish's RV for second chance show pricing for a limited time.
We're talking travel trailers starting under $129 per month on approved credit.
Clearance pricing on all remaining new in stock 2024s.
And enjoy 0 payments until July. OAC.
And here's the really big deal. Every RV purchase gets free propane refills for life as long as you own the RV.
Start shoving the best deals now at bitches.com.
Don't miss your very last chance at the best show pricing deals around. Only for a limited time at Bish's RV of Salt Lake and American Fork, where memories begin.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock numbers 89912-81734. Subject to prior sale. See delivery details.
Utah. Have you been to a Utah Hockey Club game at Delta Center? If not, you are missing out. The NHL's newest team is heating up in the push towards the playoffs, and the atmosphere inside Delta Center is electric. Find your seats at UtahHockeyClub.com or on SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of the Utah Hockey Club. The LPGA returns to Utah with the Black Desert Championship. From April 28th to May 4th, experience the thrill of world-class golf on Black Desert Resort's iconic course, presented by Greater Zion. This isn't just another tournament. It's a celebration of golf's finest on one of the country's most breathtaking stages. Witness legends plan and greatness made. Watch the LPGA live. Get your tickets at blackdesertevents.com. That's blackdesertevents.com.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Cherie Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at kslpodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files. Season 2, Justice for Joyce. And Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at kslpodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. The estimate's free, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update. Here's Mikhail Sergachev on his takeaways from the win last night.
Yeah, it was nice. I like more shots, though. Passes are all cool, and it looks good for the TV and for fans, But I'm a shooter, so I like shots. I like goals. The guys were feeling it, so maybe next game we'll start scoring.
This update is brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
This 2025 Masters Update, live from Augusta, is brought to you by Zions Bank, Black Desert Resort, and Uinta Golf on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contests and listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Let's get out to the zone phone. Joining us now, of course, he's co-host of Real Golf Radio every single Saturday morning, and he's our good friend Brian Taylor. What's going on, BT?
What's up, boys? How are you? I was thinking about this, Jake, when we started doing this like 20-some years ago, and we used to go through the names of all of the like conspicuous names or more interesting names, and yeah, I was like, I don't know if we're going to do that anymore, but that was some of the memories I have of these calls from over the years.
That's how I discovered some really great golfers, like the Thunder,
You did?
the Thunder Bear, the Orn board.
I think about you every time I think of Thunder Bear. I'm like, that's Jake.
That's my
Jake's
guy.
He was there's some radio stations that have like their so-called like fines, for music, new music. You're like new golfer fine, Jake.
That's my dude.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, because we hold the Masters in such high regard, and it kicks off with Wednesday with the par 3 tournament, and everyone thinks it's fun. Are there events that are not as fun as maybe they seem like they are? Like you're just like, let's get the kids off the golf course so we can actually start playing golf on Thursday. Is there anything like that at the Masters?
So it's interesting. We had the chairman's press conference this morning, and I actually was going to be my question for the chairman is kind of what is the par 3 contest has expanded and grown exponentially over the last several years, much to do with the coverage that ESPN has started and the addition and expansion of the families that are participating. Back in the day, if somebody wanted to caddy for, their dad or whatever, they kind of just rolled up the caddy coveralls and duct taped them and just sort of made do. And now they just custom make them. They'll call ahead, and they've got them all ready for all sizes of all these kids, and so that they all look cute. And they've just continued to do all this. And so my question was going to be like, what is, as it's grown and evolved, I know some people love it and some people don't like it at all. They're like, look, this is the eve of one of the most important, prestigious championships in sports. What are we doing here? Why are the players doing this? This is completely out of their routine. You would never see this, whatever the case may be. And so I was going to ask the chairman what his vision is for the par 3. Having said that, I fall on the side, you're asking me, I fall on the side of actually really liking it. I think it's one of the greatest celebrations of the game of golf. And they do call it the contest. It's not the par 3 championship or anything like that, right? It is the par 3 contest. As I'm looking at the leaderboard, the majority of the players have already withdrawn, meaning that because there's no score, they didn't actually put out and record a score. And there is this, mystique, the curse, if you will, that nobody's ever won the par 3 and gone on to win the tournament. So nobody wants to tempt fate. We're all a little fickle that way in the game of golf. But I tend to like it. Like, I think for the most part, it's just it's almost like a parade. And by the way, I don't love parades, so don't get me but it's like this sort of parade or celebration of the game and these players, unlike any other time that you would see them in this type of a setting. And I think it's kind of cool.
BT, what's up with you and the golf media beefing with the players? Explain this to me.
Beefing with what do you mean?
With the players. I don't know. Rory's out there talking about how he doesn't have to talk to the media. Other sports guys do. And Colin Morikawa is caught up in it somehow. What's the deal?
So the question that was asked of Rory was going back to Colin Morikawa's comments after, was it the Arnold Palmer? I think it was the Arnold Palmer. When Morikawa looked like he was going to win and it didn't work out, and he was really, really, he was I guess he was just hot, and he decided he didn't want to talk afterwards. And so then in the next press conference, they asked him about that, and he says, look, I don't know you guys anything. And so that comment became the point of discussion. And so Rory was asked, because at the U.S. Open last year, after Rory, got his heart broke by Bryson at Pinehurst, they kept showing him sitting in the scoring area watching Bryson do what he did and win the championship on TV, and then he just got up and walked out. He didn't go shake hands or congratulate Bryson. He just left. And he didn't talk to the media after that as well. So they were, here we are all these months later. Rory, what did you think of Colin saying that, we don't owe you anything, meaning the media? And I thought it was a thoughtful response. Like he said, unlike other sports, we're not obligated to talk to the media. We're not required to talk to the media. If that changes, then that's a different conversation. But as of now, it's not. And so there'll be times when players will opt not to, and that's the end of it. And I think for the most part, these guys are gracious with their time and sharing things. But I can appreciate too that, you're in an emotional position where you just don't want to have a conversation, and that's part of it. That's part of the narrative, is that they didn't want to talk. I mean, they could come make something up and, well, congrats to him. Yeah, it's always hard, and then move on. But sometimes not talking says as much as talking, right?
Oh, sad and soft and emotional. Oh, I'm so sorry for these guys. Oh, my goodness. Oh, poor them. Boo-hoo. Good gravy. BT, who's
so was that comment meaning that you don't want to hear them?
No,
when they're sad, or
saddle up and
talk to the media.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, you're
All right.
in your feelings and can't do it. I mean, good grief, BT. No offense, but you're not exactly. I don't know, like you're not like grilling these guys. You know what I mean? Like, get up and give your comment.
For
you know
sure.
what I mean?
For sure, and I get that. Look, and I mean, if they all took that whole approach and decided that if their day didn't go their way, they weren't going to talk to the press afterwards, that would make it for a difficult situation. We would lose a lot of the story. So
how much
I get
money?
That there's a balance.
How much money do you think you guys have made Rory McIlroy over his career? And I'm talking about the golf media overall by covering it on Real Golf Radio and making him a household name and all of that sort of stuff. How much money has talking to the media made Rory McIlroy? How much money does his logo on his shirt alone on national television make him? You know what I mean? Like, saddle up. I'm sorry you had a tough loss and your feelings are hurt, but God, get over it.
All right. I mean, that's fair, right? I'm not going to argue that point. I'm really not. I get it.
They should be cutting you a check, BT. You should be getting a check from Rory and everybody else on tour. And every time they see you, they should thank you and say, thank you, BT, for talking about me on your uberly popular show. Thank you. I have fans in Utah because you talk about me. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer your questions. That's what they should say.
I like it. I like it. I don't think that's going to happen, but I appreciate the generous offer there.
Yeah, buddy. BT, time is short. Apologies. We look forward to catching up with you, though, later in the week. Thanks, man.
You got it, buddy. Good to be with you.
All right, there you go. Brian Taylor, Real Golf Radio.
Is that how you feel in general? Is that athletes should be thanking you every time?
No, I'm overselling it a little bit. But athletes hate the media because they hate doing it because it's inconvenient and you have to face a bunch of bozo questions from us. But you know what? You're not the sport isn't as popular. You're not making money. The media amplify. I mean, we don't need to go down the political angle, but after Trump got elected the first time, didn't we learn that, wow, this whole free media thing is really, really something.
Yeah.
That gets you a lot of attention. You know what? People don't watch commercials. Wow, they sure listen to the news.
Yeah. No individual media member nor any individual athlete is bigger than the game, but they are all part of it.
They're all part of it. And no, I'm not saying I'm responsible for anybody's success. Right. No, that's not what I'm saying. But the role of fans and media and how fans consume sports is huge and a big deal. And yeah, I'm joking about BT making people millions, but yeah, Real Golf Radio's made golfers famous.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. Nick Olchek, speaking of famous, coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth, and that's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Well, listen, things are spicy out there in the financial world, I should say, and I'm sure a lot of you are like me and kind of thinking, well, where is this going to go, and how is this going to impact me? How is this going to impact my family? Well, there's a team of good folks who've been there and done that, seen it all, who can be on your side to help you with any questions that you may have, may quash your fears and help you best strategize to encounter whatever may come. They'll help you set long-term goals, and they'll show you exactly what you need to do to get there. They've done it for a lot of people, and they can do it for you. So give them a call, 801-899-7600. Meet the team, 801-899-7600. Sit down with them, and they're going to help you establish those goals and show you what you got to do to get there. You can go to TrajanWealth.com. That's a great place to start as well. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
At Pacific Power, your safety is our top priority. When wildfire risk is elevated, we use enhanced safety settings to de-energize our lines within fractions of a second if a line is contacted by debris, wildlife, or strong winds. This can increase the number of outages and the time it takes for power to come back on, while field crews inspect the lines before safely restoring power. Learn more at pacificpower.net/wildfire.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 5/3/25.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Nashville Predators Thursday at 7 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Who's got it better than us?
Nobody! Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I want to remind you of UView Health. Let us help you be a better you. UView Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. Let's talk a little hockey. Joining us now, he's an analyst for the Utah Hockey Club, and he jumps on with us once a week. He's our buddy Nick Olchek. What's up, Nick?
Jake and Ben, huge win last night for the first time ever. There was a touchdown and the point after scored at Delta Center. The sun came up today. It's a beautiful day. Life is pretty damn good here in the Valley.
Yeah, it was. Where were they? Florida, where they were on the wrong side of a game like this about a week ago, and then
Tampa,
they bounced back.
Tampa. Yep.
I've been absolutely stunned at the resilience of this team, considering again that two of the top 3-point scorers are under 21 years old. It's just it's amazing how resilient these guys have been.
Yeah, it's been it's been a heck of a year. And you talk about the growth and the maturation and the continued development of all these young players. And I need to keep repeating this because I think it's so important to keep perspective coming into this season. Is the expectation from General Manager Bill Armstrong and Team President Chris Armstrong for this group was to be playing competitive games at the end of the year. And here we are, end of the year, and the team is playing games that are meaningful, that are competitive. And look, whether they make the playoffs, they don't make the playoffs, the intensity, the compete level, and the small margins of both wins and losses this time of the year is so good for these guys. In order to run, you got to first walk. And before you can walk, you got to crawl. It's an evolution of humanity. And just like for hockey players, as they learn what it takes to play in those high leverage moments and when the stress levels are at their highest. So, whether it's been the young guys, the Coolies, the Gunthers, the Dones, or the older guys, the elder statesmen on the club, whether that's Ian Cole or, a guy that's played a long time in this league and he's been in and out of the lineup, but he's played a huge role behind the scenes, a guy like Robert Bortuzzo, Alexander Kerfoot too. So, these are the moments where you need to rely on those older guys. And it's a quick tip here and there. It's seeing how they take care of themselves and their bodies. And these young guys are yes, they're skilled. Yes, they've got great futures. But the one thing I think that's most impressive about all these young men on the Utah Hockey Club is that they're like a bunch of sponges. And they're taking in this year to try and get better, of course, with their skill. But I think even more so the mindset of, okay, when the rink shrinks at the end of the year and points become at a premium, there's a certain way that you need to play. Because if you don't play that way, first off, you're not going to be out on the ice playing. And second, you're not going to have a lot of success.
So, Nick, we've watched the facilities arms race in other sports pretty closely. The last time the Jazz did a reno, they rebuilt the practice facility and talked about the edge that gave them. We've seen them at the universities, like Utah's got these beautiful basketball and football facilities, and talk about how it gives them an advantage in recruiting and those sorts of things. So, with that in mind, what do you think about the new facility that's going on down there at Southtown? And give us kind of where is the arms race facilities-wise in hockey? Does this give them an advantage?
Yeah, this is we're talking state of the art. We're talking players are going to go there for practice, and if they didn't have families and kids at home, they might not want to leave. They're going to have every tool, every resource, every ability to get their minds and bodies in tip-top shape at their disposal at Southtown Mall for the new practice facility. And for what some of our listeners may not know is that's going to kind of be the hub of hockey for this organization. And there's going to be team offices out of there for employees and staff members of the team. Of course, the hockey operations staff also, they're going to have an incredible setup. So, this is geared towards trying to make sure that these players have everything they need to be the very best they can be both on and off the ice. And I think the only thing that it's probably going to have, but I haven't heard if there's beds there, like hotel beds for those guys if they just want to sleep and just hang out there. But, I'm sure they're going to have lounge chairs and all of that. So that's, I think from a hockey perspective for the players, first and foremost, you're talking state-of-the-art equipment, workout facilities, locker room, other amenities for that the players can enjoy and make sure that they're ready to go come game days. And second, but really first, how amazing is it going to be to see current National Hockey Leaguers stepping off the ice and future National Hockey Leaguers stepping onto the ice? That, to me, is what's going to be so special about this whole plan. And, Ryan and Ashley Smith with Smith Entertainment Group bringing all of this together. And, of course, Chris Armstrong, too, a visionary for this team and how they want to build moving forward. But to give kids the opportunity to get on the ice and to have fans be able to watch practice, the community engagement, the community involvement. And the one thing that has really held back our game, and I don't know if there's a way out of it. I really don't. But the expense of the sport. You're paying for skates, which are not cheap. Paying for a stick, which is not cheap, unless you just go hack a chunk of wood off a tree, and then you'd be at a severe disadvantage like they used to be back in the day. But, all the equipment, it costs money. And then on top of that, you want to get ice time, that costs money too. But this, whether it's the Learn to Play programs, the gear fittings that the Utah Hockey Club youth program does, headed by Kristen Bonus, for everything that this team has done this year and everything that's gone on the ice, which is super important, I have just been so thrilled with the growth of the game, especially at the grassroots level. And I think in a roundabout way, the building, the construction, and the opportunities that are going to be afforded to kids and to young people, and yes, to older people who want to get out and try hockey too. The rinks down at Southtown Mall are going to be an incredible facility for anybody that wants to try hockey, or if they've got hockey experience, to be able to go out and play and of course watch this team do what they need to do in between the games.
I thought Kyler Yamamoto had some big moments in the preseason and, obviously had a chance to make the main roster on opening night, ended up playing a lot with the Roadrunners, and then had a huge night last night. Bloody mouth, gets the goal, lays the big hit. What do you make of a player like Kyler Yamamoto, and what's his place, and could it be in Utah going forward?
Yes, for sure. I think he is definitely a guy that could be here. I think he's done more than enough to cement the role that he has on this team. And look, it's not easy because let's just call a spade here. Utah Hockey Club is very, very deep in the forward group. And I think that's at times the reasoning, when he gets sent down or when he doesn't play, is because this team is extremely deep. But in pretty much every game he's played this year, whether it's been goals or assists, like he's made an impact. And yeah, I know he's 5'9", but really he plays like he's about 6'3", and he showed it last night as Josh Mahura of the Seattle Kraken tried to step up in a 7-1 game, and Kyler pretty much held his ground, and it was the movable object that was met, and he put Mahura right on his backside, just a good hard reverse hit type of hockey play where Mahura really wasn't expecting Kyler Yamamoto to I guess lay the boom on him. When Mahura was the one initiating it. But as far as a play like that, to me, is a guy that you'd love to have around. And look, I get paid the smaller bucks than the big wigs that make these important decisions. And of course, we put our trust and our faith in General Manager Bill Armstrong for the roster that he best thinks can give this team the greatest chance to win on a consistent level. But just from what my eyes tell me, having been in Seattle last year, watching Kyler Yamamoto play, and then coming here this year and watching him play, keeping tabs on him in the American Hockey League with the Tucson Roadrunners, where, oh, by the way, he's been a point-a-game player over 50 games. So if there's any doubt about the skill or the production level, it's there. Now, it's a different level when you get to the National Hockey League because obviously these guys are smarter, they're more skilled, and just better players overall. But each time he's come in, there's been an impact, and he plays a lot bigger than his size, as I had said, and there's a tenacity, there's a relentlessness, and I think there's a real chip on the shoulder of a guy like that of saying, okay, it's been a series of one-year deals for me, haven't been able to get something long-term, so every game I'm going to play it like it's my last. And yeah, that might sound cheesy. It might sound, live every day like it's your last. Okay, well, that's the guy that really does embody it because he's great in the room. The guys love him. He's got a great personality. And so when that guy scores or when that guy makes something good happen, it's easy to get out of your chair and root for him because it hasn't exactly been easy for him at the National Hockey League level, but he continues to battle and has continued to prove that he can be a very effective player in the greatest league in the world.
This is the first time we've talked to you since Ovechkin broke the record. Your thoughts?
Yeah, amazing, and really, really special for me and my family too, guys. I guess on a little bit of a selfish note is my dad, who is an analyst for the NHL on TNT. He was actually broadcasting that game along with Kenny Albert and Brian Boucher when Alexander Ovechkin got that clinching goal to cement himself with 895 goals as the greatest of all time to ever put a 3-inch black piece of vulcanized rubber past the goalie and into the back of the net, and how fitting where it came from the area of the ice that is known and will always be known as the 00 Ovi's office. It was a heck of a shot, and the celebration with the dive on his stomach and the eruption of the Washington Capitals bench, all the players coming out, and the New York Islanders and their organization, I thought at UBS Arena did a phenomenal job in setting everything up and making sure that everything was in order at the arena, and there were tickets going for $6,000 in the first row right on the glass. And from the folks out there that I had talked to, that kind of was the lead into that game, it really had a playoff atmosphere. There was just this vibe in the air that it was a special day, and you just never know what could happen. But there was only one hope, to be the inevitable end of Alexander Ovechkin passing Wayne Gretzky. And of course, would be remiss if we didn't mention Wayne. And I think all along, aside from just the great chase that Ovi was on, how gracious was Wayne Gretzky supporting Alexander in his race to try and catch and then surpass him in a record that nobody ever thought could be broken, let alone be touched. And, the great one is the greatest of all time for a lot of reasons, but I think he further showed his class and his greatness and his graciousness to want to be there, to be involved. And I thought one of the coolest moments, too, guys, was Mrs. Gretzky, Janet Gretzky, Wayne's wife, actually brought a gift for Alexander Ovechkin's wife. And it was the same gift that Gordie Howe's wife gave to Janet Gretzky after Wayne passed Gordie for the most goals of all time at that time. So, hockey history continues. It really is a legacy sport in the greatest of ways, and one of the other two things that was so special, and every sport's different, every person's different, but more times than not, hockey players, when they achieve something in an individual manner, the first words out of their mouths are not anything about themselves. It's about their teammates. It's about their coaches. It's about their family, all the people that help them get to that moment. It's about the training staff, which are the lifeline of a hockey player, both the equipment staff and the medical staff. And yes, Ovi did break his leg earlier in the season, came back in record time and was able to break the record. So I just thought, great for him, but the greatness of Wayne and Alexander being quick to thank all the people and give recognition and acknowledgement to everyone that helped him get to that point was really special.
Nick, hockey is new in Utah this year, so it's kind of hard to judge for a lot of people locally, myself included. But with the Four Nations, with Ovi, with how good the Stanley Cup was, it just feels like it's been a good year for hockey. Am I wrong on that? It feels like it's been a really good year for hockey.
No, you're spot on. I don't think you could have hit the nail any more square. It's been a hell of a year for fans here in Utah, hockey fans all around the world. And the one thing, too, is look how tight and close the playoff race was all the way until the end. And I think the East is pretty much settled in terms of the teams that are going to be in when you look at the wild card. There's still going to be some movement within the divisions and perhaps a wild card, maybe those two teams flipping, Ottawa and Montreal. But, in the West, Utah's not out of it. Calgary's not out of it. Vancouver, for the first time ever, last night, was down 5-2 going into the final minute of the third period. They scored 3 goals in the final minute and went on to beat Dallas in overtime 6-5. So the parity in the National Hockey League for me is at an all-time high. I don't think it has ever been better. The skill on the ice, the marketing and the emotion that you get as a fan off the ice. It's been a heck of a year, as you had mentioned, with Ovi's chase and everything that's going on here in Utah. This is an exciting time in the present to be a hockey fan, and I'm not kidding or being exaggeratory when I say I really do get goosebumps thinking about years from now or next year with where our game is headed. Because if how this season went, I think we're in store for something just as, if not even more special come next season. But before we get there, it's the playoffs, and that is the best time of the year. And no matter what happens with our beloved Utah Hockey Club, our great fans out there have to be tuned into the playoffs, because there is no better time in any sport, any event throughout the course of the world than when you got 16 teams looking for 16 wins, vying for the greatest trophy in all of sports.
Nick, it is always a pleasure. Thank you for coming on the show. We appreciate it.
Great stuff, Nick.
Absolutely, boys. Go get a tan today, all right?
Oh, man. It's a good day for it. Thanks, Nick. There you go. The one and only Nick Olczyk.
3 goals in the final minute for Vancouver is pretty well. Being up 5-2 with a minute left and losing.
That's rough.
That's a tough one.
That is rough.
But it does put in perspective, Utah's going to kick themselves for some games they booted, including, up 4-1 to San Jose early in the year with 6 minutes to go and they lose a game. Like, it does happen. This I don't want to say randomness. I mean, obviously Vancouver knew what they were doing, but it does happen.
All right, What You Got Wednesday is next. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. It's what you want.
You know, I was babysat until 8th grade. Dolores Arnold used to babysit me every day after school. And
Dolores?
Her husband, yeah.
Look, you got 220-pound 8th grade hands.
Can we not focus on that?
You walk in like, hey, Dolores. Hi, Hans. I think it's funny the thought of a 8th grade Hans Olsen probably pushing 2 bills, sitting in and being babysat.
You guys let me know when you're done so I can finish my story.
Tell us more about Dolores.
Anyways, her husband, Don, liked MASH.
Sitting next to Don on the couch watching MASH.
Hey, Don, can I borrow your shaver?
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Troy, I don't know if you know this, but we're a big deal.
Are we?
Oh, yeah.
Can you be a big deal and still live with your mom?
Who do you think told me? But honestly, who else but Bitches brings back show pricing on all RVs this far into spring just so everyone gets the best price possible?
That actually is a really big deal. No one does that.
See? We are a big deal.
The sale is a big deal.
The big deal is talking.
Get into Bish's RV for second chance show pricing for a limited time.
We're talking travel trailers starting under $129 per month on approved credit.
Clearance pricing on all remaining new in stock 2024s.
And enjoy 0 payments until July. OAC.
And here's the really big deal. Every RV purchase gets free propane refills for life as long as you own the RV.
Start shoving the best deals now at Bitches.com.
Don't miss your very last chance at the best show pricing deals around. Only for a limited time at Bish's RV of Salt Lake and American Fork, where memories begin.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock numbers 89912-81734. Subject to prior sale. See the other details.
Great teams don't leave success to chance. They prepare for it. And if the last few years have taught us anything, it's that emergencies don't wait for you to be ready. ReadyWise gets it. You've seen the empty shelves, the supply chain delays, the panic of trying to find the basics. That's why ReadyWise is here to help you plan ahead with emergency food supplies and survival kits you can count on. ReadyWise meals are highly rated and available in a wide variety of options with a shelf life that is long enough to outlast the next big shortage. And preparation, so simple it's practically foolproof. Whether it's a storm, a blackout, or another unexpected twist, ReadyWise helps you avoid the scramble. Because when life throws the unexpected your way, being prepared isn't just smart, it's essential. So don't wait for the next big event to catch you off guard. Be wise. Be ready. Visit ReadyWise.com today. Save 25% off your order when using code KSL25 at checkout. That's ReadyWise.com and code KSL25.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 5/3/25.
It's back. Don't miss Mr. Mac's buy one, get one for 100 suit sale. For a limited time, suits starting at $299 in a variety of colors and patterns. Unbeatable value and styles for every man with free alterations and 9 locations. Mr. Mac.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Jazz at 30 update. Here's Will Hardy discussing the team's ability to dictate pace in games.
It's encouraging that we can dictate the pace of a game. I also think it's something that our team and our players will have to examine in the offseason in terms of the level of conditioning that it takes to play like that for a whole game.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by U of U Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, the official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, time for What You Got Wednesday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. If you are new to the show, What You Got Wednesday, Ben and I go head-to-head in 2 5-selection drafts, one sports-related, one not. And then we put it out for a vote. Last week, Ben, because this is how we determine who goes first, best Jazz player rivalries, so between the team and the player, I won 55-45.
Okay.
Take that. Best Val Kilmer movies, you won 51-49.
Okay.
Super close.
Very close.
Okay. Our sports-related draft today is Jazz and Blazers players all time.
Yeah.
But you have to do a starting 5.
You have to have 2 guards and then whatever you want your front court to look like.
So, all right. You ready?
I can figure it out.
Okay.
A little bit on the fly, but yeah, I can.
Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
There's not. That's what I like about this model of you have to create a starting 5. Because there's some strategy here. Do you go with the weakest spot, the best player at the weakest position?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you go with a different approach?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to go with, I think, the best player overall in this group. And I could even be wrong on that. And I'm going to put him at my 4, and I'm going to take Karl Malone. I do think Karl is the best player.
I think that's the answer.
In this group.
Mm-hmm.
Karl, the mailman.
All right. I'm going to go, to your point, I'm going to go with a position where there's a lack of talent.
Okay.
Clyde Drexler.
I think that's right. That's probably that was what I was debating. Clyde at the 2 is better than maybe what I would take at the next position, which I'm going to take my starting center, and I'm going to take Bill Walton as my starting 5. Bill Walton, as much as we talk about, and rest in peace, Bill, greatest players whose careers were derailed by injury, Bill Walton might be the actual name. Bill Walton might have been 4- or 5-time champion had his feet and back not betrayed him.
Now, if you have that argument for him being the greatest who had injuries preclude him, I think who Jake might take as his number 5 also had injuries precluded.
We'll see. I'm not going to take a center yet.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with John.
Stockton?
That one, yeah, the Hall of Fame one.
He's pretty good. He's a pretty good basketball player. All right, that actually leaves me some space to do some things. Small forward is a shockingly weak group for both of these teams. I actually think the right name here is Scottie Pippen. And I'm going to go with Scotty post-Bulls.
His old limping years with the that was only like 1 year.
I don't think that's accurate.
Because then he went to the Rockets.
He did end up going to the Rockets.
No, or was it the Rockets, then the Blazers?
No, he did Blazers first.
He went to Blazers first and actually had some pretty good years there. Obviously not the heights he had in Chicago.
Yeah,
Still.
not quite the Chicago.
Old and moldy. He was there from 99 to 03.
So 4 years, he averaged, it was only 11 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists.
Yeah,
Numbers weren't off the charts.
He sucks compared to the actual answer at that position.
Okay.
But see, now this is the problem with the positional thing. Now there's no overlap. There's no, competition for players.
Sure.
So I can really pick, it doesn't even matter. I'll take the actual answer at small forward if you're looking for it, and Cliff Robinson.
Okay.
Rest his soul.
Also, yeah. Jeez.
He was a great player for those Blazers teams.
Absolutely,
he was not the best player on the team, but he was a great player for
a
those
very
teams.
cool player.
Yep.
All right, I will go with Damian Lillard as my starting point guard in this matchup. Dame might be the best Trailblazer of all time. Bill Walton would have been had he stayed healthier and did win their only title and was the MVP. Dame, though, most Blazers fans would probably tell you is their best player of all time.
So now here, do I take the actual answer at power forward, or do I take what will get me votes?
Now, this is interesting because I think I know the name. I know who I would take at power forward, but Jazz have also had a lot of really good power forwards in there.
Yeah, but I'm not taking Alphonse Jefferson. I'm not going to take Millsap. I'm not taking the big dog.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Sheed.
Yeah, that's what I would have taken too.
See, LaMarcus Aldridge is the better player, but Sheed gets you votes.
He probably had a better long-term run in Portland. Sheed, though, was amazingly good.
Yeah, again, going to give me votes.
I'm debating here. This one's hard. And I'm going to actually go with, I think I'm going to play to the fan vote. And I'm not going to go with Donovan Mitchell. I'm going to go with Brandon Roy. Again, injuries really derailed. Portland has a weird history of guys who have had their careers.
That's a total miss.
derailed.
Donovan's way better than Brandon Roy ever was.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, I do.
I don't think that's true. I think Brandon Roy, his early years and his career certainly went off the rails, unfortunately, because of the injuries. But he was awesome and was the best player on teams that were winning playoff series. Brandon Roy was a really great player. 3-time All-Star, 2-time All-NBA in his 5 years of an NBA career, 6 years of an NBA career. He was really, really special.
Averaged 22.5 points per game in his best season.
Yeah.
In 08.
But his third year in the NBA, and they were winning playoff series. Yeah. All-Star his second year, did win Rookie of the Year. I would put his first 4 years in the NBA up against Donovan Mitchell's and take them every time.
Don't agree. At center, unless I'm really spacing it, I got to go with Rudolph.
Yep, you're right.
He's probably going to be a Hall of Famer.
Lock Hall of Famer.
And I
no
do
question.
love me some Buck Williams.
He passed on Sabonis.
Yeah, Sabonis could have been in there.
Sabonis was so old by the time he got to the NBA.
I was talking about injuries taking, obviously, the prime, because he got major knee injuries while he was playing over in the USSR. So
yeah. I thought you were talking about Greg Oden.
Well, Oden also was
But yeah,
nah.
Again, this team has been snake bit by
Good
injuries
point.
in Portland.
The more you bring that up, the injuries that they have dealt with is pretty incredible.
All right.
In his career with Portland, which only lasted 6 years, Sabonis averaged 12 points and 7 rebounds.
No, Gobert had a better NBA career than Sabonis.
Yeah.
No question about it. All right. Recap.
All right. Are we going? Do you guys go in order?
We'll just go by position.
Okay, by position. So, by position, point guard for Jake was John Stockton. Ben took Damian Lillard. At the 2 spot, Clyde Drexler for Jake. Brandon Roy for Ben. At the number 3, Cliff Robinson and for Jake. And then, Ben, you took Scottie Pippen. At the number 4 spot, we got Jake taking Sheed, a.k.a. Rasheed Wallace. And then Ben, obviously, Karl Malone. And at the 5 spot, Jake takes Rudy Gobert. And Ben, you have the man, the myth, the legend, Bill Walton.
Big Red.
All right.
Probably could have taken Adrian Dantley at the 3 as well.
He was more of a 4, wouldn't you say?
He was, for sure. But played next to Carl.
Kind of.
For a little bit until they traded him. Do you have an eraser?
Didn't Carl back him up? Keep talking, Ben.
I've got it. No, you know what? I've got a tissue I can use here. This was your idea. This one's going to be a little bit harder for me.
All right.
I don't know if I'm going to have space on my whiteboard to write it up.
I just finished watching the stupid Max documentary, and I love this stuff, of Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni, who are currently feuding, and it is actually going to court, which is awesome. Can't wait for that.
Pretty ugly, though, yeah.
So, celebrity feuds. And by the way, I have the first pick, right? I think there is an obvious number 1.
Okay.
Tupac and Biggie.
Well, yeah, it
and
was
everyone
fatal.
knows how it ends, but it was back and forth with some actually really good music where they were talking about each other. And the whole East Coast, West Coast rap thing is legendary.
Legendary.
And yes, it involved 2 shootings, which is not great, but...
And big. Yeah, that was horrible. Man, where do I go with this? I'm going to go a little bit more pop culture-y, and they were rivals. I don't know if they were enemies, but there was some bad blood there, and I'm going to go with Leno and Letterman. Letterman really wanted the Tonight Show, thought he was in line for it. Leno was really weird about getting it.
And Letterman kept making jokes about him, right?
Forever.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to go with this. This one might lose me votes, but really, I'm going to go with Donald Trump and Rosie O'Donnell. Because you could say Donald Trump with a lot of people, but he had that Rosie one before he even became a politician. You know what I mean?
Correct.
So, and that's continued, and now she's fled the country, right?
She has left the country. Where did she move? Like Scotland or something?
Ireland, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have to go with the biggest one right now, which is crazy because it's resulted in a Grammy, and I'm going to go with Kendrick versus Drake. I mean, Kendrick got the Super Bowl halftime show because of this rivalry.
And he faked everybody out by claiming he wasn't going to sing the song, and then came back to it.
Went to Not Like Us, yeah.
Okay. I don't even like this music, but I'm going to go with this because it's been in the news lately. Liam and Noel Gallagher.
Okay.
Because it's Oasis, right? Isn't that the silly band? I never was into them. But did you know that recently they tried to do a reunion thing and it lasted like one rehearsal or something?
Did not work.
Both of them were like, hey, we're broke. We don't have any money. All the bands from our era are doing these very lucrative nostalgia tours. We just need to put aside our beef, do this tour, and then we can go on about our lives.
Yeah.
And it lasted like a day.
It did not work. This guy, similar to the current president, seems to make enemies and pick fights. So I'm trying to figure out what the best one is, but I will go with Kanye versus Taylor Swift. It's really mostly a single moment of going up on stage at the VMAs and taking her
I'm going to
award.
let you finish.
Yeah, say this should have gone to Beyonce, but Kanye killing himself, not literally on stage, was goofy. And really was the beginning of the downfall of Kanye.
All right. I'm going to go with, I don't even think that's the best Taylor Swift one, by the way.
It might not be.
But I'm going to go with Frank Sinatra and Marlon Brando.
Okay.
They did Guys, apparently, and I didn't know much about this. They did Guys and Dolls together, and I guess they just hated each other.
Yeah.
Frank Sinatra called Brando Mumbles. Even
Which
had
is
a
accurate,
nickname.
yeah.
So, Brando and Sinatra.
Blue Eyes versus, what's his nickname? We'll just go with Brando. I will go with Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake.
Ooh, not where I thought you were going with Britney. Again, not Britney's best feud even.
But recently in the news, and she had her autobiography come out and kind of it was not flattering for Justin Timberlake and how he treated her.
All right, this is not going to get me any votes, so I'll probably lose. But this one is really good because I'll just go with Sarah Jessica Parker and Kim Cattrall. Not that a bunch of our listeners like Sex in the City, mind you, but I think it's hilarious that Sarah Jessica Parker keeps reheating this terrible show, and the only one who keeps coming back, or keeps not coming back, is Kim Cattrall. Written off the show. I think they killed her in the show. I don't know. I don't watch it enough. I know they killed Peter Noth.
Yeah.
The Law and Order guy.
Yeah. Mr. Big.
Uh-huh. But anyway, Sarah Jessica Parker and Kim Cattrall.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick. It's a little out there. And you're right. I'm not sure it's going to get you a lot of votes, but...
Well, I was thinking... Oh, I don't want to give you... You have one left.
Okay, I will go with... I'm going to go with some family infighting, the same way you did with... the
Gallaghers?
With the Gallaghers. And I'm going to go with the Voights. Angelina Jolie
that's
versus
a
John
good one.
Voight.
Yeah, because they hate each other.
They are not buddies. Voight versus Voight.
See, I was thinking about going Elton John versus Madonna because there's some pretty funny lines in there. John called her a nightmare and a fairground stripper. Swift Katy Perry.
Swift Perry is big.
That's the biggest.
But Kanye's got the bigger name.
But there was a song about the Swift Katy Perry one called Bad Blood.
There was.
And Christina and Britney is where I thought
Christina and Britney's big one.
Even though that one was kind of media created.
Hatch, you want to recover these?
All right. So Ben had Jay Leno versus David Letterman, Kendrick Lamar versus Drake, Kanye and Taylor Swift, Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake, and then Angelina Jolie versus John Voight, a.k.a. the Battle of the Voights. Jake had Tupac and Biggie, Donald Trump versus Rosie O'Donnell, the Oasis feud between the two brothers of Gallagher, Frank Sinatra versus Marlon Brando, which I learned today. I didn't know about this till you pointed it out. And then Sarah Jessica Parker versus Kim Cattrall, a.k.a. Sex and the City catfight.
Yeah. All right.
That was a good one.
That was out of left field.
I like the Celebrity Feuds one.
Yeah, that's right up your alley. You're right.
Absolutely
That might
right
be
up
close.
my alley.
Those might be close.
Yeah, did you know that Henry Winkler and Tom Hanks hate each other?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
How do
that's a
the
weird one.
Fonz and Hanks hate each other?
Apparently, Hanks had Winkler fired 11 days into the filming of Turner and Hooch.
Okay.
And so Winkler's said forever, like, I really got along with the dog quite well. It's kind of how he's referred to it.
That's funny.
But yeah, Nicki Minaj and Cardi B apparently is one nowadays.
Paris Hilton had a bunch, right? She and Nicole Richie were on and off forever.
Uh-huh.
The Kardashians have had several.
I like a good celebrity feud.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, why not? All right, stay tuned. We'll wrap up the show. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Speaking of hockey, that win over the Winnipeg Jets, I was just floored. And we're getting these tweets from Sly during the game. Because he got his...
Who had a great time.
Because then he's sending us the Jets suck, like, text during the middle of the when it was the end of the second period and they're up 3-0. I was like, no, they don't. They're the best team in hockey. And that's the part that makes you feel good about this team. It was such an exceptional game by this team. And it was so fun to watch. Coach Tourney actually told us this at one point during the last couple weeks. He goes, we're a way different team than this team faced a month ago.
Yeah.
Right? And he said it about a couple of times when they would get these wins that people are like, oh, wow, that was unexpected. It's like, no, they're a better team now. They've become a better team over the season. And so it's awesome to see these young guys getting the recognition that they deserve.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for the Salt Lake Bees. Man, what a special night it was last night at the ballpark at America First Square. It's the home opening week for the Bees, and they had game number 1 last night. It was beautiful, and the homestand continues on with the game again tonight in town through the 13th. And if you went last night, I'm sure you experienced the great giveaways that will continue on. They're giving stuff out, pennants, T-shirts, beanies for the first homestand to really make it a big deal. But it's going to be a very, very special season. Not only does the new facility, the new ballpark, rival a lot of major league experiences out there. That's how it was built. But you have access, no matter what type of ticket holder that you are. They have options for you. We're talking about club seats, premium seats, lawn seats. They've got an experience that appeals to you and your family. They're going to have special nights throughout the year. We're talking firework and drone nights, Sunday brunch, Bark at the Park, dog nights, and then theme nights, of course, Cowboys, Superman. It's going to be really, really cool. Not to mention the amenities, as I mentioned, rival the major league experiences in a lot of places. You've got to check it out for yourself. So get info on all the upcoming nights and exactly how you can get tickets at slbees.com. That's slbees.com. Again, home opening week continues through the 13th. Get your tickets now, slbees.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today, and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. You can have similar results.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. slcfatloss.com. Get $200 off. I've dropped 65 pounds in the past year, and I've kept it off with SLC Fat Loss.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for disaster cleanup, handling water damage, mold, asbestos, and full restoration services, contributing to our community with unbeatable integrity. Find them at allproutah.com. That's allproutah.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here's Coach Bear on his thoughts on Kyler Yamamoto.
He's a really good player. His hockey sense, his IQ, his give-and-go game, and his experience as well. NHL is not new for him. It's not like he's a guy who tried to break into NHL. He's already been there.
Hockey at 50 brought to you by ReadyWise. ReadyWise, be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A Monday warrior, mean strike. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
Jake and Ben. This segment brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Peach Doors and Windows.
Quickly, Will Smith and Chris Rock.
Would have been a good one.
Colton Chenoweth on Twitter. I had one of the most embarrassing moments of my life yesterday. I
saw this.
Walked my dog.
Uh-huh.
She's like 7 pounds. She's old now, so she has like a neck thing that if I can't attach it to her just collar on her leash anymore because she'll choke and then she coughs for 3 days straight. So we have to put her in a harness. I put my headphones on. I'm out listening to music and podcasts or whatever as I walk the dog, try and get a little exercise. Sending texts at the same time because I'm organizing baseball for my daughter. And I have been walking for about 5 minutes. I'm already 20 minutes in my walk. But I've been walking for about 5 minutes, and I realize, man, I have not felt much pull from my dog on the leash. She's usually behind me. She kind of trails behind me because she's old. And I thought, man, she's really being a good dog. She's really cooperating. She's not pulling to go into the grass anywhere. And I look back, and I recognize I've been dragging an empty leash with no dog in it for at least a block. And then she has a little AirTag on her collar, so I pull it up on my AirTag. Now, if you don't know how the Apple AirTag works, it has to be close to an iPhone for it to signal to the radar or whatever, the GPS of where it actually is. So I can see where she was last close to me, but not where she is currently. So I look and it says last seen 6 minutes ago. It's a block and a half away. So she has been off her leash for a block. I'm walking past people because it was a beautiful day. There was a lady who jogged past me and gave me a weird look. And I just thought it was like because I had my headphones on. And it was because I was dragging a leash that didn't have a dog in it. So I go back to the GPS spot of where it last said she was. And I'm walking in my neighbors' backyards. And like not close enough neighbors that they know who I am. But it's like, that's where it says she is. And like I hear dogs barking. But every neighborhood you hear dogs barking. And I'm like 3 blocks from my house. So I'm looking and I can't find her. And I thought I need to go get my bicycle because I can cover more ground more quickly. So I walk back 3 blocks, another 15 minutes. My dog has a history of running away. When she would get free, she would just take off and not stop. She can't do that anymore. I get home. She was sitting at the back door. She had walked herself home for 3 blocks, like probably, if not a half mile, very close. She had walked herself home and found the way into the backyard, which is closed off.
And there's video evidence.
And there's
of this.
video of all of this.
This is, I was, Ben, I got to admit, I saw it on social media. I was dying laughing.
I would love to see the Ring doorbell cameras of the other people, of me with my huge headphones on, walking an empty leash for a block and a half, of people thinking like, this is somebody whose dog died and they go on memorial walks now. Or this is a crazy person who imagines that they still have a dog. But don't wear noise-canceling headphones in traffic in general, because I almost killed or lost my dog as a result. But yeah, I got my comeuppance getting stared at by some weirdos, or being the weirdo walking an empty leash.
I actually don't like noise-canceling headphones for that reason.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm like mowing the lawn
Right.
or on a plane, maybe it's a little bit different. But if I'm just walking around, it's too much.
I like them because it has been cold and they basically serve as ear warmers, right? Like, so I've gotten used to wearing them, and I need to go back to little earbuds or whatever. But
I'm way too oblivious. I'll get hit by a car or something. I'm just.
but boy, was I walking an empty leash for a while.
So if you are one of Ben's neighbors and you have a Ring camera,
He's
please pass along that video.
He's a crazy person and is doing crazy
I
things.
apologize to the woman jogging who I
Hans and
gave a
Scotty
dirty
are
look.
next. Stay tuned.
Thanks, Hatch.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey, my name is Nee Addy, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Philo, the TV streaming service that puts its audience first. What does that mean? It means no hidden fees and no long contracts. It means 24/7 customer support with real people. And it means the easiest and most affordable way to watch the stuff you love to watch. Live TV from networks like A&E, BET, Nickelodeon, and Discovery. All the groundbreaking blockbusters from AMC+. A huge library of movies and shows on demand that you can stream now or save to rewatch for up to a year. And fast forward through commercials. We even have more than 100 channels that are always free, even if you pause or cancel your subscription. And the best part, TV shouldn't break the bank. So all of this is just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Check us out risk-free. That's philo.tv.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter.
Hans and Scotty here with our friends with Advanced Window Products. We're huge fans of what they're doing. And with summer just around the corner, that AC is going to be running nonstop, Hans. You want to save money? You've got to have the best windows in place. And Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
And as always, Advanced Window Products wants to take care of our listeners. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. And remember, the products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made right here in the United States of America.
They have options available for any budget and also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting these new windows. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. All you have to do is call 801-850-9100 or go to advancedwindows.com.
A lifetime warranty is transferable for a next owner. Just call 801-850-9100.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Tires matter. They're the only part of your vehicle that touches the road. Tread confidently with new tires from Tire Rack. Whether you're looking for expert recommendations or know exactly what you want, Tire Rack makes it easy. Fast, free shipping, free road hazard protection, convenient installation options, and the best selection of Yokohama tires. Go to TireRack.com/sports to see their Yokohama test results, tire ratings, and reviews, and be sure to check out all the special offers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hey, it's Covino and Rich, and whether you're heading to the office, kicking back to watch the big game, or enjoying a night on the town, Travis Matthew has you covered. They create versatile apparel designed to make you look and feel your best, wherever the day takes you.
From performance-driven styles to everyday essentials for both men and women, Travis Matthew bridges the gap between style and comfort. Ready to elevate your everyday? Visit TravisMatthew.com and get 20% off your first order when you sign up for email. That's TravisMatthew.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors to tell you about our 10-year everything guarantee. Most contractors spout off having great warranties that last forever. But those warranties are always, and I do mean always, riddled with loopholes, exception, fine print, and nonsense. At RGS Exteriors, we cover everything. Parts, labor, material, everything and anything for 10 full years. There's no cost to you whatsoever. No hoops to jump through, no exceptions. Yes, the products we sell, like James Hardy Siding, our windows, gutter covers, come with a 25 to 50-year manufacturer's warranty, just like everybody else. But the truth is, the products almost never fail. It's always the labor and material which is never covered, so you're stuck paying for service calls. For peace of mind, call RGS Exteriors. You'll sleep easy for 10 full years. 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online rgsutah.com. Gutters, siding, windows, and all exteriors with the 10-year everything guarantee.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's get it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Wednesday, or as our good friend Lloyd Cole calls it, a Friday. Hope you're all well. Let's get it.
Hey, hump day is just about as good as a Friday. Halfway through the week, getting closer to the weekend.
Yeah.
You guys are all doing good, man. Just get through the day. We break into Thursdays, and you rock and roll into the weekend.
You know Lloyd's off Thursday and Friday.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah. Now I understand.
Now he's all unapologetic about it. You're darn right I'm taking it off.
Now
taking all the days off.
I think that Lloyd should just start declaring the days he's going to work.
Yeah, like what days will you be here?
Not what days will you take off. So golf is the great equalizer because Scotty and I are sitting here watching Gary Player on this par 3 course, and he is
tearing it up.
And it's like, man, is there any other sport in the world that a man that age?
No, there's nothing.
He is 89.
Yeah.
He will turn 90.
You've seen his workout regimen, right?
No.
Google it.
Really?
The dude he's a workout machine. Yes.
He turns 90 this November.
And he just stuck a par 3 about 2 feet from the hole.
Right. And he's just kind of going along with the Masters field on this par 3. It's always a fun tradition. These guys play a par 3 and warm up their swings, and they've got their wives on the caddy, and they got their kids on the caddy, and kids running all over the place and chopping up the course. And there's Gary Player. We just watched it. What was it, 2 feet you said?
Yeah, easy.
2 feet a foot away.
Dude keeps himself limber.
Does he?
Yes.
A lot of stretching.
Hey,
calisthenics.
Yoga. You say Christian called in sick? Because I think he's on TV right now.
Yeah, he's got apparently a food bug.
That is Christian Esparza.
Wow.
Right there on the TV.
He's hanging out at
Chicho?
Augusta. Yeah.
That's Chicho. Receded hairline and everything.
Oh, that was unnecessary on your part.
Oh, no.
Did you just attack his hairline?
What? No, his hairline attacked him. His skin's advancing on the hair.
Yeah. The war of the forehead is going towards the
Cheech.
forehead and not the hairline.
Cheech is a good one.
He is a good one.
He's my absolute favorite. It's just he got married and his hair quit. And that's fine. It happened to me. It happened to Scotty.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened to you.
Apparently, I'm not technically married yet.
Oh, dude.
Well, I mean, you
just got that tight head of hair. Are the Portuguese known for thick heads of hair? Is that where that comes from?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Because I would give anything to have that head of hair.
No male pattern baldness in Portugal.
Not as far as with on my grandpa.
What are you spending per haircut right now, Lloyd?
Well, nothing, thank goodness, because I have a wife that cuts hair.
Oh, okay.
So
Jess cuts you up.
She cuts me up, yes. Right. So right now, but I hear the going rate for a barber is $90.
Stop it. Nobody's paying $90 for a haircut.
$90.
No.
We just had this discussion with Alex Napolis, who just got a hair. Apparently, his buddy who is a barber, lines you up and fades and stuff like that, and it was going to be $80. $90. When I was getting, and I had a barber that used to do some of the jazz players' hairs, like B. Russ back in the day, and I was paying $14 just for that.
There was a lady in Burley who, this is back in the day before, debit cards and things like that. And my mom, I would go in there and she would write a check, but she goes, how much is it? And I'm like, oh, I can't remember. And it was like $10. And then she would let me write out the check for $15 and then give me $5 in cash back.
Hey, our barber friends that are listening to us in the barber shops right now, tweet at 975 Hands or at Scotty G Zone or at Lloyd Cole Zone.
Yeah, I'm curious. What's
$90? That's your going rate. I'm telling you right now. I'm not lying. $90 for a barber.
Because about once a year I buy a new set of clippers, and I set the guard at about 1, maybe 1.5,
Mm-hmm.
and I should be doing it every week. Sometimes I let it go a month, and then I get the whole fryer tuck thing going on the sides. But yeah, that's the extent of my haircuts these days.
You're going to get the barbers that we're artists now.
I did send a tweet out. I just said, hey, men out there, what are you paying for a haircut nowadays? I originally, going back to when I did have hair, my sophomore year at BYU, I started shaving my head because my head felt better in a helmet, shaved, and it was saving me X amount of money.
Yeah.
And I didn't have to pay for a barber.
You didn't have a barber shop in the football complex like the kids do these days.
No.
So you didn't.
No.
So you kind of went
Sadly.
like, my hair is hot.
Yeah. So I shaved my head.
So I shaved my head.
I did. A little bit of Pedro. A little bit of Pedro in the football locker room.
And then I sat in the tub.
My head was hot.
All right, we got a lot to get to today. We'll do a check-in. I believe we got Bob Casper today, so we'll chat with him coming up at 1:05.
Hey, does it look like I got a little sun on my face?
It does.
Yeah. Dude,
How was it?
Dude, can I just tell you this? We are in a good place in this state, man.
We are in the golden age of sports in the state of Utah, and it's only going to get better.
That stadium is state-of-the-art. It's all just brand new, perfectly built, perfectly designed. The seats are a very comfortable hard plastic. You know, you can get hard plastic that kind of curves on the edges and they make it too narrow, so it hurts your hips. Like it's all back fit. You can slide back into it. It's really nice, comfortable. You got foot room in front of you because, you know, nowadays in stadium builds, they're building the seats too close and you can't move your feet. Like there are some stadium seats that I have to turn my feet, my size 15s outwards because I can't fit. So nice arm room, armrest, cup holders. The whole thing is just so, it's built with such intelligent intent. And I'll tell you, Scotty, they knocked it out of the park, and we just got a special little gym here.
Nice.
And the way the tracks pull up right up to it, they let you out right in front.
So the track's line's up and going. I know they're working on it, but it's done.
It's up and going.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, because I saw them moving, and I saw people coming all over the place out of the trains and all over the place. And a lot of people are just walking from their houses.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot believe. I have not been up there in the Daybreak area for probably 6 years, 5 or 6 years. All of the multiple family housing that they have built in there. I'm talking thousands and thousands of homes that are kind of stacked and townhomes and different condo setups and all the streets and walkways lead you to restaurants and barbers and little shops and then eventually to the baseball stadium. So the way that the housing is set up so you should be able to get at least 2,000, maybe 3,000 people out of those housing units for
every single game.
Every game. And it's just immaculate what they've done, Scotty. And, you know, a couple of other things. I love going to the major league parks, and I love their big digital boards that will post who's coming up to bat.
Yeah.
And it posts everything about him. It posts everything about him, every one of his stats. And you can see his RBIs, you can see his hitting percentage, you can see, and they've got this board that has beautiful picturing. And I know that they were doing some of that at the old Beast Park, but this is like a high level, really nice board. So I love that aspect of it. They still have the hillside seating, the berm, which was awesome. So people were crowded in there. The food options, they had the Philly cheesesteak. As Steve mentioned, J-Dogs had parked their trailer inside the park.
Nice. On
the back side of the putting greens, because they do have a little putt-putt area. They got it's a putt-putt course for kids. And in fact, our 1280, the zone tent, was right there by it. So we were kind of parked right there next to it. It's awesome, Scotty. I'm excited for you to get out there.
Yeah.
And go see it. Maybe I'll meet you out there. And we'll take the wives out, but
packed place, ready to go.
Yeah, it was. It was slow to fill in because some of your initial parking directions. Everybody's got to get used to where to enter, and
it's first time for everybody. You got to figure it out. It's all right.
Yeah. So a couple of those things might take a little bit of time, and anybody out there that bumped into any type of ticketing issue or any type of parking issue, those things will shake out. Those things are those little bugs will shake out. But the overall baseball experience, awesome. It is as good as it gets, man. For a minor league game, as good as it gets.
Were they handing out avocado toast blankets? Was that part of the promotion, or?
Why you got to go after my avocado toast blanket, dude?
No, I saw it. I'm like, wow, that's a really cool promotional thing they were doing today.
No, that they didn't, man. They handed out yellow bees towels and they handed out black bees T-shirts. But I brought the avocado toast blanket. That's my avocado toast blanket. Even though I can't eat avocados, Amanda loves avocado toast.
Really? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So that was the genesis of the blanket.
Yeah.
Right.
It was a gift to her because she loves avocado toast.
I don't know if I've ever really thought, you know what sounds good? Avocado toast. So I'm sure I've had it before. I just don't really remember.
I definitely don't. I don't think I would eat it even if I could. But I'm highly allergic to avocado.
Which is interesting because that doesn't seem like an overly, you got nuts and things out there that seem like everybody's got some kind of allergy to. I don't hear a lot of avocado allergies out there.
And it's a weird allergy because it makes the inside of my eardrums itch. Like right on just the inside of my eardrums and then in the backside of my nasal cavity to where I just sit there and snort like a pig trying to itch it.
Don't, Lloyd.
No,
I
don't,
already see him moving. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
And I have to jam my fingers in and do that whole, ear wiggle thing to try to itch
loosen it up.
Yeah, yes. And avocado, it lights me up. It itches me up like a cat on a hot summer day.
I could see you.
You have to do what sound do you have to do?
Stop.
No, I'm not going to do any sound, Lloyd. Don't look at me all disappointed.
We need to. You brought it up. We need to know what it sounds like.
I'm not going to do it. No.
Stop it.
And
Since when do you stop at the line?
Since today.
Keep going.
Since right now.
What does it sound like? What noise do you
make? It's that
make?
snort. It's just the
I don't know.
Okay, here it goes.
Like that. It's like a chipmunk snort. You just pull. You have to pull air through the back of your nose and
3, 2, 1.
No, I'm not doing it. No.
Hey, by the way, haircuts, $60, $40. There's a couple of 25s. I would say high end, it's looking like 80-ish. Low end is looking 25-ish to 35-ish. So I think you're looking at an average of about 50.
All right, it has been decades since I paid for a haircut. Like decades and decades. So there is one upside of losing
we must have,
your hair.
By the way, super cheap listeners because I don't want to say cheap. Maybe they're just smart. Let's just call them smart listeners because everywhere I've heard is like $90. I really have heard 90 from
somebody.
A lot of people.
You need to pass this on to Alex because if he's getting dinged $80-$90 a haircut,
it's a friend by the way, and he discounted him and we discounted it to like. It was like 65. I'm like, geez, man.
And then he's probably wanting a tip too.
Of course.
That was another thing I didn't know you were supposed to do is tip your haircut guy.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh.
Well, that's what Prison Barrels says on Twitter. He says it depends on how good she makes me look, but it's usually around 45 to 50. So that must be with the tip included.
Hopefully they're not asking for the tip before you get your haircut.
This little screen's going to ask you just a couple of questions before we get started.
It's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
Sorry, it only asked me one question, and that was for a tip.
Yeah. I can't
talk about that later.
I can't tell the story on there, but I got something. I went full Karen the other day at a place.
Really?
A little bit, yeah. Not one of my finer moments, but I feel like it was justified.
Jeez, I want to hear it. Can you tell it on there?
Well, there was an establishment that I went to go pick up.
So would you call it? So you went full Ken?
Yeah, is that the
I think
equivalent of Karen?
Ken or Kevin?
So I went to go pick up this. My wife and I ordered some food from a place, and I don't like delivery because delivery costs you like $10, $15 extra.
Yeah,
and plus you have to tip.
Yep.
So I like to go and just pick it up.
Sure.
Get away in the car for a few minutes, and
because you're a responsible, walking, mobile adult.
Exactly. And so I went in, and I'd already pre-purchased the food, went to pick it up, but my wife texted me. She said, hey, they're also serving this. Can you pick up one of these? It was a little dessert item, and I'm like, oh, that looks great. Yeah, for sure. I'll go grab that. So I went there, and I picked it up, and I'm like, okay, I'm ordering this, but I also have a order that I already paid for. And this lady I'll just say, it was me and my wife. The combined meal that I ordered was $23. Okay, not bad. We'll take it. And so the lady then rings me up and she goes, that's $19.95. I'm like, oh, I already paid online and it was $23, so I've already paid for it. She's like, no, this additional thing you ordered was $19.95. It's a little dessert cup that had strawberries and chocolate on it with some like pistachio stuff. It was $20. And I'm like, I'm not paying what? I'm not. She's like, well, you've already ordered it, sir. And I'm like, and I'm looking around people and I'm wearing my KSL Sports jacket and stuff. And I'm just a hair away from just going full Karen or Ken or whatever.
$20 for this little thing.
$20. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. And she's like, it is. And she dropped the, it is what it is. And I'm like, oh, you did.
What'd you say?
And I'm like,
did you say something? Be honest.
I did. I said, that's ridiculous and I don't want it anymore. And she's like, you've already ordered it. And there were people behind me and I'm like, I can't make it see. Oh, and there was a guy that was like, hey, love the show. And I'm like, all right.
You paid the 20?
I paid the 20.
How was the dessert?
Subpar.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
And I didn't really have any of it because, I'm trying to stay away from that stuff, but. Ugh.
Well, as you know, I had a bump in with a custard shop.
Yeah.
It was a pretty brutal bump in. It was actually horrible. And by the way, the custard shop's out of business. It didn't last a year. But I walked into a custard shop. I ordered just a medium custard with a little bit of mix in.
Yeah.
Nothing out of the norm. And it was like $7.80. And when she slid the cup across the table, it was just past half full. So this already small cup, just past half full. And I took it and I said, look, the $7+ is already steep. I said, can you at least top me off here? She's like, no, that's the going amount for whatever size I'd ordered. I said, that's 2 spoonfuls. That's 2 hand spoonfuls for $7. Yeah, break that down. We're talking about close to $3 a spoonful.
Yeah.
Like I need some help here. And she's like, no. And I slid it across the table. I said, I'm sorry. I'm not paying for that. Like that's highway robbery.
Yeah.
And somebody was with me that I might be married to.
Yeah.
And she was appalled. She's like, how dare you? We got to the car. How dare you? I was like, babe, I can't pay.
Out of good conscience, I can't do it.
I can't do it. She's like, you go back in there and you pay that person. I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. And we argued about it for about a week.
Wow.
Yeah, it was rough.
That one hung around for a little bit, huh?
Yeah, it was rough. It's just lucky that we have a burning love and desire for each other to be able to make it through something like that.
Now, if somebody charges you $7.50 for avocado toast, you're like, fine.
Fine. Here's your money.
Make her happy.
And I could just sit there and watch my wife eat with a big smile.
Yeah.
Because she loves avocado toast. But if they only put avocado on half of the toast.
And they charge you $10.
Then I'm like,
no.
Babe, we're not buying this avocado toast.
Yeah.
Like, give me the full avocado across the toast and we'll talk.
Yeah.
But don't slide a half empty cup over to me and be like, here's $7.80. That's where the whole thing went down for me with custard.
And they went out of business.
And they did. Well, and I've been burning hot mad. I have not had a bite of custard since. That's actually a lie. I'll say it this way. I have not bought.
Yeah. Frank Dolce's provided some custard.
And Scotty, my boy Scotty Brown,
yeah.
He'll take me for some custard because he loves some custard. And he's not afraid to pay that money.
Yeah.
But I'm not paying it.
No. Hans and Scotty. So moral of the story is, we're all concerned about saving $1, right? Well, guess what? You get into a car accident, you immediately got that cash register going in your head. Like, even if it's not my fault, I've got this, a deductible, it's going to hit my health insurance. No, the clinic is here to help you out and make sure that you're not paying anything for this because it's roped into your car insurance already that you're paying for.
That's right.
How you doing, by the way, Mike?
I'm great. Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, fired up.
Yeah, I am. Before we do that, though, did you guys go to the ballpark last night?
Yes, we did, Mark.
Did you already talk about it?
Yes, we did.
I was there.
Oh, were you there?
Yeah.
Was that not incredible?
That park is amazing. They need to upgrade their food options, but
yeah, but they're coming. Get there. Yeah, they're coming. All the food is being built in, and we had Steve Starks on, who has been in charge of the project, and yesterday he said, "Just hold on, things are coming." But how incredible is that park, man?
Oh, it's beautiful.
The seats were comfortable. Yeah. Where were you sitting?
Third base line.
Nice.
Yeah. It was great.
You and I weren't too far apart then.
Oh, hey, by the way, the bullpen, that was my favorite part.
Yeah, it's
that was
awesome.
really cool.
Just being able to peer over and check out the pen is pretty sweet.
And heckle
really cool.
a little bit.
Yeah, and
Scotty,
heckle.
were you there?
I was not.
Okay, well, I got something for you then. I brought you something.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
But we can talk about car accidents now.
Well, dude, here's the deal. What I've loved about having the clinic in is just providing awareness to people. If you get in a car accident, you do have fees that are worked into your insurance that pay for that accident. So I want people to understand, as soon as that car hits something, as soon as somebody hits you, the first thing you do is go to theclinic.cc.
That's right.
Theclinic.cc. CC, think a car crash. Theclinic.cc. And Mark, they're going to find all the options they're looking for. Help people understand specifically what the clinic will offer.
Yeah. So let's talk about that price for a second. It's no out-of-pocket cost to come see the clinic, get evaluated, get some treatment. And that's an important concept to understand, because when you go to a normal doctor visit, they're going to ask you some questions. They're going to be like, hey, was this work-related? Was this auto-related? The reason why they're asking those questions is because it impacts how they bill people. So when we're dealing with car accidents, all we do is bill the auto insurance and make sure that you're not paying any deductibles, you're not paying anything out of pocket. You just get to come in, get feeling better, and move on with your life.
It's really simple, too, because it gives you peace of mind and it gives you documentation, too, because if there is something and you waited 6 months and then the pain really kicked in and you've just been dealing with it, then you go and like, hey, this is from that car accident. And the insurance is like, well, that was 6 months ago. Are you sure about that? I mean, here, if you address it immediately, then you can get things documented and you can make sure that you're getting taken care of.
That's right. Yeah, the documentation is the most important part. We have to start to spell out what your injuries are so that the insurance companies that are on the hook for making these payments do make these payments.
Starts with the clinic, theclinic.cc. Get there now, theclinic.cc. We're going to be talking to Mark throughout the show today, and we're fired up because this is a really important service available for you if you do get into a car accident, theclinic.cc. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Andy Bailey, NBA analyst and writer for Bleacher Report. It would be awesome if the Jazz hit that top spot, but the odds are it'll go to somebody else. If it goes to somebody else, is there another player you're really excited about?
I think Con Knippel's been really interesting. He's not an eye-popping athlete, but I like guys who play with a feel for the game, and he has that. Guys who can dribble, pass, and shoot right away are just at such an advantage. VJ Edgecombe, he's kind of the opposite. Not that he's not skilled, but he's a freak athlete. There are concerns with a lot of these guys. I think they all have great upside. There's just a lot of eggs in the flag basket. If Utah lands him, I think they're on a completely different trajectory. Suddenly, everything they've done for the last couple years makes a lot more sense. And if they don't, it's still a little bit of a mystery.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today, and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Great teams don't leave success to chance. They prepare for it. And if the last few years have taught us anything, it's that emergencies don't wait for you to be ready. ReadyWise gets it. You've seen the empty shelves, the supply chain delays, the panic of trying to find the basics. That's why ReadyWise is here to help you plan ahead with emergency food supplies and survival kits you can count on. ReadyWise meals are highly rated and available in a wide variety of options with a shelf life that is long enough to outlast the next big shortage. And preparation, so simple it's practically foolproof. Whether it's a storm, a blackout, or another unexpected twist, ReadyWise helps you avoid the scramble. Because when life throws the unexpected your way, being prepared isn't just smart, it's essential. So don't wait for the next big event to catch you off guard. Be wise. Be ready. Visit ReadyWise.com today. Save 25% off your order when using code KSL25 at checkout. That's ReadyWise.com and code KSL25.
The Salt Lake Bees have a new hive. Hey guys, Jake Scott here and want to invite you to join us for opening week, April 8th through the 13th, as we kick off our inaugural season at the ballpark at America First Square in South Jordan. Every game will feature exciting giveaways. Don't miss out. The new amenities at the ballpark at America First Square are on par with many major league facilities. Single tickets are on sale now. Visit slbs.com for more information.
It's back. Don't miss Mr. Mac's buy one, get one for 100 suit sale. For a limited time, suits starting at $299 in a variety of colors and patterns. Unbeatable value and styles for every man with free alterations and 9 locations. Mr. Mac.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A lot of development going on, which means with young players, there's ebbs and flows. And right now, Kyle Filipowski struggling with his shot. Will Hardy talks about it.
Part of the reason that he hasn't shot great is he's getting guarded way differently. He's earned the respect of our opponents with his shooting. And so now it's about making some little adjustments to counteract that.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, all brought to you by U of U Health, the official health partner of the Utah Jazz.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right. Yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're still working out the kinks.
You're not messing with it, are you? I can't imagine. You're not like.
Can you move the camera?
You can't move it, okay? Okay, just making sure.
No, it's just
we had some issues with it zooming out. Like.
Yeah, yesterday I was like on a wide angle.
Whenever you guys were last in Monday, I think.
Yeah, the video stream is cutting off the top part of my head, which I guess I don't really mind because it does have a shine with a little bit of baldness on it. But if we're going to do this video thing, I'd like to have my whole person be a part of it, you know?
I'm trying to see if I can create a shadow on my head.
A little bit,
yeah.
A little bit.
Huh. Interesting. Go to KSLSports.com. You can get the live video stream. You can also do it on our YouTube page as well. Just search KSL Sports. And yes, we will invade your smartphone, your tablet, your computer, whatever. Oh, Lloyd just moved it. Can you really do it?
Yeah, no, I can do it. I mean, it could be like maybe you're hunching more or you're standing up. So it's if you move it a little bit, it's got to be adjusted.
Oh, all right. So you could do like a Wayne's World, like extreme close-up kind of thing and get really crazy.
Yeah, I can do that.
All right, cool. Hey, Utah Hockey Club, they may not make the playoffs, but boy, they're taking some momentum and they're taking teams down with them. If they're not going to make it, they're going to make life miserable for everybody.
This is the time of year, Scotty, where we start to really regret some of those early season losses.
Yes.
And I'm starting to understand that the NHL season is structured a lot like the NBA season, where you're in a ho-hum game on the road against Anaheim on October 16th, and you're not laser focused, and they push you to OT, and then you end up losing an OT, so you only get a single point out of the matchup, and you should have come out of it with 2. You go into you've got San Jose, you got the Sharks that come into Delta Center about 2 weeks later, and you lose to the Sharks, and on October 28th, which is a team and a game.
And was that the game where they gave up 3 goals in literally a minute and a half?
That's
in
the
the third period.
Yep.
Yeah, that's when I remember. I was like, man, if it really comes down to something like this, they're going to remember that one.
There's always those games in an NBA season that we point to and you're going to remember that one. And now we're starting to do that with this hockey team coming down the stretch that just, with St. Louis getting on that hot streak may have really shut the door on a lot of possibilities, but you still can't help but think about, if they would have got this and this and this, would have been a lot better.
Okay, so just a couple of thoughts. Okay, so the Minnesota Wild are the next wild card.
Yes.
And they've got 4 games left. If they win one of the 4, they lock the spot in.
I think they only need a point, too, by the way.
Yeah.
So if they get an overtime loss, then it's done.
Is it just 1?
I think it's 1 point.
And they play the Sharks at home tonight, who have like 18 or 20 wins on the season.
Yeah.
It's a terrible team. So they play them at home in Minnesota tonight. So it probably shuts the door on the Utah Hockey Club. And there's a part of me that's like, please shut the door, because I'm getting overly anxious about this.
Yeah.
The 7-1 last night was a reminder that this Utah Hockey Club is playing better hockey than the Minnesota Wild.
Oh, yeah.
Including the fact they beat Minnesota 3 times this season and only lost to them once, and that one loss was an overtime loss. So you are outplaying Minnesota currently, and Minnesota is 2-6 in their last 8 games. And Minnesota's about to unseat you.
Yeah.
It's like,
I'm bleeding out right now. Just finish me.
Yeah,
Just
that's it.
finish
That's
me,
it.
please. I'm bleeding out.
That's it.
Come on.
I mean, but it does, it just sits in your craw when you realize that of the 2 teams right now, the Utah Hockey Club is the better hockey team.
Yeah.
They are playing better hockey. They are a better team right now than Minnesota. Yet Minnesota, because of their overall body of work, is going to get into the playoffs when the Utah Hockey Club will not. And that sucks.
That sucks. And the other team that's right there is Calgary.
Yes.
Calgary actually has more points. I think Utah's at 84, and I think Calgary's at 87. But they just beat Calgary a couple nights ago.
Yep.
That was one of the games that I was at, and they thumped them, and they thumped them good. Like it was a nice win. It was 2-1, and I think it was an empty net that put it 3-1.
3-1, yeah.
If I remember right. But they thumped Calgary, and Calgary's right there too. So it's not going to happen. 4 games left. Only 1 home game. That's tomorrow night against Nashville, and then you're on the road for 3 games to finish out the season. But at this point now, I'm like, all right, you're at 84. 6 more get you to 90. That would be a pretty nice number.
And I think that's got to be your goal now at this point. Break that 90 plateau. You've already got more points scored than what was it, since 2017, 2018, something like that.
Yep.
So it has been a remarkable season. This team's guaranteed to be over 500. This team has done a lot of really good things in that whole building step process that we've been talking about, that Bill Armstrong's coming on every week and saying we're not skipping steps. They took a big, giant step forward. Is it the step we hoped for? Not really. We all wanted the playoffs, but they were right there, and then it sets the stage for next year.
That's right.
With some free agency, I'm just used to saying, get a little help in the draft. Obviously, that's not going to be the case because we don't see draft picks for a couple of years.
Yeah.
But free agency, some trades, booster that lineup, get everybody back and healthy. And if these guys are healthy for 82, then yeah, this is a playoff team next year.
Well, I'm hoping that they can hit 90.
Yeah.
They play Nashville twice, once at home, once on the road, and then they got to find a win between Dallas and St. Louis. Now, my hope is that Mr. Armstrong, some call him Mr. Cunningham, I call him Mr. Armstrong.
No, is Mr. Armstrong to us.
I'm hoping that Mr. Armstrong can get a win to end this season against his St. Louis Blues in his old home. That would be a very lovely vindication because it was St. Louis that went on a crazy run. They ended up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They ended up with a 12-game winning streak to secure that other wild card spot in the West. And it would be really nice to give them a haymaker. Now, I don't know. Maybe St. Louis at that point is like, hey, we know. I don't know if the NHL does that like the NBA does.
It's like, and NFL does that too. If you've got your spot secured.
We don't need it.
We're
not going to risk anything.
Yeah.
Even I don't care what the situation is. I want the Utah Hockey Club to go in there, stomp on the back of their heads.
Yep.
Because St. Louis is now on my list. Like, okay, that's the team. I'm gonna watch Utah Hockey Club versus St. Louis for years to come.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it's because when we had Bill on and I asked him, he said things used to be friendly. Do you remember?
Oh yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It's like in the beginning things were friendly, and as we've beat them a time or two, and
not so much.
Time has passed. It's just not so much. So I like that for Bill, and I like that for this team. But I think beat Nashville twice, beat St. Louis, and you get yourself to 90 points. 90 points. Remember, we were talking, well, what is the standard? And everybody's like 90, 90, 90. Okay, you get to 90, and now you just add 8 points next year. You're there.
Yep. That's it.
And I think you're right. I think that's a trade. It's something small. Because we're now seeing guys really rise to the occasion. You watched Sergachev last night, the primary defender, and a guy that I think kind of flies under the radar. He does it all. He's on your power play. He's on your penalty kill. He's on your front line. He's murderous. And I think he is one of probably 3 guys that are the catalyst to the playoffs. And I actually asked Bill Armstrong about Sergachev yesterday, and this is what Bill had to say about what Sergey means to this team.
From the get-go, he's exactly what we ordered, and he's been a massive part of, some nights he plays half the game for us back there, and he's just a wizard on defense. He's solid. He plays the power play. He's probably one of the best PK guys in the league, and he's a heck of a leader. So I can't say enough good things about him. He's been a big part of this team, and he's going to help us grow into a championship organization.
He's absolutely spot on that. 100% correct. Because this is a guy, you've got your young superstars that you're developing, and then you bring in guys that are just that can do everything. Your Swiss Army knives, like Sergachev, that's got leadership opportunities, been around the league for a little bit. Like when you're team building, this is the kind of guy that is going to do well for you.
Got to have a guy like this.
Yep.
What I'm coming to learn about hockey is you've got to have an amazing penalty kill.
Yep.
And you've got to have an amazing power play. Those are your moments. Those are the 2 moments to seize. Because a great PK allows you to be extremely aggressive.
Yeah.
If you got a bad penalty kill, then you don't trust that your team could do it with 4. And you're giving up a high percentage of score when you go into the penalty kill. Well, I can't have dudes that are playing the game the way it's meant to be played. Hockey is meant to be right on the edge of, you're not just going to throw me in the penalty box, you're going to throw me out of the game. That's the way hockey's played. I'm going to play it to the point where you're having to make a decision. Yeah, when my stick goes high and I get a high stick, I want a tooth to come out.
Yep. I'm going to make it count.
Yeah. When I slash or when I take that stick across the lower back, which is constant, guys will get that stick right across their 2 hands and they'll slam it right into the lower back of a player. I see it every night, every time I go out and watch these games. And you have to be able to play like that. That's what makes Florida who they are. That's what makes Calgary who they are, even though the Utah Hockey Club got the win over Calgary. Calgary is just known for being chippy and nasty. And that's the way I want this Utah Hockey Club to be able to play. And you can do that when you've got a penalty kill that you can rely on.
And that's one thing that they've been good at, has been penalty kill. The power play, on the other hand, they've not been great at. But penalty kill has been a good point. But, one thing, and we'll ask
Their
Bill.
best point.
we'll ask Bill about this next week, is from my perspective, and again, I'll be the first to admit I'm a novice on this. I'm still learning, as we all are, NHL hockey. This team seems tougher and more aggressive at this point of the season than they did at the first of the season.
Yep.
And so if you can continue to evolve in that, I don't know if you'll ever be the bullies that Florida is. I mean, I think they're just wired that way. Mm-hmm. But this team, I think, is developing a little nastiness to it. At least from my perspective.
Well, Scotty, I know how I'd build my team.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm an expert, but I know how I'd build my team. First and foremost, the first thing I'd do, if I'm starting from a fresh slate, I'd get the best goalie that money could buy. That's the number one thing I'd do. As now I'm about to complete my first NHL season of being on and near the ice and around the game and talking with the general manager, and I would get the best goalie that money could buy. It's first and foremost, and it's not even close for me.
Agreed.
Second, I'm getting my thug. I'm getting my hired hand. I'm getting the thumb breaker. Like, I want the guy that goes out and collects the money. I want the guy that he's not afraid to take off the skate and throw it at somebody. I want that dude.
Yeah.
That's my guy. I want a guy that everybody in the league fears. Okay, because they fear my guy, then they leave Logan Cooley alone. When Logan Cooley's left alone, he can do damage. When Keller's left alone, he can do damage. But if there's nobody that sets the fear of God into the deep gut of these NHL players that are tough as iron, then they ain't going to leave him alone. But if I've got that dude, it's like, man, I know if I go at Cooley and put him in the glass, I know I'm going to have to answer with a stick across the back from Joe Blow. I don't want that.
I'm not feeling that today. I don't want any of that smoke right now.
I think that dude prevents a lot from happening and allows a lot to happen from great players, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yep.
And then second, I'm going to find a wing that can go one-on-one with anybody. Or sorry, third.
Yeah.
I'm going to find a wing that just flies and can go one-on-one. And that's how I build it. That's the first three things I do. Goalie, thug, scorer. And I think that's your answer.
And then build around it.
But I you know what I love about learning about the NHL is I know when I tune in to watch a game, I get to see absolute nastiness and toughness.
You'll get it every night.
And that's what I would spend my money on. I would spend my money on that. Like, I'm not watching a guy go down and feign an injury and, I'm not doing that.
No.
These guys are awesome. And I'm absolutely in love with the game.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's a couple of rinks here and there, but that's the point. It's hard to find. And so if you build 5 more rinks within 20 miles of Salt Lake, kids are going to play.
What I like about that is the culture part. If you feel that this market is ripe to be a really passionate hockey market, it requires playing the long game a little bit.
It does.
That's what I like about it.
Absolutely, it does.
And we do have potential. We're a winter sports market. And I believe this as a hockey market. It seems like it would fit right in like a glove. Kind of like the NBA in a different way. I think the NBA fit here really well because, in part, every church has a gym. For those reasons, I think hockey has a ton of potential.
I imagine you played junior jazz, right?
Yep.
I did too. Every boy did, and most girls did. Do that with hockey.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bar W Beef. Look at you repping the Bar W Beef logo last night at the game.
Yeah, it's been everywhere.
And by the way, that gear that they gave us, incredible. I wear it all the time.
It is.
I got a couple of hoodies with that Bar W. I wear that with pride because not only are they great hoodies, but you're repping a great product because nobody is going to give you the better beef in the state of Utah or in the United States than Bar W Beef.
Yeah, are you somebody that loves a good steak? Are you somebody that loves a good tenderloin? Maybe you love just a good old beef roast on a Sunday with some carrots and potatoes. This beef is homegrown. This beef is born in Utah, it is raised in Utah, and it's processed in Utah, and it's shipped from Utah to your front door. So these cattle, you know what are going into these cattle. And take it from Scotty and I. We've been to the facilities. These are state-of-the-art, clean facilities. Each cow is dry aged for 14 days.
Yes.
You're not going to get that from beef and steak that you buy at a grocery store. Stop buying your beef at a grocery store. Just stop. Buy $150 worth of beef from Bar W, and it's sent to your front door for free.
Yep, and you're going to pay essentially the same price at a grocery store as you will at Bar W Beef. Go to barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
You're the gatekeeper of green, the master of mowing, the wizard of watering schedules. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you use IFA's 4+ Lawn Care program, with nutrients blended for greener, healthier turf in our local soil. IFA's 4+ Lawn Care program. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
At Pacific Power, your safety is our top priority. When wildfire risk is elevated, we use enhanced safety settings to de-energize our lines within fractions of a second if a line is contacted by debris, wildlife, or strong winds. This can increase the number of outages and the time it takes for power to come back on, while field crews inspect the lines before safely restoring power. Learn more at pacificpower.net/wildfire.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back for some golf or hitting the trails?
Stop into Dairy King in Heber Valley
to get one of their famous strawberry shakes and strawberry chicken salad. Celebrating 78 years in business.
Dairy King on Main Street, home of the train and best of state shakes.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
7-1 victory for the Utah Hockey Club as they put it on the Seattle Kraken. Mikhail Sergachev loved what he saw from his squad in this one.
Yeah, it was nice. Like more shots, though. Passes are all cool and it looks good
for the TV and for fans, but I'm a shooter, so I like shots. I like goals. The guys were feeling it, so maybe next game we'll start scoring.
It's your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update, all brought to you by ReadyWise right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for another edition of What You May Have Missed. But before we get to it, you were at the game last night. Our guy Mark here was at the game last night. Well, guess what? You can go to the game as well. Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. You'll win a 5-pack of tickets to see the Salt Lake Bees take on the Reno Aces at the ballpark at America First Square. Don't miss professional baseball, family-friendly fun, and more at their brand-new stadium in Harriman.
Scotty, just really quick on what you may have missed, I do want to shed some light on the rumors that are floating out there about Rob Wright. He's the guard with Baylor.
Yes.
And he's a very good guard. Averaged 11 points, 5 assists. He's 6'1", he's fast, and he was kind of a do-it-all guy for Baylor. And a tweet was sent out by, I think it was first reported by a national reporter, I think. But it obviously caused waves all over that BYU would be paying him an NIL of $3.5 million. And I can absolutely shed light that is an inaccurate report. $3.5 million is not accurate. Now, obviously, there's going to be money exchanged. I do think that the report that Rob Wright is coming to BYU is accurate. I just don't think it's $3.5 million. And I'm not saying it's not close.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's $3.5 million. And, we see these things just thrown out there, like $7 million for AJ and $4.5 million for Kevin Young. And a lot of times people are doing that to better their position, or they're doing it with a purpose. It typically isn't ever what you see and what you think it is. So don't believe the $3.5 million. But I would believe, my guess is BYU's got the inside track on Rob Wright, and he should end up on this roster.
Well, knowing some of the numbers that are being thrown out there and what some guys are getting right now, guys that are making 7 figures that have no business making 7 figures. And, hey, look, again, you're worth what somebody's willing to pay you. So God bless you. If you can go get it, go get it. But there are guys getting 7 figures right now where I'm like, you didn't even make an all-conference honor. You didn't do, and it just blows my mind, the money that's being thrown out there. So when I saw 3.5 for a guy who has a chance to be a really special player for BYU, I was like, yeah, that's about right. Does it seem like a lot? Sure. Does it seem like it's in line with the market? Yeah, actually it does. Like if 3.5 was the number, which you're saying it's not, and we've talked off the air, and you would know that it's not. But even if it was 3.5, it wouldn't shock me at all.
No.
Of a player of that caliber and the market out of control as it is right now.
That's why I think everybody just buys it.
Yeah.
And goes with what's set. And I think that's why people feel comfortable throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Like, we'll just throw out 3.5. And if anything, it's going to make everybody around Rob Wright say, whoa. Okay, 3.5. What do we get you to 4?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you've increased it by, let's just say for the sake of a crazy number, you've increased it by $600,000. And it's like, that's kind of dirty business, but it's business. And really, when it all boils down to it, the only people it matters to is Rob Wright and BYU.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And it's all on the up and up. I want people to understand that, BYU's gotten in the money game, but they're doing it the right way. Look, if they're going to allow it, BYU's going to do it. And I'm all for it. And this roster would be crazy.
Yeah.
Rob Wright, Richie Saunders, AJ DeMonsa, Keba Keita. You'd have Boscovich back. You'd have Dawson Baker back. You'd have
who's the other freshman too? That's in a McDonald's All-American. I forget his name, but you got 2 McDonald's All-Americans.
Is it Xavier Station? Is that?
Yeah.
I'm trying. Anyways,
yeah.
This team is. BYU's never seen anything like this roster.
Nope, and that's going to be a top 10 team.
And they just got invited to the Jimmy V tournament.
Yes.
At Madison Square Garden.
Not a bad way to start things off.
In December.
Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, Mark's hanging out with us. And if you don't have millions of dollars of NIL, but you get beat up in a car accident. So, it's funny. I was just talking to my wife about this the other day. She was on I-15 and things came to an abrupt stop. And somebody hit her from behind. It wasn't serious. In fact, the damage to the vehicle is really minimal. And she says she feels fine. But in my mind, I'm like, I should still get her to the clinic because she says she's fine. The car's not really beat up that bad. But at the end of the day, it doesn't take a lot to really cause damage to the body.
It doesn't. No. When was this?
I want to say Friday of last week.
Yeah. So some of those symptoms might not show up for a couple weeks. So let's get her in. Let's get her checked out.
Let's
and
do
then
it.
She can tell you how awesome it is.
Awesome. We're done and done. We'll make it happen.
Yeah, for sure. One of the things I want to talk about, we actually had somebody come in on Monday. They got in a car accident on Sunday, and there were 4 cars that were involved in this accident. The problem is that it's going to take the insurance company some time to sort out who's really at fault here. Well, the thing is, your medical benefit kicks in instantly, regardless of what the outcome of the investigation is. Your medical benefit kicks in right away. So you can come in. He came in on Monday, got treatment, and we're starting on this, getting him back to health.
So even if I run a stoplight and I hit the front end of somebody that's coming through the intersection and I'm at fault, that $3,000 still covers me?
That's right. Yeah, it covers everybody. Anybody in the car, it covers everybody.
So if there's 4 of us in there, I get $3,000 per person in the car.
That's right.
I just don't think people don't have a clue of this.
No,
yeah,
I didn't know until you and Sonia came in.
Yeah, especially if you think you're at fault, you don't understand that you still have that medical benefit. And it's not going to, if you're at fault, your rates are going to go up just because you're at fault, but not because you used your medical benefit.
By the way, shout out to Sonia. We miss you. We love you. Hope things are good. Let's go, Sonia.
Let's do it.
We absolutely miss you. She's so good.
She is the best.
Yeah, she's a great spokesperson.
Yeah.
And
she's much better than me. I wish she was here.
No, you're killing it.
I wish I could say that you were wrong, but no, you're great. So we do appreciate having you. But the clinic.cc, if an accident happens, if an accident has happened, go to the clinic.cc and you can start your recovery today. Let's get it going. And it's free.
Today.
Theclinic.cc. Get there now. Theclinic.cc. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Attention sports fans, imagine the peace of mind knowing that when you open a gold-tiered checking account with Hercules First Federal Credit Union, you get premium perks as part of your package.
Start 2025 off with Gold Tier Checking and unlock unbeatable benefits. Earn up to 4.25% APY on your balances. Earn points on everyday spending. Redeem for travel, cash back, gift cards, and more. Enjoy Ultimate ID 3 Bureau credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage with no monthly fees. But that's not all. Lock in your future today with Hercules First Federal Credit Union's 12-month CD at 4.4% APY. A winning play to watch your money grow stronger together. Don't miss out. Open your Gold Tier checking account or 4.4% APY CD today. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Grab your kids and a bag of popcorn and come see the greatest show on the road at Doug Smith Kia in Linden. The Kia Carnival and the Kia Carnival Hybrid, a 3-row, 7-passenger minivan built to comfortably fit your 3-ring family. And with an optional 8th seat and fuel economy of 33 miles per gallon, no one in the pickup line will be mistaking you for your mother. So come see our amazing offers for the funnest family car on wheels at Doug Smith Kia in Linden. No one knows Kia like Doug.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
Water belongs in pipes, not in your yard or on your floor. Call Utah Utility Pro, your leak detection and repair specialist. Utah Utility Pro handles major leak detection and repair services for your water, sewer, main, and gas lines. UtahUtilityPro.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number 1.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, but let's be honest, it's Masters Week. You don't want to hear from us. Nope. You want to hear from the legend, Bob Casper, so let's do it.
This 2025 Masters Update, live from Augusta, is brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, Black Desert Resort, and Siegfried and Jensen on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The great Bob Casper joins us now. I'm trying to use my best Masters voice.
I love Bob.
Hi, Bob. How are you?
You know, I'm doing great, and I was eavesdropping on your little conversation yesterday, Hans, with Brian about putting your ball on every green and seeing what you would shoot.
Yeah.
I'd put you in the middle of every green in regulation, and you would not be able to break par or shoot even par. You'd probably you'd be lucky to shoot 80.
Is that because I'm a trash putter, or is that just the average everyday golfer?
That's not a personal shot. That's just against average golfers, right?
Yeah, that's just what these greens are. Yeah, absolutely.
They're
really difficult. Really, really difficult.
Well,
and
I'm not surprised by it, Bob.
And everything.
I'm not surprised by it. Just like the downhill slopes and where they've got some of these pins, you could run by a pin. If you're not a very experienced putter, you could run by a pin easy, 8-10 feet, couldn't you?
Oh, more than that.
Wow.
I've seen guys put it off greens, and they're the best players in the world.
Well, I mean, as Brian said yesterday, I mean, you had one of the best to ever do it, and Ernie Els, who 5-putted a green once. Yeah.
Yeah, the first green a couple of years ago, he 5-putted. Correct.
So when you're playing Augusta, is the whole idea and key just to be on the downslope putting up? Like everything that you're doing, are you just trying to shoot to the downslope to putt up?
Everything below the hole, Hans. Everything below the hole, and you feel like you have a chance to get the ball close, if not make it. But if you get above, I remember the first time I played here, I was with my dad. I hit a really good drive on one, hit an 8-iron from my second shot, and I was above the hole probably about 12 feet, just on the fringe of the green, and the pin was down about 12 feet below. And I said to him, how hard do I hit this? I had about 3 inches to get to the green off of the fringe. He goes, just get it on the fringe.
Wow.
So I hit it, just got it on the fringe, and I had 4.5 feet coming back.
Wow. It's like putting on concrete.
Oh, it's like putting on marble.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it just will not stop.
Wow.
I love this tournament, Bob. It's so much fun. Scotty and I have the par 3 running in front of us. Does every participant participate in the par 3?
Yeah, most of the guys do. Not all of them. The last few years when Tiger was around, he didn't play. I don't know if Phil will play, but there's a bunch of guys that don't. They get done with their practice rounds and that kind of thing, and they just decide that they're not going to go out on the par 3. But most of the majority of them do, and they take their kids out, like Tony Finau taking all of his kids out. Jordan Spieth had 2 of his kids out today. Max Homa had one. Just everybody looks at it as a way of kind of bringing family together and enjoying kind of the event and everything before the big stressful week comes and starts.
All right, you ready? I always ask you dumb questions. Here's the dumb question of the day. Is there a special 9-hole course for this? Or is there, okay, so this isn't, nope. They're not shortening up some of the holes that'll be in play for the tournament, correct?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. They have, so you've got the main golf course, which is up above and kind of down below to the west. And then you go down over the hill to the east, and there's a special 9-hole golf course over there that they play the par 3 contest on.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So it's a separate course.
Bob, Scotty and I were watching Gary play on this par 3, and he was tucking it within 2 feet nearly every cup. If you put Gary Player, he turns 90 in November. If you put Gary Player at the Pro Tips and he played Augusta
in a cart,
what would he shoot?
Oh, the thing is he doesn't hit it far enough. So, the first hole is 450 yards. It would take him 3 to get on the green. I would say that it would take, he'd be very fortunate to break 80. Yeah. It's a long ways. Okay. It's a long ways. And
so it's just the distance would get him.
He's pushing
90,
or he is 80. Yeah, he's pushing 90, and he still hits it, but I'll guarantee he doesn't hit his driver longer than 200 yards.
Okay.
So just can't do it.
I was watching some of the coverage last night, and I saw Colin Markawa said that because of the hurricanes that some of these bigger trees got knocked down, and I think he pointed out number 2 and then maybe number 9, where in the past you couldn't really play the whole little bit, but here you can because some of those larger trees are out. And then other players said, no, the course plays the same. What are you seeing out there with some of the hurricane damage and what's been done to knock some of those trees down?
Well, a lot of visuals are different because of those trees being down. There were 3 trees on the 16th hole that fell onto the green, so they had to redo the whole green. But it's back to normal, just like it always has been. There were 3 pines on the back of the 15th green, down between the 15th green and the lake on 16, and those came down also. So you don't have those for visuals to be able to aim at or anything like that. As far as number 1 and number 9, they kind of parallel each other, one going out, one coming back in. There were a bunch of trees that fell down in there. So it is thinner. The trees are thinner down that left side on number 9, like Colin Morikawa said. And because of that, it's a little bit easier tee shot now.
Yeah.
It opens it up a little bit more. But there were a total, I think, of 4 greens that they did work on. Number 2, maybe number 8, number 15, and number 16, I think, something like that.
So they're taking pictures on this par 3, and there's a clubhouse back behind the tee box. Is that the Augusta clubhouse that's just right there?
No, that's the Butler's cabin right there. That's where they have CBS sits in there, and that's where they end up for television, putting the green jacket on the winner. And then they come out on the practice green and do it in front of patrons and everybody, and have everybody sit behind Chairman Ridley as they bestow the green jacket. But that's not on television, where in the Butler cabin is where it's on television. Now, right across the way from the Butler cabin, there's probably about, 40 yards in between the Butler cabin, and then to the south a little bit, maybe, of that is Eisenhower's cabin. And there's a big golden eagle up above the doorway that you can see, and you know which cabin he stayed in because he was a member here, General Eisenhower, President Eisenhower.
Very cool.
Yep.
Very cool.
When you look at the weather coming up, I know it rained earlier in the week, but it looks beautiful. Is it supposed to stay good the rest of the week, or what's the plan there?
I'm just going to look at it here real quick for you. There's one day that says there could be some rain, and that's Friday. But Thursday, tomorrow, it's supposed to be about 74 degrees, a high of 69 on Friday. And from what I understand, it might come in a little bit in the morning, but then the afternoon on Friday, all of Saturday, all of Sunday, everything's great.
Bob, do these pro golfers work on weathered games? They golf in the rain, they golf in the wind just to get ready if something does blow in on them on a major in a credible situation?
Hans, it's kind of interesting. When they're on the range, if the wind's blowing a certain direction, they will move on the range to where they have more of an into the wind shot, more so than a side wind shot, right to left or left to right, because they want to practice being able to hit it straighter. So that's how they practice. But they play so much golf. They play golf even when they're on tour. They play golf when they're at home, and they understand what needs to be done based on certain weather conditions. Now, the other thing is they have the TrackMan and the measuring devices, the spin measuring devices, and that kind of thing. That when they get on the range in the morning, based on the atmospheric conditions, the wind, all that kind of thing, they can test and hit golf balls, and it will spit out how far they're hitting it that day. So, normally might be, let's say, 160 yards for a 8-iron, okay? But on a certain day, if the wind's blowing into them a little bit, or if it's a little bit heavier air, or there's a little bit of rain or something, they might only hit that 8-iron 152 yards. So they know that they're 8 yards off in distance from what they would normally hit it under perfect conditions. And they know that with each one of their clubs as they hit on the driving range before they go out that day to play.
So are champions allowed to bring a guest in? And if so, were you ever a part of a champions dinner?
Champions dinner is a totally different thing. The only people there at the champions dinner are the champions and the chairman of the club, which is Fred Ridley.
So no spouses, kids, nothing, huh?
No spouses, no kids, no nothing.
Wow.
It's only the champions. Now, they have on the weekend, on the Sunday afternoon after the drive, chip, and putt, they have what's called Champions Day, and a former champion can bring a guest with them to play the golf course that day on Sunday before tournament week. So I participated in a couple of those with my dad. was able to play a couple times that way, and I played a couple times with the media draw here at Augusta National. Scotty Scheffler this week, for his Champions Day, he took his mom. His mom was able to play. So it's kind of cool. A lot of the guys will bring parents or a brother or somebody to be able to come play with them and have a chance to play at Augusta National.
If I'm just regular Joe golfer out there and my life's dream is to play Augusta, what are the chances, or what would I have to do to even be able to play around on that course?
See, now I was going to tell you what you need to do, Hans, to be able to do this. Okay.
Okay.
So I was thinking about this before we even got on. So you and me both, Hans. Peyton Manning, your buddy, Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
He's a member here at Augusta.
Oh, okay. That's.
So you need to get a hold of him and tell him that you want to bring Billy Casper's son with you, and let's go play.
So
okay?
It's got to be a member.
It's got to be a member. If you know a member at Augusta National, you might be able to get to play.
Okay. So
whoa, even then you only said might.
Might.
Yeah.
Because members aren't very forthcoming, you know. But if you're a real good friend of a member at Augusta National, you could probably play.
Okay. Yeah. And let's say that I get that opportunity. Is there green fees, or is it you're a member and you go with the member? I guess it wouldn't really matter because
you go with a member. There's a caddy fee, which is like $100, and you can even stay on site. You can even stay on grounds in one of the cabins or in one of the apartments here on ground.
All right, let's say you're like Jeff Bezos. Okay, you've got infinite amount of money. Can you buy a membership to Augusta?
No, you can't. You have to. It's only by invitation.
Wow.
So
that's on. It's hard to comprehend that.
What's our Microsoft dude's name? The guy that started Microsoft.
Bill Gates.
Bill Gates wanted to be a member here forever. Never an invite. Then he developed a software program for the club to handle all of their food and beverage, all their merchandise, everything around the club, their sprinkling system, everything. He developed a software program for all of that. That's when he got his invitation.
So is it the Masters tournament where they generate the revenue for this? If you don't have club fees and all that, where's the money coming from? I guess it's just from this event?
Well, it's the majority. It's from this event. So just merchandise alone, the week of the tournament here on grounds is $70 million.
Oh, geez. Wow.
$70 million. Okay. That doesn't include any other licensing fees or anything like that. But $70 million. And then what was I going to tell you? If they need something, like if you're a contractor or whatever, then they'll assess members for certain things. So you see all the bleachers around the golf course. Those bleachers were put in, 10, 15 years ago. They assess the members for those bleachers. But everything revolves around the tournament, and for the most part. This club's only open 6 months of the year. It opens in October and it closes the end of April, first part of May. So
it's one of those elite exclusive things that instead of being offensive, you know, because some things that are elite and exclusive, it's offensive. And for one reason or the other, this course is so beautifully inviting, even though they would literally snub their nose at a multi-billionaire. But the club is so inviting. I don't know how they do it, Bob, but it's
been that way for a long time. Captains of industry are members here. There are 30 local members, influential families and local members from South Carolina and North Augusta, Aiken, Augusta itself here in Georgia, that are members as well. That they have to have that many in their charter. But yeah, it's always an invitation. We were just talking with a friend of ours, and This guy has been very successful. He's a young guy. He's a member at Augusta Country Club, which is right next door to Augusta National. A good player, very successful in his business and everything, and never heard a thing about anything about being a member here or whatever. And a guy knocked on his door one day from the club, and he said, "Hey, such and such, how you doing?" He says, "Oh, I'm doing great." And he goes, "Here, I got an envelope from Mr. Ridley for you." And he goes, "What's Mr. Ridley giving me an envelope for?" And he goes, "You might want to open it." And it was his invitation to be a member.
Gosh.
Wow.
So
why can't this be replicated? Why can't they build an Augusta like across the street? Or why can't you replicate the course? Because you could almost conform it, the configurations of each hole and the undulations of each green. You would think you could rebuild this.
I don't know. It'd be pretty difficult because the property is so different in so many different places on the golf course. I mean, where you are at the clubhouse is up high, and when you go down to the second green is lower, and down to the 13th green is even lower, and you're going down all the way and then turn around and coming all the way back up. With this used to be a big nursery. It had different trees and plants and everything, and hence that's why they call each one of the holes a different name, is because those were the plants that were here in the nursery. But the undulation, the topography of this property is just so unique. And then again, you got the tradition. I mean, this is the 89th Masters Championship, and the first winner was in 1934. And to have that tradition of those winners and everything over those years, it's just, it's something that Hans, I don't really think can be replicated.
True or false? If you or BT were asked to be a member of the broadcast crew at Augusta, you could not call
CBS?
Yeah, you could not call. You are not allowed to call the people who attend it fans. They have to be called patrons. Is that true?
Patrons. That's correct.
The announcers have to call them
terminology. Certain terminology that's used. It's like the fairway is called the fairway cut.
And you can't say back nine, right?
No, you can't say back nine.
Just
the rough. The rough is not called the rough. It's called the
fringe.
No, it's called the first cut, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, where the fairway is called the fairway cut.
I'm telling you, man, these things are just incredible to me. I love it just because of the tradition, and I do love the game. But
and it's old school. Yeah, it's old school. Like to walk in the clubhouse, if you have a golf hat on, you got to take it off. You walk in the clubhouse, if you don't take it off and you're walking through the door, the person that's standing there, the guard or security guy that's standing there, say, please take your hat off. Wow. It's old school. It's traditions. It's the South. It's it's amazing.
Is Tiger there on one of those knee carts? One of those wheel arounds?
No. He had the chance to be at the Champions Dinner.
Yeah, I was looking for him. He wasn't in the picture.
He wasn't there.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't there. He also, Chairman Ridley made an announcement on Monday. They're doing a golf course here called the Patch, and it's for youth and kids and adults and everything. It's going to be a great golf course by Tom Fazio and another designer. They're each doing 9 holes. It's going to be about 6,800 yards, something like that. But phenomenal patch. Phenomenal golf course. Well, they just announced Monday that they're going to do a par 3 course next to that called the Loop, and Tiger is going to design that. And then as part of that, one of his learning centers, like they have I think they have one in Philadelphia and they have one in Southern California. One of his learning centers they're going to put in here that's going to benefit like 23,000 kids and teaching them and getting them to college and all those types of things. His foundation is doing that as well. So he's going to be intimately involved in Augusta because 5-time champion of the event, and this area and this course, and everything has been so good to him that he wants to get back to the area. And so he's going to do that 9-hole course called the Loop, which is going to be at the Patch Golf Course, and then also going to be his learning center.
Oh, one thing. If you win the Masters, are you automatically a member for life?
You are an honorary member for life, and but that doesn't give you rights to bring people to play golf with you at the club. You have to have a member sponsor.
So even Mike Weir just can't show up and go, hey, I got Hans and Scotty and Bobby with me, and we want to hit the front nine. He's like, no, can't do that.
Yeah, so what happens is Mike would end up calling the club and saying, I've got a couple people that I want to bring with me to play. And they would say, we'll make sure that we have a couple members on site so you guys can go out and play.
Okay.
Interesting. Yep. All right. Well, hey, great stuff. Thanks for answering all our dumb questions, and we appreciate it. Good stuff.
Good question. Those are questions people don't know.
I know. Yeah.
Those are great questions.
Yeah, we love it,
Hans,
Bob. Yeah.
Hans, you need to make the call.
Call Peyton.
Oh,
you got to call him.
I'll call Jeff Saturday. I'll call Jeff,
Peyton.
and Jeff can call Peyton.
Hey, Peyton, you remember that time I put my helmet right in your armpit?
Yeah.
And kind of crunched your ribs?
Time to pay me back.
Yeah, time to pay me back. Let's go play golf.
I love it. Hey, enjoy it. We look forward to chatting with you later in the week.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, guys. Take care.
The great Bob Casper right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That's stuff you need to know about Augusta. I mean, we could talk about golfers and stuff, but
Would you give up your ostrich boots in order to play?
Oh, yeah.
So that's what you need to do. Call
you can have them back.
Peyton and say, hey, you can have these back if you take me.
Just one around. Guys, we've got to get our major pain in the butt in. The books.
Do.
So
because Lloyd's out the rest of the week.
We got to roll this draft. Let's kick it. How about we boot sports roulette?
Man, your disapproving look is just...
I don't have a disapproving look.
It could just cut through glass, man.
What are you talking about? There's no disapproving look.
Yeah.
No. I smiled. You smiled at me. I smiled back.
Are you back like the first part of May?
I haven't decided yet.
All right.
I'll decide when I come back.
It's what Lloyd calls a floating vacation.
Yes. I'll decide when I come back.
Mark's hanging out with us. Come on, that was fun. Getting a little background on Augusta there.
That was awesome. Yeah. And I learned I will never get to play there.
Yes. Yeah. One thing we've learned, it doesn't matter how much money you have in the old bank account, you can't buy your way onto Augusta.
Which makes it even more surprising that Lavelle played there 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
And literally, I was just telling the story that I called him once, and he answered. And I was like, oh, and he kind of was a little bit of rush with me and like, what are you calling? And I said, you told me to call you. He goes, well, I'm on Augusta.
Not now.
Did you mention who he was playing with?
No.
What if it was like I feel like somebody like Bobby Bowden would have been a member.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You know what? It was something like that, Lloyd.
I'll bet you it was Bobby Bowden.
It was something like that. He was Bowden or Paterno or somebody. But he answered. And I was like, what? You're on Augusta. You're answering a phone call? Are you out of your mind?
Back then, you'd be like, why are you on Augusta?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because you'd be like, that's good grazing land right there. What are you even doing?
Well,
there?
Back then I was like,
exactly.
Of course you're going to answer.
Hans, are we...
Lloyd, an old throwback.
Mark's hanging out with us from the clinic, theclinic.cc, theclinic.cc. Think car crash, theclinic.cc. But one thing that we've talked about and probably don't talk about enough, motorcycles, pedestrian accidents, those all fall under your umbrella as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Any sort of vehicle, collision, motorcycle, if you're a pedestrian, you're hit by a car, you're covered by that car that hit you. Anybody can come in if there's a car involved.
I want to talk about the professionalism of the clinic, and I want people to understand that it's not just, hey, we're going to help you and we'll use your car insurance, but Mark, the level of care that people are receiving at the clinic, that the more I learn about it, I'm like, geez, Louise, these guys, you're top end, you're upper crust.
It's taken us a long time to find these providers. To get a level of provider that has that type of empathy for their patient. I know a lot of providers are like that, but they tend to stay away from auto accidents and treating people in auto accidents because they don't really know how to bill them. So that's why we created the clinic. We'll take care of the billing for these providers. Just let them do their thing. And they actually really love this type of medicine because they don't have the same restrictions that they do in health insurance world, where they have to get pre-authorizations and do different things with the health insurance just to get you some care. If they want to order up anything today, we can get that filled for you.
That's really impressive. The clinic.cc. Look, bottom line is, if you've been in an accident and you feel fine, still get checked out. It's not going to cost you a dime. You can find out exactly if there's anything going on, because 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now, you might not feel great, and then you'll be kicking yourself for not going out there and getting checked out. It's really simple. Theclinic.cc. Get there now. Theclinic.cc. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Jordan Clarkson, a couple of years ago, when Will Hardy's first year, I thought that was his best season. I think Keontae George needs to be more of that. I think he's got to make the off the bounce, and I think he has to figure out a way to be a point guard in the league. I think the Jazz initial vision for him was the correct one.
I don't know if he's the number one.
I don't know. I don't know. If he plays hard, he's really good.
He does. He's got to play defense. He doesn't play defense.
That's why I'm saying that Walker Kessler switch has to flip, or he's in trouble, because I don't think there's a whole lot of ancillary role for his game.
So this is since he moved to the bench full time. 17 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds. 17, 5, and 4
pretty good.
Is a hell of a stat line. Give everyone in the NBA the green light. They're not going to go 17, 5, and 4. I promise you. Like, there is something there.
I think Keontae, if he has a good offseason, I absolutely think there's value there.
I do too. I would not bail on Keontae.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to Hockey 101, brought to you by Trucordia Insurance. I'm Cole Bagley, Utah Hockey Club insider for KSL Sports. Today we're talking about handling the puck. While a player is allowed to catch the puck out of the air, they must immediately place it or knock it down to the ice. If a player catches the puck and skates with it, either to avoid a hit or gain a territorial advantage, they'll be given a minor penalty for closing their hand on the puck. Additionally, if a player places their hand over the puck while it is on the ice in order to conceal it from an opponent, they will be given a minor penalty. If a player closes their hand over the puck while it is in the crease, the opposing team will then be given a penalty shot. Hockey 101 is brought to you by Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams, Trucordia protects them.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
You're the yard work hero, aligner of edges, trimmer of hedges, and slayer of weeds. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Crabgrass Preventer plus Lawn Food for quick green up and long-lasting weed prevention. IFA's Crabgrass Preventer plus Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Harbor Freight knows time is money, so for our Spring Black Friday sale, we're getting straight to the deals. This weekend, you get 35% off jack stands, 56-inch roll cabs under $800, and 2,300 PSI electric pressure washers under $190. See? For freight. Valid until April 13th, 2025 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today, and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Sheree Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at KSLPodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files. Season 2, Justice for Joyce. And Season 3, The Search for Sheree. Listen anytime for free at KSLPodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is the good, it is the bad, it is the ugly. By the way, this segment brought to you by U of U Health, the official health partner of the Utah Jazz. Keep listening. We're going to be giving away some tickets. Not now. No, it's a Win Ticket Wednesday. So sometime during the show today, we will be giving away tickets to go see the Counting Crows. That'll take you back to your college years.
We going to do your good, or are we going to do this good?
Oh, let's do your good. Mine's not that good.
Well, I don't know how much good this fits in for people, but what I think it's doing is continuing to beg the question, what's acceptable and what's not. So Ja Morant has holstered his finger pistols.
Yes.
And if you don't know who Ja Morant is, plays with the Memphis Grizzlies. He was popped a couple of times for waving an actual gun on social media. He was suspended. He's been fined $75,000 for finger guns after a big play on the court. So he's holstered the finger guns, but Scotty, after a shot, he pulled the pin on a grenade and threw it into the crowd and covered his ears.
Yes.
And my thought is, fine. I just don't care. This is what I stand on. If it's not wrong for everybody, it can't be wrong for one.
I think I would love to be a fly in the wall with Adam Silver and the guys in the NBA like, hey, did you see what Ja did? Did he do the finger guns again? No, Adam. He pretended like he took a hand grenade and pulled the pin and threw it into the crowd. Okay, well, it's not guns then, right? Yeah, but a hand grenade theoretically would cause more damage to a crowd than a gun.
Depending on what type of frag it is, just so you understand, the damage that it would cause is it would kill almost everybody in about an 8-foot radius.
Yes. A lot more than finger guns.
Yeah.
So is he being more violent with that than he would be with the finger guns? The pretend, okay, well, what if he brought out a pretend bazooka? What would that do? Oh, well, that could wreck half the lower bowl. So maybe we should find him 100. Like, I would love to hear some of these conversations like, what do we do with Ja Morant now? Oh, he's going to drop a nuke. Oh, my gosh, that's going to take the whole downtown square. What are we doing now?
Ja Morant just presses a button.
Yeah.
Little grenade here. Oh, jeez. I'm telling you, Scotty, the NBA's got themselves in a real bind.
They do. And Ja.
And you did it to yourself.
Yeah.
You did it to yourself by trying to be self-righteous and, well, we got to take a stand on everything and we're going to fine him $75,000. Well, now every handgun that comes out in the NBA better get fined.
And he is loving making them squirm.
Well, for sure.
I mean, he knows exactly what he's doing now. Like, and part of me, like, I've never been a real big Ja Morant fan, but now I'm actually like, keep it going.
Yeah.
See, put him in that corner.
I hate that Ja is putting me in this position to be like, because it is complete stupidity.
Yes.
Pulling handguns out, waving guns on social media, and all pulling grenade pins. It's stupidity, but what it is it's just forcing the NBA to show that they're hypocritical. It's forcing the NBA to show that they kind of care, but how much do they care? And can they care more than others? And, when do we get involved? And we be justice warriors, and when don't we get involved and shut down assaultive weapons? How serious do we have to take this Ja Morant hand grenade? And you shouldn't have to think about it at all. It should be a non-factor. You should have never got involved with the handguns. You should never get involved with the grenades. The guy is just expressing an interest in the moment. And it's like, it's not hurting anybody. Nobody's going home and grabbing guns and going in crazy firing them because John Morant pulled out hand pistols after a deep three. And it's forced the NBA's hand.
Yeah. I'd love for a guy that's never been in trouble, like let's say like Steph Curry or somebody, like a real massively popular player who's never been in trouble, hits a big three, and then all of a sudden just go, just shoot some guns. And then just say, what are you going to do to me?
Now what?
Now what? I never brandish a gun. So do I start from scratch? Am I a level 1 offender now, or am I immediately a level 7 offender? Like, where am I at now? What are you going to do with me?
And then if they don't do anything, and if I'm John Morant, I'm having my entire legal team go after the NBA.
Yeah, I want my $75,000 back plus a whole lot of interest.
What are we doing? Are we stopping finger guns or are we not? Well, Ja, you waved a gun. Does it matter? If it's not for one, it's not for everybody.
Yeah. Now, look, should John Morant have been suspended for pulling a gun on a couple kids? Wasn't that how this whole thing started? I know the Instagram thing came after, but the first one where there was some kid and he pulled a gun on a guy or something like that. Okay, yeah, punish him for that.
He punched a kid on a basketball court. Yes, it was some kid. Yeah, punched him. I don't know if he pulled the gun on him or.
But whatever that happened, okay, that was an actual in-person event that needs to be reprimanded. I get that. But the brandish a gun after that happened, okay, not the best. Okay, whatever. But doing finger guns on a court, come on. We're going too far.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
But, okay, so I need a guess from you. Do we see a fine on the grenade?
If not.
Then what?
Then, yeah.
If not, then what?
What if he did who was the old golfer that did the sword thing?
Was it Lee Trevino?
Or Cheech?
No.
Why am I spacing his name? But yeah, he used to do a little.
Cheech Marin, but no, that's not it.
Yeah, no. Cheech Marin was doing something else. But that one he probably would get. Well, not anymore, probably. Anyway. Yeah, what if he does a little sword play?
Yeah. I mean.
A little Zorro.
Well, what if? Hey, NBA, you did this.
Yeah.
This is your fault for trying to act like you need to govern. It's just the dumbest thing. It's the dumbest thing.
It really is.
Chichi Rodriguez,
yes.
I can't even believe where they've got themselves with this stupidity. Yeah. You don't fine him $75,000. You ignore it. Otherwise, you're going to get this.
Yeah.
Ja is going to continue to make you look stupid.
And he's going to do it over and over and over again.
Until you say, no, you know what? You want to play like this, Ja? You're out. You're out. You're out of the postseason, and you're out the first half next season. You want to play? We'll play. But it's forcing the NBA's hand.
Yeah. Look, the guy is like, he's like your kid that won't clean his room. Or, or whatever. Like, yeah.
It's like, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I'm going to punish you. You're grounded. Give me your phone.
Fine, here.
Okay, here's my phone. But then you do it again, and it's like, what are you going to do?
I got nothing left to give.
How do I get this to stop?
Yeah.
I've got an unruly child. Like, what do I do? I'll tell you what you do. You ignore it, and you pick your battles.
Yeah.
You got to pick the right battles. This is not a battle you want.
Nope.
This is stupidity.
Because you're not going to win this one.
No. And you know what it does? It allows people to sit in their righteous indignation. It allows them to just settle in and be like, I am so disgruntled by pulling a pin and throwing a grenade, and by golly, if we don't stop this, how does this tomfoolery happen? Shut up. It's an athlete, man. He's playing a game of basketball. He's throwing a fake hand grenade. It's not going to disrupt your world. Stop acting like it. What do you want from Ja? Why do you want a pound of flesh from him? Why? What pound of flesh do you want from Ja? It's something in you that wants it. So maybe you ought to check yourself. Because there's some reason why you would want Ja Morant to be persecuted, to be beat up, to be suspended because he's got fake handguns. What is it?
Yeah. Hans and Scotty coming up next. A little whole world news straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, windows are important. You know, you think about what you need to do to your home, and you think about the repairs and the issues that come up. Well, if you're not addressing your windows, you're costing yourself thousands and thousands of dollars. And I might add, addressing those windows, a lot of people don't realize you can really better the look of your home with new windows as well.
These windows are so specific to the state of Utah. People need to understand that the state of Utah, our climate is crazy. You know, we can have crazy snow and it'll turn into a 72-degree day the next day. You got to have windows that can withstand it. When you kick on your AC, you need a window that's going to hold that cold in. When you kick on the heater, you need a window that's going to hold that heat in and not allow those elements to creep through. Okay, so here's the deal. The framing is packed full of insulation to the point that you're going to get rebates from power companies because they know how efficient those windows are. The panes have an Aragon glass between them. That Aragon glass, what it does is it deflects that heat or that cold from entering into the house. These windows are high-end and they're warranted for life.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com. And you'll get $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. It's advancedwindows.com.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Watch Utah Hockey Club games anytime, anywhere with Utah HC Plus, the official streaming platform for your Utah Hockey Club. See games, replays, highlights, and unbelievable behind-the-scenes content of your favorite team for just $14.99 a month. Sign up and start watching today at UtahHCPlus.com. That's UtahHCPlus.com.
Before you turn your AC on this spring, make sure it's uncovered. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and it's a good idea to make sure nothing's blocking the outside unit and you have a clean air filter. If your AC doesn't work when you turn it on, consider calling Any Hour Services. For only $29, we'll send a certified HVAC technician to your home to troubleshoot why your air conditioner isn't working and present you with options to repair it. Call Any Hour Services at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Whether you want to buy a home or sell a home, check your home's current value, or you need a home services professional in the Salt Lake City area, you can find all that and more on the new Omada Real Estate app. Go to the App Store and download the free Omada Real Estate app today. The real estate experts at the Stern team, powered by Omada Real Estate, are ready to help you reach your real estate goals with the new Omada Real Estate app. Download it for free today. Go to the App Store and search for Omada Real Estate.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
See the high-flying dunks, show-stopping blocks, and crowd-silencing threes at Delta Center this season. With an action-packed schedule, it's easy to get to a Jazz game. Pick out an unmissable matchup or just a tip-off time that works for you. It's time to put on your Jazz gear and head to the game. Come with a friend, a loved one, or as a group. See all available tickets and options at UtahJazz.com or call or text 801-355-DUNK.
Are you an electrician or a telecom technician and want to earn more? We are looking to hire journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare and retirements, electrical expertise, and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back for some golf or hitting the trails?
Stop into Dairy King in Heber Valley
to get one of their famous strawberry shakes and strawberry chicken salad. Celebrating 78 years in business.
Dairy King on Main Street, home of the train and best of state shakes.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, it is time for another edition of Whole World News, brought to you in part today by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. All right, Hans, real quick, I'm going to take you to Madrid, Spain. There is a Chinese restaurant that was somewhat popular. It was known for its roasted duck. Well, over the last few weeks, customers were starting to complain that the roasted duck didn't taste particularly as people were accustomed to. So there were some complaints, and the restaurant was then raided by local police officers who went in the kitchen and discovered that the roasted duck has now become essentially street pigeon. That the restaurant no longer had access to roasted duck. It was a popular menu item, so they figured, what can we do to replace the roasted duck? Madrid, Spain.
Oh, Madrid.
And they decided to get pigeons off the street.
Isn't Madrid one of the most wealthiest?
You would think so. Let's see. It is believed that the restaurant grabbed pigeons off the street, kicking them to death before plucking them and then selling them as roasted duck. According to local media, the restaurant also had 8 faulty, rusty freezers, all lined with bags of unlabeled and undated meat. There were also cockroaches in the kitchen, a whole host of rat traps scattered across the floor. The restaurant was also found to have no thermometers to measure temperatures of areas where the food was being stored. The cookware was also found to be rusted and unsanitary.
Yeah, I'm right. Madrid is considered the wealthiest part of Spain.
Yeah.
Madrid is considered the most wealthy region in Spain, Scotty. We're talking about, and as you know, Spain's got money.
Yeah.
So how does a region with this amount of money end up killing a street pigeon, plucking it, and thinking you're going to get away with this?
Roasted duck. By the way, despite having been shut down by cops, the sign outside the restaurant indicates it has been closed for a holiday, and that they hope to reopen soon.
Is that just one of the biggest fears, that whatever you're eating isn't what you think you're eating?
Oh yeah, no, I'm scared to death of that all the time, all the time.
I guess we just go in there with blind faith.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like there was a restaurant in a city that I used to live in that was a really popular Chinese place. And they had ham-fried rice. And I'd look at it, and I'm like, that's not ham. It's hot dogs. And I guarantee you they were cutting up hot dogs and serving it as ham. Which, fine, whatever. Just own it, though. Don't
call it hot dog fried rice.
Yeah, don't call it ham-fried. It's hot dogs. They were sliced up hot dogs. I guarantee it.
At the very minimum, it'd be Spam.
And everybody, yeah, exactly. And everybody was like, oh, it's so good. I'm like, okay, it's not bad. I'm not hating on it, but let's not call it ham-fried rice. Let's call this what it is. It's hot dogs. These are kosher hot dogs. Well, probably not kosher. They're probably whatever. you get in bulk somewhere.
Yeah, it's the Bar S. That's the good
I
old,
wasn't going to say it, but yeah.
classic bar. Look, dude, that's all I buy is Bar S.
Hey, I'm not hating on it.
Yeah, it fries up well, plumps.
Yeah.
It's super juicy.
We need our guys at Bar W.
No, that's the dog. That's an all beef dog.
There we go. That's the dog you need to be eating.
Yeah, shut them down. Do you arrest them?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you throw people behind bars, especially with all the health violations, too. But imagine you had a roasted duck there, and you're like, it wasn't great, but, fine, whatever. And then you read in the newspaper, oh, that roasted duck you just had was a street pigeon. They just ripped off the street.
Is it not amazing the amount of faith that we put in to people behind closed doors?
Yeah, no kidding.
I guess if I were to ever describe the faith that you have to have in God in order to believe that there is an existence past this life, it's like, well, it's the same belief that whoever's behind that door is cooking your food the way you think, and it is the food that you think.
Yep.
Like you're just begging and pleading with whatever existence.
And I know that, everybody's cutting all these government services these days, and I get it. We're probably quite a bit bloated. Nobody mess with any health departments, okay? Let's let them do their thing.
Yeah. I know that I know that restaurants hate it.
Yeah.
Because my mom had to deal with the health department because she owned a restaurant. And the things that they check, you're like, really? You have to have a space between the drain and your sink, and then there's a catch basin, and that has to be perfectly, centimeters, and it's like, all right, that's a dumb code. Just make sure that the ham is ham.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do.
Yeah,
and
that it's not a street pigeon.
And that she doesn't store the ham next to that catch drain.
Yes.
Like
that's not too much to ask.
Like one sub joint might have done here.
I forgot about that. All right, Mark's hanging out with us from the clinic. There's a lot of issues. People think broken bones. They think concussions in car accidents. What a lot of people don't consider is whiplash, and that's a real serious issue people are dealing with.
It is. It's not as serious as eating pigeon.
No.
But it is pretty serious. The problem with whiplash that people don't understand is that it's a term that's been thrown around and kind of minimalized, and it's used derogatory in a lot of different ways. But the thing about whiplash is it actually takes a lot longer to heal from than, say, a broken bone. So you'll see somebody come in with x-ray and they got a broken arm. They're actually going to have a much better, quicker recovery than somebody that's got neck and back pain. That neck and back pain can linger for months. And anybody that's ever gone through it will tell you it was worse than a broken bone.
Is it something that you feel right away, or can it be something that progresses as time goes on?
That's one of those that typically doesn't show up for a few days.
Wow.
Yeah. So some people do get it right away. A lot of times they'll feel headaches and things. And if your head whips around, you're going to feel a lot of headaches. But the actual back and neck pain doesn't show up for a few days most times.
Wow. Well, that's the stuff. You go to the clinic, you get checked out, and even if you're like, hey, you know what, looks like you're in good shape, at least you know that, and so you know you have a clean bill of health. But if there's something underlying, you'll be able to tell, even if somebody's not feeling pain, if they've got whiplash, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we can do x-rays and different things to measure the actual damage to your body and document that and get you going.
I just want people to go check out the website, theclinic.cc. And it's not .com, it's not .org, it's not .net, it's theclinic.cc. So anytime something like this happens to you, understand that you and everybody in your car has a $3,000 coverage that you can access immediately through theclinic.cc. And that will get you the instant necessary care before anything gets worse, and before anybody else tries to charge you, and before you get charged at all. People need to know, Mark, there is free covered care directly following an accident. And I'm so glad that you're here shooting that awareness out there.
Yeah. I mean, most people just get in maybe one car accident in their lifetime. So why would you know? Unless you're in the space, you just wouldn't know those things. So come in, we'll take care of you. We'll make sure that you don't have to pay anybody out of pocket, and we'll get you feeling better.
Theclinic.cc. Get there now. Theclinic.cc. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
The Salt Lake Bees have a new hive. Hey guys, Jake Scott here and want to invite you to join us for opening week, April 8th through the 13th, as we kick off our inaugural season at the ballpark at America First Square in South Jordan. Every game will feature exciting giveaways. Don't miss out. The new amenities at the ballpark at America First Square are on par with many major league facilities. Single tickets are on sale now. Visit slbs.com for more information.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Nothing does more to help communities grow and thrive than small business. That's why America First Credit Union is proud to partner with the Utah Jazz to present the Utah Jazz Small Business Spotlight, recognizing the incredible impact of local business across Utah. Each season, America First Credit Union is giving small business a chance to shine with a custom sponsorship package valued at up to $200,000, which could include in-game, broadcast, and social media exposure. Nominate a deserving business today at americafirst.com/jazz. America First Credit Union, official credit union of the Utah Jazz.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Pears RV. Pears RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Breaking Benjamin. And 3 Days Grace. Live. Saturday, September 27th. Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. With special guest Return to Dust. Reserved seats on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Don't miss Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Nashville Predators Thursday at 7 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber Internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right, yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Down at the New Amsterdam.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we're not just playing this because it's a good song. No. We're giving away tickets. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday, and you'll win tickets to see the Counting Crows, the Complete Suites Tour. It's all available for you right now. 801-575-ZONE. Get those tickets now, 801-575-ZONE.
Getting a lot of people on social media that are watching on the video stream for the show, and they say that I need to get rid of the goatee. They say it looks like trash.
Nobody said that.
People think my goatee looks like trash on video.
Stop it.
Yeah, look, I mean, you got the picture right here without the goatee.
Yeah.
And then, me with the goatee.
It's one of your better features.
The goatee or my nose?
The goatee. I like the goatee.
I don't know. People are saying that needs to go.
Okay, here's what all that matters. Does Mama like it?
Yeah, she does.
Okay, then that's all that matters.
Yeah, she does, even though there's a lot of gray in it.
It makes you look distinguished.
I don't know, man. I'm so
So
caught.
does she think you should color it?
No. No, she likes the gray. She thinks that there's kind of a gentlemanly look about it,
You're a man about town.
For just a minute, she can pretend that her husband isn't a loudmouth on radio,
You're Professor Olsen.
but maybe a distinguished gentleman.
All right, let's get to it. Time to talk a little hockey with our guy, Cole Bagley.
With complete coverage of the Utah Hockey Club, this is Cole Bagley of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cole Bagley, kind enough to join us. How are you, sir?
Good. Hey, Hans. The goatee's questionable. I think you look like the Monopoly Man.
The Monopoly Man?
Wow.
Who's the Monopoly Man?
The guy the guy with the monocle. He sits on the Monopoly box.
Oh, he's got the curl? Doesn't he have the curly tips off the stash though?
Yeah,
but with the goatee.
I don't think he's got a goatee.
Yeah, he's just a BYU regulated stash.
Wow. Guy scores a couple goals on you when you're in the between the pipes, and now he's coming at you.
Oh yeah, all-time chirping. That is every time I jump on, I'm gonna have a chirp for him.
Well, the good thing is Cole's an egghead like us. He's just a big, round, bald face and head. And the thing is, Cole, you lost it all at the age of 14. Scotty and I at least carried it until we were in the mid-30s.
That's true, but I'm still better looking than the both of you, so I'm all right.
I don't know, man. I would still shave you and teach you to walk backwards if you were my dog.
Love it.
Hey, all right. It's a shame this team's probably not going to the playoffs because are they playing their best hockey of the season right now?
Yeah, I mean they're playing some of their best hockey. The last two games have probably been the most complete hockey games this squad has played this year. Obviously, beating Winnipeg was a big deal, and then just an absolute demolition of the Kraken last night. But I think it just kind of speaks volumes to their unwillingness to quit and staying in the race. They're still playing meaningful games. They kept themselves alive last night. Unfortunately, tonight their destiny is in the hands of the Minnesota Wild, who can eliminate them with a regulation win or actually an overtime loss, as that would help them pick up a point and would eliminate Utah. But yeah, it's unfortunate, but at least they're playing good hockey, right? They're not waving the white flag and they're not quitting, kind of like Seattle did last night.
So outside of Minnesota, let's say Minnesota just tanks out, they lose the next 4. Isn't Calgary right there in the mix, throwing haymakers too? Yeah,
I mean, it's probably either going to be Calgary or Minnesota. I think they're separated by just 4 points. I believe, 4 points right now, but Calgary has a game in hand. So it's probably going to come down to one of those two.
Can a team take momentum like this at the end of the season and carry over into next year?
Absolutely. Especially with, how the not just the core of this team, but, most of this team should remain the same, move it into next season. Obviously, they're going to have some money to go and spend and hopefully bring in some talented free agents. But no, this is exactly what you want to see the boys doing is, playing continuing to progress, getting better throughout the season, playing to the level that they were expected to. And, of course, that can carry into next year.
So what is it right now? How much of it's the defensive side? How much of it's the penalty kill? How much of it's like what are they doing right now that's got them even holding on to this 1-point hope?
First of all, I think you got to start net with Vejmelka. 21 straight starts. He's been phenomenal. He's having a career year in terms of save percentage and goals against. And so, it all starts in the net, works its way out. And then I just think, they're as healthy for the most part as they've been all season. Obviously, they didn't have John Marino last night, but to be as healthy as they have been and to just be, kind of clicking on all cylinders, firing on all cylinders. And, I don't know if you guys watched the game last night, but that probably was the best, at least the most connected the offense has been in terms of moving the puck. I mean, each goal was essentially a tic-tac-toe set of passes that Joey Decor just did not have a chance to stop. So I think it's a team as a whole. I think at every position, they're playing their best hockey, they're connecting, and they're getting really good performances from their best players.
Saw Marino go down in that Winnipeg game. What's the status on him?
Yeah, he's day-to-day right now. He kind of came down to a game-time decision, but they elected to not have him play. Kerfoot missed the game as well with some illness. That's kind of going around right now. But, yeah, Marino's day-to-day. It's nothing overly serious. Just took a puck up high. I believe he took it around his mouth. And so, just one of those things where, hey, we don't necessarily need him to push himself right now. They've got a good core. They've got good backups coming in. So, DeSimone has more than proven himself in his role this year as he's just filled in when needed. And, got the job done.
I know that Utah Hockey Club took care of guys like Vejmelka, Doan, Mata, and a couple of other guys. But are there contracts out there that we all need to be looking at, that we should be worried about, that when this season ends, they may be playing their last game in a Utah Hockey Club outfit?
There's a couple. I believe Carcone and Bukestad's contracts are going to be expiring, but nobody really major. Logan Cooley will be up for extension, and I would fully anticipate they're going to give him a bag similar to what they awarded Dylan Gunther with before this season started. So they'll lock him up long term. But as far as, guys expiring that you're worried about, no. There's nobody on this roster right now that is set to expire that I would particularly worry about. It'll be interesting to see how they kind of handle the Kyler Yamamoto situation. In my opinion, I think he played the best hockey of, any of those forwards that he was kind of competing with outside of Josh Doan. Michelli and Carcone and O'Brien. O'Brien had a great season, but he's a different player. Yamamoto, this is a 7-year NHL veteran, a former first-round pick that spent 52 games in the AHL. He excelled down there. He waited for his time. He's come back up, and as coach put it, they have not been able to keep him out of the lineup since he returned for the last 6 or 7 games. So, that's kind of the one that I would maybe say, hey, let's keep an eye on that and see what they do there. But overall, no, there's really no expiring contracts that anybody needs to worry about.
Who's your MVP of the Utah Hockey Club in this season?
Oh, man, that's a good question. Either Vejmelka or Sergachev. What Vejmelka has done, not just to have, a career season in terms of save percentage and goals against, but to answer the bell when, Ingram went out multiple times earlier in the year. And then, of course, about a month ago, stepped away indefinitely. And, to start 21 games in a row, possibly 22, depending on how tonight goes with Minnesota. He has just been phenomenal. He's really grown into a solid starter in the NHL. He was a top 10 guy for most of the year. I believe he's still about top 15-ish in most statistical areas. And then Mikhail Sergachev, I know you guys talked to Bill Armstrong about him yesterday, and I would just echo what he said. That's a guy that's changing the culture of this organization to become a championship organization. He's no nonsense. He's very smart. And he's also, accepted a new role in terms of his offense. This is a guy that continues to add to his career year in terms of scoring with 15 goals and counting. And he's also he's also recorded his best shooting percentage of his career, up over 10%. The next closest in Tampa was about 8%. So, he's just stepped into a new role as a top defenseman, both defensively, he's been exactly what they expected. And then offensively, he's surpassed expectations and has just lifted this team. And then an honorable mention, you got to go with the guy leading in points, Clayton Keller, who could have a career year. I think he needs a couple points through the next few games to reach that 90-point benchmark, but, he's been phenomenal as captain.
All right, so I asked this question to Bill Armstrong yesterday. I'm going to ask you, what would you rather have, all-time goal or all-time scoring record for the NHL?
All-time, points or?
Yeah.
Ooh. That's a tough one. What did Bill say?
He said scoring. He said points.
I think that's the more glamorous. I think scoring is the more glamorous one. That's the one that, we never thought was going to be broken. But then here comes Alexander Ovechkin in year 20. He breaks his leg, against the Utah Hockey Club, comes back in 6 weeks or something crazy like that and goes on to break it. I'd probably echo, again, what Bill said. I think, scoring is the glamorous one, and that's the one that everybody's always going to remember.
Well, Cole, we appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out with us, and look forward to catching up again as we wrap up this season.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's been a lot of fun.
Thanks,
you got it. Cole Bagley, Utah Hockey Club insider for KSLSports.com.
I still can't come to my conclusion on that. I mean, when Bill says scoring or, overall points, which is assists and goals combined, it's hard to go the opposite of it, but it does feel like the goal is the bigger point of emphasis.
I would think so, but I think for hockey, if you're just new to the sport or whatever, you think you're used to football or basketball where, touchdowns or scoring or, those don't mix in assists. Those are about the ultimate thing, the ultimate prize, putting the puck in the back of the net there.
Yeah.
And so I think for your average sports fan, it would be about the goals. However, the hockey purists are going to go goals plus assists. They think that's a better record. So it depends on, I think it just depends on your audience a little bit.
My goodness, the Augusta is so well groomed.
It's a beautiful course. There's no doubt about it.
It is. It's absolutely one of the hottest courses that you'll ever see.
I mean, frankly, it's at a point now where it's really distracting.
I can't even believe how gorgeous the views of Augusta are.
No, some are better than others.
My goodness.
Yeah, but
that is incredible.
I mean, there was a shot of one green that they need. There we go. Yeah, go back to that one. There, much better.
I can't even believe. Look at the trees that surround that.
I know, right? It's incredibly groomed.
There's not a blade of grass out of place.
Nope, not one.
It's incredible, man. I love the Masters. Hey, we do have the major pain in the butt coming up next. Hey, I was thinking of this. If you combine points and assists, I think John Stockton might be the all-time NBA leader.
Oh, that's a good point. I think you're right.
And so it's like, all right, well, if that's how we want to talk, then let's talk about John Stockton leading the NBA in points and scores.
And let's throw steals in there, too.
Yeah.
Then he definitely has it.
Right?
Yeah. Mark's hanging out with us. You need to go to theclinic.cc. If you've had a car accident, you've been in a motorcycle accident, heck, if you were just walking down and got nudged by a vehicle, call the clinic, theclinic.cc. Get there now because there's so many things that can that are immediate issues or things that can kind of creep up on you a week, 2 weeks after an accident. But you guys can identify that stuff extremely quickly, from concussions to whiplash and everything in between.
Yeah, absolutely. We should be the first place that you go. And there's a lot of reasons for that. If you think about your primary care doctor, they're going to take care of you for your flu, your diabetes, whatever health issues you might have. That's why you go to your primary care doctor. Well, think of us like the primary care doctor for your auto accident. Our doctors came from urgent cares. They saw this trauma. They wanted to treat these patients, so they came to the clinic. And we get to see you right at the start. We get to build a unique treatment plan based on your injuries, and then we should be the last visit for you. You come back, make sure that you get a clean bill of health from us, and we send you off your way, and you're back to life.
So let's just describe for people. All right, you get in the car accident, you go to the clinic.cc, you get yourself, an appointment, or you're headed into the clinic. How does the process? What's the greet like, and what's it like once somebody engages?
Yeah, we're very friendly. So we come in, you meet the front desk staff. They're going to give you all the paperwork that we need to have you fill out, just like any other doctor's office. We bring you back, do an initial assessment with the MA, and then we hand you off to the physician. He comes in and does a full head-to-toe evaluation of you, lets you know exactly what he's seeing currently, and he might even write you some sort of prescription for some short-term pain, because that first week can be pretty brutal. So we can do that if we need to. But then what we do is we create a custom treatment plan for you, where we might get other physicians involved in the community. There's a real good community of providers that treat people in auto accidents.
And that was going to be my next question. If, we talk about this 3,000, let's say you exceed that, what's the next steps after that?
Yeah. So that's where it's definitely important to be treating with somebody like us, because we will never bill you directly. So even if you go over the 3,000, what we do in that world is we oftentimes will just sit on those medical bills for sometimes 2 or 3 years.
Wow.
While we wait for you and your legal team to get it resolved, and then we get paid.
So you're not like, okay, we don't care what's going on, we're going to send you to collections. Well, we're like,
never.
No, we understand this is a process. It takes time, and off you go.
That's right.
Because, that's something that I dealt with, is when my wife, this was, 10 years ago, she got hit by a drunk driver. And, we got lawyers involved, but meanwhile, we had these medical bills that were piling up, and the lawyers are like, hey, let's wait till the settlement. But doctors and hospitals, they don't want to wait.
No.
They want their money. And so I'm calling, hey, can we pause this for a little bit, because I'm not supposed to pay you yet, because I've got a settlement coming up. And they were willing to work, but it took a lot of phone calls and a lot of haggling to get to that point. Whereas you guys take care of all that for people.
Yep. We've never sent anybody to collections. Not once.
I love it.
That is remarkable. It probably goes to the rating. Because you guys obviously have great word of mouth, and that's incredible. You've never sent a client to collection.
Nope. Not in our business model. Wow. I wouldn't even know how to do it.
Look at that.
I love that.
Go to theclinic.cc, theclinic.cc, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's a couple of rinks here and there, but that's the point. It's hard to find. And so if you build 5 more rinks within 20 miles of Salt Lake, kids are going to play.
What I like about that is the culture part. If you feel that this market is ripe to be a really passionate hockey market, it requires playing the long game a little bit.
It does.
That's what I like about it.
Absolutely, it does.
And we do have potential. We're a winter sports market. And I believe this as a hockey market. It seems like it would fit right in like a glove. Kind of like the NBA in a different way. I think the NBA fit here really well because, in part, every church has a gym. For those reasons, I think hockey has a ton of potential.
I imagine you played junior jazz, right?
Yep.
I did too. Every boy did, and most girls did. Do that with hockey.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the gatekeeper of green, the master of mowing, the wizard of watering schedules. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you use IFA's 4+ Lawn Care program, with nutrients blended for greener, healthier turf in our local soil. IFA's 4+ Lawn Care program. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking. Dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Great teams don't leave success to chance. They prepare for it. And if the last few years have taught us anything, it's that emergencies don't wait for you to be ready. ReadyWise gets it. You've seen the empty shelves, the supply chain delays, the panic of trying to find the basics. That's why ReadyWise is here to help you plan ahead with emergency food supplies and survival kits you can count on. ReadyWise meals are highly rated and available in a wide variety of options with a shelf life that is long enough to outlast the next big shortage. And preparation, so simple it's practically foolproof. Whether it's a storm, a blackout, or another unexpected twist, ReadyWise helps you avoid the scramble. Because when life throws the unexpected your way, being prepared isn't just smart, it's essential. So don't wait for the next big event to catch you off guard. Be wise. Be ready. Visit ReadyWise.com today. Save 25% off your order when using code KSL25 at checkout. That's ReadyWise.com and code KSL25.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz and Portland coming up tonight. Game tips off at 7 o'clock. Pre-game show begins at 6 right here on your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as the Jazz put the finishing touches on what has been a long but hopefully a Cooper Flag rewarded season before it's all said and done. Jazz and Trailblazers coming up tonight. That's your Jazz at 30 update. All brought to you by U of U Health, the official health partner of the Utah Jazz.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks, time for Sports Roulette. We take some of the big storylines and put it on a roulette wheel. We spin it, and wherever that little ball lands is what we end up talking about. So, Lloyd, let's get to it.
Major pain in the butt returns.
Here we go.
Making its triumphant return. The major pain in the butt.
And away we go.
Where we draft 3 golfers, and whoever has the lowest score out of the 3 ends up winning.
And, Scotty, you won the British Open. That was our last major pain in the butt.
Pretty much won every major last year.
We had a good year last year.
Yeah, you did. You did an amazing job.
You broke the Morikawa curse.
Do you have, you're still dominating.
Well, I've kept the overall scores. And right now, we're 15. I'm at 15. You got all the way up to 10.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And Lloyd's at 5.
Yeah, I've got like a 2-year drought.
So I am keeping score, and there are a couple of things. Number one, if you pick the winner, you get 3 extra strokes. Majors are worth 2 points. Any other PGA Tour that we do, because back in the COVID days.
Oh, yeah, we were doing everything.
We were doing every tournament.
Yeah.
Because it was about all we had. But mostly we just do the majors now. And so it's worth 2 points, and those others were worth 1. But that's where we stand, 15, 10, and 5 between me and Lloyd. And, Scotty, you won the British Open with an overall score of even, using Scotty Scheffler, Colin Morikawa, and John Rahm. Lloyd, you came in second with a score of plus 32. So
I had the winner, by the way.
And you had the winner.
Did Schauffele won it. That's right. So you did. You got the winner. Ludwig and Hatton were both did not make the cut.
No.
And I, having Bryson DeChambeau, Rory McIlroy, and Tony Finau went plus 66 in the British Open. It was my worst performance in the history.
Wow.
Question is, will somebody take a flyer on Tony this time around?
Well,
if you heard BT yesterday, you don't touch Tony with a 10-foot pole. Boy, yeah. He drew a very rough picture of Tony, where he's at right now.
So, Scotty, the honors are yours.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Scotty Scheffler.
A man that took the name of our guy right here across the desk, Scotty Scheffler.
God, you're boring.
What would you do if you had the first pick, Lloyd? Get Xander Schauffele.
You know what? Go all ones. Why not go all ones, Scotty?
Why don't you go Xander Schauffele like you always do, and then let's get that out of the way.
Well, I don't have the pick. Is it me?
You do. Yeah, you finished second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Xander Schauffele.
He is the Schauffele man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go Xander Schauffele.
All right. Boring.
All right, Lloyd goes Schauffele. And, fellas, I've changed up my game plan on you. Give me Bryson DeChambeau. I am taking the beef hammer.
The beef hammer.
And because it's a snaking draft, I will be taking Eat More Beef's Lowry.
I love it.
More Beef's Lowry. Now, y'all know what I'm doing.
Oh, yeah.
So
I could actually put a roadblock here.
Don't do it.
I can't.
Let our guy have this.
I can't tell you what you shouldn't or can't do, but I would beg you.
Don't do it, Lloyd.
In the name of Bar W Beef.
Yeah.
Let me get the all beef connection.
The Bar W connection?
Yeah. This will be my Bar W Beef team.
Yeah.
All right, Lloyd.
All right. You know what? I'm going to go with a winner, so I'm going to go Justin Thomas.
Ooh. All right. Scotty.
Let's see if the curse is alive. Colin Morikawa.
I love it. Let's see if you can extend it. And your final pick.
I don't want to do it. I kind of feel like I have to, though.
You're going to do it, aren't you?
The guy that should be off the tour?
I think I have to.
Don't do it.
Or are you going to take Brooksy?
No, I'm not going to take Brooks. You know who there was some guy who did this mathematical equation, and all of the winners met these certain qualifications over the last 15 years. and we have taken all of them except for 2. And Rory's one of them. And then there's another one who's a bit of a dark horse that I'm really tempted to take. I just don't know if... You know what? Yeah, I'm going to have some fun with this. Will Zalatoris.
I'm not writing that down.
You know what? I'm going to see...
Are you sure he's actually even playing?
He is. He's
he's in the field.
Yeah, he's 50-1 odds.
Man, you're going to take a chance on that old rickety back, huh?
You know what? Give me Rory.
Nope, you're going to take a chance.
No, you already took it. You're done.
You're going to take a chance on Happy Gilmore's caddy.
Jeez.
Isn't that who they say Zalatoris looks like?
Yeah.
Is Gilmore's caddy?
You know what? Yeah. You know what? I'm sticking with it.
Zalatoris?
Stick with your feeling. You're the win. You won nonstop last year.
My guy.
Don't go against just because he's got a bad back.
Okay.
Probably going to withdraw by round 2, but whatever.
Lloyd, your final pick.
Oh man, I had who I was going to go with. Hold on.
Locked it in.
Yeah.
Lock it in.
Lock it in. Lock it in. Yeah, I'm fine. If it screws up, then I learned my lesson and we'll go back to boring picks.
All right.
This is a big mistake. Give me Jordan Spieth.
Nobody's going to go Rory.
That is a big mistake.
Yeah. No, I don't want Rory.
Jordan Spieth?
Yep.
What? Rory's going to win this whole thing. Rory's going to win. You know what we've done is we have given a victory to Rory.
Hey, when does the PGA Tour cut Rory McIlroy?
What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Oh, what do you mean?
Like let him go?
Move him down.
Send him on his way.
Out to the cow
Go
pasture.
playing some.
He's one of the most popular players out there on the PGA Tour. So, but I think the tour is quite happy to have him. In fact, he thinks he's the chair of the Players Committee this year. So,
what would you know?
Okay, so here we go. I'm taking the beef hammer. I've got Eat More Beef Slowry, and I'm taking double cheese with my final pick. Give me the burger, man.
I like it.
Give me the hamburglar.
Who?
Ken Burger.
Oh, okay.
The hamburglar. Double cheese. Give me that blue burger. Put a little of that blue cheese on him. Give me a blue burger. Top him with bacon. I'll take the bacon blue burger.
Maybe some sauteed mushrooms.
And this is my all beef connection. I've won with this connection.
Oh,
before.
you have. No, this is there's a precedence here.
It's the Beefy Boys.
The Beefy Boys. Oh man, please.
My 3 beefs.
I can't believe I'm competing against you, but I'm also rooting for you at the same time.
Yeah, because the beef connection, man, it can be deadly. For some reason, Lowry is just incredible in these things. Berger has been decent, and he'll give you a top 10 finish here and there.
You Scotty, you had Scheffler, Morikawa, and Zalatoris. That's right.
Yeah.
That's a
yes,
mistake.
Zalatoris.
You're just rubbing that in, aren't you?
What? No, I couldn't remember. I was writing it down.
Yeah, okay.
I wanted to make sure.
First round of the Masters opens up tomorrow morning, and I will be watching. I always love this. Man.
Yes.
Wake up, turn on some coverage. I always get on the online, and I'll watch Amen's Corner for a while because they've got a set camera on Amen's Corner.
I like to call it the back nine. I'll watch the back nine for a little
You
bit.
can't say that.
Yikes, bud.
It's the second 9.
Yikes, bud. You're going to get our whole station fined.
Come on now. Be better.
Might as well come on here and be like, let's get...
Jeez.
You're going to get us fined, Lloyd.
All right, 2:45. Hans and Scotty. We'll wrap up this bad boy next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Speaking of hockey, that win over the Winnipeg Jets, I was just floored. And we're getting these tweets from Sly during the game. Because he got his...
Who had a great time.
Because then he's sending us the Jets suck, like text during the middle of it was the end of the second period and they're up 3-0. I was like, no, they don't. They're the best team in hockey. And that's the part that makes you feel good about this team. It was such an exceptional game by this team. And it was so fun to watch. Coach Tourney actually told us this at one point during the last couple weeks. He goes, we're a way different team than this team faced a month ago.
Yeah.
Right? And he said it about a couple of times when they would get these wins that people are like, oh, wow, that was unexpected. It's like, no, they're a better team now. They've become a better team over the season. And so it's awesome to see these young guys getting the recognition that they deserve.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is Ethan Miller with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back for some golf or hitting the trails?
Stop into Dairy King in Heber Valley
to get one of their famous strawberry shakes and strawberry chicken salad. Celebrating 78 years in business.
Dairy King on Main Street, home of the train and best of state shakes.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Another game, another win for the Utah Hockey Club, roughing up the Kraken 7-1. Mikhail Sergachev loving the way the team's playing right now.
At the beginning of the season, sometimes we just get upset and be like, oh, whatever, or start turning the puck over because we were trying to do too much. But today it showed that we were committed to playing the right way for 60 minutes.
That is your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update, all brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah, we've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
All right, wrapping up another edition of the show. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, for all you Utah State fans out there, we will have a final Jared Calhoun coaches show. I know the season's been in the rearview mirror for a couple weeks, but the stars have aligned to have a final sit-down conversation with Jared Calhoun. We'll talk about roster building, transfer portals, NIL, all the craziness that's going on in the world of college basketball right now. So we'll have a chance to chat with him coming up today at 6 o'clock. You'll hear it on 1280 AM right here on the Zone.
Is it just me, or does John Rahm look a little bit like a 90210 Shannon Doherty?
Is that him?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened to him?
I don't know. He looks like Shannon Doherty. If Shannon were to grow a beard and shave high and tight. Don't you think?
Yeah, he looks rough.
John Rahm is a hit and misser. That guy. There was a while that I was risking it all on the major pain in the butts and taking Rahm, but he let me down. I tumbled a few times.
We're done with you.
Yeah.
It always seems like there's a guy that jumps out on the scene. You're like, okay, this guy's not the next Tiger in terms of personality and everything, but in terms of dominating. And then then it just drops right back down to earth. Like Scotty Scheffler's in that.
Yeah, Scheffler's in that. Like Scheffler is in line right now to tumble.
Yeah.
And
Like I have to pick him number one overall, but chances are he's probably he's up for a down year this year.
Well, BT brought up something I had no idea about, and that was the fact that Scotty Scheffler had a run-in with a wine glass as he was trying to cut ravioli using a broken wine glass.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have a knife. And the stem of it broke, and the stem shoved into his hand, causing him to need stitches and
surgery.
Repair.
Yeah.
And how much does that affect you when you've got that type of injury on your hand? So Scheffler might be on the tumble, or more likely Scheffler's going to have a top 10 finish, which probably gives you a 4 or 5 stroke shave, and it's a pretty good pick.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. These things are what I want. This is what I meant to really tell BT when I was like, man, I'm having a hard time with this Masters thing. I want a guy that threatens.
What do you mean?
I want a guy that threatens for a season Grand Slam. Like I get it. We've got lifetime Grand Slams out there. There's 5 of them.
Yeah.
McIlroy could get it. If he won the Masters, he could be the 6th to do a lifetime. Isn't there only one, or is there 2? Was Tiger ever a
Tiger
season
never
slam?
did a season. He did a consecutive that spanned over 2 seasons.
That's right. So he won 3 to end a season and then picked up the one on the other end of the year.
Yeah.
So is the Golden Bear the only one?
I think so. Yeah.
See, the season Grand Slam. Now that's a storyline.
Yes, for sure. I would love to see that.
That would be great for golf. I'm just telling you, golf needs a heavyweight champion. They need the Mike Tyson. They need the most feared man.
Yep.
That every time he steps on the course, people bow, and I'm like, oh man, he's gonna knock this in from 12 feet with 3 feet of bend.
And there's a guy that's putting, and he hears the roar 2 holes back, and he's like, oh crap, he caught fire. Here we go.
Yep. And then he
can't be vanilla.
Yep.
And then he starts to tank, puts one in the water. That's the theater of golf.
Yeah.
This hit and miss, I don't like it.
No,
I don't like hit and misses.
All right, Mark's with you, or Mark's with us. Speaking of hit and miss, if you got hit and did not get missed by a vehicle, now's the time to go to theclinic.cc. So let's say somebody's listening to us and it's been, a few weeks or a month or whatever the case is. They can still go in and get checked out, correct?
Yeah, please. In fact, get in quick at that point. We want to make sure that we're documenting these injuries when they're in their acute phase so that they don't show up as chronic. If they start to show up as chronic, that's how the insurance companies start to wiggle out of making these payments. So the faster you can get in, let's get you seen. If it's been a month, that's okay. Let's get started, and we'll start documenting your injury, where you were at before the accident, and what happened after the accident for you.
So many people look at dealing with insurance, whether it's car or health insurance, is just intimidating. And I think insurance companies kind of hope that you're just be like, I don't want to deal with it. It seems too complicated. You guys take care of all that stress for people.
They absolutely do make it complicated to get people frustrated. That's what it saves them money in doing it, right? But you pay for these benefits. You're paying for them every month, and so you should use them.
All you got to do is go to theclinic.cc. We really want to drive this into your head. Theclinic.cc. If an accident happens, go to theclinic.cc. And you're going to be seen by the best physicians. You're going to be greeted with the biggest smiles. And your insurance is going to cover that visit. So understand, there's already a pain point of being in an accident. It's horrible. And the first thing that pops in your head is, how much is this going to cost me? Just know that the health benefit of theclinic.cc is free. And so you're going to get seen for free. I just want people to understand that, Mark, that this is an option for them that their insurance will cover.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to be in an accident. That's the worst. And we hope that if you're in an accident, you're not seriously injured. But we don't know. That's why we have that benefit, right? Let's get you checked out. Let's run some tests on you. Let's find out exactly what's going on, and then we'll get you taken care of and send you on your way.
It's really simple. It's theclinic.cc. Theclinic.cc. Get there now, theclinic.cc. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, my name is Nee Addy, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Philo, the TV streaming service that puts its audience first. What does that mean? It means no hidden fees and no long contracts. It means 24/7 customer support with real people. And it means the easiest and most affordable way to watch the stuff you love to watch. Live TV from networks like A&E, BET, Nickelodeon, and Discovery. All the groundbreaking blockbusters from AMC+. A huge library of movies and shows on demand that you can stream now or save to rewatch for up to a year. And fast forward through commercials. We even have more than 100 channels that are always free, even if you pause or cancel your subscription. And the best part, TV shouldn't break the bank. So all of this is just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Check us out risk-free. That's philo.tv.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's a couple of rinks here and there, but that's the point. It's hard to find. And so if you build 5 more rinks within
20 miles of Salt Lake, yeah, kids are going to play.
What I like about that is the culture part. If you feel that this market is ripe to be a really passionate hockey market, it requires playing the long game a little bit.
It does.
That's what I like about it.
Absolutely, it does.
And we do have potential. We're a winter sports market. And I believe this as a hockey market. It seems like it would fit right in like a glove. Kind of like the NBA in a different way. I think the NBA fit here really well because, in part, every church has a gym. For those reasons, I think hockey has a ton of potential.
I imagine you played junior jazz, right?
Yep.
I did too. Like, every boy did, and most girls did. Do that with hockey.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's back for a limited time. Mr. Mac's Buy One, Get One for 100 suit sale. With suits starting at $299 in a variety of colors and patterns. You're sure to find the perfect suit. Mr. Mac Buy One, Get One for 100 suit sale is an unbeatable value for every man and every occasion. Mr. Mac ensures a perfect fit with free in-house alterations at all 9 locations. Buy one, get one for $100 suit sale. Mr. Mac, serving Utah for nearly 60 years.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to your Wednesday. Thanks for being with us on the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Oh, man. It's kind of nice to be back in the studio. We only get to be back here one more day, and then we're back out on the road again. We go to the hockey club tomorrow for the final home game of the season. By the way, how phenomenal was that 7-0 start last night? My kids are going back and forth. It's going to be 10. You know they're going to get to 10
goals? Are
you
we
know
getting
it's going to be
greedy
10
now?
Well, listen, it was 7 by the time they got to the it was 7 by the end of the
3 goals in the first period.
4 in the second.
In the second.
And
They
my
scored
kids,
16 seconds into the second period.
right, and then my kids were like, well, for sure it's going to be a shutout, and they're probably going to score 10 goals because that's what they've been doing. 3 goals, 4 goals. Throw another 3 in there. I go, you guys settle down a little bit, but also because we've seen some. I wasn't going to say there was going to be a massive 7-goal comeback, but there was that moment where they scored within 20 seconds of the third period, the Kraken.
Yeah.
That you went, all right, settle down a little bit, and then they put that. Look, we've seen some weird stuff this year, right?
We have. Don't forget the Sharks game.
Right, and especially at home. 7 goals would have been a lot, but they put in this goalie, by the way. And we'll have to ask Mike Folt the next hour about it. And I know we're getting to hockey early, but I can't help but think about they put this goalie in that wasn't even like when Stauber gets called up from the Roadrunners down to Tucson after Connor Ingram is out, indefinitely, and then you've got Veggie the starter, and then you bring up your AHL guy. The Kraken brought up their ECHL guy. And that's who got put in after DeCord was having an awful night.
That's a big jump.
It was, and then he played a hell of a game.
Yeah.
Listen, that's why they didn't get 10 goals is because that guy was shutting them out in that third period.
Utah didn't score in the third. Give him
Shout
credit.
out to the ECHL goaltender who gets a double, like making the jump from AA up to the NHL that night. That day, by the way, they flew him in that day. Which is the way we do it, right? I mean, like in these pro sports, these cats are ready. And, to have the debut that he did where he comes in, I've loved hockey all year long, man. And it was just, last night was just another, and I know the odds are just, I don't know, the Wild play tonight, right? They hadn't played since Sunday. So the whole thing was you're waiting for either the hockey club to not get a point or to only get a point. If they continue to score, so here's where the odds are. Minnesota has to not score a point the rest of the year. In the next, 4 3 games that they have, 4 games that they have. And the hockey club has to win out on every one of them. I'm pretty sure. So you got to get 2 points every game, and the Minnesota Wild have to lose every game.
They can't even get to an overtime.
They can't even do it. If the Wild get to overtime once, then it is officially going to be that little miniature E next to the hockey club. But you know what? There are 4 games left in the season, and we are talking about a team that hasn't technically been officially eliminated from the playoffs. So there you go. At this point last year, think of the level of depression that then Coyote fans were in. All right? What a difference a year makes.
Honestly, we're being honest, we were kind of enjoying that because we knew what was coming. The anniversary is only 9 days away of the official announcement.
Right. And I love how it's like the anniversary.
Think about what's happened in the last year, Alex.
It's been bonkers.
Makes my head spin.
I know. To be at the spot now, less than a year removed from when we saw what we saw officially, the announcement was the 18th. And although we had already known at this point right now what was kind of coming down the pipe, we just didn't know when exactly the announcement was going to come. And
we had more media at their finale last year than Phoenix did.
And then they're like, I can't believe that. I can't believe that Salt Lake thinks that they're. I'm like, dude, we're beyond ready to cover this team.
Look
we
what's
showed it again
happened
this
last year and what this market proved in 82 games this year.
So nice. Game 77 of the season that this team was able to score the most goals that they've scored all year long. 7 goals to Seattle's 1. And by the way, that was a Seattle team that had beat them the 2 previous times. A team that was behind them in the standings all year long. They had beaten, again, you talked about games where you look back and you go.
Oh, that one 2 weeks ago in Seattle.
Yes.
You needed that,
But they lost earlier in the season to them as well. And so those are 2 losses that you look back on and you go, eh. But there were wins also.
They had losses. Man. So you look at the bottom of the standings, and we're going to torture ourselves all off season, but they lost games to the Ducks, multiple games to the Kraken, and a game to the Blackhawks and a game to the Sharks.
Yep.
You can't lose to the bottom dwellers in your conference and make the playoffs. You just can't.
That being said, I think did they sweep the? They got a point in every game against the Minnesota Wild, right? In the 3 or 4 games that they played them, they were like 3-0-1.
Remember the Wild come back late with the empty net?
Yes.
Here in Salt Lake, and then they forced it to overtime and won in a shootout. But Utah won the rest of them.
Right, 3-0-1 against the Wild. I think there are matchups like that. I mean,
I believe this to my core, that if the Wild and the Utah Hockey Club played a 7-game series, Utah wins that series, which is why it's so frustrating to see the Wild in that last playoff spot, knowing that, honestly, Utah's a better team. I believe that.
Yeah.
They just had too many of those letdowns during the year. And the other thing about Utah is they never could get hot. It was just too much win a game, lose a game all year long.
It seems like they
never went streaking.
Yeah.
That's what got the Blues in.
Yeah.
The Blues were the team that found the winning streak. That was the difference.
And it was an unreal
Utah
one, too.
could never find that streak.
It was an unreal win streak.
12 games in a row in hockey?
Well,
My goodness.
And it looks, the way that the hockey club has been playing over the past month, after the Four Nations break, it's been really, really good hockey, but you can't compete with a team that goes on a 12-game win streak, that ends up passing everybody up, in the standings, including the teams who were in front of them. So, yeah, you get pushed down. I bet, without looking at the standings right now, this division is the most difficult to get to the playoffs in or to get a wild card spot in, because there are going to be multiple teams in the mid-90s that are not going to get in.
Yeah.
Or in the lower 90s, right? Utah could get to that 90-point spot, and you've already got 2 of the highest point total winning teams in the entire league in Winnipeg and Dallas, and then after that, you've got these shucks teams in the West like Edmonton, who are what's Edmonton, the 5th seed or the 4th seed, like that? Those guys could legitimately win the Stanley Cup.
They were in a Game 7 last year with a chance to win the whole thing, and now they're going to be playing the Kings in a playoff series in the first round.
And that's not a fun matchup for them.
Not at all.
So that's how difficult the Western Conference playoffs are in the NHL. And really, the Stanley Cup playoffs overall are just phenomenal. So, of course, we're going to be watching with intense interest this offseason, because these are the teams that in the future this hockey club are going to have to figure some things out against. And we're here for it, man. We are here for it. Jeremiah Jensen, Alex Keary, thanks for being with us on the program. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday. Later on in the program, we've got some tickets to give away for you. It is what we do every Wednesday all year long right here on our station. We'll do that. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other places in the refrigerated section. So go check it out. Let's kick off the show with the cut here. Let's talk a little bit about the expectations. The unreasonable, or are they, expectations that fans are already having for teams across the entirety of the basketball world, including here locally. So let's jump in here. It's the cut, top of the hour, top of the program. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And this portion of the show brought to you by our good friends at Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Trajan Wealth for all of your retirement needs. Hook up with the guys at Trajan Wealth. Here we go. Way too early look at college basketball for next year. What do we have? Well, when we had Tim Lacombe on the other day, do you recall what he said about this team and where their preseason rank could end up? Do you remember what Tim said? And we both were like, whoa.
He said top 15, right?
He said top 5.
Oh, a top 5.
Yeah. And we were like, whoa. And my thought was, why not? Considering that this team just finished 13th in the AP poll, considering who's coming back, considering who they're getting, considering who AJ DeBonta is coming in, the number one ESPN or the number one recruit in the entire country, coming in, improving on a team that finished the year in the top 13 coming off of a Sweet 16 run. Those are the types of teams that you put in the top 10, right?
Yep.
But alas, BYU in the NCAA basketball rankings way too early top 25 has ended up at, you told me if it's a disrespect or not. It's very different in basketball, by the way, but BYU is number 16. Is that about where you think
That's
that
fine.
Yeah, you're okay with that?
No, keep in mind, how many freshmen played in the national championship game?
Probably not a lot.
0.
Oh, there were none?
The answer is 0.
Wow.
Had minutes in the national championship game.
What about
you
the
don't
tall
win
guy from Florida?
National championships. He didn't play. You don't win national championships with freshmen. Okay, it's just how it is, and that's kind of the conundrum of the one and done. If your best player is a one and done freshman, you can have a nice run, but you're not winning a national championship.
And that's why a guy like
BYU at 16. That's what they
fine.
did last year. Yegor Demon, probably their best overall player. I mean, Richie Saunders had the best season.
Right.
I'm talking about prospect, about talent. Yegor would be considered their top prospect. Richie obviously came out of nowhere and had an amazing season. He was their leader, no doubt about that. But, you know, Richie's a junior, and that's what they needed. They needed a Richie Saunders, a veteran player, to step up and play the way he did. If you were relying on Yegor Demon to lead the way last year, in this past season, where would you have ended up? Not in the Sweet 16. So to answer your question, am I okay with this? I actually am, unless Richie comes back, for sure. But there's another aspect they need here. There's something they need to add to the mix, and it's a point guard. They've got to have a stud guard. What did William Clayton Jr. do for Florida? What a story.
Took him to the national championship game. Didn't have a killer national championship game, but they still won that thing. I mean, he got him there. He was the player of the tournament, all that, right? So in the
team
end,
with the best guard. I mean, remember what Kemba Walker did with UConn. You remember what Jimmer did with BYU. I mean, the list goes on and on of guards who made their name in March. You've got to have a stud guard, and BYU's got to go out and get one to pair with AJ, to pair with, we assume Richie Saunders comes back. They've got the big in Kebaketa. Xavion Statton's coming in. He's a top 35 prospect. They're going to have those guys. Go get that point guard, and then we can talk about BYU being even better. A transfer point guard, a guy with experience.
So 16 is about right. And again, the rankings in college basketball are so different than way too early preseason rankings in football, right? There's so much more to take into consideration in the football side of things because you have, 22 guys on both sides of the ball that you're trying to handicap as to where the recruiting and all that is. It's a lot easier to make those guesses when it comes to a starting 5 for a basketball team, right? And so in the end, you've got a lot of teams that have tons of talent, including BYU, maybe the most talent that they've ever had, right? When you talk about certainly the top recruit, the biggest, best recruit, they've had the best player in the whole country before on their team twice. And the furthest that they've gone with those guys, like you said, Elite 8, Sweet 16, And Jimmer was a junior that year that he was the Naismith Player of the Year, right?
No, he's a senior.
Senior.
Yeah, he was a senior. 4 years player, yeah.
Again.
Got him the tournament as a junior and then became a superstar, household name.
And how old was Danny Ainge when they go to the Elite Eight?
Also senior.
Also senior.
Yes.
Like that was the expectation. And things are a little bit different back then. But it was wild. That's why it was so amazing what was happening. Cooper Flagg was being crowned as one of the best players in the history of college basketball. If he would have taken as a freshman, I mean, the only person I can think of off the top of my head who won as a freshman the national championship and was like the guy on that team was Carmelo Anthony on that Syracuse team.
And Anthony Davis with Kentucky.
Okay, so
that's a short list.
Very short list. And by the way, on legacy teams.
And Cooper Flagg almost became that. And Cooper Flagg, we know, is generational.
Yep.
And Cooper Flagg had 2 other lottery pick freshmen on that team playing with him. Guess what? They didn't win the Natty because they got beat by a veteran team at the end. A Houston team that has been battle-tested and is mentally tough and is loaded with upperclassmen. It matters in March. It matters, and it proved that to be the case in this tournament. One of the reasons why Auburn was so good, Janai Broom, one of the most experienced players in college basketball, transfer player. Senior guys, old guys win championships in college basketball.
It's I don't know. People look at that and they look at it and they're disappointed in terms of like. Well, I don't think they're really disappointed. I think that we guess at this point anyway. When the AP preseason poll comes out for college basketball, when college football's preseason poll comes out, like college football's preseason rankings are gold. You know what I mean? Not just for us as media guys. It's important. Like those places for those teams, it is the jockeying on a starting grid of a NASCAR race. You know what I mean? Like you have to be, it's like, dude, if you're at the very back, that's not good, man.
No.
Because you
want pole position.
You've got to have that start early. In basketball, look, ask Kansas how that preseason number 1 ranking went for them. We see that in football sometimes, but the reality is that
not often.
You need to have teams. If you're a team, you're like, look, just get us in the top 15.
Where was Ohio State preseason last year?
Were they?
If they weren't 1, they were 2.
Or 3 or 4, right? But they were in that
yes.
traditional top 5.
It's not like Ohio State came out of nowhere like they were 25th ranked to start the season.
You know exactly what they're made of.
Yep.
And again, it matters. And it matters less for those teams than it does for a team like a Utah or a BYU. Certainly a group of 5 team like Utah State. The amount of work that you have to do to get into the top 25 in college basketball is a lot. When you're not those legacy programs.
There's 330 teams.
When you are in the Big 12 and you're BYU this year, like there was still a lot of like sideways looks before people were like, all right, we'll let you in. That's why like Utah State getting into the top 25 when they did, everyone's like, okay, this isn't a team to mess with. When a team like St. Mary's, Gonzaga is a little bit less of Gonzaga is more that legacy program that
nobody looks at them as a mid-major.
Right. And so, but when a St. Mary's is ranked 17th, when a Utah State is ranked 19th, when BYU starts inching up,
it changes the perception about how we look at those teams.
And by the way, those rankings actually are ones that feel like that they're right.
Yeah.
The team that's 12th at the beginning of the college football rankings, that's why we have a hard time with it, because when Notre Dame on those years, and Notre Dame is coming off of a couple pretty good seasons, but historically, Texas, Notre Dame,
Texas
USC,
has been the worst.
USC is always in that mix where you're like, why did you put them at 17? It's like, well,
USC
I don't know
happened
if you saw.
with USC last year.
Yes.
A lot of people are saying USC is going to win the Big Ten.
Yes.
Give me a break.
Even with the best player in the entire country, they went 7-5 his senior year. So
yes.
There are so many things that go into this. College basketball's rankings, the 2 early rankings, you can roll your eyes at them because they don't freaking matter until when? Probably January 1. March is really that, but January 1 when conference stuff starts up, at least that's when we go crack our fingers and go, all right.
Where was BYU on January 1st last year?
Struggling.
In this past season.
Struggling. And they
How did they start in Big 12 play?
Were they 0-3 or were they I know that they were 4-4 before they started to rip off like significant wins.
It was an incredible turnaround, and nobody remembers the rough start. Nobody remembers.
And by the way, when you lose games in the Big 12, they look at that very different than they do about that loss at Providence. Remember that bad loss at Providence?
Or back in the WCC days, losing at Pepperdine.
Oh, Pepperdine. What are the
Santa Clara?
Oh my gosh, Pacific. You'll get like a road loss to Pacific, and you wanted to die. By the way, Now, with how BYU's season was ending, people were still talking about that Providence loss when the seeding stuff was happening. And not just the selection committee, but they go, yeah, but I didn't like what they looked like back in November when they went out to Providence, lost by 20, a quad 4 loss. And you're like, yeah, but I mean, again.
But they beat Iowa State twice.
By the way, where did BYU end up on in the rankings of the Big 12 this year, by the way? Just by AP rankings. Let's see.
So they were 13th on the AP.
Right.
And you're
I
talking
think
about
Houston
where,
was
among
number
Big
2.
12 teams.
Houston was number 2, obviously, where they ended it. So let me give you an idea.
Houston 2. Then you have to go down to Texas Tech 8. And guess who was the third-ranked team?
13.
BYU. Arizona was 4th at 15th.
BYU
Iowa
ends
State 5th at 17th.
BYU ends
Wow.
the regular season at 4th in the Big 12, right?
Tied for 3rd.
Tied for 3rd. And guess where they ended up in the rankings at the end of it? 3rd place. 3rd place.
Which is phenomenal.
The 3rd highest ranked team. Oh, yeah. When you're talking about, and by the way, Texas Tech, Toppin's coming back for them. He announced it. That's actually a dagger for everybody at Houston, at BYU. Like, that's a
How
killer
good is
one.
the Big 12 going to be?
It's going to be extremely good. And you know what? If you are a basketball fan, and if you saw what BYU did this year on the basketball side of things, and you're looking forward to next year, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be really, really good basketball. What did Kelvin Sampson say? Look, we did this against the Big 12. Shout out to our Big 12 brethren. We weren't playing in no toy poodle conference, which we decided that was a shot at the ACC, right?
Yeah.
How many teams did they have in the NCAA tournament? Was it 3?
They had 4. Remember, North Carolina got in controversially.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
But none of those teams won in the first round.
No.
Except for Duke.
Duke went all the way.
Even Clemson got upset.
Yep. So, in the end, we see all this and we're kind of like, man, this is exactly where if you're a BYU fan, you can't believe that you were this far up in the rankings on both football and basketball, because I think that means what the football team ends up AP final ranking 13th, and we had this discussion a couple of weeks ago. We're like, where do you think these two teams end up? And to have both of them end the AP top 15, it's very, very, very short company of teams that have done that, or years that BYU's football and basketball teams have done that.
It's arguably the best BYU sports season of all time outside of 80-81.
80-81. And I think we decided
had the Miracle
maybe
Bowl and Danny Ainge runner,
maybe 83-84, because I think that the basketball team ended up being pretty good that year in 84.
Devin Durant was their leading scorer that year.
And they win the national championship,
went to the NCAA
obviously,
tournament.
In football. So those might be the arguments, but you could also make the argument of, yeah, but this is also power
This
football,
is a new
power
world
basketball.
we live in.
Yeah.
And what BYU's doing in this new world is unprecedented in Provo.
I will also say, too, if you're looking at this and you go, I can't believe BYU's has gotten this good this quick. If you think Utah is going to be hanging out on the sideline for very long.
No. They're making a move.
So the football team, I will just say right now, is already, like, people have already forgotten. People looked at last year already as the outlier.
Do you know who's excited about that?
And they've already moved on.
Kyle Whittingham.
And
under the radar Utah football.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
That's exactly where they want to be.
But then even the national talking head people are like, yeah, I mean, Utah's going to be back. Like, it's hard to imagine a Kyle Whittingham team, going through what they did last year and having that be the norm. Because what's going to happen? The defense is going to be really good again. This new version of the offense with Dampier and Jason Beck, obviously, and the running back who's not getting a lot of attention, even though he should still get a lot of attention.
Parker, yeah. No,
Parker's
got
legit, man, and and they're going to be there for a couple of years, both of them.
And their offensive line is great. Yeah,
it's going to be a good.
And can Utah's basketball program under Alex Jensen, now that the investment is being made, can he turn this around? Can he turn it around quickly? I mean, nobody expected BYU last year under Mark Pope to go into the Big 12 and finish 5th, make the NCAA tournament. Can Alex Jensen pull it off? I'm fascinated to watch how that plays out. Because you have a fan base at Utah now that's watching what BYU's doing, and this is what drove the football resurgence at Utah back in the 90s. Mm-hmm. They want to do what the other team is doing. They can't stand watching their rival get all the attention. All of a sudden, the investment goes back into it. The fans get back into it. The pride goes back into it. and all of a sudden you have a resurgence, because that is a sleeping giant up on the hill. That basketball program has been to Final Fours multiple. They can be there again, especially in the Big 12. So Alex Jensen, let's see what he can do.
Yeah, and I think, look, it's probably the most hope you've had for that basketball program. I'd say
it's been irrelevant
for a long time.
We were on sports radio. We've struggled to find something to talk about.
Yeah.
Apologies to Utah fans, and I think they agree. Let's talk about football instead, right?
But
they want to change that.
If it's easy to look for BYU. They were looking up north all the time and comparing themselves to that juggernaut, which that's a hard thing to try to compare yourself to. One, because they were in a different power. They were in a power conference. You were in independence, and they were winning in that conference, and they were going to the Rose Bowl, and they're having all these things happen, and you're like, we can't have nice things. That hurts when it's right there and it's your rival, and you're watching them have all those things. I will say, any BYU fan who, and you could do revisionist history on this thing and lie to yourself about it, but when you were 2-7 last year in football, your very first year in Big 12, and then you come into the second year of the Big 12 in 2024, be honest with yourself. 7-2 wasn't. That's what your weird uncle would say. Oh, they're probably going to go 8-1. I'd say the Warriors 7-2 in conference play. They're going to probably
even
go 11-2.
Even the most positive BYU fan, or our good friend on Instagram, even he couldn't even expect or believe or think that the BYU Cougars would have had the football season they had last year, as much as he believed.
All right.
Even the bluest of goggles couldn't have expected what happened last year.
Were you talking about the Joy guy?
Yeah. Where has he been?
BYU did it. They did it. That guy.
They did do it last year.
He's not messing around. He does.
The year of the Coug.
He does bring joy, and he shows up. He must be in everybody's algorithm now at this point. Dr. Jeff Hill. Good job. All right, we'll take a break. We've got more to go around the corner. Speaking of more to go around the corner, just tons going on. Think about how awesome our lives are in the world of sports here in the state of Utah, and it's just going to keep getting better. We've got the NFL Blitz. We're going to go way early on the Blitz today because we've got tons going on. We've got next hour Mike Folta, voice of the Utah Hockey Club. He's going to join us. I got to listen to, I think, 5 of those goals, of those 7 goals last night on the radio broadcast. And then BT, Brian Taylor from Real Golf Radio, is going to join us live from Augusta as well. The weather report from Augusta this weekend, JJ, did you hear about it? Near perfect.
Oh,
you don't want to mess around.
I love they got the rain out of the way on Monday.
You don't want to mess around with a perfect weather weekend.
The azaleas are out
at Augusta.
Sunny in Augusta. It's going to be a great weekend.
It's going to be phenomenal. We'll chat with BT a little bit later as well. And like I said, it's Win Ticket Wednesday, so we've got tickets to give away. So stay here, 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A couple of slow spots to start the afternoon commute westbound on I-80, for instance, because it's down to 1 lane just past 56 West for road work. 1 crash in Spanish Fork on the exit ramp from southbound I-15 to get onto Highway 6, but it's over on the right shoulder. Murdoch Hyundai, home of the 3.99% for 6 years on the Santa Fe, Tucson, or Elantra. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Andy Bailey, NBA analyst and writer for Bleacher Report. It would be awesome if the Jazz hit that top spot, but the odds are it'll go to somebody else. If it goes to somebody else, is there another player you're really excited about?
I think Con Knippel's been really interesting. He's not an eye-popping athlete, but I like guys who play with a feel for the game, and he has that. Guys who can dribble, pass, and shoot right away are just at such an advantage. VJ Edgecombe, he's kind of the opposite. Not that he's not skilled, but he's a freak athlete. There are concerns with a lot of these guys. I think they all have great upside. There's just a lot of eggs in the flag basket. If Utah lands him, I think they're on a completely different trajectory. Suddenly, everything they've done for the last couple years makes a lot more sense. And if they don't, it's still a little bit of a mystery.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking. Dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
For those struggling with dyslexia, the world is a challenging place. The simple act of reading a menu or a computer screen can be frustrating and difficult. Now you can do more than just feel empathy for them. You can make things happen. Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament. There's an 8 a.m. shotgun start, breakfast provided by Chick-fil-A, lunch provided by Texas Roadhouse. The event will help bring together so many of you who care about those whose lives are touched by dyslexia. And the cost? Just $500 for a foursome. And thanks to Metastock and K&L Drywall, 100% of the cost will go straight to the center to provide scholarships for children who can't afford to attend the Dyslexia Center of Utah. Details can be found online at dyslexiacenterofutah.org. Please, make time. Whether it's just for you or your team from work, please join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Get more details at dyslexiacenterofutah.org.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can STEM, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Or clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can STEM, so can you. Find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design by using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Will Hardy talks about the Jazz being able to dictate the pace in games.
It's encouraging that we can dictate the pace of a game. I also think it's something that our team and our players will have to examine in the off-season in terms of the level of conditioning that it takes to play like that for a whole game.
Utah Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. UVU Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. The NFL Blitz is next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on back. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, doing the NFL Blitz a little bit early today. It's a Jazz game day. We're dedicating our 5:30 segment, chatting up what the injury report looks like for this final stretch of games for this Utah Jazz team. Portland Trailblazers tonight at home at Delta Center, taking on the Jazz. I was wondering, okay, so I was looking at this thing today. It was like 4 teams that could have make or break seasons. It's not make or break seasons. It's because it makes it sound like if they're winning, then they'll turn everything around.
So basically, the teams that have GMs and coaches that got to get it done fast.
It's like break or probably break.
Yeah,
I mean,
people are going to lose jobs if you don't start winning.
Listen, if the NFL fired coaches like the NBA does, I mean, and the NFL likes to fire coaches, but not like the NBA does. I was reading a thing today. It's worse to be. I think in 2019 and 2020, there are only 3 coaches that still have their positions at the teams now that they had.
Can you imagine the Rams firing Sean McVay? That's what the Nuggets did yesterday.
The Nuggets just did. Well, it'd be firing Sean McVay right before they were about to start the playoffs.
Yeah.
This last go round. That's what it would have been. And it's insane. But the Giants and the Dolphins, like, to me, the Giants aren't really a make or break situation because I think Brian Daboll, yes, will lose his job. I bet if they don't, I bet even if they go 500, which you can't do anymore in the NFL, but if they go 9-8 and are on the cusp of the playoffs, I bet he still doesn't survive, right? Because they've already given him 1 or 2 years extra. Yes. Now, what's interesting are teams like the Cardinals or the Dolphins who have put a lot of money recently and it just has not panned out. And you've got quarterbacks with names that are relatively decent. Your Kyler Murray's, your Tua Tagovailoa's down in Miami, obviously, that people are looking at and going, so when is that? Are we looking at a guy who we're waiting to see an early retirement on because of the concussion issues? Or are we looking at a guy who is going to be do you ever look at a guy like him and go, oh, they're going to turn it all the way around, man? They're going to turn it all the way around with him.
If you got a quarterback that has a $212 million contract and you're not sure if he can stay on the field, you got a problem. You've got a problem. You've got to have confidence that your quarterback's going to be there for 17 games in the regular season. Miami doesn't have that right now. The Colts have the same problem. Anthony Richardson. He's been beat up his whole entire career, and even when he's playing, remember the situation last year where he checked himself out of the game on a third down?
He'll
never live that down.
Nope.
And then you look at the Giants. Who's their quarterback?
Oh, my guy, Russell Wilson.
Is he?
Yeah, man.
For how long? How many games?
Wait.
I'm a Broncos fan. I've seen this movie before.
They figured it out. Who is the backup? Who's the backup?
Jameis Winston.
Winston. That's right. I like that quarterback room now. You get him. Listen, at the very least,
Tommy Cutlets.
You got Tommy Cutlets is going to be the emergency third quarterback.
Yeah, those are all teams that have instability at the quarterback position. Certainly, their coaches are under fire.
So Giants, Dolphins, Colts, Cardinals. Why on earth do the Cowboys not make a list like this ever? I mean, they make lists.
They just hired a guy. Jerry's not going to fire him.
I know, but there's not going to be a make or break season for this team. is not going to get better for a long, long time. And it's not just the coaches and the GMs getting fired and blah, blah, blah. It's also just about whether or not they can do anything. I mean, at this point, the Cowboys can just do whatever they want. The fan base is what the fan base is, right? They've earned a level of no one cares what they're going to do, because if they win a Super Bowl, it's what took you so long. If they are dead last in the NFC East, then people are going to go, ha, that's funny to watch, and then they move on. It's crazy to me. Yeah, but I don't know. Who's the coach of the is Jonathan Gannon, is he still the general man, or still the coach for the Cardinals?
Yeah.
Gannon's still the guy, right?
Yeah.
Not long, man. Not for long.
It's tough to win there.
They've had some real struggles. Remember when Cliff Kingsbury was in that palatial estate for the draft party, and everyone's like, didn't you just get there? And like Bill Belichick is at his breakfast nook in Southie, and you're over here on this like 30,000 square foot home in Phoenix, and everybody's going, bro, this is not going to last long for you.
Yeah.
Jerry was on a yacht, though. That was the best part about that draft. So there you go.
That's right.
Now, boy, remember the COVID draft?
Weird, man.
It was awesome.
Don't remind me of 2020.
The COVID draft was dope. You had Jerry on a yacht going, can't put a mask out here at sea. Don't need to put a mask on out here. International
We
water.
were all so desperate for anything sports. I think 30 million people watched that draft.
We covered
Insane ratings.
I was on KSL News Radio at the time, and it was big news. Because it was something.
Yeah.
It was something to talk about. And we're doing the freaking draft during 2020, listening to Jerry from the yacht give his picks.
The commissioner's doing it from his basement. So weird.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my heavens. All right, next up on the old NFL Blitz here. Geno Smith is excited to reunite with Pete Carroll. Why wouldn't you be?
Is Lloyd in that room? I actually like the Geno Smith signing. It's not going to get him out of the cellar.
That nobody believed it. Hey, spice it up a little bit more. Redo that.
I think they've got a quarterback that's worth something.
Man, I'm so excited for this Raiders group. Man, I've never been more excited for a Raiders group. I might be a Raiders fan now because
Chiefs, here come the Raiders.
I saw Rusty in the hallway the other day. I go, hey, how's you guys' offseason going? He's like, our time might be coming.
Oh, jeez, come on, Rusty.
Yeah. Our time might be coming because he's like, our offensive line stinks. I said, don't do this humble stuff.
He'll be fired up in August, don't worry.
Oh, yeah. They'll figure it out. But
he'll be walking around here like Vince McMahon in September. Don't worry.
They're doing the same thing in Kansas City that they do like every year.
Mahomes is still in his prime. Come on.
That's what they do every year with for the Boston Celtics, where it's like, gosh, man, I don't know. Al Horford's getting a little bit old.
Yeah, I think we'll get to the finals, but I don't know if we're going to win it.
Yeah, you're right. We do have Jason Tatum. Yeah, you're right. We do have.
But I feel like we need to add somebody else.
We've got Patrick Mahomes, but I don't know how long we can last with this. Shoot, man. No, Pete Carroll, he's scary. Yeah, so Geno Smith excited to reunite with Pete Carroll. I think he's just excited to not be in Seattle right now because that's going to be a disaster.
They're rebuilding.
Shedeur Sanders visiting the Steelers. As they try to figure out. Aaron Rodgers is still a question mark.
Why are they even still considering this?
It's so non-Steelers to me.
I know.
Where they just are like dragging it out and going, do you still want to think about maybe coming to play here? It's like, dude, no. The Steelers are bigger than you, Aaron Rodgers.
It's just
not the other way around.
It's the worst mix I've ever seen.
Not the other way around.
It makes no sense to me.
It's bonkers. Hey, Justin Fields, did you hear what he said about whether or not they draft a quarterback, the Jets? He's willing to teach.
Okay.
I was like, what are you going to teach him?
Brett Favre was willing to teach Aaron Rodgers?
Well, now hold on a minute. At least Brett Favre was a future Hall of Fame quarterback. Justin Fields says he's willing to teach a new quarterback.
What is Justin Fields going to teach?
I'm going to take him under my wings.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh.
You know, you're the Jets, and your vet quarterback is Justin Fields. No. Good luck to you. Good luck.
I'm willing to teach. Okay. But I'm not interested in speculation on what the future would look like. Okay, well. There's no speculation when you don't play worth a dang. Like, that just gets figured out on its own.
He's got to step up now. He's in New York, and he got the contract. He's got to step up. This is his opportunity.
That's like
he got a second chance.
It's like your son who just gets his driver's permit, and he's like, Dad, let me show you a few ropes.
Yeah, I know.
Let me show you a few things how this works now. All right, you're gonna push the clutch in slowly on the left there. Hold on a minute. Don't push the gas too hard now. Okay, sorry. Come on, Justin Fields.
Hey, Dad, did you know you can save money on your car insurance by switching to Geico?
That's more like it. But like Justin Fields and what's the Bears quarterback's name? Caleb Williams. Those two guys being like, I'd be willing to teach you guys a couple things. Like, I could see both of those.
The only thing Caleb Williams could teach a rookie right now is how to paint his fingernails.
I just try to picture him painting the F word on his fingers, like doo-doo-doo, before the Utah game.
Like, I wonder what that mental process was for.
Or did somebody do it for him? Or was he just on the bus going, look at this, dude? Ridiculous.
I think he took a lot of time, a lot of thought.
And then he's like, okay, is he blowing on it when they're drying? Hold on. Don't throw me the ball yet. All right, now I can warm up. It's ridiculous. All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. When we do, we've got ourselves a Would You Rather. I've got a gem of a Would You Rather. Plus, I'm going to ask JJ where experts are putting the field from 1 to 95. That's how many people play in the Masters, by the way. 95 people on that invite list. I'm going to ask him a couple of big names, including Tony Finau. You tell me from 1 to 95 where some of those big names, including Tony, are going into this Masters tournament. It's his 8th tourney, by the way, for Tony. Never missed a cut. But we'll have that and much more. So stay right here with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Jordan Clarkson, a couple of years ago, when Will Hardy's first year, I thought that was his best season. I think Keontae George needs to be more of that. I think he's got to make the off the bounce, and I think he has to figure out a way to be a point guard in the league. I think the Jazz initial vision for him was the correct one.
I don't know if he's the number one.
I don't know. I don't know. If he plays hard, he's really good.
He does. He's got to play defense. He doesn't play defense.
That's why I'm saying that Walker Kessler switch has to flip, or he's in trouble, because I don't think there's a whole lot of ancillary role for his game.
So this is since he moved to the bench full time. 17 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds. 17, 5, and 4
pretty good.
Is a hell of a stat line. Give everyone in the NBA the green light. They're not going to go 17, 5, and 4. I promise you. Like, there is something there.
I think Keontae, if he has a good offseason, I absolutely think there's value there.
I do too. I would not bail on Keontae.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 5/3/25.
Car accidents happen in the blink of an eye. In an instant, you or someone you love could be injured. Do you know what to do?
The Clinic for Car Accidents is here for you.
Specializing in providing the expert care you need after an accident.
Using your auto insurance's personal injury protection.
Their experienced team of physicians know exactly what to look for and can guide you through every step of your recovery without any upfront costs.
And if you need an attorney, they can help with that too.
Contact the Clinic for Car Accidents immediately after an accident at theclinic.cc.
That's theclinic.cc.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
The Salt Lake Bees have a new hive. Hey guys, Jake Scott here and want to invite you to join us for opening week, April 8th through the 13th, as we kick off our inaugural season at the ballpark at America First Square in South Jordan. Every game will feature exciting giveaways. Don't miss out. The new amenities at the ballpark at America First Square are on par with many major league facilities. Single tickets are on sale now. Visit slbs.com for more information.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Harbor Freight knows time is money, so for our Spring Black Friday sale, we're getting straight to the deals. This weekend, you get 35% off jack stands, 56-inch roll cabs under $800, and 2,300 PSI electric pressure washers under $190. See? Straight to the point, so you can get straight to the savings. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until April 13th, 2025 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
Grab your kids and a bag of popcorn and come see the greatest show on the road at Doug Smith Kia in Linden. The Kia Carnival and the Kia Carnival Hybrid, a 3-row, 7-passenger minivan built to comfortably fit your 3-ring family. And with an optional 8th seat and fuel economy of 33 miles per gallon, no one in the pickup line will be mistaking you for your mother. So come see our amazing offers for the funnest family car on wheels at Doug Smith Kia in Linden. No one knows Kia like Doug.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Water belongs in pipes, not in your yard or on your floor. Call Utah Utility Pro, your leak detection and repair specialists. Utah Utility Pro handles major leak detection and repair services for your water, sewer, main, and gas lines. UtahUtilityPro.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Hockey Club right winger Kyler Yamamoto talks on being able to score against his former team.
That's awesome. Yeah, obviously I owed him one. They didn't want me, so came in with a little bit of a vengeance, but no, it's a good one for us for sure.
Utah Hockey Club at 50 updates are brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. Would You Rather's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, that's the point I've gotten to. Yes, I may have bought... I'm convincing myself that this is a light blue. But now that you say it, JJ, these Nikes that I bought are... Well, you tell me,
Those
Alex,
are as lavender as you know what.
Alex, are these lavender? Yeah, I agree. They're light blue. JJ says they're lavender. I don't think that that's the case, but I did buy them for $39.99. I think that that's what my money pays for. Size 14, by the way, for $39.99, just the materials alone. It's a heck of a deal.
Probably cost you $500 at that size of feet.
That's what I'm saying.
You get the same
by the way,
shoemaker as Shaq.
When was the last time that you bought Nikes for $39.99 for your kids?
Never.
Okay? This is a win over here, my guy. I think Air Monarchs are $60.
Some 7-year-old in a sweatshop made your lavender Nikes.
How dare you? How dare you?
$39.99.
Lavender. I bet that they probably laughed as they put them in the box in the factory. They're all, look how big this stupid.
I'm going to call those
is.
your Easter shoes.
Hey, you know what? It is. That's what
They're
they
very
are.
pastel.
That's what they are. Hold on. I'm going to hold these up for the camera. Oh.
Old
See
man
that?
shoes.
Boom.
Why don't you just get Skechers? Just throw in the towel.
Me and Howie?
Just throw in the towel.
I like them because they're comfortable. I do have wide feet, too. So if they have a 4E next to them, I will definitely get them. All right? Let me see here. Hey, it's Would You Rather. You ready for this one? I built this one special for you.
Would you rather wear lavender shoes or just have your feet cut off?
just
amputate those feet if you're going to put lavender shoes on them.
Listen, back in the day, I had options. I mean, I'm the sixth of 6 kids. So you know what I used to get? Was
your brother's shoes.
I got the hand-me-downs,
Yeah.
or do you remember this brand? Pro Wings.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Did you get those at Payless?
I got the Pro Wings. I mean, yeah, something. They were probably $39.99.
Rest in peace, Payless.
By the way, are they no longer with us? Bogo's not around?
No.
Really? All right. Shoot, I guess I missed that memo.
Amazon kind of ruined that.
Yeah, they did. You can get the same thing. $39.99 in 2025 is what back in the 1980s? This is probably the same type of dollars that my parents spent on
you
me
definitely paid less.
for these purple shoes. All right? All right. I told you I was going to do this. Masters predictions. Before we get to our Would You Rather, which, by the way, is brought to you by the good folks at Doug Smith Mitsubishi, which is where we're going to be tomorrow. No, Friday. Tomorrow's not Friday, is it? Dang it. My head did that
Wishful
trick to me
thinking.
again, yeah. 495 West Main Street in American Fork, just off the freeway. That's where we're going to be on Friday. Nobody knows Mitsubishi like Doug. Where do you think, from the field of what experts, quote unquote, have put the entire field from 1 to 95, where's Scotty Scheffler?
Number 1?
Number 1. Where's Rory McIlroy?
Number 2?
Okay, number 2. Where do you think Tony Finau is?
15?
You got it. Plus another 24.
Okay.
They put him at 39th.
That's way low.
And
is this like a betting situation, or
no,
just somebody
no.
listing
It's
what
just
they
like,
think's
hey,
gonna
here's
happen?
the field from 1 to 95. They just did a power ranking of the. I know. I thought it was a little for a guy who's been at that tournament.
Tony isn't coming in playing his best golf, but everything can change.
That was the entire argument. It was like, hey, this
one
is a
drive
guy.
down Magnolia, one sniff of the azaleas, and he's right back in the mix.
Sounded like some drug references. Hey, man, I just need a quick fix to drive down Magnolia and get me a sniff of some azaleas, man. Like Magnolia, what is that, 4th West?
Meet at the Maverick?
I'll see you over there. So 1 to 95, I thought, okay, that's pretty. And here's the thing about Rory. Now, they put John Rahm at 5. John Rahm won it 2 years ago.
He's struggling too.
But he struggled last year to the point of, I think he made the
Live
cut, but I
golf
think it was
guy.
like barely. Yeah, but speaking of live golf guys, Bryson DeChambeau is 6th on the list. Now, you remember when he started off the tournament, he was 60. He shot a 65 day 1. He was in the lead after the first 2 days of the tournament and then ended up kind of just falling. He didn't fall off, but he ended up, I think, finishing 6th last year. And so he ends up, I don't know. I don't like Bryson some days, and some days I do. And
I thought it was fun last year. Which tournament did he win?
Was it the U.S. Open or the PGA Championship? The one where he's like chipping in the dark, basically.
Yeah, that tournament. He was fun. I enjoyed that. I thought he was great.
I ended up like following.
I know a lot of people.
I followed his like hitting over his house on Instagram. I've been watching all that.
Rubbed a lot of people wrong on the tour, and he's kind of brash, but I like him.
Yes. So what did he win? Let me see here. Last year, what was the one I'm thinking of? It had to have been. Yeah, last year's win was he was 6th at the Masters. He was 2nd in the PGA Championship. He won the U.S. Open.
I couldn't remember if he had.
That's a hell of a year.
Which
for
one
him.
of those he won? Because he had a great run there.
So last year he goes 6th in the Masters and then goes 2nd in the PGA Championship and then wins the U.S. Open. So not a bad
good year.
So he's got 2 majors under his belt.
He'll be a factor this week.
Yeah, he's got 2 majors under his belt. They're both U.S. Opens. So that's a guy you can never count out because he's extremely long.
Yep.
Off the tee, obviously. Well, not even off the tee. Everywhere on the course. So there you go. JJ, here's your Would You Rather. Play a practice round at Augusta National. Sideline passes for you and your beloved Broncos at a future AFC Championship game. I think it's generous of me saying that they're going to get to another AFC Championship game.
Oh, it'll come sooner than you think.
All right. But I wanted to stipulate all this, by the way, because You go to pretty fun places as a media guy. Okay, none of this is with your media hat on.
I'm not working. This is for fun.
Or tickets against the boards for a Stanley Cup Finals Game 7.
Oh, wow.
This is the easiest question I've ever asked you, and I can't believe you even took a beat to answer.
Broncos sideline passes.
Dead freaking wrong, and I've lost a lot of faith in you.
Oh, come on. You're the guy that wears lavender shoes.
That's why
you think I'm worried?
That's why they're going to match the flowers, the dogwood buds.
Call those your azalea shoes.
The dogwood buds.
Never seen lavender azaleas, but whatever.
I'm going to go. No, this is more of a hydrangea situation.
There you go.
You better get me to the Masters playing a practice round. You can't get in there, JJ.
You're a golf guy. Like, I enjoy golf. Golf's fun for me, but I don't golf every week.
You can't. You can pay the price and get to those other places.
How do you get sideline passes of the Broncos AFC Championship game? How do you get those?
Oh, look, you put a call into.
I'm like, the Masters is so exclusive.
Look, you put a call into Scotty G. He'll put a call into somebody. You guys are Bronco people. You guys both show up in your orange.
Yeah, because people in Denver care about.
Yeah, they like you guys.
Who I am.
Come on. But a practice round at the Masters is 1,000%.
I get that.
The right answer.
I'm just a football guy.
Okay, all right.
The hockey one was tempting. The Stanley Cup Game 7 is more tempting to me than the round at Augusta.
And that it's ever been.
And a lot of people just slam the brakes in their cars angry at me. But that's just me.
Okay. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Mike Folta, Utah Hockey Club radio play-by-play voice, is going to join us next. So don't miss any of that. We'll have his he got a workout with the goals last night.
I'm surprised he's joining us. Has he got a voice left?
Yeah, he's got a little bit. It's a final home stretch here of games, so we got to figure it out. All right, we've got more to go. Stay with us. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard this season with the Utah Hockey Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Hockey Club page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Hockey Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
Advanced Window Products. We love the guys at Advanced Window Products. We love Jake. We love Nate. We love meeting the folks at the factory, and that's exactly what you have. You have their offices, their factory. And the people who work there, so many of them have been working there for decades. This is a place that's been in business here in Utah for almost 40 years. Advanced Window Products does it the right way in a lot of different ways. They have the warranty that you can respect because it's a lifetime warranty that actually is a lifetime warranty. They're not going to hide from anything, okay? Because they're right here. They're the factory. The quality is there, and then the price. All three things that you hit on right there, what you want in a product, and that's what you get with the folks at Advanced Window Products.
Yeah, let me tell you about the price. Call today and receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Just call and set up the appointment. You don't have to pay now, but you lock in that pricing. And when you do need to pay, they've got financing available for you. So don't think that, oh, man, I can't afford windows. They will help you figure it out. If you need windows, don't let all of that energy you're paying for escape out your window in a draft. Make sure your windows are up to par. Advanced Window Products, they're the best place to do it.
Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off of 10 windows or more right now. Just mention that you heard it right here on the KSL Sports Zone. 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. It's Advanced Window Products.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountainland Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountain Land Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for janitorial services. The attention to detail will keep your office spotless. Serving Utah for over 30 years with unbeatable integrity. AllProUtah.com. Call in the pros. All Pro is here for you. AllProUtah.com. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that thigh.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We were just talking about our first trip out to the new ballpark last night for the Salt Lake Bees. That was pretty dang fun. I wouldn't say we stole the ball because Steve Starks and Michelle Smith and Ty Wardle said, yeah, you guys can have it. But I like the idea of we snuck away with the ball. Because there was definitely like one of the ball boys was like running around going, where did that extra one go?
That's why you go to baseball games, because you can keep the ball.
Yes.
They're called souvenirs.
Yes. And you know what we did? We had all of the guys on, all of the guys running our entire setup, Stone and Lee and you and me. Joey signed it. We're going to have Alex, our producer, sign it so it's official. The very first opening day at the ballpark out there in Daybreak. It was a really, really fun time. Think about all the new things that have been happening here in our neck of the woods, man, sports-wise. It's a phenomenal time to be living in the world of sports here in the state of Utah, and it's just going to keep getting better. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Let's kick things off with the radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Hockey Club, Mike Folta. It is the cut right here, top of the hour.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And, of course, this portion of the show brought to you by an amazing selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram, and now the Mitsubishi brand of vehicles for the Doug Smith brand of car dealerships. We love Doug Smith. We'll be out there on Friday at the American Fork Mitsubishi for the Doug Smith. Nobody knows cars like Doug. And nobody knows how to call 7 goals in a 7-1 win for this Utah Hockey Club last night, like Mike Folta, radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Hockey Club. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, boys, what's going on? Sorry to hear some rummaging around. I'm looking for my glove here. We're going to make it out to the Bees game here in a little bit.
Listen,
I'm surprised you don't have your pipes on ice, though. You got to be worn out, man.
Yeah, we got a lot of opportunities to test out the goal call the other night.
Wow.
We were wearing out the buzzer at Delta Center. 7-1, biggest win of the year for the Utah Hockey Club at home. Most goals scored, 5 guys with multiple points, 7 different goal scorers. I mean, it was a heck of a night. We've got one more home game coming up tomorrow, and if it's anything like what we saw last night, then we're in for a treat.
Well, we're out on the plaza tomorrow night, so we're going to be doing what we did at the very front end of the season, the very first game, and a handful of games during the season. We've been out on the plaza doing our broadcasts, and we'll be out there again to bid adieu to the team after their first inaugural season at home. Obviously, the season's not going to be over yet. They'll have 3 more on the road, but describe a little bit. And again, the mathematics don't go great for this team to be able to get into the playoffs. But I think I don't know if it was you or I can't remember who I was listening to the other day who was talking about. Well, look, we're talking about a team now who is still in the mix technically for a playoff spot. There's not an E. The eliminated E next to them in the standings isn't there, and we're late in the season. How do you kind of count how things have gone for this team compared to where the expectations were for them?
I think we're right on par. I think General Manager Bill Armstrong was really honest and really transparent about what the expectations were internally for this group. And those expectations, as Armstrong was saying from the very beginning, were that this team would be playing meaningful games, which is what this team has been doing the last few weeks. This team has been playing meaningful games all the way into April. This is the first time that Coach Bear has coached games in April while not being eliminated technically from the playoffs. Utah is still alive. They need the San Jose Sharks to win in regulation tonight against the Minnesota Wild to keep their playoff hopes alive. But we've seen this team grow throughout the year, and something that you hear a lot from, especially from college basketball teams, I like to use this reference, is you hear coaches say, well, they were freshmen in November, but they're not freshmen in March when the tournament comes around. They've gone through the struggles. A lot of the young guys that Utah has, they might be 20 or 21 or 23 or however old, but they've been in these big moments and in these must-win games, and that's going to pay dividends for Utah down the road.
There's no doubt about that. And it's also helped these young guys to have somebody like Mikhail Sergachev. Now, it's not like Mikhail Sergachev's 35 years old, but the dude's a veteran that's won some cups, and you've watched him in his role and in what he's doing. Just how important of an acquisition has he been this season as you look back on what he's been able to accomplish?
He's been everything. I mean, you could make the argument that he has been Utah's MVP. I mean, he's played as much ice time as anybody in the National Hockey League. So he's playing half the game. He's playing in every situation for Utah. He's had a career year, the most goals he's ever scored. And just earlier today, he was nominated as the Masterton Trophy nominee for this team, which is basically the Comeback Player of the Year award. And he had a huge injury last year, broke his leg in a couple different places when he was with the Tampa Bay Lightning. He came back from injury late last season, but really has shown no ill effects of what was a devastating leg injury last year. And he's come back to be a huge part of this team, an emotional leader, a locker room leader. He was in 2 Stanley Cup finals by the time he was 22 years old. He's only 26 right now, and he's a huge part of this team moving forward.
One guy that I've really loved to watch, and my kids really love to watch him too, since he gets called up periodically now, and he's had a heck of a stretch for this club, is Kyler Yamamoto, a guy that, he's easy to spot. It's easy to spot the guys who are 6'8" on the ice. It's easier to spot the guys who are 5'8", 5'9" on the ice, and the guy flies around. You can tell he's got an edge to him. You can tell after that absolute blast of a hit that he had last night. I think the crowd was more interested in the hit than they were about whatever else was going on. I think the game felt like it was in hand. I think it was 5-0 or 6-0 at that point, and people were like, they could not believe it. But he scores last night, and he has the big hit. What's Kyler Yamamoto's kind of future with this team? Is it the type of thing where you see him set on this roster next year instead of just being a guy who gets called up periodically from the Roadrunners?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. He signed a 1-year deal with Utah this season, so he'll be a free agent coming up in the summertime. But boy, he's making a case for himself here in these last couple games. he's slotted into Utah's second line and has been really good alongside Barrett Hayton and Nick Schmaltz. And it's not just like, he's a small, skilled guy who makes all these tricky plays. No, he's winning his battles, and he's going to the corners and coming out with the puck. And like we saw last night, obliterating guys who have, 4 inches on him. And that was against his old team, by the way. He was with Seattle last year, so he had a little bit of extra juice. He's a guy who's been in the AHL all year who should be in the NHL. Utah's just been really healthy up front for most of the season, and Utah's been really deep up front with a lot of different options. And so there just hasn't been room for him with the big club. But he's been the best player in Tucson down in the American Hockey League. He's been a point-a-game guy with them. This past weekend, while the Utah Hockey Club had 2 non-game days after their win against Winnipeg on Saturday. The team was off Sunday and then had a practice day Monday. Kyler didn't get that. He was on the 9:15 flight to Tucson the next morning, wow. And while the NHL team was off, he was playing in the AHL with the Tucson Roadrunners, trying to help them get into the playoffs. He was the best player on the ice when Tucson won, I believe it was Sunday night, and then he flew right back up to Utah to be ready for the game the other night. So he's been busy, and he's been such a professional about it, and he's definitely forcing this staff to make some decisions about his future with the team.
If, unfortunately, Utah's eliminated tonight with a wild win, what is the next 4 games? What importance does that have for this team right now? Because I feel like this team's going to continue to fight and play really hard no matter what happens with that, because that's what they've shown the last 5 games after winning 4 of their last 5. But what are you looking to see from this team if they are eliminated in these last 4 games?
Yeah, JJ, it's hard to say from an individual perspective, and as someone who hasn't been in those battles personally, I think you almost have to ask each guy, because hockey is still a highly dangerous contact sport, and it's hard. It's kind of like football, right? Like you can't not go 100% out there, right? I mean, you can maybe be a little softer in your battles and things like that, but at the end of the day, you're skating around at 20 miles an hour with knives strapped to your feet, and there's no out of bounds. So you still have to play hard, and I think that's what we'll see from this team. But you also want to go into the summer with something to build off of. I mean, think of how, if Utah should be eliminated, and that's an if they are eliminated tonight, think of how you look at the summertime if Utah wins its last 4 games and gets to 40 wins versus if they lose their last 4 games. It's a totally different complexion in how you feel about the offseason heading in. And you also have to think about guys like Kyler Yamamoto, too. And you could even add Nick DeSimone to that list, who was a waiver claim earlier this year. He's been Utah's 7th defenseman. Guys like that are competing for jobs at this point and trying to prove to Bill Armstrong that they're deserving of an NHL contract next season. So even if you are eliminated, there's still a lot to play for besides just pride and honor.
Consolations don't really work in professional sports, but I'm looking at all the standings, and we've seen it kind of all year. There are 5 teams that are above that 100-point mark in all of the NHL. 4 of them are in the Western Conference. 3 of them are in this Central Division. So you've got Jet, Stars, Avalanche that are all triple digits on their points for the season so far. And then you have the Blues, who are maybe the toughest team in all of hockey right now. If nobody wants to face those guys right now. I mean, just by the way they're playing. Is there something to be said about how difficult a division like this is for Utah to be playing in? And then on top of that, that gets you to the point where you go, you know what? Competing in the Central Division in the Western Conference is not for the lighthearted, and that's the type of stuff that gets you and sharpens you for a run for next season.
It's the best division in hockey right now, the Central Division. I mean, you said it. The 300-point teams that are currently in the Central right now, Winnipeg, Dallas, and Colorado. I mean, those are 3 legitimate cup contenders, and 2 of them are going to have to play each other in the first round of the playoffs. And so Dallas is sitting here thinking, geez, we got 106 points, and we got to play Colorado and Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar in the first round. Are you kidding me? Man. And then Winnipeg sitting there thinking, geez, we've led the league this entire year from wire to wire, and we're still only 4 points up on the Dallas Stars. Are you kidding me? So it's unbelievably competitive, which is a ton of fun. And don't forget that the team that Utah is playing tomorrow in the last home game, the Nashville Predators, a lot of people had picked them to finish near the top of the Central Division because they had made some major off-season acquisitions. Nobody was busier in the summertime in free agency than Nashville, signing guys like Steven Stamkos and Jonathan Marchessault, a couple of Stanley Cup winners. And so, but here Nashville's at the bottom of the standings right now. So you have to think that they might be due for some positive regression next season. Minnesota has been without their MVP candidate. Kirill Kaprizov has been injured for most of the year. How much better would they be if Kaprizov was healthy? So, even outside of those three teams, Winnipeg, Dallas, and Colorado, who are the top three teams in the Central right now, there's still a ton of really good teams in the division. Even, you go all the way down to the Blackhawks, who are near the bottom of the league. They're not really in that conversation, but there's other teams, Minnesota, St. Louis, like you said, and Nashville, who are going to be in the mix again next year. So if Utah is going to make the playoffs next year, it's going to be a really impressive feat for a young team, but it's going to be even more impressive because of the teams they'll have to fight through to get there. So far this season against the Central Division, Utah is 11-8-3 on the year. So they've won more than they've lost in regulation against the division opponents. And they've, if you count overtime losses, they've won just as much as they've lost.
Well, that starts a conversation about what lies ahead for this franchise. The offseason is obviously very important, but they are obviously going to want to make a jump and try to compete with these teams. But that's going to be tough. Do you believe they have enough on their roster to count on internal development? Or does Bill Armstrong feel like he needs to go out and make a deal this offseason to help them get there quicker? I mean, what do you think, based on what you've seen this year? Are those young guys, is there going to be enough internal progression that they're going to be able to compete?
Yeah, I mean, I think the short answer is yes and yes. Yes, in the sense that the idea is that players will continue to get better as they have this year. Like, if we just use this year as a sample size, you have almost the whole team that is at or near career highs. Clayton Keller has a career high in assists. Nick Schmaltz is 1 point away from a new career high in scoring. Logan Cooley and Dylan Gunther have taken the next step. Barrett Hayton is 1 point away from a career high. Even other guys further down the lineup like Jack McBain and Kevin Stenlund, those guys have set new career highs. In net, Karel Vejmelka has had a career season. And so when Ryan Smith says he wants guys to have their best years in Utah, that's kind of what we're seeing with most of the roster having their best statistical years to date this season with Utah. So we've kind of already seen some of that development that this group hopes to continue on. But we've got $22 million in cap space coming up next year, and you got to sign Logan Cooley long term, but there's also plenty of room to go out and sign free agents. Now, I was talking with DJ and PK about this yesterday morning, but from Bill Armstrong, going back to his days in Arizona as the GM, we haven't really seen him take big swings in free agency. Now, you got to keep this in mind. Those teams in Arizona were not necessarily in compete now mode when Bill was there. But we've seen Bill, especially last summer, build more through trades, like bringing over Mikhail Sergachev, bringing over John Marino. And so if Utah were to sign some big free agent names this summer, that would be a bit of a first for this group, and that would kind of be a watershed moment as you see this group starting to turn the corner from rebuild to contender.
Mike Folta, he's the radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Hockey Club, and between watching it at home and then we've got a lot of kids in my house, so when I'm in the car at night and the hockey club is on the ice, I get to hear those dulcet tones of Mike Folta. And so I always appreciate it, man, because I'm like, hey, you know what? He's here just for me as I'm driving my kids to dance and baseball and all those things. So really appreciate it. You guys coming on the program as always this year. And we'll chat with you again next week. I mean, we're not done yet. We're going to have We got to go through the full thing. Maybe wander over before you go into the stadium tomorrow. We'll be out on the plaza. Come by, say hello.
It'll be the night after the season finale.
Yeah, I mean,
next
week that'll be it. So we'll be out there ready for that final home game tomorrow out on the plaza. So we're looking forward to hanging out and seeing that game and see how the hockey club can do up against Nashville for that last home game of the inaugural season. We'll chat with you again, man.
Yeah, that'll be a blast. I'll come say hi. Any suggestions at the ballpark, by the way, for tonight?
Oh, food-wise?
Find a Chicago dog.
There's a Chicago dog. Look, there's a lot of stuff you can find at Delta Center, and from what we heard, a lot of the food options aren't totally all installed yet. You know what I mean? Like, not all of those contracts have been totally finalized, but there's a lot of really good food already at the ballpark. So they've it's beautiful out there. So have fun.
If the Chicago dog's available, get the Chicago
dog. Get a dog. You're at a baseball game, my guy. I mean, my heavens, we're good.
Yeah, I'm a man of simple taste, so maybe a dog and a beer. And if you see somebody, pushing 4-year-olds out of the way for a foul ball, it's probably me.
You're that guy.
That's fine. Hey, look,
no apologies.
No. Go viral. That's what we need. And they're like,
can't wait
this guy,
to break that on the show.
He works for the Utah Hockey Club right up the road here.
Hey, you guys see that video of that hockey play-by-play guy knocking that kid down for a ball?
Slow motion of you elbowing a mom out of the way. That's what we need.
All news is good news, right?
All right, man. Have fun out there tonight. We'll chat with you again next week.
Don't hurt anybody.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
There you go. All right. I mean, the thing is once the ball's in the air.
I didn't know Fulton was that kind of a guy.
Oh, but
ruthless.
Once the ball is in the air, things happen, man.
Heat of the moment.
I'm not going to apologize for
suddenly you
catching
become
a
ball. A 6-year-old. You want that ball so bad.
No, yeah. What you don't do is when the kid has it in their hand, and I can't believe we still watch this, and we watch adults. There was that one guy who went viral, too, because he's like a notorious ball getter. You know what I mean? Like, he goes to parks across the country, and he ripped the ball out of that kid's glove.
Yes, I remember
that whole thing?
Yes.
Or there's always, like, a grandma who rips it out of a kid's hand and goes, like what I got.
They know these games are televised,
They know that yes.
Jeez.
Their transgressions are in HD. Come on.
They're 4K now.
They're
2025,
man.
We know who you are.
We're going to play it in slow motion. You're always going to be the bad guy.
Don't be that guy.
Or gal.
Don't be Fulta.
Don't be that Karen at the ballpark and who's like, excuse me. That's my ball. Yeah, right. Okay. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Hey, should we do a Win Ticket Wednesday coming up here? Yeah, why not? We'll do it on the way back. So you don't want to miss anything on the program here today. We've got tons to get to. Also coming up is our guy, Brian Taylor. BT's going to be live from Augusta. Give you an update. We just rolled out what some of these power rankings of the 1 to 95 look like for this year's Masters, and we'll ask BT some of his thoughts on that and whether or not Scotty Scheffler or Rory McIlroy, some of the favorites, will be at the top of those tables by the end of it. So stay right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Usual slowdowns to greet you if you're exiting I-15 in the northern part of Utah County. Westbound on Pioneer Crossing and 21 North is slowing heading over to Redwood Road. Westbound on I-80 at the 201 Highway is also going very slow through West Valley City. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. It's what you want.
So I'm trying to get my phone to not call me Hans.
All right, try it again.
Don't call me Hans.
Okay, what should I call you?
Hans.
You'd like me to call you Hats. Is that right?
No, Hans.
You'd like me to call you Pants.
It's the dumbest thing. What is my name, Google?
Your name is Hans.
God, stupid, dumb thing. Could you call me Hans, Ned?
You'd like me to call you Handsome. Is that right?
Well, it's better than Hans, yeah.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Breaking Benjamin. And 3 Days Grace. Live. Saturday, September 27th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater with special guest Return to Dust. Reserved seats on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Don't miss Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace.
Utah. Have you been to a Utah Hockey Club game at Delta Center? If not, you are missing out. The NHL's newest team is heating up in the push towards the playoffs, and the atmosphere inside Delta Center is electric. Find your seats at UtahHockeyClub.com or on SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W Beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W Beef is dry-aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Troy, I don't know if you know this, but we're a big deal.
Are we?
Oh, yeah.
Can you be a big deal and still live with your mom?
Who do you think told me? But honestly, who else but Bitches brings back show pricing on all RVs this far into spring just so everyone gets the best price possible?
That actually is a really big deal. No one does that.
See? We are a big deal.
The sale is a big deal.
The big deal is talking.
Get into Bish's RV for second chance show pricing for a limited time.
We're talking travel trailers starting under $129 per month on approved credit.
Clearance pricing on all remaining new in stock 2024s.
And enjoy 0 payments until July. OAC.
And here's the really big deal. Every RV purchase gets free propane refills for life as long as you own the RV.
Start shoving the best deals now at bitches.com.
Don't miss your very last chance at the best show pricing deals around. Only for a limited time at Bish's RV of Salt Lake and American Fork, where memories begin.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APF at 180 months. Stock numbers 89912-81734. Subject to prior sale. See dealer details.
Hans and Scotty here with our friends with Advanced Window Products. We're huge fans of what they're doing. And with summer just around the corner, that AC is going to be running nonstop, Hans. You want to save money? You've got to have the best windows in place. And Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
And as always, Advanced Window Products wants to take care of our listeners. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. And remember, the products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made right here in the United States of America.
They have options available for any budget and also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting these new windows. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. All you have to do is call 801-850-9100 or go to advancedwindows.com.
A lifetime warranty is transferable for a next owner. Just call 801-850-9100.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
It's back. Don't miss Mr. Mac's buy one, get one for 100 suit sale. For a limited time, suits starting at $299 in a variety of colors and patterns. Unbeatable value and styles for every man with free alterations and 9 locations. Mr. Mac.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Colin Sexton talks about what it means to have Taylor Hendricks around the team while he recovers from the broken leg.
Oh, yeah, it's super beneficial. I feel like that was something that I missed out, just being around the team. I had some lonely nights, some dark days, but I feel like with T. Henny, I always told him, I'm like, bro, just soak it all in. So when you're back on the court, you're able to feel what it was like not being able to play. I feel like at the end of the day, you don't realize how much you love something until it's taken away. And being able to have T. Henny on the road and give us those good vibes and funny laughs, it's super, super cool.
Utah Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. Brian Taylor from Real Golf Radio joins us live from Augusta. Next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This 2025 Masters Update live from Augusta is brought to you by Zions Bank, Black Desert Resort, and Siegfried and Jensen on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Those aren't even piped in bird sounds. Those are 100% in the studio. We actually have had a terrible problem.
It's very soothing, but the cleanup is not so much fun.
Not good. But you know
Who
what?
knew birds in a studio would be so messy?
This is the 1 week that it pays off. All right? So we appreciate it. All right? I love how Booger McFarland is on ESPN wearing a Masters polo. It's like the most first of all, that's what my neck would look like in a Masters polo also, just like. But you know what? That's one thing I'm going to ask BT to bring back for me. Maybe if it's not a Masters polo, I'll Venmo you, BT. I'll get you the funds. That, or maybe just stuff away an egg salad sandwich in your carry-on, and we'll be fine.
Oh, you think? What do you think, egg salad? How well does that travel? Let's just think through that a little bit. You know,
the security might not let it through after. Is it Tom Watson? Tom Watson's the one who leaves the egg salad for his late caddy, right, on the 13th bench.
Yeah, that's kind of a cool thing. His name's escaping me right now. I can't believe that.
Was it Edwards? Was the last name? I can't remember what his first name was.
Yeah. And it was sad to lose him so soon. ALS. Watson leaves one on the bench there. But, yeah, I mean, you know, one of the first years I came, I picked up a divot that was on the side of the fairway, and I just carried it with me, and I brought it back to the house, and I, spritzed it with water and put it in a little sandwich baggie, and I was like, I'm going to take this thing home and plant it in my yard and have Augusta as part of me, you know, and it was so rancid about a day later. I was just stuck. And I'm afraid the egg salad would be kind of the same idea.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I feel like that the freshness of the sod at Augusta is probably about. I mean, that's about as fresh as it gets. You can't mess with that. The amount of engineering that they have to get that stuff.
But there's probably a lot of bat guano in there.
Well, it only works. That's what I was going to say. It only works perfectly in that very, very same spot. I was reading today the weather report, BT. You guys are in for a treat. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but they say it's going to be near perfect conditions the entire weekend down there.
It looks really good. It was super rainy on Monday and kind of shut the course down after a few hours. And so players missed out on a practice day, patrons missed out on a viewing day, and some of them missed out altogether. So it's always a bummer when that happens. You know, people get so excited to make, you know, sometimes a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to come out here, and Mother Nature, you know, sometimes intervenes and says, no soup for you. But but otherwise it's been absolutely gorgeous. You know, it's nice because it's not hot. I was out there around the par 3, and if you're in the sun, it felt a little bit warm, but I'm in golf pants and I had a quarter zip on and never took it off. So it's just absolutely perfect. In the shade, it's not cool. In the sun, it's not too hot. It's just like perfect. So I think the conditions, the golf course, the chairman even today talked about how a colder than usual January has led to perfect azaleas blooming at the right time and all that kind of stuff. So from a viewing standpoint, it's just going to be absolute heaven like it is.
And there's a reason why it's a tradition unlike any other, all the things you mentioned. And we were watching highlights just a minute ago of today, the par 3 and all that fun, and Rory's daughter making a putt. How much fun is today? Because things get serious tomorrow and tense, and there's a lot on the line. But what is it like to have the opportunity to be there on a day like this when things are fun, laid back, lighthearted, and guys are having fun?
It's one of my favorite days, to be honest with you. And I know there's some people that kind of don't like it. They're like, look, this is one of the biggest competitions in all of sports, one of the biggest championships. There's so much on the line. We shouldn't be having this little sort of hit and giggle, the night before. It disrupts the players and their regular preparation, blah, blah, blah. Look, I talked to Tony Finau afterwards. He had 7 caddies with him, his whole family, and they were all in the little, caddy coveralls and had Finau on the back, and he just said, it's sort of that unique bring your family to work day, and to be able to experience that with them, he said it's one of his favorites for sure. So, it's cool. I think from a fan standpoint, it's an opportunity to see these players as kind of like you are, they're dads, they're husbands, they're, they are herding kids. It's not this, perfect picture with their caddy taking care of every whim. They're out there, kind of hauling kids around and, herding cats and all that kind of stuff. And it's just, the setting is beautiful. It's something definitely to experience. The Augusta redid the par 3 a couple of years ago, and it really sets up better for viewing. They put some better vantage points. And of course, like Tony said, you're not really looking at making birdies at the par 3. You just want a 1. And he lipped one out on 9, and he was bummed about that. And but there were 3 aces today, and the roars when they go in, it just echoes all throughout that whole little valley. It's pretty cool.
Well, let's chat a little bit about what the X's and O's look like before this one fires up. I was looking at we love power rankings in the world of sports. It's always funny to see. And I was looking at some guy went through the entire 95, 1 through 95, power ranked all the people that are playing in the Masters this year. And I thought, well, that's kind of funny.
Impressive.
Well, yeah, because then once you get to about 25 or 30, then you're like, oh boy, what do you do here? Who are you going to put right here? Where do you put all the amateurs? Because there's always some amateur that overperforms. And anyway, at the end, they have Scheffler at first. They have Rory at second. And I was surprised that they put Tony at 39th, but I know he's not playing his best golf right now going to the Masters, but this is his 8th Masters. He's never missed a cut in the previous 7 that he's played. So where do you think Tony's real kind of ranking is among guys? Because I would certainly think that, playing this course and having done it a bunch of different times, he would probably be ranked a little bit higher than 39th on a random list.
I think they're probably going off current form. It's not been a great year for Tony. He's had just 1 top 10 and 3 missed cuts in 8 starts so far. And he's also coming off his worst finish at the Masters last year. He tied for 55th with that final round 80, and that was also his worst round out here. So remember, last year was a little bit of an anomaly. The winds were absolutely howling. It was very, very difficult. And so if you were just a little off, you got exposed really, really badly last year. It also shows how well Scotty played. But, he still has that T5, played in the final group in 2019 with Tiger Woods when he won his 5th green jacket, which is, there's a lot to take away there. And when you look at throw out the November Masters and you go with just the April Masters, he's 3 of 7 in top 10. So, when I talked to him this afternoon, I brought that up, and he said, yeah, he goes, I have good feelings here. And he said, it doesn't matter the state of my game. I've always had the belief that I can win this tournament, and that's the way I approach every single year. So I wasn't sure how to Tony was smiling. He was happy. He was all of those things. And I tried to kind of like, well, what part of your game? And he just was with, I just know I'm going to win here one day. And I just have good feelings here. And so it's a lot of intangibles for Tony this week, because statistically it's not great. He's in the 70s and 80s in rankings of most of the tour or amongst the tour players for most of the major statistical categories. So you don't really look at it and say, man, everything this part of his game is really clicking. And if this just will stay, nothing's really great this year. And so here's hoping he finds some good feels and puts on a good performance. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, on a near broken ankle, he went out and shot 68 in his first round. And so, I mean, that's some pretty good playing through adversity.
Everyone's looking at Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy as the favorites. That's what Vegas thinks. That's what a lot of experts think. I want to get your opinion on this. Do you think those guys are just they're the favorites and they're playing at a level that no one else is, or do you like the field?
You know, we used to do this Tiger versus the field stuff back in the day, and it was almost preposterous back then, and yet Tiger sort of defied the odds, you know, routinely. Look, Scotty is unreal, and he's doing some great stuff, but, you know, there really aren't that many Tigers, you know, in any sport, if you will. And so if you had to say, hey, you got to take, you know, $20,000 of your savings and you got to put it on the field or one player, I think you'd put it on the field every single time. That said, Scotty is playing some great golf. He's obviously figured out what you need to figure out around here because he's in 5 starts, he's won twice. And he's, you know, not off to the best start of the season because of the hand injury that he suffered at Christmas time, set him back a little bit, but, you know, he's really good at golf. And statistically, he's like at the top of the game, right? So for all of those reasons, he's definitely one. I also look at history, and this is kind of interesting. Jack Nicklaus, whom he's compared to at times, won his first Masters in 1963. He won his second 2 years later and then went back-to-back for his third. And Scotty's in that, hey, won the first one in 22, got his second one 2 years later with a chance to win his third and become the 4th player to win back-to-back green jackets. So kind of historically some interesting things to watch about Sheff. Now you go to Rory, who he's the guy that should be the guy to beat this year, right? He's coming in with 2 big wins at Pebble and the Players. He's playing in his 17th Masters tournament, which, by the way, Sergio won at 19, so that's the most, right? And to get their first Masters was 19. Rory's at 17 this year. He's had lots of good opportunities. He's got a huge weight on him trying to complete that career Grand Slam. It's now been 11 years since he won a major. So there's a lot of pressure, and I think that probably makes it tougher for him than what he maybe deserves to be facing. But it'll be a tough one for him, but it would be an amazing win if he goes on to do that. Historical for sure.
Brian Taylor, Real Golf Radio. You can hear him, of course, right here on the KSL Sports Zone every Saturday. And, of course, this is a great one to be able to dip into on the weekend, to be able to get he and Bob's feelings on this year's tournament. It's always fun after those first 2 days to see what's going to be happening in those next 2, especially going into moving day. But, BT, with all the tradition that's going on there at the tournament and with all the things that go on there, what's new at the Masters? Like, what are the things that you look around and you go, oh, that's kind of interesting that they added that? Because this is a you know, you talk about tradition, you talk about things that don't want to be touched or messed with, or, you know, but they have to accommodate the most popular sporting event in the world for this weekend. And so what has changed at the Masters, or what's new that you look at and you go, oh, that's something different?
Yeah, no, for sure, right? So the chairman actually got asked that. You know, he won 50 years ago. Fred Ridley won the U.S. Amateur, and he was asked. Now he's the chairman of Augusta National. And he said, "What's changed in the last 50 years?" And he's like, "Lots changed in 50 years." But he said the buildings, and that's exactly right. I mean, I'm sitting here in this magnificent press building at the back end of the driving range, the Masters practice facility, which, by the way, isn't even open to the members. It's literally all designed. This press building, that range that I'm looking out the window at, is specifically for the Masters tournament. And so this year, they actually created, just on the other side of the driving range, they have dug tunnels and created an underground player parking structure. And in the next 12 months, they're going to build a state-of-the-art fitness facility and player hospitality center. So you're talking about, on top of that parking structure, players will be able to drive in, they'll park underneath, they'll come upstairs, and they will have a magnificent locker room, player dining where you can sit with your family. Think about people like Tony that bring a big family of 7 or 8 out. They can all gather there. The fitness center is supposed to be state of the art. Like, everything is ramping up, because right now they're in a little tiny locker room. Obviously, the champions will continue to be in the champions locker room. I don't think anyone would want to give that up, but they're continuing to improve the experience for the players, for the fans, for the media, for everybody that comes to these grounds, and to be able to stay on top as the preeminent event in the sport of golf. So it's pretty cool to see what they're doing. Those are just some of the things that definitely have changed around here.
Well, Brian Taylor, you can catch him. BT and Bob do such a phenomenal job, and boy, they've done it as long as I feel like anybody. You know, sometimes I think we were asking. I think we asked Bob yesterday how many you guys have done together, and it was over 20. And he's gone
25 this year, yeah.
Oh, that's an amazing thing. The old silver anniversary for you guys going down there. On top of all of it, like, I think, Bob said he's done 35 or 40. So, to have that type of experience, to be able to dip in with you guys is phenomenal. So we appreciate it. And for you,
it's always good to be with you guys. Awesome. Yeah, appreciate that. Hey, I'll leave you with this. First rounds are important. Obviously, final rounds are important, no doubt, at Masters. But, going through some stats, outside of Tiger Woods, the leader in the last 38 years since Jack in 86 has been inside the top 10, save about 3 times. So you really need to be inside that top 10. And I think outside of Tiger, they've all been under par, in the 70 or below. So just keep in mind on your picks to see how they do tomorrow morning. It should be good.
Well, it's going to be a phenomenal weekend. We appreciate it, BT, and we'll talk to you again, man.
You got it. Thanks, boys.
There you go. We'll take the break here. We'll come back. Before we do, it's that time of the week for us to be able to remind you to nominate that youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. What you do is you just go on to KSLSports.com, nominate the youth sports volunteer in your neck of the woods that does an above average effort. The person who just goes above and beyond and does a great job making sure that the kids in your neighborhood are having a great sports experience. And we love to honor those people with the Hercules Hero of the Week award. We read those winners off, and then they get a prize from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, who are the sponsors of the Hercules Hero of the Week. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Just like yesterday, westbound I-80 slow again because of road work at 56 West as the left lane is blocked off there. Normal speeds prevail southbound I-15 from Murray all the way to Bluffdale. Same is true with southbound I-15 from American Fork to Linden. GoPave Utah is your gold standard for parking lot paving and repairs. Contact GoPave Utah today. That's GoPaveUtah.com, GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what are you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. Go check out the program that JJ and I have been on for the past year. And I say that the program we've been on, it's not, look, the first 60 days of this program is the reduction phase, which when I first started out, I dropped 50 pounds. And I've been easy going, steady as it goes. I learned the program, the ins and outs, and I've dropped the weight, and I'm down 65 pounds in that year, and I have felt phenomenal. And I haven't gone up at all, and that's partly because I've just been able to say, okay, I'm making this habit change. I'm gonna do things right this time, and SLC Fat Loss is the perfect program to be able to pull it off with.
Yeah, it's not too late to lose weight before summertime. It's not too late to do that. You can get started right now on this program, and you're going to see results. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. You can lose up to 10 to 20% of your body weight during that reduction phase, and then when you're done losing the weight, they're going to help you keep it off. And if you want to do another round and lose more weight, you can. They have a blueprint that's going to give you the results that you're looking for. You probably tried a lot of other things, probably trying it on your own, or you do the pills or injections. Maybe you can't afford those anymore. Prepackaged meals, who knows? Maybe some crazy workout plan. Salt Lake City Fat Loss is going to give you results. I promise you that. Why? Because they gave me results. Go check out their website. Give them some time. Let them see if the program's right for you. Go to slcfatloss.com to learn more. That's slcfatloss.com.
Grab your kids and a bag of popcorn and come see the greatest show on the road at Doug Smith Kia in Linden. The Kia Carnival and the Kia Carnival Hybrid, a 3-row, 7-passenger minivan built to comfortably fit your 3-ring family. And with an optional 8th seat and fuel economy of 33 miles per gallon, no one in the pickup line will be mistaking you for your mother. So come see our amazing offers for the funnest family car on wheels at Doug Smith Kia in Linden. No one knows Kia like Doug.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
You know how they always used to ask you in grade school, what do you want to be when you grow up? I bet I'm the only kid who ever stood proud and said, I want to be a rain gutter or siding installer. Jim Jr. here with RGS Exteriors, and man, I can still remember all those wannabe astronauts and quarterbacks looking at me like I was an idiot. Who would want to install rain gutters or siding? Somebody who was a 4th generation in business. That's who. My great-grandfather, T.R. Brown, started the company in the 50s. Then my grandfather took over from him, then my dad, Tim Sr., and now I've been at the helm since 2005. Every day I wake up and think, man, I'm living the dream. And now my own kids are starting to work in the business too. 5 generations. If you want gutters, siding, windows, or any exteriors on your home, and a company that really cares deep down to our souls, give RGS a call. 801-280-3110 or find us online, rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com. 801-280-3110, rgsutah.com.
Troy, I don't know if you know this, but we're a big deal.
Are we?
Oh, yeah.
Can you be a big deal and still live with your mom?
Who do you think told me? But honestly, who else but Fishes brings back show pricing on all RVs this far into spring just so everyone gets the best price possible?
That actually is a really big deal. No one does that.
See? We are a big deal.
The sale is a big deal.
The big deal is talking.
Get into Bish's RV for second chance show pricing for a limited time.
We're talking travel trailers starting under $129 per month on approved credit.
Clearance pricing on all remaining new in stock 2024s.
And enjoy 0 payments until July. OAC.
And here's the really big deal. Every RV purchase gets free propane refills for life as long as you own the RV.
Start shoving the best deals now at bitches.com.
Don't miss your very last chance at the best show pricing deals around. Only for a limited time at Bish's RV of Salt Lake and American Fork, where memories begin.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock numbers 89912-81734. Subject to prior sale. See dealer details.
Watch Utah Hockey Club games anytime, anywhere with Utah HC Plus, the official streaming platform for your Utah Hockey Club. See games, replays, highlights, and unbelievable behind-the-scenes content of your favorite team for just $14.99 a month. Sign up and start watching today at UtahHCPlus.com. That's UtahHCPlus.com. The LPGA returns to Utah with the Black Desert Championship. From April 28th to May 4th, experience the thrill of world-class golf on Black Desert Resort's iconic course, presented by Greater Zion. This isn't just another tournament. It's a celebration of golf's finest on one of the country's most breathtaking stages. Witness legends planned and greatness made. Watch the LPGA live. Get your tickets at blackdesertevents.com. That's blackdesertevents.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Andre Turney talks about Kyler Yamamoto and what he brings to the team.
He's a really good player. His hockey sense, his IQ, his give-and-go game, and his experience as well. NHL is not new for him. It's not like he's a guy who tried to break into NHL. He's already been there.
Utah Hockey Club at 50 updates are brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. JJ and Alex continues next on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, it is a Win Ticket Wednesday. Very quickly before we get you out, let's get you some tickets to the Counting Crows. This is not the Counting Crows, by the way.
No, it is not.
Do not confuse.
Grateful for that.
Don't confuse Black Hole Sun and.
I would rather hear Chris Cornell than whoever the Counting Crows guy.
Don't say whoever. We already went through this. He still has dreadlocks. He's 60 years old this week. And Counting Crows sounds, it's like the soundtrack of, that coffee shop at the college town that you were in when you were 21, Right? It's about right. What do you classify Counting Crows as? Is it pop from the early 90s?
It was alternative rock.
Alternative.
Yeah, sure it was. Everything was back in the early 90s.
All right. There you go. So we've got tickets. 575-ZONE, 801-575-ZONE, caller number 12 right now gets a pair of tickets to see Counting Crows out at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on August 21st of this year. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com, but caller number 12 wins a pair of those tickets right now to Counting Crows. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. So there you go. A Win Ticket Wednesday. It finally arrived, and you finally can get those tickets. We're looking at the pictures right now of Luka Doncic in his Laker gear, and of course he's making his debut back home again. Well, shoot.
Awkward.
Back in Dallas, where the Lakers have finally made that return trip for Luka in Dallas tonight. Very awkward. I would love to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. Okay, here's my question. Is there a high five between Jason Kidd and Luka Doncic?
Sure. Jason didn't trade him.
Sure. Does Nico get any kind of FaceTime with Luka?
There are reports that he's not even in the building tonight.
Nico?
Correct.
Why would he be? It is so awkward.
If you made the great trade, don't you want to be there to receive all the praise for the great trade you made?
Oh, that's terrible. They got a 10-time All-Star.
If you made a trade so bad, you're not going to show up in the building when the guy comes back. You probably made the bad trade.
Yeah. It was a terrible trade. Now, my question is this. We were talking about the NBA coaches and Mike Malone getting let go. The NBA has a firing problem. I was reading an article today. I was just like, it's an epidemic now. All these GMs and all these owners and all these front office people are like, pull the trigger, man. Get this guy out of here. And I was telling you, I already know where Mike Malone's next job is going to be. You tell me if I'm wrong, too. It's going to be at the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yep.
When Chris Finch gets fired. However that Timberwolves season ends, short of an NBA Finals appearance, there's no way he keeps his job. He's been there since 2021, and with the highest payroll in the biz like they have, and with the results that they've had.
Second highest payroll in the NBA, the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I mean, it is.
They're 8th right now.
Okay, so however it ends, Mike Malone's going to be the head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves, right? At the end of all this?
Lock that in. Put that in the memory bank.
Mark it down.
Alex Curie said it first. You heard it here first.
Hey, everybody. I mean, it's not that big of a...
Breaking news in 2026.
It's not that big of a stretch. That's not crazy
Tim
at all.
Conley, the present GM of the Timberwolves, who is the architect of the
Nuggets
team. Obviously, there's some trust, and that makes so much sense. And this Timberwolves team probably is going to need a shakeup. Especially if they... Imagine if they end up in the lottery.
Oh, man.
You know who gets their pick, right?
Los Yaz.
That's right.
Let's go.
Yegor Demon. Utah Jazz.
Come on, man.
That's what that's why. That's the significance of that. That the Jazz can get a player of that type.
Keep it going
with a number 15, 16 pick.
That's awesome. Well, You heard it here first. Mike Malone will be the head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves next season. All right.
Boom.
We'll take the break here. We'll come back when we return. Speaking of basketball, speaking of this Utah Jazz team who are coming home tonight, taking on the Minnesota Timberwolves. It's the Trailblazers, yes? Oh, my heavens. I just got it all mixed up. In my head, I'm watching all these different things. Luka Doncic coming to Dallas. Hey, at least you're not going to have an awkward moment like that tonight.
Well, the fans are wearing clown noses for Nico Harrison.
I love it. I love it.
Wow.
Amazing. Amazing stuff. The Jazz are going to honor Dan Roberts, of course, who is going into retirement. He's been here since day one as the PA announcer for this Utah Jazz team, and he's going to ride off into the sunset, among many other things happening with this Jazz team tonight. So we'll come back and we'll chat with Eric Sparopoulos, who writes for the Utah Jazz and NBA.com. Stay with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard this season with the Utah Hockey Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Hockey Club page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Hockey Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
At Pacific Power, your safety is our top priority. When wildfire risk is elevated, we use enhanced safety settings to de-energize our lines within fractions of a second if a line is contacted by debris, wildlife, or strong winds. This can increase the number of outages. And learn more at pacificpower.net/wildfire.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you've been thinking about replacing your old water heater, Any Hour Services is here to help and save you some money. Whether you're looking for a new tanked water heater or you want to see what upgrading to a tankless would cost, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can show you what options are available. And right now, you can save $400 on a tanked water heater or $1,200 on a tankless. Call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road. You can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming.
Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz.
It's time!
All season long and even in the off season, it's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. That revamped, reworked John Tesh version of the NBC, the NBA and NBC song that's going to be prominently heard on these very airwaves
with special guest Slash.
Listen, I bet he was like, I know the perfect way to spice this thing up. Called in his best friend who's got an electric guitar. Play, you know my song, don't you? And then he makes him play it. Come on. But it does sound like NBA basketball on NBC, and that's what's going to be next year. So there you go. By the way, yes, it is a Utah Jazz home game tonight with the Trailblazers coming to town. This Jazz team, of course, at this point, it's all elementary, just trying to figure out how to get to the end of the season here before the offseason hits. And, of course, between all of that, you have the rest of the folks who are inside the organization who are looking at this thing going, how can you exact the most out of this young group and get the best minutes out of these guys while you still have this group together? Well, Will Hardy has the task of trying to make sure he gets this group of guys more experience and better, and how to balance that all out. It's a task, and the NBA season is a long one, and it is continuing, and it's felt really, really long for fans who have never had to go through something like this. Joining us on the program right now, Eric Spiropoulos, who writes for the Utah Jazz and for NBA.com, who's joined the program many times before. Eric, we're getting down to the end of this one, man, and it's been amazing. But look, in the end, we don't have a bunch of people who are sadly wearing Doncic jerseys tonight at the Delta Center, so we still have that.
Yeah, that's very true. There's always a bright side to look on.
There's always somebody else who's suffering more than you are, wherever you are.
Yeah, it's crazy that at 16 and 63, a Jazz fan would rather be that than a Mavericks fan.
There's something to it, though.
Yeah, there is. So this game tonight, we'll hit the game first. Jazz, obviously, you're going to be holding a lot of guys out. What are you, as you're getting ready to cover this game, what stands out to you about what's going to happen tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to see a lot of young guys get minutes. Unfortunately, Isaiah Collier is going to miss the game due to a hamstring injury. So I think you're going to look for probably a bigger Keontae George performance. He had, his career high the other night in Atlanta and has been playing really well off the bench. And then, guys like Kyle Filipowski, Bryce Sensabaugh, Johnny Juzang. There's just a bunch of guys that are still going to get minutes, even though, as you said, there's going to be a lot of guys missing tonight.
As you kind of break this one down, and obviously there's been a lot of games of, okay, well, we'll see what we can get out of this young group. We'll see what you can get out of some of these guys. What's Will Hardy's kind of theme right now? Is he's not just because these guys aren't just trying to get through the season when you're the head coach or you're the front office. It's not just about that, because Will Hardy has been set on being like, no, I have a charge and I'm going to stay with this all the time. What are the principles guiding him in the last handful of games here, the last part of the season?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for Will that he's been preaching pretty much since the All-Star break, but especially over these last, couple weeks, is this idea that it's not the last, set of games, it's the next set of games for those young guys, because they're going to have a really big and really important off season of work to refine some of their weaknesses, to sharpen their strengths. And so he's basically preaching that it's not just about, getting to the final game and finishing out the season. It's about building momentum in these final games to then hit the ground running when the season ends, as you start that off-season work into next year.
So if you're a longtime Jazz fan, tonight's a special night at the arena because they're going to honor PA announcer Dan Roberts, who's been with this team from the very beginning. What an incredible career. What are some of the things the Jazz are going to be doing tonight to honor Dan Roberts, who I can't imagine a Jazz game without his voice?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an emotional night. It's going to be a really special night, a great kind of celebration planned. I know they have a few activations on the concourse in the arena where fans can write thank you cards to Dan. I think they're going to play 2 tribute videos during the game, and I think they're going to give him some kind of dedication, I think, at the end of the game as well. Obviously, he's going to work Friday's game, and I think there's an additional tribute piece planned, but most of the stuff will happen tonight because Friday's game is a fan appreciation night.
As you have this breakdown of 2 teams who are going to be firing off tonight, this Trailblazers team has also struggled quite a bit this year. It's been it's weird for us to cover a Jazz and a Trailblazers year that these teams are just both kind of in this weird purgatory of trying to get better in this West. Where's this Trailblazers team right now, kind of as they go into this last stretch of the season for them as the Jazz take them on tonight?
Yeah, Portland's had a really interesting year. I mean, they really struggled out of the gates, but basically in 2025, they've actually they've played at a game above 500 since January 1st, and a lot of that's because they've been a top 10 defense. They've got guys like Denny Avdia who've made really big strides, especially since the All-Star break. But the thing with Portland I think is interesting. Obviously, they've won 20 more games than the Jazz have this year, roughly. But they're still in a space, I think, that they're still searching for that lead guy, that unquestioned creator who can really take them to the next level. And given where they are in the standings, in the lottery standings, it's not necessarily clear where they're going to get that guy. But they do obviously have a lot of young pieces like the Jazz. And as you said, both teams are trying to figure out what is that path to get back to contention, sustained contention in a Western Conference that feels like it gets stronger every single year.
Well, Jazz fans are probably more interested in the playoff situation right now than where the Jazz are at with wins and losses, which is understandable. And it's pretty wild if you look at the conference standings and you look at the playoffs. Almost everything outside of Oklahoma City at number 1 is undecided in the West. You have 2 games separating 3rd through 8th. This is pretty wild. I don't remember a race this tight. Anything can happen in the West this year. And then you're looking at first-round playoff matchups. They're going to be unbelievable. What does this tight pack in the West mean for what the playoffs could be like? Yeah, I mean, I think like you said, it's hard to imagine or think of another scenario where it's been this closely contested. And a lot of these, the slight adjustment in seeding can make a huge difference for some of these teams in terms of matchups. I mean, you've got a Rockets squad that has been really, really good and I think is really dangerous sitting at that 2 seed. But they're also relatively unproven in the playoffs. And so if you're one of these veteran teams like a Clippers or Timberwolves or Lakers, is there a scenario where you can match up with Houston in the first round and maybe have that experience advantage? Obviously, I think most teams will probably try and avoid OKC if they can, just given the kind of season that the Thunder have had. But you've got a lot of veteran-led teams. You've got teams that are kind of going through some turmoil. We saw the Nuggets
get rid of Michael Malone and their GM Calvin Booth yesterday. The Grizzlies fired Taylor Jenkins a few weeks ago. And these are teams that could very easily win a playoff series with the amount of talent they have on their roster. So when you consider how close the standings have been and also just the kind of upheaval that some of these teams have been going through, I think it's relatively unprecedented.
Well, I was going to ask you about that because, the Taylor Jenkins firing, I think we all looked at it and went, oh, okay, well, whatever. I mean, I guess they've, but that's also a team that last year had, a lot of struggles, but they also didn't have their superstar on the court. Obviously, the Nuggets wanted to get rid of Mike Malone at some point way before even probably right now. It was just the worst timing on the planet. But how on earth does the NBA, and because it's not just the Denver Nuggets that do this type of thing now, I think you're going to see a lot of guys who've had success at really decent teams that get fired, and we've seen it happen more and more. It's like you win a championship or you win the Coach of the Year. That's not going to get you anything in the NBA. You'll get fired in 2 seasons. We've seen that a lot. Why is that the case in the NBA?
Yeah, it's really interesting. It is definitely kind of a new trend. I think in the past you would never really see teams fire coaches that have been successful, obviously winning a championship, or even just successful in terms of winning a bunch of regular season games and the occasional playoff series over the years. I think a lot of it is I think coming down to, ownership level, or depending on what happens, front office level, just kind of either believing more in the roster. Obviously, sometimes there are kind of disgruntled star players that kind of make their voices heard about not liking a style of play or just, not getting along with the coach. I think you're seeing teams, front offices, ownership being a little bit more willing to kind of take a risk and kind of bet on the roster and bet on their ability to find another head coach for most scenarios that can either replicate some kind of success with more synergy or take a team to another level. But I do agree that it's very hard to understand. I think, people have asked coaches around the league since both the Jenkins and Malone news came out, and, coaches around the league are just kind of dumbfounded that, that kind of level of success still doesn't prevent you from losing your job.
We were just talking about the West before during the break. JJ and I were going, I don't know if the West is amazing and just the parity is just so crazy, or if it's just a bad year for this Western Conference. It's certainly a weird year. Who the heck is the second best team in the West right now?
That is a fantastic question, because I really do think that a healthy Nuggets squad that maybe wasn't going through turmoil would be my pick for that, because I do think they have Nikola Jokic, who I think is the best player in the NBA. I think Houston, I think their defense is great. I think they just don't have enough offense in the playoffs to consistently make it, to the West Finals or even out of the West. The Lakers are another team where it's like they have LeBron James and Luka Doncic, and they've got some shooters. That Austin Reeves has been great, but do they really have enough front court depth? And can LeBron, really push it at age 40 for an entire playoffs? And then I think the teams below them have, a few too many question marks. Memphis, we talked about. The Clippers, are you really going to be able to get Kawhi Leonard healthy for more than a few games at a time in the playoffs? So I think if I was put on the spot, which I am right now, I think I'm still going to choose the Nuggets, almost solely because of the belief in Jokic. But if they're not healthy, or the turmoil that they're going through is too much to overcome, then I think I might have to maybe just go with Houston and bank on that youth and that potential to actually, come to fruition.
How serious should we take the Houston Rockets? They're 4 games ahead of the Lakers for second. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think a lot of teams would rather play the Rockets in the first round than the Lakers, which is crazy to think. But should we take the Rockets more serious than we are?
I think so. I do think there are quite a few people that are like really, really, really overlooking them. And I get why they struggle to score, especially in the half court, which is when you have to really do that in the playoffs. But they do have a really elite defense. I think Ime Udoka is a great coach. And they do have a lot of youth and athleticism that, while it is relatively unproven, that could, sometimes that might not, be a barrier for a team to have success. Like the old OKC team that had the Harden, Durant, Westbrook trio. I mean, they were really, really young when they, broke out in the Western Conference. And so depending on the matchup, there's a scenario where they can use their defense. They're the best offensive rebounding team in the league. They can use that formula, I think, to win a first-round series. And then in the second round, it depends on the matchup. But I do think they should be taken seriously. I don't think I would pick them to make the conference finals, but I do think they have a potential to do that given the defense and the coaching and just the youth and athleticism on the roster.
Eric Sparopoulos, he covers the Utah Jazz. You can see his byline at the NBA.com website with the Utah Jazz and get the breakdowns there. And with the amount of outs that are tonight in this injury report, it's going to be a lot to take in. But, Eric, we appreciate you joining us, as always, all season long. It's been really, really good to get these breakdowns, man. We appreciate it.
Awesome, man. Thanks for having me.
There you go. I mean, it's a mess in the West, man. I was just thinking about it. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, the Jazz they had the worst year they've ever had. We knew that. We knew that a couple weeks ago. Great.
Right.
The rest of this conference is a freaking mess. You should be kind of excited about that, right? Like, there's a part of you that goes,
this league is never lacking for drama.
Go
through each team in the West.
And they have problems
after
across
the
the board.
Rockets. So the Lakers, the Clippers, the Nuggets, the Warriors.
Oh, you could
I mean,
argue.
the Grizzlies just fired their coach. The Minnesota Timberwolves are 8th. I mean, they won a ton of straight games in a row, and now they're still at 8th.
Okay, I had a
the
thought.
Kings are underperforming. And then, of course, what the Mavericks did. And the Suns.
Okay.
We haven't even talked about the Suns.
Yeah, they stink.
That's a dumpster fire.
I had a thought while Eric was talking about that because, we're watching Luka warm up in Dallas and the amount of people that are surrounding the media that are surrounding the court right now, I've never seen. They probably had to have every available anything in that court to be able to take pictures. I mean, it's like 10 rows deep from the lines out during warmups of him doing like his little shooting.
It's
from
probably just 20 influencers on their cell phones.
It could be. But I'm watching it and I'm going, man, what a mess. But there was part of me that went, the Nuggets might not be that insane of a thought right now. Because like I said, I guarantee that the marriage with Mike Malone probably wasn't doing well. But I mean, if that's a problem, if Mike Malone was such a problem, they probably were going to fire him anyway. They probably wanted to fire him even further before.
They fired their GM too.
They fired their GM as well. But what happens? You do that at the very end of the season, the team could look at it and go, oh, we're being abandoned by our franchise? Okay, cool. Or what happens when coaches get let go? In like every sport, there's this like mini resurgence that happens from these teams, right?
Yeah.
You can see that out of a team like the Nuggets who are like, look, we know how to play championship basketball. We have the best team in the the best player on the entire freaking planet on our team. Could there be like a little bit of a, look, we're going to fire Mike Malone anyway. What if we did it right now? We might get this artificial boost going into the playoffs of these guys going us against the world. That happens. It happens. I've never seen it this late. It's quite a weird.
I don't think it's going to happen.
It's quite a weird dice roll.
I don't think it's the Nuggets. I think there's another team in the West that's going to win this, and it's not the Thunder, and I'll share who that is next.
Okay. First of all, if you're the betting type, don't listen to JJ after this next part, all right? But, man, that's interesting. You've got me. You've piqued my interest. Trajan Wealth, of course, brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com for all your trusted needs in retirement. Luka Doncic breaking the huddle underneath the tunnel of the arena that he was the captain of the home team for so many years. Now he's wearing the purple and yellow tonight. So we'll take the break and we'll come back. JJ's going to reveal who's going to win the West, and it's not going to be the Thunder? ? Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound I-15 is a mess this afternoon from Lehigh's Main Street down to the 5th East exit in American Fork. To go along with usual delays westbound on Pioneer Crossing and the 21st North Street heading over to Redwood Road. Among other normal slowdown spots, Foothill Drive is just poking along southbound from Mario Capecci to the 21st South Street. Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Jordan Clarkson, a couple years ago, when Will Hardy's first year, I thought that was his best season. I think Keontae George needs to be more of that. I think he's got to make the off the bounce, and I think he has to figure out a way to be a point guard in the league. I think the Jazz initial vision for him was the correct one.
I don't know if he's a number one.
I don't know. I don't know. If he plays hard, he's really good.
He does. He's got to play defense. He doesn't play defense.
That's why I'm saying that Walker Kessler switch has to flip, or he's in trouble, because I don't think there's a whole lot of ancillary role for his game.
So this is since he moved to the bench full time. 17 points, 5 assists, 4 4 rebounds. 17, 5, and 4
pretty good.
Is a hell of a stat line. Give everyone in the NBA the green light. They're not going to go 17, 5, and 4. I promise you. Like, there is something there.
I think Keontae, if he has a good offseason, I absolutely think there's value there.
I do too. I would not bail on Keontae.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today, and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
At JCW's, we think tipping might be getting a little out of hand. Like when you're asked to tip at the register before you've even been served, or when you're at the yogurt shop and find yourself serving yourself. And don't even get us started on frosted tips making a comeback. That's why at JCW's, when you pay for a 3rd-pound ranch bacon cheeseburger, that's what you pay. And no one at the register is going to stare longingly at you while you awkwardly maneuver through the tip screen for food you don't even have yet. Honestly, we're just happy to see you at any of our 5 locations in Provo, South Jordan, Lehigh, Harriman, and American Fork. So come on in and enjoy some quality time and great food with family and friends. And we promise, we won't be pushing you for a tip.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's, and we just want to say thank you, and especially to our loyal customers. We want you to know that at JCW's, your business is all the tip we need. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking. Dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys! I love this song! I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back.
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Utah. Have you been to a Utah Hockey Club game at Delta Center? If not, you are missing out. The NHL's newest team is heating up in the push towards the playoffs, and the atmosphere inside Delta Center is electric. Find your seats at UtahHockeyClub.com or on SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Olson's Greenhouse helps families connect with nature through hands-on gardening. The perfect way to spend time and grow together. Add Olson's flowers to porches, patios, beds, or containers during Olson's Container Fest April 26th at all Home Depots.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Keontae George, coming off his career-high 35 points, talks about Coach Will Hardy making catch-and-shoot threes a point of emphasis in this game.
We work on our game so much, so we talk about quick decisions, so no matter what it is, catching and drive it, catching and shooting. But even tonight, I had one of the best defenders in our league this year guard me, so it's just about trying to find ways to get easy ones when I'm going to see, some of these top defenders on every single team. So taking the catch and shoots, not turning them down, because at the end of the day, you don't know when you're going to get an easy one. So continuing to shoot those, and that helps you fill out your shot at my long and my short. It's just about getting to the next thing. So it's just about quick decisions for me, no matter what it was, just taking the catch and shoots every single time.
Utah Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. We'll talk about the Jazz Blazers tonight and my dark horse pick to win the West. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Yeah!
Oh my goodness, the legitimate Test Brothers version of Round Ball Rock finally makes the program today.
Finally.
We're walking up to the Utah Jazz.
I was about to break out a tiny hammer if you didn't play the right one. Don't make me do that.
Hey, look, we're walking up to Utah Jazz coverage, man. You got Jazz pregame coming up here, top of the hour. Don't want to miss any of it. They got the Trailblazers in town. Come on. I just love that we're in the spot now where you got Jazz tonight, you have hockey tomorrow again, and we're winding it down. The 82 game
last
season.
week we have it, Alex.
I know.
Kind of sad. I know the Jazz season's been rough, but hockey's been amazing, and it's just I'd rather have the Jazz than not. So I'm kind of sad.
I would ask Alex to play some Boys to Men, How Do I Say Goodbye to Yesterday, but he did not have that as part of a church dance situation for him as a teenager, I'm sure. So
probably not. Us, on the other hand,
oh, yeah.
Which is, you think about it, Alex, why were we slow dancing to that song?
Know.
It's kind of a sad song. Why would you slow dance to that?
It's one that didn't say the F word in it, I guess. What ward are you in?
Oh, my gosh.
Good. This is more like it. This is like the child that had his food stolen from him in Eastern Europe. That's what this is.
Oh, my gosh.
Come on.
Sophie's Choice.
Oh, my goodness. This is like an Eastern European kid getting traded from Dallas during the middle of the
dances,
season.
Alex, traumatic for you? Do you have some things you want to get off your chest?
No, give me the what's the love song everybody did? Lady in Red, that was a big one.
Lady in Red.
Oh, it's terrible. But if you're feeling sad
there was
about,
always the Brian Adams.
Oh yeah.
Look into my eyes, you will see.
Look, it's a win for me when I got JJ singing "Lady
That's all I'm going to give
in Red,"
you.
and
that's all I'm going to give you because.
And what was that show that was on that he made that for?
Oh, Robin Hood.
Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. Yeah. Kevin Costner
with his not English accent.
This terrible role as Robin Hood. All right, let me see here, JJ. Let me give you an update as to what the injury report looks like for tonight. It's going to be phenomenal.
Do you need a lozenge before you start?
Well, usually our rundown has 5 pages in it. It's 6 tonight
Need some
because
hot
of
tea
the
before we start.
Yeah, lots going on. Lots of people missing tonight's game. You ready for this? I'll do the full one because
do we have time?
Usually I'll leave off the.
Serious? Do we have time for this?
I'll leave
we got
off
a commercial break coming up.
I'll typically leave off Taylor Hendricks because it's like, duh, we know.
Go ahead and read them anyway.
But just part of the deal. Let's do it. Isaiah Collier, out. That was that hamstring soreness he's been dealing with, okay? Jordan Clarkson, obviously, out. John Collins, out. Is he going to play in a Utah Jazz uniform ever again?
Probably not.
Okay.
Which, I mean, John's great.
How about Jordan Clarkson?
Maybe not.
I mean, a weird offseason,
Yeah,
right?
Everything's on the table this offseason, right?
Elijah Harkless. Was he the G League Player of the Year? Or the G League, was he the...
He was in the G League. I don't know if he was Player of the Year.
Or I think he was something, maybe it wasn't Player of the Year.
He had a great year. That's why he's with the Jazz.
He won some type of an award. And it might just be, maybe he was the Player of the...
Our listeners, please forgive me. I didn't check out the...
Shoulda.
G League Awards show.
Taylor Hendricks, out. Walker Kessler, out.
Broke his nose again.
Ugh. Larry Markkinen, out. KJ Martin, out. And Cody Williams, out. That's a lot.
Is there 5 guys that are in? Is there enough?
Going to be dipping into the G League maybe a little bit. So what does the starting 5 look like then? Colin Sexton, G-Way, yeah, there you go. No, you'll get Porter with the start, right? Let me see here. Johnny Juzang, he'll get the start.
Yeah, Johnny Juzang will start.
Flip, he's been getting the start, right? At that 4.
Who's going to play?
Do they let?
Who's going to play point guard tonight?
No, that's what I was going to say. Does Keontae end up just getting the start instead of coming off the bench? Yeah, why not? Let's do it. So there you go. That's our presumed starting 5. We'll see. I think we got some tickets to give away. Am I wrong? We have a family 5-pack of tickets to give away to the Salt Lake Bees at their brand new stadium out in Daybreak. Take a look. Oh, JJ's got the yellow towel out. Look at that. Look at that. I thought you were waving that for Luka, who, by the way, is in tears right now during the pregame. The emotions have hit hard for Luka. Have you guys watching this in there? The emotions have hit hard for Luka Doncic on the during the pregame video. He is
that's pretty cool.
Visibly breaking down. Like
he didn't want to go. What
there
are you
is
doing,
no hiding
Dallas?
it. There is no hiding it. It is not. Hey, Dallas, that's on you, my guys. Hey, Nico, that's on you.
This is so weird.
That is the weirdest thing. He's bawling his eyes out, dude. He's bawling his eyes out because he probably still wants to be there. He has no freaking clue why he's in purple and yellow. Dirk's out there smiling. Luka is...
He's going to go for 60 tonight.
Luka is shook. I don't know if you can shake those emotions off.
Then he'll look at Nico in the front row and
put
on a clown nose and drop 60
I don't know.
on his
Maybe
old
that's
team.
who he's thinking about. Just the good times he had with Nico before he got traded away. Come on, man. All right. Caller number 12 to 575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. Gets a family 5-pack of tickets for the Salt Lake Bees and their brand new field out there in Daybreak. Go check it out for yourself. We were out there yesterday. It was phenomenal. These are for tomorrow. So get on the horn and let's get going. 801-575-ZONE for a family 5-pack of tickets to see the Salt Lake Bees in action at their brand new ballpark. All right. Yeah, that was wild, right? That was just happening just right then.
Yeah, we
did
watched
you guys
it live.
see it in there, Alex? Did you see it in there? Oh, you okay? Now listen, I mean, that was sadder than heck, man. That made me just get a little bit like, oh, we're kind of making fun of the whole Dallas situation. Luka, look, it's one thing to show the season ticket holder who, throws down a ton of money and doesn't get to have Luka playing there for the rest of their life like they thought they would. It's another thing to be Luka crying his eyes out watching that video. Like, that is... I guarantee social media is not being kind. I mean, as if Nico needed extra, beat downs on social media. He's going to get it, man. Luka was just breaking down there. That was the look of a guy.
We just witnessed should have never happened.
Oh, that's the look of a guy who isn't crying because it was like, wow, such great times. He's crying like, why is this happening? Why did this happen? Right? Isn't that the vibe you got?
100%.
Ugh. Why am I doing this? Why am I wearing this
didn't
other
want to
color?
break up?
No. And you also think to yourself, I thought for sure I was the safest guy to ever be at a franchise ever. And I got traded away. Why?
Crazy.
Well, I don't know if you knew this, but he drank alcohol sometimes. It's like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, he doesn't have 8% body fat, so.
Well, he does now. He's going after you now. You're going to get a show. Okay, so here's the question. Reeves and LeBron combined will have more or fewer points than Luka tonight.
Less.
Because together they're averaging
Luka's
about
going off tonight.
Together they're averaging almost 40.
Luka's going off tonight.
Austin Reeves and LeBron combining are about 44 points a game.
Yeah, I know.
You think
Luka's going off tonight.
Okay. All right. I love it. If he goes for less than 50, I'd be shocked.
So would I.
I would be absolutely shocked.
He's going to have a big night.
Okay.
He's going to be feeling it.
Hey, we give those B6s away? There we go. We're going to come back. We'll.
I never gave away my dark horse NBA champion.
We'll have that. We're going to do an extra tease then. It's going to be part of our.
Wow.
It's going to be part of our best and
You're
worst.
really
coming back.
making people wait.
Because
it's the worst.
Well, no, because I have the
That's
worst.
the worst of our show.
I have the worst already in the hopper, and so I'm going to make you roll that out as your best, your dark horse to win the West. That's coming up next. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
On I-80 westbound, slow again approaching 56 West as the left lane is closed for roadwork just past that exit. Southbound I-15 very slow in large swaths from Murray to Sandy in Salt Lake County. And in Utah County from Lehigh all the way down to Linden. Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialist. Whipple that way with your traffic update. I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what you doing? Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. Go get $200 off the program that JJ and I started off last year at this time, and we have had success on it, and I've loved it. I really like this program because it's something that is my speed, which is how about dropping weight quickly? You do that on this program. The average person drops between 15 and 20% of their body weight in the first 60 days of that reduction phase. And then you're into the maintenance phase, and guess what? That's where you really start to make that success stick. And that's what I have. I've been able to keep the 65 pounds off that I lost, and I'm just feeling better than ever.
Yeah, if you can lose the weight on your own, do it. That's great. If you're struggling to lose weight on your own, you need some help. Salt Lake City Fat Loss is for you. They got a plan. They've got directions for you to walk you through the entire way daily to lose weight. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. You could have similar results. They tell you can lose between 10 to 20% of your body weight in 60 days on this program, and then they're going to help you keep it off. If you want to learn more about that and you want to save $200, mention JJ and Alex and go to their website, slcfatloss.com, to learn more. Set up a 15-minute free consultation to find out if this program is for you. Go to slcfatloss.com.
The Salt Lake Bees have a new hive. Hey guys, Jake Scott here and want to invite you to join us for opening week, April 8th through the 13th, as we kick off our inaugural season at the ballpark at America First Square in South Jordan. Every game will feature exciting giveaways. Don't miss out. The new amenities at the ballpark at America First Square are on par with many major league facilities. Single tickets are on sale now. Visit slbs.com for more information.
Breaking Benjamin. And 3 Days Grace. September 27th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater with special guest Return to Dust. Reserved seats on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Don't miss Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace.
Are you an electrician or a telecom technician and want to earn more? We are looking to hire journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare and retirements, electrical expertise, and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
Grab your kids and a bag of popcorn and come see the greatest show on the road at Doug Smith Kia in Linden. The Kia Carnival and the Kia Carnival Hybrid, a 3-row, 7-passenger minivan built to comfortably fit your 3-ring family. And with an optional 8th seat and fuel economy of 33 miles per gallon, no one in the pickup line will be mistaking you for your mother. So come see our amazing offers for the funnest family car on wheels at Doug Smith Kia in Linden. No one knows Kia like Doug.
At Pacific Power, your safety is our top priority. When wildfire risk is elevated, we use enhanced safety settings to de-energize our lines within fractions of a second if a line is contacted by debris, wildlife, or strong winds. This can increase the number of outages and the time it takes for power to come back on, while field crews inspect the lines before safely restoring power. Learn more at pacificpower.net/wildfire.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. The estimate's free, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sergachev talks about his performance from his side against the Seattle Kraken.
Yeah, it was nice. I like more shots though. Passes are all cool and it looks good for the TV and for fans, you know. But I'm a shooter, so I like shots. I like goals. The guys were feeling it, so maybe next game we'll start scoring.
Dig goals too. Utah Hockey Club at 50 updates are brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. Breaking news next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, before we get to our best and worst, some breaking news out of the college basketball world. JJ's rolling out here for us. JJ, what do you have from the college basketball transfer portal breaking news desk?
We have an announcement made by a former Cougar. Former BYU star Dallin Hall is on the move. Of course, in the transfer portal, he has found his new home, and it is Virginia. He will play for the Virginia Cavaliers and Coach Odom, who's very familiar with him and his game.
That's a great spot.
Going to the ACC and a team that's won the national championship and competed for national championships. It's a great spot for Dallin Hall Landon.
Go from the Big 12 to the ACC. I'm sure there was some money attached to it.
Absolutely.
That's the way things are done.
Congratulations, Dallin Hall.
So
great guy.
That's awesome. Go play in the ACC and play in some awesome venues for the rest of your final year in your college basketball career. That's pretty awesome for him. Dallin Hall, a UVA Cavalier. There you go. Best and worst brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith family of dealerships: Dodge, Ram, Chevy, Subaru, Kia, and now Mitsubishi and American Fork. Nobody knows cars like Doug. JJ, I'm going to allow you to have the floor for your best and a and for the
Should we
explanation.
tease it for next week?
No. I'm going to
All
let
right. I'll make it quick. Tell me how much time I have.
You tell me. You got about a minute here, so let's go.
Okay, my dark horse, I don't know if you can call it a dark horse, but I think that the team that's going to win the West is the Golden State Warriors. And you're shaking your head. Look, I don't like it either. Guess what the Warriors' record is since they acquired Jimmy Butler?
I know that it's not just a decent record. It's actually a lot better than the Lakers with Luka.
Yeah.
Like by a considerable. I want to say it's like, well, what is it, like 16-4, 16-3,
20-4.
Wow.
Since Jimmy Butler joined the team, and the Warriors are 19-2 when both Jimmy and Steph play.
Okay.
That's a team that can win a championship.
Don't hate
because
the
they've
pick.
got guys on that team that have, and then they added a guy who's come darn close
and who's really good in the playoffs.
Yes.
So
I think
don't hate
if you're
that
looking
pick.
at, we talked about the mess. What's the team right now that looks the most solid of those teams in that mess? Even though the Clippers are the hottest, it's the Warriors.
Well, we were initially saying who it's going to be to contend with the Thunder. Not even contend, but that team who's just going to play
in a
against
7-game series against the Thunder.
Not me. They've been way too good this year. All right. Utah Jazz basketball firing up here at top of the hour. Jake Scott, the coach, Tim Lacombe. You're going to hear it all right here. And we'll be back again tomorrow for the breakdown and to get you ready also for Utah Hockey Club tomorrow night at Delta Center. So we'll be out there in the plaza. For our producer, Alex, and JJ, I'm Alex. We'll see you next time, everybody. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hans and Scotty here with our friends with Advanced Window Products. We're huge fans of what they're doing. And with summer just around the corner, that AC is going to be running nonstop, Hans. You want to save money? You've got to have the best windows in place. And Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
And as always, Advanced Window Products wants to take care of our listeners. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. And remember, the products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made right here in the United States of America.
They have options available for any budget and also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting these new windows. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. All you have to do is call 801-850-9100 or go to advancedwindows.com.
A lifetime warranty is transferable for a next owner. Just call 801-850-9100.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 5/3/25.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The following is a presentation of Smith Entertainment Group.
Take note. Oh my! It's time for Jazz Pregame, presented by Delta. Proud to be the official airline and community partner of the Utah Jazz.
Catch and shoot 3. Ow!
Here's Jake Scott and Tim LaCoe.
Jazz Pregame. Jake Scott, the coach, Tim LaCombe. We're getting you ready for tonight's showdown between the Utah Jazz and the Portland Trailblazers here at Delta Center. Coach, how's it going? Nice to have a home game. We haven't had one in a minute.
Yeah, it's awesome to have a home game, and it's our second to last home game as the Jazz. Just 3 games left in the season. Tonight hosting these pesky Trailblazers.
Pesky?
I don't know that they're
Shout
pesky.
out to Hot Rod.
Yeah, he used that one.
Although he always said it about the Timberwolves.
That's true, the pesky Timberwolves.
Yeah, the Blazers, we'll talk a little bit about it, or what version of the Blazers we will see tonight, because they've got a lot of guys out. But it is going to be a good night. I mean, it's always a good night to be in the radio command center up here with all our screens. But we do have in the background Luka's return to Dallas. So that is going on right now and is in the first quarter.
Quite emotional for Luka.
They showed a video, huh? And he had did he tear up? You said
he did. He you fall in love with places, and it's the only NBA he knew up until he moved to the bright lights of LA. That will ever be talked about, that trade. But it's 21-all with 3:37 left in the first.
This is my hot take for the show, and I'm sure that everybody would disagree with me. But I'm way over the tribute video thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it was there's so much movement in the NBA to salvage a serious take out of this for a moment. So much more than there used to be, when it comes to even really big name players. It just is, if you want to talk about LeBron's impact on the league, moving it around a little bit, I probably would think it started before that. I mean, going all the way back to free agency. But anyway, players move around so much now. I just think, a standing O gets the job done. Just my opinion,
hey, good to see you.
A shout out,
Wonderful.
yeah, or
Welcome back.
we appreciate the effort, or what have you. I don't think we need a video for all of these.
Well, I'm for videos if they take replay out of the deal, because they just use all that time.
Like a trade?
Yeah, trade straight across.
I love
because
that.
you're going to take all that block of time anyway, and let's appreciate people instead of waste everybody's time.
I love that idea, frankly, Coach. Let's talk a little bit about. Well, let's start off talking about the Jazz and what we expect, and we can get a little bit to the Blazers, because I do think I do think they're an interesting story on where they're going and who exactly we are going to see tonight. But as you noted before, Coach, the Jazz have 3 games left to go. They got a couple of days rest, did practice a little bit yesterday, but it had been a while since they had 2 days in a row that they had off. But they come back for these last 3 games, and I'm curious, is there anything, has this book been written, or are there further things that we can learn?
I got to ask that today. I was on with the boys in the morning, DJ and PK this morning, and they asked me that very thing. Is there anything we can learn? And I think in terms of the personnel and the abilities of the guys currently, I think we have a really good handle, and I think the front office does as well. I really do think there's something to what Coach said many times a couple weeks ago, talking about not wanting to see the barn and instead just looking at the opportunity that lies ahead, because finite opportunities exist in this league, and there's a new crop of guys coming in every year trying to take your job. And so to have a game with the state, fans and refs and the whole thing, make the most of that. And I think that's what these last 3 games are about.
For the most part, I think the story has been written on some young guys, especially on a team like this Jazz team, where a lot of these young players have played a lot of minutes. Isaiah Collier has played a lot of minutes. Keontae George has played a lot of minutes. But I do remember back to, and Larry Miller talked about this, C.J. Miles on the final game of his rookie season had a huge game. I can't remember what he did. He scored 20 or 30 points or something like that. But it led to a lot of goodwill for C.J. Miles within the franchise, and gave him a couple opportunities. And, of course, C.J. played a long time in the NBA, but you don't remember he was a second-round high schooler. And I do love it, by the way, that C.J. is coming around more, and you've seen him on the TV broadcast. He was always really fun to cover. And he always had one of those smile on his face type of guys. And, you see that translate on the TV really well. But, as most second rounders were, he was going to have to battle to solidify a roster spot. And the fact that he could go out there in the last game of the season and show that he was capable of something, I believe led to further opportunity for him to get better and stay in the league.
And so those are the opportunities that exist. I mean, both of these teams are eliminated from any kind of playoff contention, and so obviously you've got to have a goal in mind, and obviously the goal tonight is to find a way to get better. And I think that's been through development kind of the theme of the season.
Right, and will continue to be. And I wonder, for example, if Keontae George can duplicate what he did against the Hawks, where he had a very good game shooting the ball, 10 of 19, 7 of 13, career high 35 points. But we've seen other games where he's really moved it and had the assists, and we even saw a couple of games where he was up north of 5 rebounds. And so can he not only shoot the ball well 2 nights in a row, or not nights, 2 games in a row, but also maybe throw in some of those other things.
Yeah, and those are the things that are standing out to me, Jake. I feel like Keontae and Coach has talked about it, and he's talked about it, that the emphasis has been in him kind of tightening, the screw one turn and getting more into the details of the game. And we've seen the numbers. You talk about the 35 points the other night, which is awesome. And it was actually the pregame. We said, he's been playing really good off the ball. He just hasn't shot it great. And what happens when he shoots it great? Well, he has 35. And then all the other things that he does are just, things that he's kind of grown into. So I'm excited about, the way he's approached it. And I think coming off that last game, he'll have a little juice.
By the way, I should have had these stats when I brought up CJ, but he had 23 points in that final game. And he went, let's see, I think he went 8 of 11, something like that. No, 8 of 13, and 2 of 5 from 3.
You're like an AI Jazz guide for me, because I was off in the college game for a lot of years, and so I have some of those synapses that don't necessarily fire, and you're always right there with those. I love the Jazz history stories.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's because I'm getting so much older, and I've been around since I was in my early 20s.
I didn't want to tell you that.
I remember all this stuff.
Too.
I remember all of this stuff because I was there for a lot of it. But whatever, it's useful when it comes to doing a
it is
a pregame show. And Larry Miller used to go in studio with Gordon and Kevin at the time, and he did with Locke for many years. But at least I was around when he was with Gordon and Kevin, and he talked specifically about that game and why he thought favorably of C.J. Miles. So you never know.
You never know who's watching. So you approach, it's like Coach said, it's not necessarily what you do it there. It's also how you do it. And those are the things they're looking at.
And as far as the Blazers go, Coach, I talked about this on my show. You know, the Blazers go through a franchise transition not unlike what the Jazz did, where Damian Lillard and that era comes to a close and they move on. What kind of rebuild are they going to do? And here we are, Coach, where this is a team that is, as you pointed out before, that was trying to make a last-minute push to get a play-in spot. They've taken a step forward, certainly from a record standpoint. Right now they come into the game at 35 and 44, and have seen some things from some young players, but there's still veterans on this franchise. So I'm very curious to see what Portland does going forward. Now, we're not going to get to see Scoot Henderson or really a lot of those veterans, but there is some pieces for the Blazers that aren't necessarily young players developing.
Well, and you said it, they've won 35 games this year. They won 21 all of last year. And coming out of the All-Star break this year, they look to be, like playing better basketball, and then really kind of just met with some injury and then obviously lost some momentum